Chapter 1. Oh my, this is the largest pride of lions I have ever encountered. IT is not a coalition pride, but a super pride, boasting two dominant male lions surrounded by their wives and cubs. This pride consists of more than 30 lions, and the bond between the two male leaders appears remarkably strong. They coexist harmoniously. Though I have yet to behold the full splendor of the coalition pride, witnessing this super pride alone makes this journey worthwhile. I can see that the hunting grounds are plentiful, which is undoubtedly a reason for the existence of such a formidable pride. We have named the two male lions Dessen and Dellen. Lin lay concealed in the lush grass, gathering his strength. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he intended to take a brief nap, yet the incessant chatter of humans nearby proved disruptive. The commentator, a handsome man with a rare Eastern visage in this land, caught Lin's eye, leading him to glance discontentedly at the live streaming equipment set up not far. From him, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Just 3 days prior, he had been a human, engaged in a battle of wits against poachers, only to meet his demise at the hands of their gunfire. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself transformed into a lion, bound to an animal live streaming system. The system proclaimed, "Every second you spend in the animal kingdom will be broadcasted live to the public. No need to thank me, I am your loyal companion, 9484. Your live stream ID is DWSJ542B, and currently, you have 0 viewers. Please strive to enhance your popularity. The more popular you become, the more prestige you will gain, and you can earn points to exchange for desired items. Your neighbor, transformed into an orca, has over 100,000 viewers. We cannot lag behind." Lin mused that during his human days, he had been an advocate for wildlife protection, striving to raise awareness about endangered species. Despite his efforts over the years, he had seen little progress and had constantly been at odds with poachers. His live streaming was intended to enlighten the public on the urgent need for wildlife conservation to prevent any species from vanishing without a trace from the earth. Furthermore, it served to ensure that, should he meet an untimely end, someone would know of his fate, for this line of work was perilous. Of course, live streaming could also provide Lin with a meager living, which was ultimately his primary motivation. Living as a human, he had been perpetually busy throughout his fleeting life, never pausing for respite, unaware of when such days would conclude. Having finally passed away, he believed his unremarkable existence had come to an end, only to awaken as a beast, forced to continue the grind of life as a corporate drone. Lin firmly rejected this fate, asserting, "Please vacate my mind and allow me a moment of tranquility." He needed to process the absurdity of his transformation into a lion, initially suspecting it might be a figment of his imagination born from mental exhaustion. Yet upon further reflection, he realized he had truly departed from the mortal realm, leaving no room for such neuroses. Noticing his despondency, the system continued to encourage him. "There are rewards for live streaming, and viewers may offer tips. Do you not desire money?" As a human, Lin might have been swayed by such enticements, but as an animal, even the stars themselves held no allure for him. Lin remained unmoved. The system persisted. "Even if you do not desire wealth, surely you wish to return to humanity? Gaining viewer tips will earn you points, which could be exchanged for life force. Amassing enough life force will allow you to re-enter the human realm and reclaim your former self. Is this not enough to invigorate your spirit?" Lin was exasperated by the incessant voice in his mind, and, with a swipe of his large paws, cradled his head, declaring, "I do not wish to be human, nor do I want to return to the human world. Make yourself disappear, system." Lin, what is so appealing about being human? No one understands you, and you face ridicule that I endeavor to educate others about wildlife through my live streams. Yet they hurl insults at me. My parents disapprove of my work and threaten to sever ties. The goddess I thought adored me betrayed me, leaving me to raise a child that is not mine. What is so great about being human? System, quite tragic. Linny, enough. Since I have become an animal, let me quietly bide my time. I have no grand ambitions. I merely wish to lie low and take each day as it comes. System, is it not worth striving for the dignity unattainable in the human world? Do you not wish to see those humans go wild for your existence? Lin retorted, "Do you, as a system, find happiness in this endless toil, working tirelessly for your master with no reward? Does such a life bring you joy?" 9484? This counter-question left 9484 momentarily speechless. Lin pressed on. "Do you have family? Do they speak harshly to you? Do you have someone you admire? Does that person reciprocate your feelings? How much do you earn a year? Have you ever experienced self-actualization? Ultimately, under Lin Yi's relentless questioning, 9484 succumbed, exclaiming, "Enough! If you continue, I might start to empathize." Lin Yi. From that moment on, 9484 ceased to make an appearance, leaving Lin Yi in peace. 3 days later, however, a team of individuals began to hover around him, persistently lingering in his vicinity. They were equipped with various live streaming devices and could pinpoint Lin Yi's location with uncanny precision. Lin Yi surmised that they had some connection to 9484. In truth, Lin Yi felt quite content with this unexpected journey. As a novice in this new form, being part of such a super pride where food and shelter were assured felt like a stroke of fortune. Initially, upon transforming into a lion, he had feared his inability to hunt and adapt to the East African savanna. However, it was not long before he discovered a loyal companion, and together they managed this super pride, which was abundant with lionesses, including those on the cusp of maturity. This indicated that the pride was likely not one they had established themselves, but one they had taken over. Given their youth, they appeared to be in the prime of their lives, having just reached maturity with full manes. The lionesses in this pride hunted diligently, and the surrounding game was plentiful, ensuring the survival of their formidable pride. Lin Yi glimpsed a hopeful future, feeling for the first time that life as a male lion was quite agreeable. The lionesses were industrious. Never shirking their duties at mealtime, they would set out to hunt while Lin Yi and his companion awaited their signal to feast. In his human life, he had never experienced such a luxurious existence where food was presented to him. But as an animal, Lin Yi reveled in this royal life of being catered to. It was no wonder that lion kings were so eager to claim prides, stake territories, and seek out various lionesses. These lionesses indeed worked tirelessly to ensure the comfort of the male lions. Lin Yi was uncertain if the lion he had become had any prior attachments and had no way of knowing which lionesses belonged to him and which to his friend. To be safe, he refrained from engaging with the lionesses, only encountering them during mealtime. Presently, the lionesses were no longer accompanied by cubs, and the subadult cubs were awakening to their own sexual awareness, preparing for mates. Lin Yi paid little mind to these matters ever since he had driven 9,484 away. His days had been filled with comfort and ease. Aside from mealtime, he sought out quiet spots to sleep, finally allowing himself some well-deserved rest after a lifetime of toil. If he were to maintain a sense of responsibility, even in his animal form, it would render the opportunity bestowed upon him by the heavens utterly futile. Indeed, there were benefits to being a slothful creature. For the past couple of days, his routine had consisted of eating and sleeping, with his companion occasionally joining him to lounge in the cool, dense grass. However, Lin Yi was aware that his good friend was recently tasked with contributing to the pride of lionesses as they were preparing to bear offspring. Reproduction is an inherent instinct of animals, distinct from the human world. Humans pursue freedom, happiness, and a carefree existence, with myriad avenues to showcase their values, placing little emphasis on procreation, which is dictated by one's whims. In contrast, animals prioritize reproduction for species to endure in the animal kingdom. It must be dedicated to this essential cycle. Only by increasing their numbers can a species evade the perils of natural extinction. The population of African lions has been dwindling, and humans hope for a heightened rate of reproduction and survival among these majestic creatures. In this regard, Lin Yi had faith in Dylan. However, managing such a large pride, with over 30 lionesses for Dylan to mate with, seemed rather burdensome. Yet, Lin Yi was not merely a dominant male. He had only been in the animal kingdom for 3 days and had not yet reached the stage of mating with lionesses. He chose to keep his distance, leaving this arduous and thankless task entirely to his good friend S.A. Lion. With the potential for hundreds of mating opportunities each day, Lin Yi believed his friend would certainly manage. As the lionesses of the region increased their reproductive signals, Lin Yi found the scent quite overwhelming. Meanwhile, his good friend began his diligent work, hardly resting throughout the day. Lin Yi often witnessed him engaging with the lionesses, becoming rather accustomed to the sight. However, one lioness had her sights set on Lin Yi. The young lioness, having just reached adulthood, finally mustered the courage to express her interest in Lin Yi. Seizing the moment when the dominant male lion was preoccupied with the other lionesses, she stealthily approached Lin Yi, who was lazily dozing in the underbrush. With an invitation to mate, she lay on the ground, raising her tail high and emitting soft, plaintive sounds akin to a big cat's whine. Caught off guard, Lenny recoiled from the lioness' rear and emerged from the thicket. Seeing this, the lioness assumed he disliked the underbrush, so she repositioned herself in the tall grass, nearly contorting herself in the process. Lin gazed at her in silence, noting that she appeared to have recently mated, her rear still flushed. It seemed she had been quite thoroughly ravaged. Lenny thought, "Wait, sister, you've already mated with my friend. Why are you now seeking me?" The lioness replied, in the spirit of resource conservation, "My husband has too many wives, and it's not my turn yet. What harm is there in you assisting me?" Lin was at a loss for words. Just as he pondered his next move, he spotted his good friend emerging at the edge of the riverside forest, and in his eyes, Lin perceived a flicker of anger. He thought to himself that he had done nothing wrong. All the lionesses in the pride belonged to his good friend, and as long as he was fed, he had no cause for concern. However, to his surprise, as Lin approached his friend, the latter bared his teeth and charged at him. "Roar! I considered you a brother, yet you pursue my mate? It seems your days of comfort are numbered." Lin had never anticipated that his tranquil existence would be shattered by a lioness. His friend, in pursuit of the lioness mating rights, was now prepared to fight him. Chapter 2: How utterly amusing. Is Dessen truly incapable? The lioness has twisted herself into a pretzel, yet he remains inactive? It appears even the heavens can no longer tolerate Dessen's indolence. Among so many lionesses, he has chosen the one favored by Darren, the most tender of them all. The host previously claimed that these two brothers shared an exceptional bond, and now this is an undeniable slap in the face. I cannot help but wonder if, after such a commotion, Dessen can continue to live in leisure. This livestream is indeed Dessen's domain. I see comments from those who only tuned in to witness the super lion pride. How comical. Is Dessen truly lacking in ability, or is there some hidden truth? With so many lionesses around, is there not a single one that captures his fancy? Let us hope he isn't a homosexual. The neighboring orca is on the verge of dominating the ocean, with the live stream viewership surpassing 500,000 yesterday. If this indolent lion could embark on a journey across the savannah, I believe he would outshine the orca next door. In Lin Yi's livestream, there were merely a handful of viewers, drawn in by the allure of the super lion pride, and they were not expecting such a scene to unfold. They alternately cheered and derided the fierce orca battling in the ocean, mocking the lion who merely wished to languish and wait for death. Lin, too, was blindsided. Due to a minor action of that lioness, his days of comfort had come to an abrupt end. After a fierce altercation with his good brother, the ruthless Darren had banished him from the territory. Indeed, he had not only bitten him, but relentlessly pursued him until they had crossed the borders. Lin stood bewildered, gazing at the furious lion roaring at him from the edge of the territory, contemplating how their once strong bond had crumbled under the influence of a scheming lioness. This brotherhood had proven futile. He knew he could not return, as one who had basked in the ease of the super lion pride. He now felt a pang of panic, believing he would remain there for at least a year or two. Yet, had it all come to an end so swiftly? What was he to do next? Where could he possibly go? While lost in thought, he noticed the man reappearing, anxiously broadcasting Lin Yi's current state live. It was a shocking revelation. I had assumed Dessen and Darren shared a strong relationship, but it had evidently shattered. Indeed, the bonds of brotherhood pale in comparison to the allure of love. Darren had sacrificed his brother for the sake of romance. Lin Yi's emotions were a tangled mess as he regarded the man. Is this truly a live stream? Are all the events that transpired earlier being broadcasted to humans? Lin Yi thought to himself, what is there to live stream about the mundane life of a lazy lion? Even if you are chasing performance metrics, you should seek a lion who aspires to be king, not a lethargic creature like me. Calling out to 9,484 in his mind, he pleaded, can you not sense my inner turmoil? Do not feign ignorance. What is it about me that attracts you? Suddenly, 9484 came online, its soft voice tinged with despair. You finally decided to seek me out, 542B. Lin Yi responded, could you possibly change my ID? Alas, that is not within my power, 9,484 replied. Lin Yi ground his teeth in frustration. Why ever not? Because of your foolish demeanor, came the retort. Are you insulting me now? Where have you been these past few days? I have been within your body the entire time. I did not go anywhere. It was your words that struck me deeply, and I lost the will to work. I have been contemplating how to resign from my position, yearning to rediscover my purpose. Let us not dwell on you for now. Did you truly broadcast everything I did? Indeed, 9,484 confirmed. Even my bathroom escapades? Yes. Everyone is now aware that you were lazy last night and left a foul mess in your resting place, leaving you grimacing in disgust. What a disaster. I have no privacy left. Lenny fell into a Spartan silence. The atmosphere in the room thickened with tension. Why are you not responding? 9,484 inquired, worry creeping into its tone. Lenny thought despairingly, just go ahead, submit your resignation and leave me be. But then I pondered, if I can help you fulfill your tasks, I could level up to an intermediate system and bind to formidable creatures. The neighboring Orcus system is my mentor. I swear, I will eventually bring forth a truly powerful animal ally. It's just that right now. The system's cheerful voice faded into silence. How significant is your level within your system? Lenny asked. I am a primary system, the lowest tier. We must complete tasks to level up. If you can accumulate numerous points, I too shall grow, level up, and advance. Perhaps my abilities are too feeble, which is why I exhausted all my efforts to bind with someone like you. Sigh. I envy my mentor. His host is so diligent and formidable. Are you on the verge of tears? Not at all. My mentor says I should view this as a training opportunity. Others do not cry. Did your mentor not teach you how to interact with your host? Indeed, but other humans have aspirations, whether for fame or profit. There is always something they desire. Yet you seem to seek nothing, rendering my attempts to tempt you futile, and I nearly succumbed to rebellion. I have let my mentor down. Since we cannot conduct an exhilarating survival livestream, let us broadcast our mundane daily lives instead. Your existence as a lion is rather amusing. The livestream has attracted over 20 viewers now. Please provide me with the names and locations of these 20 viewers. Calm down, host. Knowing this will simply help you safeguard your privacy. You may livestream anything, but could you refrain from broadcasting my bathroom visits and sleep? Disabling those permissions requires points, and I lack the authority to do so. Your current points stand at 0. Points can be exchanged for rewards or earned through tasks. What tasks might those be? 9484 diligently flipped through the task page. Here we are. Our upcoming content involves rearing cubs. This segment will eventually become a popular animal documentary. I wonder if you might be interested. What kind of documentary? Lenny inquired. In a sweet voice, 9484 elaborated. We are to locate a sub-adult male lion, who will eventually rise to become the ruler of the entire East African savanna. Lenny was taken aback. He is that remarkable? Upon further reflection, Lenny mused. A sub-adult, so he must possess hunting abilities. He began to calculate in his mind. Just as he pondered who this lion might be, 9,484's voice chimed in once more. I have found him. He will be named Alvis by humans, and the body you currently inhabit belongs to Dessen, his adoptive father. You found him when he was just a year old, treating him poorly, often biting him and forcing him to hunt, which instilled a deep fear of you in Alvis. Consequently, he orchestrated an escape from you. He escaped? Lenny exclaimed. Indeed, but fate brought you together once more, during a crisis. You saved Alvis from a pack of hyenas, and from that moment on, he followed you. Enduring your beatings and bites until he reached maturity, the system omitted the fact that Lenny would ultimately perish in a great battle. A reality that weighed heavily on its heart. If Lenny were to avoid the narrative's tasks, perhaps he would not meet his demise. Yet 9484 assured him that as long as Lenny raised Alvis according to the story, he would guarantee Lenny's safety. Upon hearing this, Lenny found it feasible, particularly since he was currently adrift and uncertain about Alvis's hunting capabilities. Does Alvis hunt now? He was still inexperienced, his strength quite feeble. Yet the host's task was to compel him to hunt and nurture him. Lenny felt a surge of joy. Although he had been driven away by his good brother, he had stumbled upon new hope. He had acquired a sub-adult adopted son, allowing him to refrain from personally hunting, delegating this task to the young one. Indeed, fortune was not entirely absent. Following the system's guidance, Lenny departed from the encampment of the formidable lion Pride, leaving behind the bounteous land. He journeyed in a single direction until darkness enveloped the sky, only to be interrupted by the cacophony of a pack of hyenas. Approaching the source of their raucous cries, he discovered a sub-adult male lion ensnared among them, crouching protectively over its lower half, ensuring that the raucous hyenas could not strike. Yet, the fearful roars and pinback ears betrayed its current state of mind. The hyenas, in their throngs, evoked a sense of trepidation in Lenny. However, as an adult male lion, he commanded a degree of respect. Now is the moment. Save him, and let him know who stands as his father. Encouraged 9,484. Lenny clenched his jaw, affirming, "Indeed, I cannot allow this young one to think ill of me." No other lion would come to his aid. "Precisely, host. You are the deity of Alvis. Your magnificent mane is enough to instill fear in those hyenas." With the system's incessant flattery, the young lion became disoriented, lost in the praise. As a hyena clamped its jaws onto the young lion's leg, Lin Yi bellowed and leapt into the fray. With a resounding roar, he startled the surrounding hyenas. His fierce demeanor, accentuated by the bristling fur on his snout, failed to deter them. Instead, their raucous calls grew even more boisterous. Lin Yi, witnessing their lack of retreat, felt a shiver of fear. "Why are they becoming more fervent?" he questioned, to which 9484 replied, I am uncertain, host. Best of luck to you. I shall take my leave to avoid being splattered with blood." Feeling betrayed, Lin Yi composed himself, positioning himself back-to-back with the young lion, safeguarding their vulnerable rear ends. The presence of an adult male lion staved off the hyena's reckless approach, but a stalemate could lead to disaster. This situation was untenable. Meanwhile, Alvis coldly observed from the underbrush, watching his adoptive father risk himself for a stranger. His adoptive father had once protected him in a similar manner, leading Alvis to mistakenly believe in his affection. He had been wrong. His adoptive father had never loved him, only driven him to hunt and endure suffering. If given another chance, he would not approach his adoptive father again. Yet, the hyenas appeared formidable, and he worried for his adoptive father's safety. Nevertheless, even if his adoptive father were to perish, what concern was it of his? Surely, his adoptive father was far too powerful and ruthless to fall prey to hyenas. Indeed, Lin Yi launched a counterattack, seizing a hyena that dared to approach and hurling it aside into the grass. The surrounding hyenas faltered, their cacophony subsiding in the wake of Lin Yi's thunderous roar. The injured hyena lay motionless, prompting the others to chatter nervously before retreating. Alvis realized his adoptive father would not easily succumb. Such a fearsome male lion could not be swiftly vanquished by hyenas. Satisfied with his adoptive father's safety, Alvis prepared to withdraw. However, as the pack dispersed, silence settled over the grassland, interrupted only by Lin Yi's low growl directed at the young lion. "You foolish cub, why attempt to run away from home? Were it not for my timely intervention, your life would be forfeit." Alvis stood bewildered. Whose voice was this? And why did he comprehend it, albeit partially? Fragments of cherished memories began to surface, the language resonating with familiarity, though he had struggled to grasp its full meaning in his youth. Another growl from Lin Yi echoed, "Look at your wounds, how they bleed. I shall not be harsh with you today." Vague human figures flickered in his memories, elusive yet recognizable. Alvis gazed at the scene before him, witnessing his adoptive father tenderly licking the young lion's head. The melodious voice he had heard emanated from Lin Yi. Stunned, Alvis lingered in confusion, watching as his adoptive father departed with the young lion, a momentary panic gripping his heart. "Father," he called out, "you seek me, do you not? You have chosen the wrong lion. Glance back at me." Chapter 3. The majestic lion did not turn, nor did he acknowledge Alvis's desperate plea. It took a moment for Alvis to realize he was trailing after his adoptive father. Had he not vowed to sever ties with him? Why had he followed? Had he mistaken the lion? How could he have been so foolish to think his adoptive father ever cared? Throughout the year they had cohabited, his adoptive father had not even remembered his scent, let alone his appearance. Alvis felt a pang of hurt as he watched his adoptive father depart with the unfamiliar cub. As the distance grew, the enchanting human voice faded from his hearing. He began to doubt whether that voice belonged to his adoptive father, questioning how a lion could possess a human's voice. Yet, he remained resolute in his decision. This time, he would establish a clear boundary between himself and the wandering lion. He would gather his strength and form his own lion coalition, ultimately seeking vengeance against Realman for his parents' demise. Lin Yi successfully located the wayward cub, yet 9,484 offered no reward. The cub was marred with wounds, and Lin Yi refrained from reprimanding him, spending the night tending to his injuries until they both succumbed to slumber. The cub seemed terrified, trembling until Lin Yi showed no intent to harm, at which point the little one nestled against Lin Yi's mane and drifted into sleep. Woken by the chill of the rainy season, Lin Yi found the weather persistently damp, with the sun seldom breaking through the clouds, a constant drizzle prevailing. This coolness, characteristic of the early rains, was a stark contrast to the scorching heat of the dry season. Even when the rains could flood the plains, they were preferable to the drought. In the verdant grasslands of the rainy season, lush grasses thrived, and herbivores found ample sustenance. Gazing over the emerald expanse, Lin Yi observed antelopes and zebras grazing peacefully. A heartwarming sight. Were he to be a lion who need not hunt. Yet, perhaps due to inherited instincts, Lin Yi found himself salivating at the sight of such adorable creatures. Nearly drooling onto the grass. Rolling his tongue, he asked 9484, why was there no reward upon encountering the wayward cub? 9484 pondered before replying. Perhaps the plot requires further progression. You are not cast as a benevolent lion, but rather a malevolent one, and you cannot show too much kindness to Alvis. Lin Yi was left speechless, choosing silence as he continued to stare at the grazing herbivores, drooling. His last meal had been with the Super Pride, where he had ensured the lionesses were well fed, leaving himself unsated. After being driven from the territory by Darren, he had not eaten since. Lin Yi sighed, contemplating the idea of sending the wayward cub to hunt, but the young one's battered form left him uncertain of its capability. Nonetheless, 9484 reminded him. Why not try being a bit harsher with him? To send him hunting while injured? Lin Yi exclaimed in disbelief. You truly are an adorable yet ruthless king of the underworld, with such a soft voice uttering such frigid words? The child is on the brink of death, and you still expect him to hunt? 9484 remarked plaintively, but your plot progression seems utterly pointless. Lin Yi was adamant that he would never allow the injured young lion to hunt. Thus, he had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. He certainly had the intention to hunt, but whether he would succeed was an entirely different matter. Emerging from the thicket, he shook his fur and exhaled deeply, stifling a yawn. Not far off, a group of antelopes and zebras grazed peacefully. Lin Yi took a few steps forward, intending to hunt, when he sensed something following him. Turning around, he noticed the young lion, who had been asleep, had risen upon hearing his intention to depart. Lin Yi wished to encourage him to rest. But after a prolonged attempt, the young lion seemed oblivious to his meaning and simply trotted along. Lin Yi had witnessed lionesses during hunts. Those lionesses from powerful prides were fierce and nearly always successful. He mused that with such a group of lionesses, he would never need to worry about food again. However, living off others required a price, and he could not appease those lionesses, thus relinquishing such a lifestyle. He had once believed he and Darren were true brothers, only to find himself cast aside by Darren in an instant, merely companions for a time. In truth, Desson and Darren were indeed brothers, having remained together since leaving their parents. The powerful pride had 2 male lions, but as the Lion King's daughters matured, they did not depart, forcing the kings to leave. Consequently, the 2 robust males vacated, paving the way for the newcomers, Desson and Darren. The brothers maintained a strong bond, with Darren respecting his elder brother and willingly sharing resources. Yet Darren's jealousy flared when his brother pursued a lioness he had just set his sights on, the very lioness he adored. This led Darren to forsake familial ties in his quest for mating rights. Had this been the former Desson, he would have surely bested Darren in combat. But the current Desson was a mere paper tiger, exuding an air of authority while yearning to recline in idleness. Lin Yi arrived at the hunting grounds and lay low in a patch of parched grass, fixated on the grazing antelopes. The young lion mimicked him, lying nearby. Upon glancing at the young lion, Lin Yi noted its dazed demeanor, lacking the fierce essence 9484 had described. Though it appeared somewhat delicate, likely due to its youth, it bore no hint of the commanding presence expected of one destined to rule the African savanna. As he began to steady his breath, preparing to embrace the thrill of the hunt, the antelopes and zebras suddenly became agitated and scattered in all directions. Lin Yi wondered if he had inadvertently revealed his presence. He had hidden well, even considering the wind direction to remain downwind of his prey, just as he contemplated relocating to continue his vigil. A lithe figure dashed toward a solitary antelope, another lion. Lin Yi's jaw dropped in astonishment. Surely, there was no need for another lion in such a confined space, was there? He watched intently as the darker-colored lion, after a brief chase, seized its prey by the throat. Remarkably, before delivering the fatal bite, the lion glanced in Lin Yi's direction. He swallowed hard, deciding it was best to retreat. He had no desire to engage in a brutal confrontation with the lion. Just as he began to rise, the lion approached him, prey in mouth. Lin Yi felt uncertain about the lion's intentions. Indeed, the lion's possession of its meal startled the young lion, who began to retreat. However, upon closer inspection, Lin Yi realized this lion was still in its juvenile phase, merely boasting darker, shinier fur. The striking coloration of its coat evoked memories of a deceased friend, who also bore a glossy golden-brown mane. This hue was easily detectable by prey, rendering it less suited for survival. Consequently, Lin Yi's late friend often hunted at night, as daytime hunting success was considerably low. Evidently, This young lion possessed formidable hunting skills. Even if detected by prey, it could still secure a catch. Upon discarding its meal onto the grass, the lion began to feast, ignoring Lin Yi entirely. Lin Yi's stomach growled, and he yearned to partake in the feast. A rather unethical thought crossed his mind. He was an adult lion, while this lion appeared still juvenile. Surely, if he advanced, the younger lion would be intimidated? With newfound boldness, Lin Yi stepped out from the parched grass, approaching the feast. The feasting lion glanced up, eyes reflecting a measure of fear. Lin Yi playfully roared at it, causing the lion to retreat further. He reveled in the moment, thinking, "See, despite my lack of combat prowess, I am indeed stronger. I mean you no harm. All I seek is a morsel of your meal to savor." As he drew closer to the carcass, he did not intimidate the younger lion. Meanwhile, the young lion, noticing Lin Yi's consumption, approached as well. Yet, as the young lion drew near, the hunting lion became irritable. Lin Yi, astonished by the discord between the two young lions, tore off a piece of hind leg meat and tossed it to the young lion. The beautiful creature stared at him intently. Lin Yi mused, "Stop staring at me. If you're hungry, come closer. I won't eat you." However, the young one likely could not comprehend his sentiments. Lin Yi shrugged off the thought, intending to take a few bites before departing. Alvis merely wished to ascertain whether his adoptive father would recognize him. It became evident that he had not been recognized. Furthermore, Lin Yi shared his catch with an unfamiliar lion, indicating a kindness reserved for others but not for Alvis. Having grown weary of such a life, Alvis resolved to leave, vowing never to return. Yet, just as he stood, he heard his adoptive father's low call. Momentarily taken aback, he watched as Lin Yi tore off half the prey and tossed it to him. Alvis felt a tumult of emotions. What was Lin Yi doing? Lin Yi regarded him briefly before resuming his meal. Alvis was left in a whirlwind of thoughts, pondering Lin Yi's intentions. Lin Yi couldn't help but see parallels between Alvis and his departed friend, Tiz, even in their appearances. Tiz was one of the savannah's rare, beautiful lions, his fur shimmering like gold beneath the sun. This noble lion was not only kind-hearted but also loyal in love, deeply devoted to his mate, Sarah. During his observations of the savannah's ecosystem, Lin Yi had spent over a year interacting with Tiz, sharing a bond of friendship. Tiz cherished Lin Yi, often inviting him to play with his cubs. Lin Yi held fond memories of Tiz as well as the cubs. Among Tiz's 4 offspring, 3 bore normal colors, while one smaller cub exhibited a darker, less healthy hue. Despite its unwholesome appearance, this cub was the only one to inherit its father's striking coloration. After Tiz's demise, the whereabouts of the cubs remained unknown, and eventually, it was discovered that 3 had perished. The fate of the lone, poorly colored cub was still a mystery. Lin Yi had searched for a long time without success. Now, upon encountering this young lion, memories of his old friend Tiz resurfaced. Based on age, this young lion appeared to be similar in age to Tiz's lost cub. If that little one were still alive, it would certainly resemble this size. Lin Yi gazed at the young lion, momentarily forgetting his hunger. If this truly is the offspring of Tiz, their meeting amidst the vast expanse of the grassland is a serendipitous twist of fate. Lin Yi felt his heart race, his gaze intensely fixed on the little lion cub. The young lion displayed a hint of shyness, perhaps overwhelmed by fear or discomfort, as he hesitantly retreated, preparing to flee. He was intimidated by the gaze of his adoptive father, which seemed to threaten an imminent pounce. He needed to escape. Yet, just as he attempted to rise, his adoptive father, who had been feeding, suddenly lunged toward him. Alvis instinctively sought to bite back, but his father did not sink his sharp teeth into him. Instead, his formidable paws enveloped him in a tight embrace. Alvis was momentarily stunned. The anticipated pain did not strike. Instead, he was met with a large, warm tongue licking his fuzzy head. Alvis was bewildered. Father did not bite him, but licked him instead? Could it be that his father was capable of tenderness? In Chapter 4, Lin Yi merely chose a method of goodwill among lions, wishing to convey to the little lion cub that he harbored no malice and that the cub could remain by his side. Since he could care for one cub, he could certainly care for 2, especially since this little lion seemed far more reliable than the rebellious one. While licking, Lin Yi glanced at the rebellious cub, who was solely focused on his meal, not even sparing them a glance. It mattered little. Once the rebellious cub healed, his good days would come to an end. Lin Yi could not ascertain with absolute certainty that the little lion cub was indeed Tiz's son, but he found his golden brown fur alluring. Clearly, his overtures of goodwill proved effective, as the little lion, having accepted his kindness, settled down and showed no intention of leaving. Linny invited him to share in the meal. Half of a modest-sized antelope had already been consumed, while the rebellious cub monopolized the other half, evidently still hungry. Linny approached, yet the rebellious cub refused to yield, emitting a threatening growl. Linny swiftly responded with a swipe of his paw. "Damn it, I just saved you. And you treat me this way? Who taught you to guard your food? I'll show you how to guard it." Following this, Linny swiped at the rebellious cub's head, startling him enough to cause him to retreat, though he did not relinquish the food in his mouth. Once he saw the cub back off, Linny turned to the little lion cub, gesturing for him to come forward and partake in the meal. The adoptive father communicated with a friendly demeanor, leaving Yalvis at a loss. Yalvis thought, what should I do? Perhaps he has come to realize his past mistakes and wishes to make amends. But can I easily forgive him? The trials I endured at his hands in my previous life, were they all for naught? Is he contemplating some new method of tormenting me? Yalvis was engulfed in anxiety. He had lived with his adoptive father for 3 years, never once daring to approach him. His father despised him and kept him at bay, and Yalvis, being perceptive, typically maintained a safe distance to avoid incurring his father's wrath. Thus, he grew up trembling in his father's presence, ultimately witnessing his demise in a lion pride battle. This time, he had resolutely decided not to follow such a father any longer. He had gained experience in self-preservation and hunting, rendering him no longer in need of his father's protection. He intended to run far away and never lay eyes on his father again. However, with his father extending kindness and gently licking his fur, if it were not for the familiar scent that constantly reminded him of who this amiable lion was, Yalvis might have believed he was in paradise. Even though he longed to try and snuggle with his father, Yalvis could not forget the pain his father had inflicted upon him. Thus, when his father attempted to nuzzle him again, he evaded the gesture. He was unaccustomed to such intimacy with his kind, let alone with the lion who had wielded authority over him. Seeing the cub withdraw, Linny decided not to press further. His sole desire was for this little lion to remain, to become a member of their vulnerable pride. Keeping this little fellow would alleviate his worries about food in the future. Of course, it was not solely for that reason that he wished to keep the little lion. He bore a striking resemblance to the deceased Tis. The audience watching from behind the screen also noted this resemblance. When the little lion cub entered the frame, everyone was momentarily taken aback by his appearance. Although the 20 or so viewers were initially drawn to witness the misfortunes of Dessen upon spotting the little lion, they could not help but be captivated. Do you recall a popular documentary titled The Lion King's Battle for Love? Yes, the love story of the beautiful lion Tis and his stunning queen, Sarah. Indeed, that very documentary, which reshaped many people's perceptions of lions, featured Tis. Renowned for his loyalty and beauty, he was immensely adored at that time. I, too, was led to believe that a soulmate need not necessarily be human. But Tis has passed away, and within a year of that documentary's release, it was reported that he and Sarah had 4 cubs, none of whom survived. Yes, the entire family of 6 perished, as it was said that a marauding pride of swamp lions invaded their territory, leading to the deaths of Tis and Sarah, and the cubs were killed. That was over a year ago. Upon hearing the news, I wept for them through the night. Look at this young adult lion. Does his fur not bear an uncanny resemblance to Tis? Their appearances are quite similar. It does seem so, but Tis had no offspring in this world. He and Sarah had only 1 litter. Thus, I am astonished. This little lion cub is too much like Tis, as if I am gazing upon a cherished memory. For those who adored Tis and Sarah, the demise of their family was indeed a grievous blow. This event profoundly affected Linny as well. He even made a special trip to the East African savannah to pay his respects to an old friend. Since then, he felt an emptiness within, having few friends and often preferring the company of animals, believing them to understand him better than humans. This was also the reason for his dedication to animal protection. Tis had been a rare companion to him, yet his death was shrouded in mystery. No one understood why that pride of swamp lions chose to abandon their territory and invade Tis's home. Nor did anyone know why the vengeful swamp lions opted not to dwell in their resource-rich marsh, but instead chose to encroach upon a more barren land. Linny was equally perplexed, which fueled his desire to comprehend the situation. He had intended to forget it all. Yet the appearance of the little lion brought back a flood of memories, leaving him momentarily sorrowful. Just as he was engulfed in melancholy, a sudden chime sounded in his mind, heralding the arrival of 9484's cheerful voice. Congratulations, host, on completing the Rescue Yalvis mission. You have earned 2 points. Please continue your efforts. A gentle reminder. Points are a rare commodity that can be exchanged for items in the System S shop, or used to unlock or close certain permissions. Please use them wisely. Only then did Lin Yi attempt to comprehend 9484, requesting it to open the shop for him to take a glance. The shop was filled with items related to the live broadcast, and among them were two particularly eye-catching exchange options, one inscribed with a $sign and the other with a life value. The first 10 points equated to $1. While the life value option had so many zeros behind the one that Lin Yi could not be bothered to count. He felt that engaging in this was not a necessity. The first thing he did upon earning points was to disable the live broadcast permission while using the restroom. The 2 points he had just acquired dissipated like bubbles, but Lin Yi was not overly concerned. He gazed at the little lion cub resting nearby, growing increasingly convinced that he resembled Tis. Lin Yi pondered, could lions in nature truly bear such a likeness? Was the little lion cub indeed Tis's offspring? He could not ascertain, but fortunately, the little lion cub had joined his ranks and showed no signs of departing. Lin Yi decided to name him Little Mei. Even though he was merely a subadult, he possessed a beauty that far surpassed that of an ordinary lion, aptly named Little Beauty. They feasted on a delightful meal thanks to Little Beauty, which, while not entirely satisfying, would sustain them for 2 to 3 days. The external wounds on the rebellious cub had finally healed, and it was time to train him. However, Lin Yi discovered that the once frail cub had become quite lethargic. Having taken refuge in the tall grass for a nap instead of hunting as Lin Yi had instructed, Lin Yi wished to assess the cub's hunting abilities. Without sufficient strength, how could he hope to dominate the savannah? As this thought arose, Lin Yi realized he held somewhat high expectations for the cub. Despite feeling irked by the sight of him lazily sleeping, he had refrained from intervening in the past few days. It was only after a peculiar documentary crew began to stalk them, forcing Lin Yi and the 2 subadult lions to scavenge while famished, that he was compelled to confront the cub's idleness. With no experience in hunting, they found themselves in an area inhabited by wildebeests, surrounded by these creatures and buffalo. Yet, both Little Beauty and the rebellious cub were still subadults, lacking the strength needed. Lin Yi possessed strength, yet lacked experience. Without collaboration among the 3, they would go hungry. Little Beauty was diligent, setting out to hunt while Lin Yi rested, only to return battered and empty-pawed. Witnessing this, Lin Yi felt both pity and guilt. For the past few days, it had been Little Beauty doing the hunting, and he had worked hard enough. Tenderly, Lin Yi licked Little Beauty's wounds, pondering that whether human or animal, those with a strong sense of responsibility often bore the most injuries. Meanwhile, the rebellious cub continued to slumber, waiting for food to arrive unbidden. Lin Yi gazed at the injured Little Beauty and then at the rebellious cub, who would rather starve than hunt. He finally understood why 9484 deemed Dessen a cruel foster father. In any household, the state of this cub would drive parents to madness. At 2.5 years old, instead of learning to hunt and enhance his abilities, he merely sought handouts. Was this animal kingdom his home? Even with Lin Yi's generally good temperament, he could no longer tolerate the situation. He abruptly stood and walked toward the little lion. Meanwhile, Alvis, lying there, observed his foster father's figure and began to reassess his character. Over the past few days, he had listened to many of Lin Yi's heartfelt musings, his human voice resonating with beauty and charm. Lin Yi praised him daily for his good looks, cleanliness, and diligence. Yet, all of this was cultivated by Lin Yi. He favored industrious and tidy offspring. Alvis pondered if this time, Lin Yi would truly appreciate him. He believed he could become diligent, even if his physical condition was poor. As long as Lin Yi treated him well, he would strive to prevent his father from going hungry, no matter the cost, even if it meant enduring injuries. He realized that to forgive Lin Yi, all it took was a modicum of love and tenderness from him. All previous decisions had become a mere jest. Alvis even feared that humans would bring disaster upon Lin Yi, as his parents had been killed by that very group, who had been trailing him for years. He could not fathom why he suddenly felt anxious for Lin Yi, fearing he might meet the same fate as his parents. Just as this worry gripped him, he heard a noise, prompting Alvis to rise and glance into the distance, where, as expected, the group trailing him had returned. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he looked toward Lin Yi. Lin Yi was reprimanding the rebellious cub when he caught a whiff of unfamiliar scents and glanced in that direction. His heart sank, for among the strange odors, he detected the scent of unfamiliar lions. Instinctively, every hair on his body stood on end. The scent belonged to male lions, and as it wafted toward him, Lin Yi was momentarily paralyzed. There were not just 2, but 4 male lions approaching. As the unfamiliar lions drew nearer, even the lethargic Alvis became alert, his demeanor shifting to one of anxiety. As the sole adult male among the three lions, Lin Yi instinctively positioned himself at the forefront, quickly gathering the two subadult lions behind him for protection. The approaching strangers soon came into view. Lin Yi had not misidentified the scents. These were indeed male lions, all on the cusp of adulthood. For male lions, appearing slightly older than Little Beauty and Alvis, yet still not fully mature, as evidenced by their sparse manes. Nevertheless, Lin Yi did not dare to lower his guard. Even without full maturity, a coalition of 4 male lions was a formidable threat. Lions are inherently fierce, especially adult males who, in their quest for territory and dominance, will not hesitate to engage in bloodshed. There had once been a documentary illustrating the carnage wrought by such coalitions, where entire prides were annihilated in their wake. Their immense strength and insatiable ambition had devastated the savanna's ecosystem, leading to a dramatic decline in lion populations. Ultimately, human intervention was required to curtail their destructive behaviors, resulting in the demise of those male lions. Of course, across countless generations, it was rare for lions to encounter such large coalitions, even among cooperating prides. Male lions seldom ventured out to hunt together, as no single leader commanded them. Instead, they maintained a relationship of cooperation, mutual restraint, and balance. Lin Yi felt his limbs tremble, his heart racing in terror. Is this some kind of curse? How could I possibly encounter a coalition of male lions? Though they appear young, they are undeniably male lions. What shall I do? If a fight ensues, it could be to the death. Brothers, please, not now. Doubt began to settle in Lin Yi's mind as he simultaneously scanned for an escape route. Alvis, attuned to every thought Lin Yi harbored, recognized the gravity of the situation. Those 4 male lions were indeed a formidable challenge, and he lacked the strength to confront them, thus opting for avoidance. He noted how Lin Yi had changed. The once fearless foster father who dared challenge the leaders of lion coalitions now trembled in fear. Male lions are naturally combative. Yet Alvis had never observed a fiercer spirit than Lin Yi's. He had expected Lin Yi to charge into battle without hesitation, but was taken aback to witness his palpable fear. Alvis was uncertain, yet he understood that avoiding conflict was the wisest choice. They stood no chance against their opponents. The approaching lions soon took notice of Lin Yi's group, halting at a distance to observe, hesitant to approach. The inexplicably present documentary crew appeared exhilarated by the unfolding scene, and Lin Yi could even discern their excited chatter. This crew was unfamiliar to him, and he had no inkling of whom they were pursuing. Simultaneously, the live-streaming team that had been tracking Lin Yi also arrived on the scene. The atmosphere became charged with anticipation as both groups of lions refrained from taking action, clearly indicating that a confrontation was inevitable. The male lion Dessen, infamous for his ferocity, would likely be thrilled by such an encounter, wouldn't he? A handful of viewers in the live stream had already seen through Dessen's true nature, scoffing at the spectacle. They were unaware of what Dessen truly was, but I, having joined this stream from day one, was well aware. Initially, I held little interest, but Dessen's antics have certainly entertained me. Just look at your stream's introduction. A ferocious and valiant rogue male lion, reigning supreme on the savannah. Come witness the spectacle. I cannot help but question. Does this not unsettle you? What of Dessen? I am a newcomer, just arrived. Is he not formidable? I am but a lion enthusiast, drawn to strength. I would advise you to withdraw. Dessen will only lead to disappointment, and he is undoubtedly contemplating an escape at this moment. However, it is a rare opportunity to witness the Lion Alliance. Surely, a battle must ensue before departing. The opposing side has 4 members, while Dessen's side has 3. Is it not feasible to engage in combat? Do not entertain such thoughts. Previously, when Dessen was amidst the super lions, he was driven away after being injured by his own brother. Yet, the live stream's promotional script remains exuberant and humorous. Indeed, it is quite amusing. I came merely to witness Dessen's folly. After these days of observation, it is evident that everyone understands Dessen too well. When faced with danger, his instinct is to flee. But what else could he do? Lin Yi is not a simple-minded lion. He believes that preserving his life is paramount. He begins to devise an escape plan. But before he can flee, he must first ensure the safety of the 2 younger lions. Thus, he gestures for them to run ahead. The 2 young lions hide behind Lin Yi and retreat swiftly. Lin Yi's gaze is fixated on the 4 adversaries before him, their ferocity palpable, exuding an aura of majesty at first glance. Yet, internally, he is in a state of panic. Upon seeing the 2 younger lions flee, both teams become agitated, believing that Dessen's nature compels him to confront the 4 lion kings in single combat. The documentary team's commentary is ludicrous. Dessen is indeed a top-tier stray lion. Since he found Alvis, he has engaged in numerous battles, certainly no less than 50. Yet, every opponent he faced was easily vanquished. This time, he has finally encountered a worthy adversary, which must surely bring him joy. Lenny gazes in silence, thinking to himself, what on earth is there to be joyous about? These individuals truly speak without understanding the gravity of the situation. They are human and presume to fathom his thoughts. If he were not so formidable, no lion would welcome an encounter with a rival of the same sex, for such a meeting could indeed lead to death. As the impending clash looms, everyone curiously awaits the unfolding events. However, to their utter disbelief, almost simultaneously, Dessen and the four adversaries turn and flee. The documentary and live stream teams are momentarily speechless. What? Everyone exchanges glances, utterly astonished by the scene before them. It is understandable for Dessen to run. But why are the four lions fleeing? They have the advantage in numbers. The four lions might say, perhaps you do not fully comprehend us, we gather not to fight, but to bolster our courage. The opponent appears too formidable, his mane is lush, and we dare not challenge him lightly. What if one of my brothers were to perish at his jaws? Who among you would take responsibility? Lenny dashes away, fearing that those lions might pursue him. Only after he has run several miles, no longer detecting their scent, does he pause to catch his breath on the grass. He wonders about Xiao Mei and Alvis, hoping they have developed some self-preservation skills now that they are approaching maturity, and resolves to seek them out shortly. Lost in thought, he suddenly notices Xiao Mei running towards him, collapsing beside him. Perhaps out of concern for his safety, Xiao Mei sniffs Lenny, pausing when he detects no trace of blood. Lenny glances at him, contemplating. He genuinely seems worried about me. My own offspring is nowhere to be found. And yet this stranger exhibits more concern. However, Xiao Mei is truly handsome. Xiao Mei lies beside Lenny, his fur glistening in the light, each strand distinct. He appears remarkably clean, even his scent is faint. Lenny muses that Xiao Mei embodies the aesthetic of the animal kingdom. This behavior is reminiscent of Tiz, who often kept himself impeccably clean, exuding no offensive odors, and would gracefully present himself in Lin Yi's vicinity. Lin Yi understands that no lion is inherently fragrant, otherwise, their scent would not carry so far. Even he himself bears an unpleasant odor, but as a lion, he has little concern for such matters. Survival is what matters most. In contrast, Xiao Mei is exceptionally pristine. Lin Yi leans in to smell him, detecting a scent, albeit faint, which is akin to subtle fragrance. After catching a whiff of Xiao Mei, he turns to assess his own scent, nearly retching at the realization. Xiao Mei likely notices Lin Yi's strange behavior, and, after a moment's calm, his pink tongue lands on Lin Yi. Taken aback, Lin Yi turns to him in disbelief. Xiao Mei, with a calm demeanor, begins to groom Lin Yi's fur. Lin Yi remains still but is inwardly anxious. This is the first time he has been groomed by a lion. The sensation is both peculiar and novel. Wow, so this is what it feels like to be licked by a lion. No wonder my dear friend often engages in mutual grooming with lionesses. It is quite comforting. Xiao Mei is helping me groom. Who could resist such affection? Overcome with affection for the beautiful young lion, Lin Yi cannot resist the urge to play. He rolls over, pinning Xiao Mei's head with his large paws, ruffling his fur playfully. Xiao Mei appears bewildered, halting his grooming to gaze at his adoptive father with confusion. Alvis wonders, what is he doing? Why is he touching my head? If he enjoys being groomed, why does he reject my affection? I have never been inclined to serve my peers. For the 3 years spent alongside his adoptive father, Xiao Mei felt stifled. After his father's passing, he ascended as the ruler of the plains. No lion could partake in his service. In pursuit of vengeance, he never established a pride, his sole responsibility being to lead his brothers in battle against the Ryman lion pride. This formidable pride, led by 3 strong leaders, was infamous for their ruthlessness, leaving no survivors in their wake. Upon becoming the chief of the Alliance Lions, his singular aim became the annihilation of this pride, not only for his parents, but for the majority of his kin on the plains. He is not adept at grooming others, nor does he wish to perform such acts for fellow lions. His adoptive father would have received such treatment, but he never permitted Xiao Mei to approach. Yet this time, his adoptive father draws near, praising him. Suddenly, Lin Yi presses Xiao Mei's head against his belly, in a fit of playful exuberance. Lin Yi loses himself in the moment, failing to notice how he is engaging with the young lion. It is only when he feels a warm, sharp sensation on his belly that he ceases his playful nibbles. What the heck, Xiao Mei? You weirdo. I'm a male, what are you doing? Xiao Mei's barbed tongue has grazed him inappropriately. The sensation of pain halts Lin Yi's playful antics, prompting him to shy away from Xiao Mei's advances. While intimate gestures between lions are commonplace, Lin Yi is not accustomed to such familiarity. He can indulge in the affection of the lions he desires, but he cannot allow a young lion to be overtly intimate with him, particularly when Xiao Mei is of the same sex. It is essential to note that lions, being mere animals, engage in close interactions, believing that such behaviors strengthen bonds. While some male lions may partake in chaotic sexual relationships, their intentions are not for procreation, love, or desire, but rather to solidify their connection, demonstrating that their bond is as strong as iron. Viewed from a human perspective, the relationships among male lions may seem bewildering. Yet, as animals, there is little criticism of their actions, which are often regarded as a unique behavioral trait of lions. When in human form, Lin Yi might view these relationships as inconsequential, but as a lion, he would never engage in such behavior with another male lion. It seems that the relationship between him and his brother Derlin has not reached such depths. Otherwise, Derlin would not have expelled him for a mere green tea lion. Upon reflection, this is somewhat reassuring, indicating that he has not been corrupted by the lion's poisonous influence and remains a genuine straight male lion. As a human soul, his inclination towards the soft and plush, particularly the fierce lion, is evident. However, as an adult male lion, he finds such behaviors with the same sex rather peculiar, which compels him to avoid intimacy with other lions. Once again evading the affectionate advances of Xiao Mei, Lin Yi emitted a dissatisfied grunt, prompting Xiao Mei to cease his affectionate gestures. After resting for a while, Lin Yi rose, determined to search for his wayward son. Yar had hidden himself somewhere, and although that lazy fellow was nowhere to be found, Lin Yi could not proceed with task 9484 without him. Moreover, it seemed that Yar would prove valuable in the future, while he was unaware of what lay ahead. He believed that being the protagonist of a documentary must entail some significance. He sniffed the air but detected no trace of Yar, leading him to retrace his steps. Xiao Mei knew of Yar's whereabouts but was reluctant to bring him back, not wishing for him to linger around his adoptive father. His psyche was perplexing on one hand. He did not want his adoptive father to focus on other lions, yet on the other, he was unwilling to let other lions usurp his position. Despite knowing that staying close to his adoptive father might lead to an undesirable fate, he still sought him out. He was unsure of what to make of his actions this time, and pondered why he could not let go of Dessen. It appeared that the hardships of his previous life had been in vain. However, upon further reflection, he realized that without his adoptive father Dessen, he would have perished on the grasslands at the tender age of 1, never reaching adulthood. Had his father not compelled him to hunt and acquire essential skills, he would have lacked survival advantages on the plains. Remarkably, he had begun to justify his adoptive father's actions. Lin Yi eventually found Yar, who was hiding in the tall grass. Had he not seen Lin Yi return for him, he would have remained concealed. Lin Yi felt relieved to see that Yar was uninjured and affectionately licked his head to soothe him, calling for the two young lions to follow him. As the head of the family, Lin Yi believed he could not lead the young lions aimlessly in a world fraught with peril, where relaxation was a luxury. He must find a territory suitable for 3 lions to settle down, allowing them to contemplate other matters. Otherwise, survival would become a challenge, rendering all other problems moot. Lin Yi inquired of 9484, "My dear, do you know of any areas nearby suitable for territorial establishment?" Upon hearing the call, 9484 promptly responded, "Let me check the map for you." Lin Yi replied, "You have a map? May I have a glance?" In an earnest tone, 9484 responded, "Maps require points for redemption. And as the host, you currently possess none, nor has anyone rewarded you, so I cannot show you." Lin Yi clicked his tongue in annoyance. How stingy. Not even a glance. 9484 remained silent, rummaging through the information until finally locating an area with prey. Walk southwest for over 500 meters. There is a waterhole abundant with game. I did not detect any lions nearby. Lin Yi assessed the direction. He had a decent sense of orientation, yet in such vast plains, he felt a bit disoriented. Which way is southwest? 9484 replied, "Perhaps you require a compass. Will you provide one?" "I will not. It requires points for redemption." Lin Yi sighed, realizing that without points, words were futile, and chose to remain silent. However, Jarvis could comprehend Lin Yi's inner thoughts. Though he was unaware of whom Lin Yi was conversing with, he understood how to discern direction. Yet, Lin Yi was oblivious to whether Jarvis could interpret his intentions. As Lin Yi contemplated which direction led southwest, he suddenly heard Xiao Mei emit a low growl towards the direction of the wind. a gentle sound that seemed to serve as a reminder. Lin Yi paused, then recalled his studies on East Africa's climate during his visit, typically during the long rainy season. The winds blow from the north or northeast. This indicated that the wind was originating from the northern region, and once he pinpointed north, southwest would be easily determined. After some deliberation, he realized that Xiaomei was indeed pointing towards the southwest. Surprised and skeptical, he glanced at Xiaomei, who was now striding confidently in that direction. Lin Yi was astonished. Could it be that lions possess an innate sense of navigation? How did Xiaomei know where he wished to go? This conundrum filled Lin Yi's mind, and he found Xiaomei somewhat enigmatic. Despite resembling Tiz, could this lion truly discern his thoughts? Or was it merely coincidence? Lin Yi, uncertain, followed Xiaomei's lead alongside Yar. After walking 500 meters, they stumbled upon an oasis with a large waterhole, where herbivores were drinking. Evidently, this locale was ideal for establishing a stable residence, as it was accompanied by a dense thicket, perfect for rest and sleep. Lin Yi felt certain this was the place. He led Xiaomei and Yar on a perimeter check, discovering no scent of lion prides or other predators. Finally, 9484 had performed a commendable service. Lin Yi felt a swell of relief, a bit fatigued. He yearned to quench his thirst at the waterhole, disregarding the two youngsters as he approached the water. With no food available, water would suffice to satiate his hunger. Just as he contemplated a future free from thirst, a tremendous commotion erupted near the waterhole, as an antelope was dragged beneath the surface, leaving behind a trail of crimson. Startled, Lin Yi observed a crocodile's tail surface before disappearing again. Upon closer inspection, he realized the water teemed with crocodiles. No wonder there were no lion prides stationed here. They likely could not contend with the crocodiles. Lin Yi halted, pivoting to return. Xiaomei and Yer stood on the bank, and Lin Yi mused, yet another day of hunger. Darkness approaches, and I cannot even have a sip of water, let alone muster the strength to hunt. I shall rest until tomorrow. He led Xiaomei and Yar to find a place to rest, quickly locating a suitable den. Lin Yi burrowed into the thicket, ignoring the two young ones. Yer wished to follow but was deterred by a low growl from Xiaomei. Confused, Yer looked at Xiaomei, uncertain of his intentions. Lin Yi, too weary to concern himself with their dynamics, felt utterly drained after days without sustenance. Surviving on the vast plains proved to be a formidable challenge. Even a simple sip of water was elusive. He resolved to rest well and hunt in due course. Under this plan, he gradually succumbed to slumber. Yar attempted several times to enter and seek Lin Yi, only to be thwarted by Xiaomei. Uncertain of Xiaomei's motives, Yar perceived that Xiaomei was clearly unwelcoming. As Lin Yi slept soundly, snoring, darkness enveloped the land. Xiaomei glanced at the thicket where Lin Yi lay and rose to chase Yar away. When Yar noticed Xiaomei approaching, he let out a startled yelp, yet Lin Yi remained undisturbed in his slumber, as Xiaomei's eyes glimmered with an eerie green light in the nocturnal shadows. Yar succumbed to fear, roaring loudly, thus awakening Lin Yi. Startled awake by the commotion, Lin Yi opened his eyes, hearing Yar's frantic cries, and felt irritation swell within him. He emerged from the thicket, directing an annoyed growl at Yar to silence him. In the stillness of the night, amidst the cacophony, one would hardly fear being devoured by other beasts. Yet, little Mei was different. He lay on the ground, seemingly asleep. Lin Yi pondered. How could this lion remain so tranquil? He gestured for Yair to return, and Yair swiftly darted to Lin Yi's side, disappearing into the underbrush. Lin Yi followed suit. However, as little Mei rested on the grass, an inexplicable surge of anger welled within him. His adoptive father had never treated him with such kindness, not even allowing them to share a thicket, let alone maintain a distance of 10 meters. Yet now, he lavished attention upon a stranger lion. This ignited genuine fury within him. With a long sigh, he decided to leave. What purpose did he serve by staying? No matter his actions, he felt unloved by his adoptive father. It seemed wisest to depart. After a brief slumber, Lin Yi awoke in the dead of night, feeling the urge to relieve himself. Yair lay soundly beside him, yet little Mei was nowhere to be found. He ventured outside, searching the vicinity but finding no trace of Mei. Lin Yi mused where this creature could have wandered off to, and ventured further to relieve himself. However, after walking a mere dozen meters, he caught the scent of prey. A flicker of excitement ignited within him. Were there more beasts lurking nearby? Regardless of the nature of these creatures, as long as they were not a multitude of lions or hyenas, everything here belonged to Lin Yi. After all, he was a lion king, was he not? With this thought, he strode towards the source of the tantalizing scent, contemplating a grand endeavor for the night. Who dared to hunt in his domain? After a few hundred meters, he spotted a familiar silhouette, the scent faint yet recognizable. A jolt of surprise coursed through him. Was that a lion? He observed as it dragged something in its mouth, instinctively believing it to be little May. Had May forsaken rest to hunt? Lin Yi felt a pang of pity. May's industriousness starkly contrasted with Yea's lethargy. He found himself convinced that May would one day emerge as a formidable leader on the savannah. While he struggled to accept that the slumbering child could become a legendary figure. As Lin Yi approached, it was evident that May had noticed him, dropping the freshly caught antelope at Lin Yi's feet. Yet soon after, he collapsed on the grass, panting heavily, perhaps exhausted from his exertions. Lin Yi, sensing the faint scent of blood on May, hesitated to indulge in the meal. Upon closer inspection, he discovered several bite wounds on May, as if he had battled another fierce creature. What predator could inflict such injuries upon a lion? Was there a pride nearby? Where had this prey originated? Who had May fought, sustaining such injuries? Lin Yi nestled beside May, this time disregarding any disdain for May being a male lion. He gently licked the wounds, offering comfort. Startled, May turned to gaze at Lin Yi in disbelief. Ye thought to himself, is he truly concerned for me? He had never shown such affection before. Chapter 7. He understood that his adoptive father did not recognize him, merely mistaking him for an unfamiliar young male lion, which is why he showed him kindness. Yet, the other young lion mistaken for his adoptive son could join him in the thicket. Ye contemplated, if only his father could recognize him. Would he allow him to share the thicket? He was uncertain, yet he found himself yearning for this fleeting tenderness, having never experienced the warmth of kinship in his life. At the tender age of 1, his loving parents had been slain by a pride of swamp lions, leaving his world shattered. To survive, he had followed a wandering male lion, who later became his adoptive father. If his adoptive father was indeed ferocious, he had never harmed him as a mere cub. If he was kind, he had never shown kindness toward him. His father was a contradiction. Yet, at one moment, everything seemed to transform. His adoptive father changed. The reason for this transformation eluded him. Feeling the gentle licking upon his wounds, Ye suddenly believed that all his suffering and exhaustion were worthwhile. He had intended to leave, but en route, he encountered a leopard hunting. Remembering that his adoptive father had not eaten in days, he decided to contest the leopard for sustenance. The injuries upon him were inflicted by the leopard, and neither side gained the upper hand, for the leopard too bore wounds, as he was a lion, and the leopard still feared him. Thus, he managed to wrest food from the leopard, intending to drag it back for his father. Yet, unexpectedly, his father followed him. Little May urged Lin Yi to eat swiftly, lest nearby predators catch wind of the scent. However, the first to arrive was not a hunter, but the wayward son. While Lin Yi continued to tend to May's wounds, young Ye rushed towards the prey, beginning to feast without regard for Lin Yi or May. Lin Yi felt a twinge of selfishness in Ye. He began to voraciously tear into the prey, indulging himself. May grew incensed, as this was the prey he had brought back for his father, not for a young lion. He wished to express his anger, yet upon seeing Lin Yi, he stifled his roar of frustration. Lin Yi released May, this time no longer indulging Ye. Rising, visibly displeased, he approached and shouldered Ye aside, attempting to drive him away. Ye, ears pinned back, lay confused upon the ground, clearly perplexed by Lin Yi's intentions. Once more, Lin Yi urged him on, insisting he hunt for himself. He could not continue to coddle him, even in hunting. What a frustrating existence it was, to be an animal worrying over such trivial matters. Suddenly driven away, Ye felt slightly wronged, whimpering incessantly. Lin Yi paid no heed to his whimpers, pretending to gnaw at Ye's fur, causing him discomfort and startling him. The young creature sprang to his feet, fleeing several meters away. Lin Yi followed, determined that tonight, if Ye failed to procure food, neither would he partake. Little May had initially intended to share the prey with his father, but now he had to hasten to drag the prey after them. Lin Yi drove Ye towards the herd of prey, his intentions unmistakable. Today, if Ye did not hunt successfully, he would not eat a morsel. He crouched in the tall grass, observing Ye's performance. Just as he had nudged Ye forward, he caught a whiff of prey again. Turning, he discovered Little May approaching, dragging his catch. Lin Yi's heart swelled with warmth. How could this little male lion be so commendable? He had refrained from eating, wishing for May to enjoy the fruits of his labor. Those who hunted deserved their reward, and he could not keep consuming May's hard-earned sustenance. Yet, it appeared May had the same sentiment. He cast the prey near Lin Yi and stood vigilantly, watching him. With no other option, Lin Yi, fearing the prey might be snatched away, accepted the offering. Once May saw Lin Yi partake, he too settled down to feast, while the wayward son, sensing the scent of prey, returned only to be frightened away by Lin Yi's growls. Yair felt the unfairness of it all, erupting into cries upon the grass, provoking Lin Yi to rise and lash out at him. Perceiving the commotion caused by Yair's cries, Mei recognized the surrounding threats, spotting lurking intruders. He sprang up and let out a warning cry towards Lin Yi. Just as Lin Yi had swatted Yair, he saw Mei rushing towards him. As soon as Mei dashed away, the remaining prey was seized by other hunters. Lin Yi was taken aback, utilizing his night vision. He discerned 4 male lions encircling the prey. Once again, the same predicament unfolded. These ferocious creatures remained, lured by the scent of their prey. Now, unable to hunt or feed, Lin Yi contemplated retreat. However, Xiao Mei appeared agitated, roaring at the 4 male lions as if displeased that his quarry was being snatched away. The situation was increasingly frustrating for Lin Yi. He was resolute in avoiding confrontation. He would never engage in battle over a single prey against those 4 formidable adversaries, as he doubted his chances of victory. Yet, Xiao Mei seemed to lose his composure, witnessing the prey being torn apart. Without hesitation, he charged forward. One of the male lions stepped up to confront him, and Lin Yi was struck with fear. Yao Wei's too was frightened and swiftly fled, leaving Lin Yi uncertain whether to advance or retreat. Had Xiao Mei lost his senses? How could he possibly contend with 4 male lions? Was this not a death wish? Yao Wei's could distinctly hear the thoughts of his guardian. He recognized the vast disparity in strength. Yet his guardian had yet to consume his prey when these intruders arrived to seize it. Yao Wei's, too, had his pride. The Lion King would rather fight to the death than retreat. In his past life, he perished alongside the Realman Pride in a fierce battle. Even in death, the Lion King's authority must not be challenged. To have these creatures provoke him in his presence was intolerable. Previously, they had crossed paths without conflict. He could choose to avoid battle, but now they were trespassing on his territory. He could not allow this affront. Xiao Mei's demeanor was fierce, exhibiting bravery beyond that of a subadult male lion, daring to challenge 4 adversaries. What immense courage that required. The ferocity of lion fights was terrifying, and Lin Yi dared not approach, retreating a considerable distance while the rebellious one disappeared from sight. Lin Yi pondered how he could assist Xiao Mei. A reckless attack without strategy against such overwhelming strength would surely result in disaster. As he observed the 4 lions beginning to encircle Xiao Mei, Lin Yi steadied himself and sought a solution. The viewers in the live stream could no longer contain their frustration. Why the delay in action? Dessen, the lion, was proving to be a great disappointment. At such a critical moment, how could he stand idly by while the young lion fought alone? It was futile to watch. They knew Dessen's character all too well. Today, he would likely witness the young lion fall victim to the lion coalition. Oh, young lion, do not perish. I came to see you. You were so endearing and kind to Dessen. The traitorous lion had long fled, leaving the poor cub to face death alone in the night. The viewers were disgusted. Why not act? He was a fully grown male lion. After all, it was infuriating, and they began to exit the live stream, expressing their disdain. No wonder there were so few viewers. Could a lion like this truly captivate an audience? Ridiculous. As Yao Wei's engaged in fierce combat with the 4 male lions while Lin Yi remained passive, the viewer count in the live stream plummeted. From nearly 100, it dwindled to just a couple dozen. Audiences expressed their disappointment in Dessen's actions, although they were aware of his nature. Witnessing the young lion confront 4 formidable foes without intervention was disheartening for human viewers. With the dwindling audience, the comments and discussions in the live stream diminished, leaving only Yao Wei's facing the 4 male lions alone. Just as viewers criticized the wandering male lion Dessen, a miraculous scene unfolded. Just as it seemed the young lion would be overwhelmed by the 4 foes, the wandering lion, previously concealed in the underbrush, leaped forward with a sudden ferocity, colliding with the lion that had seized Xiao Mei, launching a rapid counterattack. He clamped his jaws around the spine of the attacking lion, with a bit more force. He could surely snap it. Just as he prepared to exert his strength, the lion he had seized suddenly relented, laying down and whimpering in submission. Upon hearing the sound, the other 3 lions ceased their assault, turning to regard Lin Yi and their dominant brother. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback but did not release his hold on the lion, growling a deep, resonant warning, though his entire body trembled. The other 3 lions, perceiving the risk of their brother being killed, promptly laid down in a gesture of submission. Witnessing this, Yao Wei's was equally stunned, momentarily forgetting his own pain. He had assumed his guardian would disregard him. Still gripping the lion, Lin Yi felt a gentle lick along his tail, causing him to freeze momentarily before gradually loosening his grip. The lion, spared from death, took a moment to recover before turning to Lin Yi in a conciliatory manner. Lin Yi's limbs trembled, and it was only when Xiao Mei approached and nuzzled against him that Lin Yi exhaled a sigh of relief. Seeing the murderous intent dissipate from the others, he turned to urge Xiao Mei to leave, positioning himself as a rear guard. Xiao Mei hesitated for a moment before turning back to retrieve his prey. Observing his reckless determination for food, Lin Yi remained silent for several seconds. Indeed, survival on the vast grasslands hinged on sustenance. With his gaze fixed on the 4 lions, Lin Yi began to retreat slowly, ensuring the safety of the food-laden Xiao Mei. Fortunately, the 4 lions did not pursue. After covering some distance, Lin Yi assisted Xiao Mei in carrying the prey until they finally settled down to eat. This time, Lin Yi did not hesitate. He tore into the carcass first, with Xiao Mei following closely behind. Once they had consumed the entire prey, they quickly departed. Having satiated his hunger, Lin Yi no longer felt inclined to search for the rebellious one, Yao. As he led Xiao Mei in search of a secure resting place, a sudden notification resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host. Your live stream has received its first tip, totaling 10. Congratulations, host. Your live stream has received its first gift, valued at 5. Lin Yi was momentarily stunned. Oh? 9484 sent a celebratory message. Wow, it turns out my host can be this impressive. That was truly magnificent. See? Such charisma attracts tips. My dream of leveling up is within reach. Flattered by the sudden praise, Lin Yi felt a swell of pride. Momentarily forgetting the trembling of his limbs during the earlier confrontation, Lin Yi responded, of course. Who do you think I am? Those 4 cannot compare to me. 9484 replied. You were spectacular. I am now your devoted fan. Let us conquer the grasslands together. The previous scene had indeed been striking, captivating even Yao Wei's heart. In his memories, his guardian had always been formidable. Yet, he now realized that beneath his guardian's tough exterior lay a heart filled with trepidation. Even in the moment of saving him, fear resided within. Reflecting on his past biases against his guardian, Yao Wei's resolved to reassess him from this point forward. Lin Yi led Xiao Mei to a thicket where they would rest for the night. He entered first, and Xiao Mei followed closely, lying beside Lin Yi and gently resting his head within the lush mane. Aware of Xiao Mei's injuries, Lin Yi did not shy away. Instead, he tenderly licked the wounds until the bleeding ceased. Xiao Mei dared not move, his heart racing to the point of breathlessness. For the first time, sharing a thicket with his guardian, he was not met with hostility or rejection, but rather gentle care. In such tenderness, he fell into a deep slumber, enjoying a night of peaceful rest. Lin Yi, however, was in a state of half-consciousness, simultaneously sleeping and worrying about the rebellious one. At dawn, he sensed something amiss, quickly rising to investigate, only to discover the 4 lions from the previous night had reappeared outside the thicket where they had taken refuge. Lin Yi. As one of the male lions noticed Lin Yi awakening, it slowly rose and approached him. Gone was the ferocity of the previous night. Instead, it transformed into a demeanor reminiscent of a tender spouse, nuzzling against Lin Yi's neck. Male lion, from now on, you shall be our big brother. We shall follow you. To solidify our bond, I hope you will take me. Lin Yi. The male lion lay on the ground, its tail raised high, exhibiting a posture of submission, presenting its rear to Lin Yi. Lin Yi was taken aback. The male lion, while playfully inviting Lin Yi, resembled a female lion in heat. No one understood the intentions behind this lion's behavior better than Lin Yi. Perhaps, after the battle of the previous night, this creature willingly conceded and sought an alliance. An alliance need not follow such conventions, right? Yalvis, sensing an unfamiliar scent, emerged to witness the leader of the male lion coalition in a submissive stance, inviting his adoptive father for a deeper exchange. Yalvis, is my adoptive father fond of this? Chapter 8. The appearance of the adoptive father indeed exuded authority. His lush mane showcasing strength and status, and his massive physique marked him as a formidable presence among lions. Upon closer inspection, the adoptive father possessed the quintessential lion visage, more handsome than the 4 male lions, although Yalvis's understanding of beauty as an animal was rather abstract. However, when the adoptive father stood alongside those 4 lions, he appeared exceptionally majestic and striking. Among those 4, one was particularly unattractive, to the extent that Yalvis could hardly bear to glance at him a second time. In contrast, the adoptive father emerged as the most handsome among them. This very allure became the foundation for the adoptive father's audacious incursions into lion prides across the grasslands, where he sowed his wild oats. Before the age of 5, their son, the adoptive father, had no female lions around him, only those who exploited him. However, as he matured, he began to engage in nefarious activities on the plains. With his splendid mane and symmetrical appearance, he tirelessly captivated the hearts of female lions, who were also members of the Beauty Association. Handsome male lions easily found mates, while the less attractive ones faced dire challenges. Yalvis emitted a cautious roar towards the 4 male lions, but they regarded him with indifference. Lin Yi's fierce gaze attempted to intimidate them, yet they remained unfazed. For their leader was in pursuit of affection. The 4 male lions maintained sexual relations among themselves, with only the leader being off-limits for them. It was solely the leader who took advantage of his subordinates. Their strength paled in comparison to that of their leader, compelling them to submit. And such behavior garnered their leader's protection. Now, confronted with a more powerful stray male lion, the 4 brothers naturally supported their leader's pursuit of a new alpha. In the eyes of the leader, any lion capable of commanding his submission could do as they pleased, a common occurrence in prides abundant with male lions. While some relationships may be innocent, they are scarce. In truth, the addition of these 4 lions was beneficial for Lin Yi. Yet he could not express acceptance in the same manner as other lions. He opted to ignore the leader's advances, bypassing his courtship entirely. However, the male lion was undeterred and insisted on following Lin Yi, appearing most attentive, engaging in inappropriate displays of affection despite being on the verge of adulthood, leaving Lin Yi speechless and equally bewildering the live stream audience. Really, mate? You are a male lion. If one were unaware, they might think you were about to give birth. The sight of a male lion acting coy was unprecedented. Dear son, are you truly a male lion? If so, take the plunge. Who would have thought that the spoils of last night's battle would yield not brothers, but lovers? Are all creatures in this animal kingdom so brazen? Hilariously, this live stream was indeed unique. While protagonists in other streams flaunted their might, here, the main character was engaged in a different pursuit. This also indicated that Der Sun possessed a certain charm. Had the individuals who criticized him yesterday come to apologize today? Apologize? It's remarkable, they merely refrained from disparaging him. The moderators even mentioned that yesterday's stream faced complaints, nearly resulting in a ban. Truly, it was madness. Viewers were so agitated. Even a mere Animal Kingdom live stream could incite such reactions. Even if Der Sun fled last night, it was for self-preservation. He had no reason to sacrifice himself for a lion he hardly knew. While this reasoning held true, he fortunately did not abandon the young male lion, instead gaining fame through battle. Indeed, this morning's platform homepage was plastered with promotional material heralding his triumph over 4 male lions. My Der Sun is on the rise. If he continues to exhibit such prowess, he will surely eclipse the neighboring orca. The orca gained fame through a battle with a shark, and I hope Der Sun possesses similar capabilities. Lin Yi, too, felt compelled by circumstance. Even without the ability to confront 4 lions, he would have saved the young male lion, even at the cost of his life. For throughout their journey, he recognized the young lion's kindness, and even after only a few days of acquaintance, Lin Yi regarded him as a rare gem among lions. Should he eventually raise this rebellious cub, should it choose a life of wandering, he could at least have the young lion as a reliable companion, alleviating his fears of survival. However, the pressing issue was that 4 male lions had now joined him, and they seemed intent on following his every move, even watching him when he needed to relieve himself. Lin Yi could only seek refuge in the tall grass, keeping a watchful eye on them while hastily attending to his needs. Other lions did not follow, but Xiaomei did. As Lin Yi rose, Xiaomei darted in. Lin Yi called out, shooing Xiaomei away. His plan today was to stake a territory, but with the addition of these 4 male lions, he was uncertain whether he should still proceed. Yet, should he choose not to claim territory, what would happen in the event of an invasion by another pride? And where had that rebellious cub gone? Lin Yi had no clues whatsoever, hoping fervently for his safety. While deep in thought, he heard a soft call from nearby. Looking over, he saw a young lion approaching him. It was Yal, seeking him out. Lin Yi felt a surge of joy. Despite Yal's habitual laziness, seeing him safe and sound before him brought happiness. He dashed towards Yal, followed closely by a throng of male lions, causing Yal to panic and quickly hide. Lin Yi reached his side and greeted him with a few playful huffs, but the male lions remained persistent, keen on facilitating the bond between Lin Yi and their leader. Lin Yi chose to disregard them. Continuing forward, he was determined to claim the territory. He aimed to secure a radius of over 10 miles to prevent any unforeseen incidents, wishing for a few days of peaceful existence. The prey within this area was not particularly abundant. If it were only the 3 of them, they could survive for 2 to 3 months. However, With the addition of the 4 male lions, it would likely last only a month. But he would enjoy this fleeting comfort while it lasted. He could be considered the leader of a pride now, albeit entirely composed of male lions. This fact rendered it even more formidable. The male lion coalition posed a significant threat to the plains. If the Lion King restrained them from disrupting the ecological balance, there would be no issues. However, should the Lion King be warlike, leading his subordinates into relentless battles, it would spell disaster for other prides on the grasslands. Lin Yi did not wish to become such a Lion King. Should these 4 insist on following him, he would certainly impose his authority as king to restrain them. Yet, in truth, these 4 were also disinclined towards combat. Their union was merely a means of survival, and they exhibited little interest in fighting, only engaging in conflicts over prey. Now that their leader had been bested by an adult male lion, the brothers sought to solidify their relationship with the Lion King through acts of servitude. Observing Lin Yi's indifference towards their leader, the other brothers decided to take action. Lin Yi sought a moment of tranquility and ventured out alone to explore his territory. Feeling fatigued, he found a secluded spot to rest. Just as he lay down, a male lion approached him. Having learned to discern others through scent, he recognized that this lion was not the leader. Assuming the lion had some business with him, he cautiously rose to observe the creature. To his surprise, the lion sniffed around him, then lay down on the grass, ears flattened, mimicking the behavior of a courting alpha. Lin Yi was taken aback. The lion whimpered and called out to him, but despite the effort, its voice remained deep and resonant. Realizing that the dynamics within this group of male lions were peculiar, Lin Yi noted that while other coalitions of lions wreaked havoc across the plains, these 4 seemed to engage in peculiar interactions amongst themselves. It was no wonder their combat prowess was so lacking. After once again declining the lions' advances, Lin Yi stood and departed. Over the course of several hours in his territory, he encountered all 4 brothers, each exhibiting the same behaviors and actions. Lin Yi felt an unyielding resolve. They would not relent until he accepted their overtures. However, he could not entertain such ideas. He could not engage in such acts, not with male lions, nor with lionesses. As dusk approached, his 2 cubs finally sought him out, and Lin Yi, weary, lay down to rest, with the cubs nestled around him. It seemed they had been trailing him the entire day. Just as he contemplated this, Yal, one of the cubs, began to mimic the others, playfully whining and wagging his tail. Xiaomei observed him with indifference. Soon after, Lin Yi swatted Yal away, exclaiming, "Damn it, rebellious child. You learn the bad habits instead of the good ones. I am your guardian, not your lover. Engaging in such behavior would be a breach of ethics." Although animals do not comprehend the concept of ethics, many instinctively avoid inbreeding, fully aware of its dangers. For instance, a Lion King will often leave the pride or expel his offspring upon their maturity to prevent inbreeding. However, daughters, as lionesses, typically remain with their natal prides, continuing to live alongside their mothers, necessitating the departure of the Lion King. This behavior has become an ingrained memory within their genetics. Moreover, Lin Yi, possessing the soul of a human, could not entertain such thoughts, no matter how Yal might feel. As a guardian, he could never engage in inappropriate relations with his ward. He kicked Yal away once more, warning, "If you dare act like this again, I will put you in your place. You may pursue other male lions, but you shall never pursue your father." Xiaomei, who could clearly hear Lin Yi's thoughts, looked gravely at him as he chastised the young lion. Yalvis pondered, realizing his father's true intentions. Just then, Lin Yi distanced himself from the cubs, lying beside Xiaomei, sighing deeply. He affectionately licked Xiaomei's cheek, murmuring softly, "You are truly exceptional, thoughtful, diligent, and untainted by inappropriate relations. I cherish your kind of lion. They are all out of sorts, but you remain steadfast." In the animal kingdom, handsome male lions with a normal disposition are indeed rare. Lin Yi's mood grew complex as he gazed at the approaching male lions. Who would have imagined that a pride composed solely of males would be embroiled in such disarray? Humans need not worry about these creatures wreaking havoc, for they lack the strength to do so. Otherwise, a coalition of 7 male lions would indeed be formidable. Lost in contemplation, Lin Yi suddenly felt a sharp bite on the nape of his neck, causing him to hiss in pain. Was Xiaomei actually biting him? As a Lion King, could the nape be treated with such disregard? Yet Xiaomei bit him only briefly before letting go, leaving Lin Yi bewildered by her actions. He observed Xiaomei licking him afterward. Unsure of her intentions, Yalvis merely sought to probe. Since his guardian disapproved of relations with other lions, perhaps he was contemplating something with him? He bit at his guardian in a playful challenge, noting the absence of retaliation. This realization began to dawn on him. Yalvis thought, although I lack experience. If my guardian desires such a connection, I am not opposed. Perhaps he prefers not to be in the dominant position? Chapter 9 presented a novel revelation. In Yalvis's memories, his guardian had always avoided relationships with male lions, despite their strength, showing a preference for lionesses. Even without the opportunity to establish a pride, he sought ways to leave his legacy on the plains. The later Dasun became a notorious seducer, utilizing his extensive survival experience to woo countless lionesses. Many male lions discovered his exploits, resulting in numerous scars on his body, evidence of his reckless endeavors. Yalvis held disdain for such behavior, recognizing it as a repugnant act. He could never partake in such actions, yet his guardian did. He had presumed his guardian remained unchanged, unaware that this time, his guardian had transformed entirely, revealing an unexpectedly gentle and kind nature. Upon reflecting, he realized that his guardian's previous cruelty stemmed from a desire to maintain their bond, seeing him merely as a cub he had raised, not as a true male lion. However, upon misidentifying the lion this time, Yalvis felt an immediate affection upon their first encounter. Thus, their relationship was impeded by the barriers of identity. Surely, the guardian could seek Yalvis if he truly desired such a connection. Did his guardian perceive such a vast chasm between them? As Lin-Yi watched the 4 male lions approaching, Yalvis gazed back at him. If his guardian genuinely wished to forge a deeper bond, Yalvis suddenly felt that all past grievances could be forgiven. If that is truly his desire, then I am certainly willing to engage with him. Although I lack experience, I am a pure male lion. For my guardian, I could embrace this role. After contemplating these thoughts, Yalvis exhaled deeply, realizing he could let go of his hatred. Recognizing he may have misjudged his guardian, deep down, his guardian longed to care for him, though he seemed unaware that his actions contradicted his true feelings. Lin-Yi, without any conscious effort, had managed to redeem the character of Dasun in Yalvis's eyes, transforming him not only into a figure of innocence, but also into a source of pain. As Yalvis recalled the circumstances surrounding his guardian's death in a previous life, feelings of guilt washed over him. He felt fortunate that fate had granted him a second chance. Otherwise, he would have remained oblivious to his guardian's true intentions. No. From this moment forth, the wandering lion Anderson would no longer be a foster father, but rather a lion desiring a relationship with him, in a sense, a companion. With this thought, Alves rubbed against Lin-Yi's mane, and Lin-Yi did not disapprove of his actions. This further solidified Alves's belief that his foster father truly cared for him. Alves, this revelation has genuinely astonished me. My formidable and dignified foster father has been interested in me all along, and I had been completely oblivious. It turns out he raised me with the intention of becoming my partner. He must strive to make his foster father unable to resist him. To prevent him from harming other lionesses in the future, he aims to make his foster father lose interest in them. With this resolve, Alves decided to remain close to his foster father from now on. Lin-Yi, entirely unaware of the little lion's thoughts, merely perceived Alves as the most normal among the lions, which is why he felt inclined to draw closer to the little beauty. It displeased Lin-Yi to see his rebellious son emulating those 4 rascals. Even if he understood the nature of lions, he would not allow the 2 young ones following him to behave like those 4. Lin-Yi would supervise them, ensuring their healthy growth. The 4 foolish lions genuinely wished for Lin-Yi to be their leader. They were undeterred by his rejections and came up with various antics. Since the Lion King was unwilling to engage with them, it implied that he favored lionesses. Thus far, they could not assist the Lion King in finding a mate. They could only maintain his favor through feeding. The 4 rascals dragged their prey towards Lin-Yi, dropping it before him, and settled obediently in the grass, softly beckoning him to partake in the meal. Unmoved, Lin-Yi remained still, and they followed suit. Observing that no lion was eating, Alves cautiously approached, only to be startled by Lin-Yi's roar. Alves quickly lay down. Lin-Yi understood that if he consumed the food brought by the 4 fools, it would signify his acceptance of them. After contemplating for a moment, adhering to the philosophy of having more brothers as allies, Lin-Yi stood and began to eat. Although accepting these rascals would slightly crowd the territory, they would surely have a contingency plan, right? Once Lin-Yi commenced his meal, the 4 rascals began to smack their lips, salivating profusely. As lions, their hierarchical structure was evident. Lin-Yi did not mind sharing a meal, yet when he started to eat, none dared to join him. He quickly consumed a portion, still feeling unsatisfied. But upon noticing the gazes of the other lions fixated on him and the prey, he decided to step away. The moment he did, the 4 rascals surged forward, surrounding the entire carcass, the sounds of tearing flesh resonating prominently in the night of the savannah. Alves could only nibble on the tail and gnawed bones, while the little beauty lay there, expressionless. Lin Yi glanced at him, noticing the little beauty was also watching him. Lin Yi approached and softly called to the little beauty, signaling him to hunt. The little beauty quickly realized his foster father's intention. However, Alves insisted on competing with the four rascals for food, squeaking loudly, and Lin Yi called to him several times with no response. Frustrated with his son's obstinacy, the Lion King decided to march over and bit down on Alves's nape, dragging him aside. Seriously, do you think you can compete for food with full-grown lions? Shouldn't you be hunting instead? Alves, startled, shrank his head and whimpered, while Lin Yi roared in admonishment. Alves remained unfazed, and upon hearing the Lion King's anger, the four rascals turned and growled at him fiercely, as if to say, if you don't start listening to your father, we might just take matters into our own hands. Frightened by their threats, Alves hurriedly followed in Lin Yi's footsteps. Just then, a chime echoed in Lin Yi's mind, accompanied by the cheerful voice of 9484. Congratulations, host. For completing the hidden task, encourage Alves to hunt, earning 1 point. Please continue your efforts. Lin Yi clicked his tongue. It seems that my gentle demeanor won't suffice. I have indeed taken on the role of a harsh foster father. 9484. Precisely, our mission is to temper him, guide him, and nurture him into becoming a formidable Lion King. Lin Yi, I believe my chances of becoming the Lion King are somewhat greater. With Alves' lazy disposition, how could he possibly conquer and rule the savannah? What a joke. Lin Yi unconsciously glanced at the little beauty walking ahead. He believed the little lion was far superior to Alves. Yet, it was still premature to reach a conclusion. What if this little one transformed in the future and became the supreme ruler of the savannah? That would be quite the embarrassment for him. For the sake of having a reliable ally in the future and to advance his task, Lin Yi decided to endure for now. Upon reaching the hunting grounds, the little beauty had already begun to stalk his prey. Lin Yi realized he could not afford to become complacent. He needed to learn the art of hunting. He mimicked the little beauty's posture, lying low in the tall grass, waiting for him to make a move so he could assist. Hunting is a skillful endeavor. Merely relying on speed and brute strength is insufficient. One must possess technique. Although the little beauty was still a subadult, his hunting skills seemed remarkably refined. Lin Yi patiently awaited the right moment to act. However, the little beauty lay beside him, showing no intention of launching an attack. As the prey began to escape, Lin Yi felt anxious, pondering if the little beauty was perhaps strategizing for a foolproof plan. With that thought, Lin Yi remained still, watching the herbivores leisurely depart. Only when the prey was no longer in sight did Lin Yi turn to look at the little beauty. The little beauty met his gaze, seemingly lost in thought. What is wrong with the little beauty? Why isn't he attacking? What is he thinking? Am I influencing him? This was the first time the little beauty seemed distracted while hunting, which surprised Lin Yi, as he had always believed the little one was focused during such endeavors. Unbeknownst to him, the little beauty's mind was in turmoil. Ever since he realized his foster father's feelings were not pure, he had lost interest in everything else. Initially intending to shift his focus through hunting, he found his foster father had followed him and was now lying beside him. His heart raced with uncertainty. With his foster father being so proactive, should he engage? After all, he had pursued him. If he remained indifferent, would that not betray his foster father's feelings? Just as Lin Yi contemplated rising from the grass, the little beauty, who had been lying still, suddenly growled and sank his sharp teeth into Lin Yi's nape. Lin Yi yelped in pain. Roar. Ouch, that hurts. What has gotten into this little lion? Chapter 10. Lin Yi, stung by the bite, found it astonishing that, as the only adult male and a pride of lions, even the leader of the four rascals would not dare to bite him. Yet here he was bitten by the little beauty. Lin Yi sprang up, shaking the little beauty off him, roaring in discontent. The tardy Alves was startled by Lin Yi's roar and promptly lay down behind him, flattening his ears. Lin Yi, uninterested in dealing with him, quickly distanced himself from the little beauty. He had no intention of fighting. He remembered the kindness the little beauty had shown him. However, the little beauty's actions were indeed excessive. How could he disrespect the Lion King? Lin Yi now commanded a pride of lions and needed to uphold the dignity of his rank. What lion would dare bite their king? That would be sheer folly. But why did the little lion bite him? Lin Yi pondered this until he distanced himself from the little beauty and suddenly realized, had he inadvertently disrupted the little beauty's hunt? Did the little beauty prefer hunting alone rather than receiving assistance? If that were the case, Lin Yi would certainly keep his distance. He merely wished to learn how to hunt from the little beauty. If he was unwilling to teach, then why bite him? To his surprise, the usually composed and tranquil lion, affectionately referred to as Little Beauty, exhibited a rather peculiar temperament. Lin Yi had genuinely believed that the lion had a gentle disposition, but it appeared he had misjudged the situation. During hunts, Little Beauty preferred solitude, prompting Lin Yi to maintain his distance. He tentatively moved his neck, still feeling the lingering pain from where he had been bitten. Fortunate that the creature was not yet mature. Had it been an adult lion, a single bite could have proven fatal. The thought sent a shiver down Lin Yi's spine, and he sighed deeply as he turned to walk away, completely unaware of the thoughts swirling within Little Beauty's mind. After being rebuffed by his adoptive father, Little Beauty recovered from the shock and realized that his father cared for him, albeit their relationship might require more time to develop. Indeed, in his father's eyes, he was still a cub, and the dignity of his father would not allow him to submit at this juncture. Little Beauty was not in a hurry. He even felt no discontent. After biting Lin Yi, he calmly proceeded to hunt. Lin Yi would never have imagined that his various gestures towards Little Beauty were perceived as overtures of goodwill. Initially, he had indeed shown more kindness to Little Beauty than to any other lion, even more than to Yal. He simply found a resemblance to a dear friend in Little Beauty, who was undeniably beautiful, which drew him closer. However, in Little Beauty's eyes, Lin Yi's actions signified affection. How complex could an animal's emotions be? They were capable of sensing both good and bad, and their expressions of fondness were limited beyond mere food offerings. Otherwise, how would chaotic relationships among male lions exist? Such bonds were merely to solidify mutual feelings, ensuring that each lion understood their connection, thereby preventing any discord. Male lions who shared such a bond seldom parted ways. Lin Yi understood lion behavior well, yet he had never contemplated that a subadult lion like Little Beauty would harbor such feelings. Even after being bitten, he consumed the food brought by Little Beauty, which only bolstered the latter's confidence, reaffirming the notion that his adoptive father was indeed ambivalent. However, he was not in a rush. He had ample time for Little Beauty to come to him willingly. Lin Yi feasted heartily, filling his belly to capacity. Although he had been bitten by Little Beauty, the delectable meal made it worthwhile, and he swiftly dismissed the incident from his mind. Yal remained lethargic, showing no inclination to hunt, content merely to eat. No amount of Lin Yi's coaxing seemed effective, leaving him feeling somewhat disheartened and at a loss for how to train Yal. Little Beauty, on the other hand, demonstrated exceptional hunting prowess, leading Lin Yi to mistakenly believe he was robust and healthy. Unbeknownst to him, Little Beauty's condition was quite fragile, and he frequently fell ill. Due to the intensity of his hunting and the weather conditions, Little Beauty succumbed to illness. When Lin Yi ventured into the territory, he found the other lions still slumbering. Typically, Little Beauty would follow closely behind him, but this time he did not. Neither did Yal rise. Lin Yi disregarded them, intent on marking the territory, which required considerable physical effort. He anticipated it would take him 2 or 3 days. However, shortly after he departed, he heard the sound of a helicopter overhead. Curious, he glanced up, wondering what was afoot. To his astonishment, he observed the helicopter heading towards the heart of his territory, where a group of lions lay asleep. Fearing for their safety, he hurried back, only to witness humans setting up various equipment and instruments around his previous resting place. The other lions had been driven away, and Lin Yi concealed himself behind some bushes, bewildered by the unfolding events. Listening intently, he discerned that a lion had fallen ill, and he assumed it was Yal, the frail foster son. He quickly contacted 9484. "What is going on? Is Yal really that weak?" he inquired. "Yes," 9484 replied. "If he doesn't strengthen his physical condition now, he will struggle to survive in the future." Lin Yi sighed in exasperation, "But he's so lazy. Getting him to hunt is like climbing a mountain. That's why you need to supervise him and toughen him up. Otherwise, this task is impossible," 9484 insisted. "Can we switch protagonists? I think Little Beauty is quite promising," Lin Yi suggested. "No," 9484 replied sternly. "The protagonist is fixed. By any means necessary, he must become the leader of the Alliance Lion Pride." Reflecting on his foster son's lackadaisical demeanor, Lin Yi felt overwhelmed. He witnessed the events unfolding before him, initially believing the humans to be part of an animal protection association, only to discover they were part of a documentary crew. Their intervention in the lion's survival perplexed him, as animal welfare organizations typically refrained from meddling in the habitats of wild lions. Unbeknownst to him, the crew had been tracking Yal for over a year, deliberately crafting a narrative of a lion king's revenge. They sought to preserve Yal's life solely for his value, planning to depict his eventual confrontation with the marsh lions. Even if it led to his demise, this would immortalize him as the most revered lion in people's hearts. Years prior, Yal had witnessed the brutal murder of his parents at the hands of the resumen lions, leaving an indelible scar on his psyche. However, the marsh lions were territorial. They would not stray from their domain unless provoked. Thus, a year ago, why had the marsh lions encroached upon the territory of Tiz? No one knew. Only that the death of the once celebrated lion had sent shockwaves through the internet. The beloved lion and his cherished home had been obliterated overnight. Tragically, all 4 of his adorable cubs perished, marking the resumen lions as the villains in this tale and rendering Tiz's family a source of sorrow for many. Yet Lin, equipped with a live streaming system, presented all these events to his audience. The humans' interference in the lion's survival incited outrage among viewers. Lin had recently gained recognition for saving a young male lion from the jaws of 4 lions. And the number of viewers steadily increased from a mere 2 digits to 3, consisting of genuine lion enthusiasts. To the human observers, the situation was infuriating. Who were these individuals manipulating the lives of lions? What was their purpose? They seemed to be aiding the young male lion, administering injections. Why interfere with the lion's existence? Was such action fair to the other lions? These individuals had appeared several times in the live stream. Who were they? The commentators and moderators in the chat expressed ignorance. However, these people quickly attracted the attention of netizens. It seems like a documentary crew. Who were they filming? I initially thought it was about their son. It appears to be about the young male lion. Why would they film a subadult lion? Is it because it is particularly beautiful? Perhaps. Keep a close watch. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Lin shared this sentiment, though he could not pinpoint the source of his unease. Just as he pondered this, he overheard a man speaking in English. It cannot die. It will become the next Tiz, or cash cow. At that moment, Lin's heart raced. After more than a year, it was the first time he had heard Tiz's name from a human. His heart raced with an unusual sense of anxiety as he crouched in place, not daring to move, until the crew completed their tasks and departed. At which point he emerged to assess the situation. To his astonishment, they were not treating Yal, but rather Little Beauty, indicating that the documentary crew was indeed chronicling Little Beauty's journey. Xiao Mei, the golden goose in their eyes. Lin suddenly felt a pang of fear, for he knew just how sensational the documentary about Tissy had been and how many fans that magnificent lion had amassed. No one knew if Tissy had any offspring still living, nor was anyone aware of the malevolent documentary crew meddling in the lives of lions. Online, no one had ever seen Tissy's 4 cubs, yet Lin had. From the moment he first encountered Xiao Mei, he felt a striking resemblance between the cub and Tissy, particularly in their fur. To his astonishment, his hunch proved correct. Xiao Mei was indeed Tissy's son. Lin's heart raced, and he swallowed hard as he gazed at the anesthetized Xiao Mei, who had once been that little cub that loved to nestle into his embrace. How had he grown so much? The cub that Tissy used to bring for playtime now appeared before him in this unexpected manner. A mix of joy and mistiness filled his eyes as he knelt down to lick Xiao Mei's cheek, hoping for his well-being. In a daze, Alvis caught a whiff of a familiar scent. Once the effects of the drug wore off, he opened his eyes to find his adoptive father gently licking his cheek. The tenderness and compassion in his father's touch were palpable. Alvis thought, I knew he would be coy. He understands my fondness for affection. Yet, why did he refuse me last night? Now that I desire him, I find myself too weak to act. I've exerted myself too much these past few days, but my mouth still works. Thus, in his weakened state, Alvis responded to Lin Yi's affection, mustering the strength to nuzzle Lin Yi's belly and lick him, directing his attention downward. Lin Yi was taken aback. What is he doing? I am not a lioness. Why is he licking me? Where exactly is he licking? Sensing something amiss, Lin Yi quickly sprang to his feet, fleeing from the situation. He did not believe Xiao Mei could mistake his gender. Despite being subadult, the cub should possess some awareness. What, then, was the intention behind this behavior? Lin Yi struggled to comprehend the cub's actions, yet this newfound revelation made Xiao Mei all the more special to him. After all, he was the sole surviving offspring of Tissy, the son of his old friend, and Lin Yi felt a profound responsibility to care for him. As a lion, Xiao Mei exhibited a proclivity for bonding with male lions, likely influenced by inherited memories, as Lin Yi was seen as a trustworthy ally. Given Lin Yi's familiarity with lion behavior, he rationalized that Xiao Mei sought to strengthen their bond, desiring a protector. Little did he know that beneath Lin Yi's imposing exterior lay a lack of survival experience. He had to learn hunting from the young lions. In this unique lion pride, Lin Yi might well be the least experienced in survival. Unfortunately, all of Lin Yi's understanding of lions sent Xiao Mei the wrong signals. an intricate dance of desire and retreat. Avoiding the cub's inappropriate advances, Lin chose instead to remain by Xiao Mei's side, continuing to express his concern. With a newfound perspective, he found Xiao Mei increasingly endearing. After all, he was the son of the internet-famous Tissy, destined to resemble his father as he matured. In the realm of animals, even lions were drawn to beauty, particularly lionesses, who would not spare a glance at the unattractive. Lin envisioned the throngs of lionesses that would surely be captivated by Xiao Mei in the future. Upon discovering that the young lion was Tissy's son, Lin Yi's live stream exploded with activity. Thousands flooded in, catapulting the stream's ranking. Tissy's fans, upon seeing the striking young lion still in his subadult phase, erupted in excitement across the comments. "Oh my goodness, Tissy's cub. He is alive. He looks just like his father." The audience lamented the loss of Tissy, speculating on the potential of this young lion to lead the pride. They reminisced about Tissy's striking fur, hoping that his lineage would endure. Observant viewers noted Xiao Mei's attempts to bond with Lin Yi, interpreting it as a sign of intelligence and an understanding of how to seek protection from the Lion King. As more viewers joined, Lin Yi's stream surged in popularity, accompanied by a steady stream of donations. When the system announced the names of generous viewers, Lin Yi found himself bewildered. What just happened? Why are there suddenly so many donations? He inquired. The system's cheerful voice replied, "Congratulations, host. The number of viewers has surpassed 2,000, and donations have exceeded $50. Keep up the great work." Lin Yi was astonished. "What did I do to attract such an audience?" The system responded, "It seems to have little to do with you." Lin Yi began to understand. Most viewers had come for Xiao Mei. After all, when Tissy had been at the height of his fame, he had amassed millions of fans. Perhaps through Lin Yi's perspective, viewers had uncovered the sinister motives of the documentary crew and discerned Xiao Mei's true identity. This realization deepened Lin Yi's concern for the cub's safety. What had that crew done to him? He had no way of knowing. Astute netizens began to suspect the documentary crew, yet they lacked concrete evidence. "I suspect Tissy's demise was linked to those humans, although I have no proof." The tragic fate of Tissy's family had indeed sparked widespread outrage, with many questioning the circumstances. "Are you suggesting that the documentary crew that rescued the cub is somehow involved?" "It's highly plausible. After all, humans are driven by greed. I fear that they may have orchestrated this disaster to capitalize on Tissy's popularity." "Isn't that a rather dark perspective?" "It is a bit dark. I apologize, haha. I just hope both Alvis and the cub remain safe." Even though I wished to see Alvis confront the pride, only Lin Yi knew how inexperienced he truly was. His affection offered Alvis a glimmer of hope as he prepared to distance himself from his adoptive father. This time, he was acutely aware of his desires. Understanding his father's silent affections, he realized how deeply he was loved. Was this second chance bestowed upon him by fate? Did the heavens intervene to prevent his father's death in that cataclysmic battle, granting him the extraordinary ability to return and protect him? Alvis pondered, believing it to be so. Otherwise, how could he have returned with all his memories and the capacity to comprehend his father's heart, his father's tender licks, gentle demeanor, and the myriad of things he wished to do for him constituted the most profound redemption in this life. He would love his adoptive father dearly. Lin Yi, meanwhile, contemplated Xiao Mei's illness, recognizing that it might take time for him to recover. He had yet to fully establish his territory. Perhaps waiting for Xiao Mei to regain his health before embarking on that journey. Xiao Mei lay down, and the task of hunting naturally fell to Lin Yi and Yao. The four foolish ones, too lazy to move unless hunger compelled them, remained largely inactive. Lying within their territory, having acquired their own Lion King, the four foolish ones completely relaxed their vigilance. Lin Yi turned a blind eye to their negligence. He accompanied Xiao Mei until nightfall, sensing her frail condition. As darkness approached, he had no choice but to mobilize, summoning Yao to join him in the hunt. However, before he could venture far, an unusual sensation struck him. To his surprise, the four lazy ones, who had been dozing, began to approach him. Lin Yi stood still, utilizing his keen sense of smell to detect the wind's direction. Yet he found nothing amiss. Nevertheless, he heard the sounds of humans and vehicles, raising concerns that they might still be tracking them. Once he gathered with the four foolish ones, he distinctly heard the narration of a documentary. Tonight might prove restless. Dessen, as Yal's adoptive father, was a ferocious rogue lion, now with his own territory and a special lion coalition. What would be the strength of this alliance? Tonight, they would discover its combat prowess. The swamp lions, known for their fierce retribution, were formidable, typically led by two kings. However, with numerous members, including fierce and united lionesses, who would prevail when the swamp lions clashed with the lion coalition? As these sounds reached them, Lin Yi and the four foolish ones caught the scent of an unfamiliar lion pride approaching their territory. Lin Yi's heart raced. Without hesitation, he turned and ran, calling for the others to follow. The four foolish ones, sensing the impending threat, swiftly followed Lin Yi's lead. He darted into the thicket, waking Xiao Mei by gently biting her neck, urging her to hurry. Yet Xiao Mei, weak and unsteady, nearly stumbled as she emerged from the bushes, still feeling the effects of the medication coursing through her body. If those humans hadn't sedated him, he would have been able to run. Initially puzzled, he finally grasped the situation when he caught the scent of the approaching lions. He naturally intended to flee alongside his adoptive father, and with years of survival experience, he confirmed that the oncoming group was indeed the swamp lions. This vast grassland housed many lion prides, but none were as brutal or united as the swamp lions, who boasted a considerable size. Yal was most familiar with their scent. He understood the necessity of escape, yet he struggled to keep pace with his father. As his father led the other lions and cubs forward, occasionally glancing back to call for him, Yal sighed heavily. Soon, the menacing figures of the lions became visible, their fierce and terrifying eyes glinting coldly in the night. They emitted low growls of contempt for the weak, charging toward the heart of the territory. The documentary crew hadn't anticipated Dessen would choose to evade battle and flee, abandoning Yal and four male lions in the process, which left the humans utterly astonished. Xiao Mei lagged behind, and upon turning, Lin Yi discovered that Yal was the last to follow, while Xiao Mei had vanished. He halted, prompting the four foolish ones to stop as well. Lin Yi called out, but still, no sign of Xiao Mei emerged. The scent of the approaching lions grew stronger, and Lin Yi's anxiety surged. Without a second thought, he turned back. He could not abandon Xiao Mei here to face certain death. The four foolish ones and Yal watched in confusion as their king retraced his steps. They exclaimed, "Brother, are you seeking death? The rival pride is vast. We cannot contend with them. Forgive us, brother, we must flee." After a moment of hesitation, the four foolish ones sprinted toward safety without looking back, while young Yal, uncertain of his own direction, hesitated. Yal understood he could not escape. Instead, he resolved to create an opportunity for his father to escape. He owed his adoptive father a debt from his past life, and he intended to repay it in this one. He positioned himself defiantly before the formidable swamp lions. Emitting a threatening growl, the lions, their eyes gleaming with hunger, turned to him. Yal did not retreat. In this moment, he resembled a warrior facing death, determined to buy time for his father to reach safety. A glance backward toward his departing father filled him with a bittersweet resolve. Without the chance to battle alongside his father on the plains, he wished only for his father's safety. As Lin Yi raced back, he sought a solution from 9484, his heart pounding with urgency. Fearing he would be too late, and Xiao Mei would become prey for that pride, he wished to spare Xiao Mei the fate that befell his father, who had perished at the jaws of such a pride. Among the many lion prides on the grassland, none were as ruthless as the swamp lions. Merciless marauders bent on annihilation. Should there be more than 3 male lions in their ranks, it would spell disaster. Even 3 male lions could wreak havoc on the plains, capable of contending with the coalition prides, a testament to their formidable strength. Lin Yi understood that the pride he faced was not the 4 foolish ones, and he held no confidence in emerging victorious from this brutal confrontation. He needed to plead for a lifeline. "This is dire. I truly lack the means to vanquish that pride. Do you have any strategies for me? Perhaps a golden opportunity?" In many tales, protagonists blessed with systems possess such advantages. "I desperately need one now." 9484, equally anxious, replied, "I lack the authority to grant you a golden opportunity, but I can assist you in exchanging your points and rewards for fortuitous items." Quickly, 9484 perused the store and Lin Yi's wallet. The host currently possessed 5 points, 51 in rewards, and a gift valued at 5. However, according to our shared contract, only half of those earnings belong to you. Even if I were to convert everything into points, it would not suffice for a fortuitous item. Lin Yi, nearly frantic, urged, "Exchange your half for me first. I promise to repay you double later." "But, no buts. Saving a lion's life is worth more than a grand temple. If you assist me this time, I will surely help you with future tasks." After a few moments of hesitation, 9484 relented. "Very well. But doing this without authorization may result in a reduction of my privileges by the main system. You must repay me swiftly." Without a moment's thought, Lin Yi agreed. "I will give you all the rewards and points I earn in the future." Breathless from running, Lin Yi finally appeared a little over 100 meters from Xiao Mei just as the pride prepared to attack. He let out a roar into the night, successfully diverting the attention of two lion kings. Xiaomei, startled by the sound, turned to see his father's imposing figure in the distance, causing his previously resigned heart to race with hope. Why had his father returned? How could he possibly contend with the swamp lions? These beasts dared to challenge the coalition prides. His father had come back alone to save him? Though touched, Yao wished his father had not returned at this moment. If his father hadn't come back, he would face death alone. Now, both of them were at risk. As the two lions locked onto Lin Yi, Yao issued a threatening roar in an attempt to redirect their focus. Yet, the two lions lunged for Lin Yi. Aware he could not overpower them, Lin Yi skillfully dodged. In moments of life-threatening peril, every creature possesses boundless potential. The adult lion, Yalvis, posed no threat or challenge to them. The lionesses ferociously charged at Yalvis. Lin Yi, in a frantic escape, internally shouted, 9484, don't let me down. Didn't Ti exchange for the fortune item? Why hasn't there been a reversal yet? 9484, equally anxious, replied, calm down, 542B. You can't die here. The fortune item takes time to activate. Just hold on for 2 more minutes. I'm not even sure what will happen, and it might have side effects. Lin Yi felt that this unreliable system was not to be trusted, but at that moment, he had no choice but to believe and leave it to fate. As Lin Yi ran in circles, he provoked the two male lions. He was moving swiftly, avoiding confrontation. The male lions wondered, is he insane? What does running in circles mean? Shouldn't a lion king remain composed when faced with provocation? Lin Yi thought, I'm not foolish. I just want to survive. My pride is less important than my life. Noticing that Xiaomei was struggling against the lionesses, Lin Yi quickly circled back to assist. The two male lions, infuriated, began to coordinate their efforts to corner Lin Yi, accompanied by furious roars. The lionesses were not to be underestimated either. They attacked Lin Yi and Xiaomei relentlessly, but the sheer number of them was overwhelming. Just when Lin Yi felt trapped and out of options, the fortune item he had exchanged activated. A deep lion's roar echoed from an unknown direction, not from Lin Yi. The two male lions, or Xiaomei. The sound startled the two male lions, followed by a cacophony of various calls. Lin Yi shielded Xiaomei behind him, bristling with tension, and looked toward the source of the sound, where he saw an adult male lion emerge from the thicket just a few steps away. In another direction, the four fools returned. The territory became a chaotic spectacle. Lin Yi was momentarily stunned by the arrival of the adult lion, who roared fiercely at the invading pride. Without hesitation, he charged at the intruding lions, seemingly undeterred by their numbers, as if he intended to tear apart all his kin. Lin Yi had no time to revel in the chaos and hurriedly backed away with Xiaomei. Once he confirmed that Xiaomei was relatively unharmed, he urged her to flee. The four fools joined the fray. Lin Yi had always believed they were disinclined to fight, but at this moment, their inherent lion nature was ignited. The scene was tumultuous, and the documentary crew was visibly excited. Viewers were astounded by the unfolding drama. Who is this? Dessen and his group have lingered here for so long without encountering him. Indeed, the battles between adult lion kings were legendary, and this lion king faced off against two from the swamp pride with remarkable audacity. What luck for Dessen! I thought he wouldn't survive. He could have fled, but chose to return for the young male lion. Dessen is truly commendable. The four fools also returned, clearly regarding Dessen as their king, evidenced by their return to aid him. Tears of emotion filled the day as the bond between them was palpable. All beings possess a spirit. The screen showcased the adult lion overpowering the two kings of the swamp pride, his prowess evident under the night vision. The swamp pride began to retreat amidst their king's roars, and Lin Yi quickly joined in the chorus of roars. The savannah resonated with the thunderous sounds of lions. Lin Yi observed the adult lion's combat prowess. Indeed, there was a stark contrast between this true lion king and his own false designation. As the swamp pride fled, the four fools ceased their pursuit, and Lin Yi felt immense gratitude for their return, affirming his decision to take them in. As the fierce battle gradually subsided, Lin Yi wished to express his gratitude to the Lion King. However, as he approached, he noticed the Lion King's terrifying gaze fixed upon him. Lin Yi was startled, his heart racing as he thought it best to retreat and keep his gratitude unspoken. The four fools, sensing the Lion King's focus on Lin Yi, stayed at a distance, unsure how to react to the adult lion's presence. Lin Yi contemplated surrendering. The Lion King's fierce demeanor suggested that resistance would lead to punishment. Fear gripped him. 9484, you unreliable entity. Why didn't you mention the presence of a Lion King here? How did I fail to notice him until now? Is he coming to kill me? I don't know. If you feel something is amiss, then run to avoid being bitten. 9,484 replied. Just as Lin Yi intended to submit, he found himself at a loss for words. The Lion King's formidable presence compelled him to instinctively rise and flee. The four fools, seeing him run, followed suit without hesitation. However, the Lion King pursued Lin Yi relentlessly. Despite his injuries from the earlier battle, he was undeterred. Realizing the lion was not going to relent, Lin Yi suddenly comprehended the meaning of 9,484's warning about side effects. Though I escaped danger, I now face another peril. Well, there are no more points for item exchanges, 9484 informed him. This side effect is quite severe. What do I do if he keeps chasing me? Lin Yi exclaimed. While no items are available, I can offer a friendly suggestion. His pursuit may not be to harm you, 9,484 replied. What do you mean? Lin Yi asked, puzzled. His profile indicates he was named Baika, aged 5.5, and has only ever partnered with male lions, showing a clear homosexual orientation. Lin Yi was speechless. He has had several partners, but they all left him to form their prides. He had a fondness for a male lion resembling you and would often attempt to lure away that lion's females, disrupting their pride. Ultimately, he was bitten by that lion but refused to leave. Lin Yi remained silent. Baika may see you as that male lion. I suggest you lie down and give it a try. Lin Yi was taken aback. Baika is quite stubborn. If you keep running, he will chase you indefinitely. To test 9,484's credibility, Lin Yi, panting heavily, finally succumbed to exhaustion and lay down on the grass, adopting a submissive posture. The lion that had been pursuing him halted, slowly approaching Lin Yi. Terrified, Lin Yi remained still, feeling the weighty breaths against his fur. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi thought this approach was working until he felt a sudden heaviness on top of him. What is happening? Yalvis, worried about his foster father, dragged his weary body to follow in his footsteps, his heart racing as he arrived to witness an unsettling scene. His foster father was pinned down by Baika, who would later become the second in command of the Alliance Pride, extremely close to him. Yalvis thought, my most capable brother is on top of my foster father. Who is he provoking? Yarvis is a fierce and somewhat obsessive lion. In his youth, he was frail and averse to conflict, but upon reaching adulthood, he gained strength and no longer feared any adversary. The Rilman Pride is notorious for its ferocity and size, yet Yarvis shows no trepidation. After Rilman and his two brothers fled from a pride war, the other kings of the Alliance Pride turned a blind eye, unwilling to pursue them. However, Yarvis was relentless and managed to track down the three male lions, leading to their mutual demise. The Rilman Pride had brutally slain his parents before his eyes when he was just a year old, and after the death of his adoptive father. This pride consistently challenged the authority of his alliance's leader. Yarvis's capacity for vengeance is formidable, and even if he were to relive his youth, he could not suppress his innate lion instincts. Initially exhausted after a skirmish with the pride, his determination to find his adoptive father compelled him to follow a scent trail. It dawned upon him that his adoptive father genuinely cared for him, and he must be by his side. To his astonishment, he witnessed a confrontation. The previously weary young lion, upon witnessing Baika's actions towards his adoptive father, charged into battle without a moment's hesitation. Baika was suddenly ambushed and toppled from Lin Yi's back. Still in a state of confusion, Lin Yi heard the young lion's furious roars as he engaged in combat with the adult male lions, each bite seemingly draining his last ounce of strength. Yet, he pressed on, embodying a resolve akin to a death wish as he fought valiantly against the adult lions. Though he was no match for them, his agility and quick reflexes allowed him to evade attacks, a skill that unfortunately led to minor injuries when surrounded by lionesses. Lin Yi observed the young lion's cleverness as the tide of battle shifted. As the enemies were driven away, internal discord arose within their ranks. Lin Yi attempted to intervene, but neither side yielded, leaving him in a state of desperation. Noticing that Xiao Mei was at a disadvantage, Lin Yi instinctively leapt in to push the adult lion aside, shielding Xiao Mei from Baika's proximity. Though I am grateful for my elder brother's timely rescue, my small lion must not be harmed, he thought. Baika paused, glancing at Lin Yi, ceasing his assault on Xiao Mei, yet Xiao Mei remained undeterred, intent on retaliating against Baika. When Lin Yi collided with him, Xiao Mei let out a small whimper, suppressing his roar. Lin Yi intervened to quell the conflict, gently grooming Xiao Mei's cheek to soothe his anger. Xiao Mei's fury dissipated considerably at Lin Yi's closeness. Had it not been for your appeal on behalf of my adoptive father, I would have ended you today. Who dares to touch my father? To ensure Lin Yi had not been mistreated, Xiao Mei curiously inspected beneath Lin Yi's tail. Lin Yi, oblivious to his intentions, paid no heed. Xiao Mei merely sniffed, detecting no unusual sense, only that which belonged to his adoptive father. Reassured by the absence of any peculiarities, Xiao Mei's actions puzzled him, but Linny remained indifferent. Yet, keen observers sensed that the situation was more complex than it appeared. Why do I sense that this young lion harbors peculiar feelings towards Dursun? One remarked. Is it just me, or does Baika seem to have ulterior motives towards Dursun? Baika, undeniably handsome, had saved Dursun, and such a debt warranted reciprocation. What is wrong with the young lion? Is he jealous? He may be young, but he seems to think Dursun is being bullied. Why refer to him as uncle instead of brother? I personally prefer younger partners. It's far more exhilarating. Oh, I'm witnessing a live broadcast of animal romance. How thrilling. The live chat erupted with commentary as the dynamics shifted dramatically. Following the recent defense of their territory, Lin Yi's pride underwent a transformation. Baika was embraced as the new king, while the four foolish companions were elevated to his harem. Although their convoluted relationships defied conventional morality, Lin Yi found himself relieved of burdens, finally able to live a life of leisure. His rebellious offspring, Yarvis, returned seeking him. But upon witnessing the turbulent affections among Baika and the four companions, he was profoundly disturbed, yearning for connection with Lin Yi. Lin Yi, exasperated, reprimanded Yarvis and sent him to hunt. I'm at a loss as to where things went awry. My pride has become a nest of homosexuals, leaving only myself and two young lions in a normal state. He lamented to 9,484. This is a perfectly normal phenomenon, 9484 reassured him. It signifies harmony within your pride. Lin Yi concurred, acknowledging their peaceful existence. As long as we can ensure Yarvis becomes a king, that's all that matters. Don't feel overwhelmed, 9,484 suggested. It's not so much pressure as I feel Baika has his eyes on me. I will never entertain such notions with him. Have you considered seeking companionship among the lionesses? 9,484 queried. Lin Yi sighed, concluding that a nap would serve him better. Only when Xiao Mei came to seek him did Lin Yi feel at ease. However, he never anticipated that Xiao Mei would also become entwined with Baika. Under the relentless sun, Lin Yi sought a comfortable spot to rest among the reeds. Yet, as he approached, he discovered Baika and Xiao Mei lying together. Baika grooming Xiao Mei's fur, their previous animosity seemingly evaporated. Lin Yi stood frozen for a moment, then let out a heavy sigh, realizing even the pride's sole straight lion had succumbed. It was evident what pressures Xiao Mei must have endured from Baika, leaving Lin Yi feeling guilty for allowing such a situation to unfold under his watch. Yet, he refrained from confronting Baika, noting that Xiao Mei appeared to relish Baika's attentions, indicating a bond had formed between them. How perplexing. Just recently they were at each other's throats, and now they are inseparable. Truly fickle. Yarvis, upon perceiving his adoptive father's sentiments, glanced towards the shore, catching a fleeting glimpse of his father's tail as he departed. Approaching Baika, he issued a stern warning to refrain from touching his father, lest he face dire consequences in the future. Initially, Baika recognized the young lion's uniqueness among his peers. He was the son of his late brother. Familiar with his brother's scent, Baika noted the striking resemblance in their aromas. Thus, he had shown restraint, observing for days to confirm his suspicions. Had his brother remained in the alliance pride, it would not have fragmented. Their father, aged and oppressed by rival kings, had perished on that fateful night, leaving the alliance pride under the dominance of the marsh pride. The sons who stayed behind were subsequently expelled from their territory, forced to wander aimlessly. Baika harbored resentment towards his elder brother. In the tender years of budding affection, his brother had taken away the lioness he cherished most, leaving Baika with a heart bruised and a disinterest in lionesses thereafter. Consequently, every subsequent partner he chose was a lion, yet they too betrayed him. Each lion he had been close to establish their own prides after their time together. The one with whom he had shared the longest bond utilized Baika to conquer a pride, and upon usurping the throne from the Lion King, his heart grew cold, and their companionship faded. Baika was left in sorrow, feeling desolate, and sought vengeance by wreaking havoc upon that lion's pride. After a fierce confrontation, both were left wounded, and he departed. The lion's heart was no longer his. To force it would be futile. He became a solitary wandering lion, believing he had arrived in a territory devoid of dominant lions, only to discover it was a coalition of male lions. The Lion King bore a striking resemblance to his brother, and Baika thought perhaps a second chance at love had come, only to be struck down by his brother's offspring. Baika was not afraid, but upon catching the familiar scent, he suddenly felt a glimmer of hope for the coalition pride. The territory had originally belonged to them, but had been seized by a group of ill-intentioned lion kings. All lions loyal to their father had been ousted. They allied with the Marsh Pride, invaded the coalition's core territory, and killed their father, seizing the legacy he had built. Yet, he could only watch as the coalition underwent generational shifts, dominated by 3 male lions. He often pondered that had his brother still been in the coalition, those lions would never have dared to act so brazenly. The young male lion before him, possessing the resolve of both his father and brother, was still but a cub. Baika thought, "This is the offspring of my brother and my first love." As his uncle, the only way to enact revenge would be to nurture him, to guide him. For otherwise, he had no hope. The emergence of Alvis sparked a flicker of hope within Baika. To cultivate Alvis and stabilize his own mindset, Baika resolved not to approach Lin Yi, as his nephew's actions clearly indicated a desire to protect that male lion. Though the reasons remained unclear, Baika chose to abstain. As for the other young lion, Lin Yi could never have anticipated that as little May fell into depravity, Alvis would rise. Would it be my turn soon? Chapter 14. He initially intended to observe Alvis on a hunt, but after searching the hunting grounds and finding no trace of him, he wondered where the cub was indulging in slumber. Upon passing through a thicket along the shore, he heard the familiar cry of his offspring. Fearing danger had befallen him while drinking, he rushed over to assess the situation. Emerging from the dense underbrush, his vision cleared, and his concern heightened as he spotted Alvis entangled with Baika, who was gripping Alvis by the nape. Alvis was howling in pain, yet offered no resistance. Lin Yi stood in shock, his mind momentarily blank. In a matter of seconds, a sense of dread enveloped him. He understood and respected the behaviors of lions. But being in such a pride was perilous. He too would inevitably become a subordinate to Baika, and to avoid becoming a mere accessory to the male lion, Lin Yi resolved to flee with Alvis and little May. The hunting grounds were already scarce in prey, scarcely sufficient to sustain so many male lions. So he sought a new path for himself, little May, and Alvis. However, Baika would not easily relinquish little May, for she was his sole hope of restoring the coalition's former glory, and he would keep a watchful eye on her. The 4 foolish ones also required the protection of a mature lion king, hence they too would not abandon Baika and Lin Yi. Thus, when Lin Yi planned to escape with the 2 cubs, he discovered that Baika and the 4 fools were trailing closely behind him, showing no intention of leaving, which left Lin Yi feeling distressed. He sought assistance from 9484. "How can I rid myself of Baika? My 2 young lions are being tormented by him." 9484 reassured him. He will soon become the capable right hand of King Alvis, the second in command of the coalition pride, a lion of great prowess. By staying near him, you will likely avoid many dangers. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi acquiesced. Since they would soon be one pride, there was no harm in Alvis mingling with him. Yet, little May's downfall rendered Lin Yi feeling helpless and regretful. Of course, his sentiments were purely selfish, as he felt little sorrow for Alvis. His concern was solely for little May, perhaps due to an idealized perception he held of her. Tiz, the legendary lion, was a figure whose glorious yet fleeting life could scarcely be encapsulated in a single documentary. Nevertheless, it was sufficient to etch his beauty and achievements into the annals of memory. Tiz garnered admiration not solely for his striking exterior, but also for his unwavering loyalty to his beloved wife and his formidable combat prowess. It was on Earth that he hailed from the Coalition pride, the firstborn of the Coalition Empire's Lion King, yet he departed due to his love for a lioness. Compelled to leave when he found himself vying for affection against his own brother, he traversed perilous paths alongside his beloved, battling fiercely to ensure her safe delivery of their cubs. Just 3 months after leaving the Coalition, he encountered a ferocious alliance of male lions, a formidable pride composed of 6 lions, each a powerful combatant. The origins of this male lion alliance remained unknown, but they posed a grave threat to Tiz and his family. Driven by his love for his pregnant mate, Tiz took a desperate gamble, seeking out the 6 male lions and engaging in fierce combat, hoping to drive away those who endangered his family. However, male lions are inherently combative and seldom concede defeat. Tiz was no exception. The battle raged for several days, but Tiz, utilizing his immense strength and keen intellect, managed to expel them from his territory. Remarkably, Tiz was only about 3 years old at the time, already a fearsome force. The male lion alliance later sought vengeance, but the astute Tiz had long since vanished with his wife and cubs. He understood the dangers of the savannah, believing he could safeguard his family alone. Yet he never anticipated being upended by the marsh lions. The once mighty lion who had faced 6 foes was ultimately slain by the marsh lions led by 3 lion kings. Linny remained unaware of the fate of that marsh pride. It was during his pursuit of them that he was shot down by poachers. Whether they were indeed poachers remained unclear to Linny. He believed only poachers would act with such audacity. He aimed to uncover the true cause of Tiz's demise. Yet he found no answers. The documentary crew had reappeared, and their presence rarely boded well. Upon seeing them, little May would become tense, even too fearful to close her eyes and sleep. Linny recalled the strange circumstances surrounding their previous ambush. It seemed that whenever this crew appeared, they fell into peril. His skin prickled with unease. He genuinely feared the emergence of unforeseen calamities. Was this crew artificially inciting conflicts for the sake of a commercial film? Linny was uncertain. If that were the case, it would be truly terrifying. He suspected that 9484 might hold some insight. If a commercial documentary sought to captivate audiences, it would certainly incorporate various elements of drama, conflict, contradiction, and plot twists. Linny inquired. 9484, you mentioned that Alvis would become a Lion King, a protagonist of a certain documentary. Is this crew that follows us connected to that? 9484, yawning sleepily, replied, well, I'm a bit tired lately. Let me check for you. He eagerly sifted through the database pertaining to Alvis. It was a work by a novice director, and it indicated that this was his first documentary, which had gone viral upon release, a prodigious talent in directing. Linny's thoughts spiraled into dread. Is there a possibility he is deliberately orchestrating conflicts? Because every time I encounter danger, they seem to be present. 9484 appeared puzzled. I don't quite understand. Why would they do such a thing? Linny responded. For money, for fame, for profit. 9484, somewhat perplexed, inquired. What basis do you have for judging their actions? Is there something particularly noteworthy? Linny asked. What scene opens that documentary? After a brief silence, 9484 replied, well, I can't spoil that. Linny rephrased his question. Does the documentary begin with a pride of lions in turmoil, leaving only one or two cubs? 9484 was taken aback. How did you know? Linny smirked. I made an educated guess. If his suspicions held true, the demise of the Tiz family might be linked to this team. This crew wasn't merely following Yar, they were undoubtedly documenting Xiaomei. Perhaps both Yar and Xiaomei had endured the tragic loss of their homes and parents. Swamp lions seldom abandon their established territory unless their home is compromised. Yet on this vast savanna, apart from the ruthless coalition of male lions, no pride could dismantle the stronghold of a super swamp lion pride. Clearly, both assumptions were untenable. The coalition of males lacked the survival skills in the marshlands and would face peril. No lion would be foolish enough to seek victory through danger. As for the coalition pride, it was even less plausible. They would never forsake bountiful lands and abundant prey to invade a perilous territory. Thus, there was but one conclusion. The territory of the swamp lions had been deliberately destroyed. After obliterating the swamp lions' domain, they drove the vengeful lions to their desired location, where a fierce conflict would inevitably ensue. What would captivate human attention the most? Undoubtedly, it would be King Tiz, the sensational lion in the eyes of humanity. A wave of dread washed over Linny as the outcome he envisioned sent chills down his spine. Could it be that Tiz truly fell victim to human hands? Was the truth he pursued over the past 2 years as grim as this? He hesitated, reluctant to view humanity in such a bleak light. Yet a stark reality loomed before him. If his conjectures were correct, this team's presence would undoubtedly herald catastrophic consequences. Just as before. Had it not been for Baika's arrival, both he and Xiaomei would have perished there. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Linny hastily emerged from the dense grass and emitted a couple of low growls towards Yar and Xiaomei, urging them to approach. To prevent himself from being compromised, Linny, despite having the 2 young cubs with him, kept them at bay. However, he felt compelled to draw them closer, fearing potential danger. Ever since Yar's incident with Baika, he had harbored inappropriate feelings towards Linny. Linny was exasperated and at a loss for words. Upon hearing Linny's call, Yar bounded eagerly to Linny's side, tail held high, exuding an eager yet submissive demeanor. Disdainfully, Linny stepped aside, but Yar persisted. Ah, my adoptive father. You finally acknowledge me. Even though I had my moments with Baika, I still prefer you. Observing this, Linny discerned the core issue. Yar, though barely 3 years old, had already developed a sense of sexuality. His current behavior likely stemmed from a chaotic initiation into sexual awareness, mimicking the actions of a group of male lions. Linny mused. It seems both young cubs are in need of romantic guidance. As their father, I must properly steer them during this phase of sexual awakening, ensuring they comprehend how to propagate their lineage. He advanced, signaling for the two young ones to follow. Perhaps he needed to find a pride with lionesses for the two cubs. As Lin Yi walked ahead, Xiaomei and Yer trailed behind. Yet Yer remained fixated on the bell beneath Lin Yi's tail. Xiaomei, observing this from the rear, felt a wave of disgust at Yar's actions towards his adoptive father. Initially suppressing his feelings, he could no longer endure the sight of Yar incessantly nudging Lin Yi's tail with his mouth. In a fit of rage, Xiaomei lunged from behind, toppling Yar onto the grass. Lin Yi turned at the commotion only to witness the two cubs embroiled in a fierce skirmish. What on earth? Why are they fighting? Has Xiaomei lost his mind lately? Xiaomei exclaimed. Every lion seems intent on claiming my adoptive father. Do they believe I will stand idly by? Yer retorted. What is your problem? Is it wrong for me to like my adoptive father? What business is it of yours? Xiaomei growled. You are encroaching on my territory and my adoptive father. You're asking for trouble. Lin Yi initially thought the two were merely play fighting and paid little heed, assuming they would tire and cease. However, he was taken aback as he witnessed Xiaomei unleash a brutal attack on Yar. Xiaomei's sharp teeth sank into Yar's spine, drawing blood swiftly. If he had bitten down hard enough, Yar would have faced grave peril. The terrified cries of the rebellious cub sent shivers down Lin Yi's spine. He had always perceived Xiaomei as composed and level-headed, never imagining he would resort to such violence against a nearly adult lion. It seemed that Xiaomei possessed a ferocity unlike that of other subadult males. Lin Yi, unaware of the reasons behind this, noted that while he and Yer were of similar age and size, Xiaomei's strength and courage far surpassed those of his rival. Fortunately, Lin Yi intervened just in time, or Yar's spine would have surely been broken. The thought alone was chilling. Since encountering Xiaomei, Lin Yi had treated him with exceptional care, reluctant to chastise him. Yet this time, Xiaomei had crossed a line. Yar bore a wound on his back, bleeding profusely, and upon seeing the injury, Lin Yi finally lost his temper with Xiaomei. The survival rate for lions was notoriously low. Many subadult lions did not reach maturity, succumbing to injuries sustained while hunting. Their ability to endure the torment of injury relied solely upon their immune strength and physical condition. The animal kingdom lacked the advanced medical technology of humanity. He roared at Xiaomei, delivering a light bite that, while not enough to injure Xiaomei, conveyed a sense of pain. Startled by his adoptive father's sudden aggression, Xiaomei quickly retreated. Bewildered by Lin Yi's actions, he had merely intended to teach his rival a lesson. Why was Lin Yi reacting this way? Hadn't Lin Yi always indulged him? Why the favoritism now? Xiaomei watched from a distance as Lin Yi tended to Yar's wounds, feelings of resentment and fury bubbling within him. He realized his current strength was insufficient to confront Lin Yi. Otherwise, he would have forcibly reclaimed his position and made Lin Yi submit to him. All right. So that cub is in pain, huh? You think I'm too ruthless? Fine. I will make you regret this decision someday. You will come to know who truly reigns on the savannah. Seeing Lin Yi's kindness towards Yar unsettled Xiaomei, prompting him to turn away. After tending to Yar's wounds, Lin Yi looked up to find Xiaomei had vanished. Assuming he was merely hiding somewhere, Lin Yi paid little heed, though he could still faintly detect his scent. However, for the next 2 or 3 days, Xiaomei's presence was nowhere to be found. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Lin Yi set out in search of him. Yet, it appeared that within a 10-mile radius, there was no trace of Xiaomei. Panic set in. He never believed that his gentle reprimand would instill fear in the cub. He had exerted no real force. Why had Xiaomei disappeared? Accompanied by Yar, Lin Yi searched for Xiaomei to evade the pursuit of the swamp lions. The pride had abandoned their territory and begun wandering. Lin Yi was at a loss as to how he and Baika, along with the other 4, became separated. But when he realized it, his once mighty pride had dwindled to just him and Yar. While parting ways with a group of male lions might seem beneficial, Lin Yi felt an inexplicable sense of dread. Perhaps it was due to Xiaomei's departure that Lin Yi felt increasingly agitated. Even when the child erred, he wished for no misfortune to befall him. After all, they had coexisted for so long, and he had grown accustomed to the presence of 2 little lions by his side. Yet, one day, unexpectedly, one of them was gone. As he searched for Xiaomei, he brought Yer along, unwittingly wandering into a pride of lionesses. Within this pride, 3 lionesses were nurturing their cubs, yet there was no lion king to be found. In the sweltering heat, Lin Yi sought a watering hole where he discovered a cub approximately a year old. The little creature, oblivious to the dangers posed by a male lion, playfully charged at Lin Yi's face while he bent down to drink. Although its clumsy antics were endearing, Lin Yi could not afford to indulge it. Parched and famished, he was solely focused on quenching his thirst, fully aware of the lurking dangers nearby. However, the persistent cub continued to pester him, prompting Lin Yi to gently shove it aside as he resumed drinking, determined to satiate his thirst before moving on. The cub's cries soon attracted the attention of its mother, a lioness who, despite her slender build, emitted a threatening growl to ward off Lin Yi. Fearing for her offspring's safety, Yor, frightened, quickly hid behind Lin Yi. After quenching his thirst, Lin Yi glanced at the lioness before departing with Yor. Once the lioness saw them leave, she ceased her pursuit. Yet Lin Yi and Yor had not ventured far before they heard the terrifying roars of hyenas and lions. Upon glancing back, Lin Yi recognized that the commotion stemmed from the very watering hole he had just visited, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. He returned with Yor, drawn by the sounds of a cub's agonizing cries. When they arrived, they found the playful little lion had been grievously injured, its spine severed. Dragging its wounded body forward in a desperate attempt to crawl, Lin Yi felt a sharp pang of sorrow as he and Yor watched the cub call out for its mother, who was engaged in a fierce battle with an intruding male lion. It became evident that this cub was likely a victim of that very lion's attack. Many male lions, upon invading a pride, not only seek to usurp the reigning king and his lionesses, but also aim to eliminate the offspring of the former king. As nursing mothers do not come into heat, while robust males are eager to propagate. Yet, in this pride, there were no males, only the 3 lioness sisters, all of similar age. The roving male lion, seizing the opportunity, targeted the cubs. Despite the lioness's valiant attempts to fend him off with their diminutive forms, they were powerless to stop his lethal assault on the young ones. Lin Yi abhorred conflict. He believed that mere survival was already a formidable challenge, rendering provocations against other lions unnecessary. However, witnessing the oppression faced by the 3 sisters and the imminent peril threatening the cubs stirred a sense of duty within him. He gestured for Yor to remain hidden in the tall grass, assuring him he would return shortly. As Lin Yi charged towards the pride, his powerful roar startled the marauding lion, who had clearly underestimated the presence of a lion king. The intruder had not anticipated encountering such a formidable opponent. Typically disinterested in intervening in others' affairs, Lin Yi took the initiative to confront the rogue male, exuding an intimidating presence. The 3 sisters, emboldened by Lin Yi's participation, joined forces to attack the male lion. With Lin Yi's assistance, the intruder fled in disarray, but this did not guarantee acceptance into the pride. Lin Yi had merely acted in defense of the innocent. He had no intentions of claiming the pride for himself, as his sole responsibility lay in raising Yor. On his return journey, he encountered the cub that had suffered a grievous injury. Lin Yi licked the cub gently, but felt utterly powerless to aid it further. He turned to leave, but as he took a few steps, he heard the sorrowful cries of the lioness. Upon looking back, he saw the cub's mother had caught up, tenderly licking her injured offspring while emitting mournful growls. The savagery of nature was ever present on the plains, affecting all creatures alike. It was the harsh reality of survival. After a moment of grieving, the lioness, understanding the inevitable fate awaiting her cub, closed her eyes and delivered the final judgment upon her child, ending its suffering by ending its life. She consumed the body, tears staining her fur. The other 2 sisters approached, joining in their lamentation, as if bidding farewell to the young one. Lin Yi, unable to bear the sight any longer, turned away. Yet the bereaved mother did not follow her sisters, but entrusted her remaining cubs to them. As the queen of the pride, she understood the needs of the male lions well. She presumed that Lin Yi sought to establish a lineage, prompting his intrusion into their territory. Moreover, the male lion had aided them in driving off the vicious intruder, and Queen Tasha was willing to sacrifice her identity to accompany Lin Yi away from her pride, believing her sisters would care for her cubs. Initially, Lin Yi had not contemplated such a scenario, but as Tasha followed him for a considerable distance outside the territory, realization dawned upon him. She believed he needed lionesses for propagation, and in her selfless act, she departed to ensure the safety of the remaining cubs. With her departure, she would likely never reunite with her sisters, becoming a member of a new pride. Lin Yi felt both touched and helpless by her actions. After he paused, Queen Tasha finally caught up with him and offered her goodwill. Lin Yi comprehended her intentions, but did not wish to deprive Tasha of her happiness. He desired for the lioness to return and reunite with her sisters and cubs. He sternly urged her to leave, yet she remained undeterred, interpreting his actions as doubt in her hunting prowess. Lionesses with inadequate hunting skills seldom attracted the favor of lion kings. Indeed, most lionesses showcased their appeal through their hunting capabilities, while male lions merely defended their territory and feasted when the time came. In an effort to demonstrate her skills, Queen Tasha set out to find hunting grounds, eager to convince Lin Yi of her value. Lin Yi, believing she had been frightened away by his earlier actions. Was astonished when, half an hour later, she returned, dragging an antelope behind her. Both Lin Yi and Yoer were taken aback, as they had been hungry for several days. Having failed in their own hunting attempts, they had subsisted solely on water. Lin Yi pondered the challenges of mastering the art of hunting, feeling despondent that neither he nor Yoer possessed the necessary skills. The only one capable of hunting, Xiao Mei, had mysteriously vanished, just as despair threatened to engulf him. The unexpected gesture of the lioness providing food took him by surprise. He began to see the merit in this lioness, contemplating that Yoer might find a suitable mate in her. However, Queen Tasha's ambitions were directed towards Lin Yi. She hoped to capture his favor through her hunting prowess. Naturally, lionesses evaluated the capabilities of a lion king before considering mating, as they sought a protector for their future offspring. Lin Yi had already demonstrated his strength by driving away the intruder, thus saving her and her sister's cubs. Queen Tasha believed Lin Yi possessed the power to safeguard a new pride, heralding the dawn of a new dynasty. After Lin Yi indulged in a sumptuous feast with Yao, Queen Tasha extended an invitation for mating. This gesture signified her recognition of Lin Yi as her potential mate, a choice for her future husband. She hoped that through this act of offering, Lin Yi would reciprocate her feelings. However, Lin Yi did not reject her. Rather, he found himself unable to comply. Could she perhaps settle for being Yao's spouse instead? Lin Yi distanced himself from Tasha, allowing Yao the opportunity. Yet, Yao remained unfazed. Upon seeing his adoptive father depart, he followed suit, displaying no interest in the lioness. Lin Yi pondered, aren't most lions bisexual, able to engage with both male and female lions? Why did this offspring seem entirely disinterested in the lioness? The offspring replied, adoptive father, I am purely submissive. I cannot take the lead. Lin Yi sighed, as both father and son observed Tasha and estrus and retreated to a safe distance. This left the queen perplexed. Tasha lamented, I have forsaken my pride to be with him, yet he ignores me. Does he not value my hunting prowess? Queen Tasha was not one to concede defeat. She was determined to establish a new dynasty with her chosen husband, who remained indifferent to her advances. Perhaps her abilities were insufficient to capture the Lion King's heart, but she was resolute that he would one day acknowledge her. Lin Yi's intention to leave after a mere meal elicited laughter from onlookers. It was confirmed, Yao was indeed lacking, or perhaps he was entirely gay. An adult male lioness indifference to a female's advances? This was Queen Tasha. To dine and depart without a second thought was something only Yao could accomplish. He had never been particularly effective. Interactions with the lioness were futile. Yao seemed to possess lofty standards. What precisely did he desire? Given the opportunity to establish a harem, why did he not make any effort, thus breaking the heart of the lioness? There was no point in relying on this offspring. He was relegated to a submissive role. Just as Lin Yi began to feel admiration, he faltered. What harm would it have been to try? Tasha, my dear, you have chosen the wrong lion. Indeed, Tasha had made an ill-fated choice. Lin Yi contemplated how to extricate himself from her grasp, hoping she would return to her original pride. He could not bring himself to confront Tasha, but if he continued to indulge her, he could not predict where her next move would lead. Lin Yi desired for her to reunite with her cubs, who needed their mother. After much contemplation, Lin Yi resolved to confront Tasha. He would drive her away, compelling her to return to her former territory, which was not far from their current location. As the audience anticipated the unfolding drama between Lin Yi and Tasha, he launched an attack on her. He viciously tore at her mane, inflicting minor injuries. He understood that failing to act decisively would send Tasha misleading signals, prolonging her presence. Wounded by Lin Yi's attack, Tasha felt despondent and fled from his side. Lin Yi watched her retreating figure with a sigh. He had been left with no choice but to act harshly. He required a lion capable of hunting, not one who was still nurturing cubs. After driving Tasha away, Lin Yi continued to wander the savannah with Yao. Little Mei and Baika had vanished, and Lin Yi had lost all trace of them. A pride, once united, had scattered. He needed to teach Yao how to hunt. They meandered through the landscape, attempting to catch prey, yet they failed on every occasion. Lin Yi was swift but lacked technique, while Yao was lethargic and unwilling to learn, moving only when compelled by Lin Yi. Lin Yi found himself weary, yet to avoid starvation, he had to hunt as well. After wandering in a specific direction for several days, they stumbled upon a resource-rich area filled with game. Lin Yi, drawing on his experience, suspected the presence of a resident pride and refrained from intruding recklessly. However, after a day of exploration with Yao in this bountiful territory, they encountered no signs of a pride, not even a scent. Lin Yi was astonished, Could it be that no lions resided here? He felt both anxious and exhilarated. If there truly was no pride, he would be immensely fortunate. 9484, are there lions in this area? Well, the data suggests there should be, but not a pride. What then? Unknown. The records indicate a lion king, but no pride. A solitary lioness territory? Indeed. Can I defeat him? Uncertain. I plan to claim the territory. What do you think? Perfectly acceptable. As a male lion, claiming territory earns you points. With that settled, Lin Yi surveyed the plethora of grazing animals. His heart racing with anticipation. He swallowed hard and resolved to make this place his temporary abode. Truly, fate had not completely forsaken him. He could likely defeat a solitary lion. With this mindset, Lin Yi led y'all to a nearby water source, quenched their thirst, and then nestled into the bushes for a nap, preparing to awaken and take y'all hunting. He slept soundly until dusk, and in a hazy moment, caught the scent of lions, jolting him awake. Upon opening his eyes, he realized the sun had set, casting a golden hue over the savanna. Slowly emerging from the thicket, he glanced in the direction of the scent, only to discover several male lions approaching him. Startled, Lin Yi quickly retreated back into the underbrush. Y'all attempted to investigate, but Lin Yi restrained him with a paw on his head. Lin Yi's heart raced, and he dared not breathe. 9484, you scoundrel. Not only is there a pride here, but it's also a coalition of male lions. But my data indicates only one resident lion. Your data is erroneous. They are heading this way. What should I do? 542B, do not panic. The records show this is not a dangerous area. It turned out, indeed, this was not a perilous zone. The coalition of male lions, initially approaching Lin Yi, was diverted by a low growl. They turned and headed in another direction. In the damp reeds, a young male lion lay at the center, surrounded by a group of mature males. His striking coat was unusually distinctive, and his mane was still in its early stages of growth. However, his presence commanded respect. Beside him was his uncle Baika, and the surrounding lions were Baika's scattered brothers. They supported the young lioness' ascension to power, preparing to confront the coalition of lions to reclaim their lost glory. The uncles noticed the intruding male lions but did not take action, as the young lion had not issued a command to drive them away. The Lion King cast a glance in Lin Yi's direction. Even from a distance, he had caught his scent long before. Yet, he chose not to approach, fearing he might act on impulse towards his adoptive father. As possessiveness surged within him, his more ferocious nature threatened to surface. He desired exclusivity with his adoptive father, a feeling that had intensified in recent days, akin to an uncontrollable flood. Chapter 16. The coalition of male lions, led by Yalvis and supported by Baika, was dubbed the Revenge Coalition by the documentary crew, who were astonished to witness Baika and Yal reclaiming their scattered brothers across the savannah. Many lions born in the same era as Tiz numbered over 20, but only Baika was Tiz's full sibling. Nonetheless, all male cubs in the elder Lion King's pride were raised together, familiar with each other's scents, fostering strong bonds. The lionesses would care for each other as cubs, which was a primary reason for their close brotherhood. After the elder Lion King was slain, the rumen pride seized the heartland of the coalition, slaughtering the loyal male lions and claiming all the lionesses for their own expansion. Baika and Tiz's biological mother was among them. She was once the queen of the Alliance's lion pride, her distinctive fur making her stand out among all lion prides. The old Lion King cherished her deeply. Yet she witnessed the brutal demise of her long-beloved husband. Baika remained oblivious to his mother's fate. He hadn't seen her when he was expelled from the Alliance territory. Logically, she should have been safe, destined to join a new lion pride and continue residing within the Alliance's domain. However, unbeknownst to Baika, his mother had refused to reproduce for the Ryman lion pride and was subsequently punished by the three brothers. In recent days, Baika had been accompanying Yalvis in search of their brothers who were also banished during that period, having already located 5 of them. They now occupied a territory belonging to one brother known for his single eye, a title earned after losing one eye in a territorial scuffle. They had set up camp there, plotting their revenge. The arrival of Yalvis served as a beacon of hope for these brothers, as his fur bore an uncanny resemblance to that of their elder brother. When their elder departed from the Alliance, he was of a similar age, leading them to believe that their brother had returned, rekindling their hopes for vengeance. Yalvis naturally ascended to the role of the new Lion King, with Baika personally safeguarding and assisting him. This was to be a protracted battle, and the brothers understood the necessity of protecting this singular hope. The one-eyed brother had granted Yalvis access to the territory rich in prey, while the other lions established their presence not far from the riverbank. The male lions were robust and skilled hunters, Thus, securing food was not a concern. Baika harbored worries that Yalvis might struggle with hunting. Given that he was still a subadult lion, his strength limited. Yet, his concerns proved unwarranted. He and his brothers witnessed Yalvis successfully hunt a wildebeest, sustaining only minor injuries. The prowess displayed by his nephew was somewhat perplexing, as Baika felt Yalvis could take on the 3 lions of Ryman single-handedly. However, after that hunt, Yalvis slept for 3 days, engaging in no activity, merely resting in the underbrush. Moreover, he had little tolerance for the presence of other lions in his territory. Should he discover any, he would erupt in fury, even towards his own uncle. Consequently, Baika took it upon himself to lead the other brothers away from Yalvis, preserving the sanctuary for his nephew. The one-eyed brother was not concerned, with a new lion pride and a new king. They were inevitably facing the rise of a new dynasty. They would adequately prepare for a confrontation with the Alliance lions, allowing at least a year for the Lion King to mature before they felt confident enough to challenge the Ryman pride. The Ryman pride dominated the northern region of the East African savanna, while the vengeful Alliance might establish their foothold in the southern region, creating a fractured power dynamic. To expand their pride, the brothers would need to exert effort and continuously push southward, engaging in battles. This spelled disaster for the southern lion prides and posed challenges for those in the north, as this was a coalition of formidable male lions. The 4 fools had been abandoned by Baika, as their strength was insufficient to join their pride. The battle was brutal, and Baika understood that they could not afford to support idle lions given their limited resources. The 2 intruding lions had already revealed their intentions, and the brothers were preparing to assist Yalvis in driving them away, but midway through their approach, Yalvis's voice halted their advance, prompting them to seek out the Lion King. Baika's brothers were seasoned warriors, each possessing considerable strength, and they would not easily let intruders escape. Meanwhile, the naive Lin Yi believed the lions had not detected his presence, thinking he and his son had narrowly escaped peril. Once the surroundings fell silent, Lin Yi emerged from the underbrush to survey the area, noting the absence of lions and the lack of their scent. As night descended, Lin Yi recognized it was time for him and Yal to hunt. Although they might return empty-handed, failure to learn would lead to starvation. Having feasted on the meal provided by a lioness, he and his son had managed to survive for several days, but hunger and fatigue now weighed heavily upon them. The area was abundant in prey resources, and Lin Yi decided to linger here for a while, at least for the availability of water, which had been a perilous pursuit on his journey. 9484 had indicated that only 1 male lion occupied this territory, and Lin Yi had resolved that should this lion appear, he would seize the opportunity to attack and claim the land. Lin Yi thought, though it may seem unscrupulous, survival takes precedence. In the face of life and death, I must focus on how to endure. Furthermore, seizing territory would yield points, which could be exchanged for advantages. This time, Lin Yi and Yal found themselves facing a herd of zebras, with a group of wildebeests not far off. Lin Yi was wise enough to avoid the wildebeests, aware that countless lions had perished during attempts to hunt them. He could only place his hopes on the zebras, having never successfully hunted before. Lin Yi prayed silently while offering a eulogy for the small creatures. It's not that Uncle lacks compassion, it's just that he is on the brink of starvation. Hunting you is a last resort for survival. As a lion, I find myself in a precarious situation. Stay still, little one, a nip from me won't hurt. I promise to spare you unnecessary suffering. As Lin Yi mentally prepared himself, he crouched in the tall grass, mimicking the hunting style of the young lioness. Poised to deliver a fatal blow to the zebra he had set his sights on, he was ready to pounce. With adrenaline surging, he focused intently on his prey, counting silently to 3, lowering his body, and moving forward. Just a few meters from his target, he lunged at the zebra, landing a paw on its hindquarters, only to receive a sharp kick to the face from the zebra's powerful legs. Dazed and disoriented, Lin Yi struggled to regain his bearings, and by the time his vision cleared, the herd had vanished without a trace. Staring blankly at the darkened savanna, he cursed inwardly. Damn it. Is it too much to ask for a meal? I might as well starve. The young lion simply lay down, immobilized, his confidence in hunting once again shattered, while Yal, too, had failed to make any contact with the zebras. Lin Yi glanced at Yal and then at himself, realizing that they might very well starve in this prey-rich territory. How utterly frustrating. I can't hunt because I've only just arrived, and I haven't learned the skills of a lion yet, but my son seems equally inept. Is he not a lion as well? Lin Yi lamented, feeling defeated as his hunting plans crumbled. Yet he refused to concede. Once the pain in his face subsided, he resolved to take his son in search of prey once more. He refused to believe that they could go an entire night without a single meal. Thus, Lin Yi toiled through the night, trying every possible approach, but his once-spirited determination ultimately waned. It became apparent that hunting was a far more arduous endeavor than he had anticipated. Surviving as a lion was proving to be an arduous struggle. Exhausted from his efforts, Lin Yi collapsed in the grass, panting heavily, deciding it wise to conserve his energy and await the dawn. Yao, too, lay down beside him, weary and parched. After a brief respite, facing into the wind, Lin Yi caught a whiff of blood, instantly alerting him. Rising swiftly from the underbrush, he turned towards the source of the scent, determined to investigate. Perhaps a hunter had successfully made a kill, and he intended to leverage his identity as a lion to assert dominance over the weaker. Yao, fearful of losing his adoptive father, hurried to keep pace with him. After walking a few dozen meters, they stumbled upon a fresh, recently deceased wildebeest lying on the grass. Lin Yi's heart raced with excitement as he scanned the surroundings. Noting the absence of any immediate threats, not even a solitary leopard in sight, he was astonished, pondering what formidable creature could have hunted such a massive bison. Was it the local lordly lion? Lin Yi, who had previously boasted about claiming territory, felt a chill as he gazed upon the robust carcass of the freshly deceased bison. He feared he might not be able to contend with the landowner lion. Though sustenance lay before him, he remained cautious, wary of a potential trap. He took several steps back, preventing his rebellious offspring from advancing, to avert any danger. After approximately 2 minutes, noticing no hunters returning, Lin Yi gestured for his offspring to approach the feast. Is this a divine gift? Did 9484 provide this? While tearing into the prey, Lin Yi inquired of 9484. Did you supply me with food? 9484 denied it, stating, No, I am not that powerful. You still owe me points. How could I redeem food for you? Lin Yi considered this, realizing that indeed, this must be a celestial blessing. My fortune is unparalleled. Just as I was on the brink of starvation, I encountered a fresh bison. I am truly the chosen one. 9484 responded. Wow, 542B, you are incredibly impressive. No wonder I chose you as my host. You are not even dead yet. Lin Yi, uncertain of the food's origin, refrained from overindulging, fearing hidden dangers. He filled his stomach to about 60% and then called his offspring to depart. The greedy Yar, unwilling to leave without being fully satiated, received a sharp slap from Lin Yi, finally relinquishing the large bone he had been gnawing. The two lions swiftly distanced themselves from the prey, seeking a place to cleanse their scent, anxious about attracting other predators. Lin Yi was not particularly fond of grooming. He had grown accustomed to his strong odor. Initially, upon his arrival, he found it pungent and unpleasant, yet now it seemed odorless, perhaps due to acclimatization. However, for the cleanliness-obsessed Yar, his father's scent was potent enough to deter nearby hunters, such as hyenas and leopards. Yet, this strong scent posed significant challenges for hunting. Observing his adoptive father having failed to catch anything throughout the night, Lin Yi understood why his father had previously insisted he learn hunting skills. It seemed his father had never truly mastered the art of hunting, suffering repeated failures. This foolish spectacle contrasted sharply with the cunning and ruthless figure of his father in Lin Yi's memories. Despite his father's shortcomings, Lin Yi found it difficult to watch him go hungry, and he even felt a tinge of pity upon witnessing his father's exhaustion. The bison had been cast aside intentionally, a gift from Lin Yi to his father, driven by concern that he might starve. Yet, in considering his father's well-being, had his father ever thought of him? During his absence, had his father ever missed him? Chapter 17. The bison provided Lin Yi and the young lion with comfort for 2 or 3 days, leading Lin Yi to believe in his good fortune. There were no packs of hyenas or leopards, nor any hunters to contest their food, which puzzled Lin Yi. In any lion territory, there would typically be hyenas and leopards. Yet this land appeared devoid of them. While the absence of leopards was expected, the lack of hyenas was utterly unbelievable. Lin Yi sensed something amiss. What had become of the lions he had previously seen? Why did they not linger in a resource-rich area to assert their dominance? All these thoughts kept Lin Yi on high alert. He was aware that a lion king resided here, yet his whereabouts remained a mystery. As the bison neared completion, Lin Yi resolved to adopt the role of a demanding father, pushing Yar to hunt. However, the indolent offspring showed no inclination to move, prompting Lin Yi to devise various strategies. When his efforts proved ineffective, he resorted to scaring Yar, as prompted by 9484. After inflicting a minor wound, Yar finally complied. Frightened into obedience, Lin Yi, not one to remain idle, recognized the necessity of learning the skill of hunting. Survival could not rely solely on luck. With strength, luck would surely favor him more. Lin Yi began to hunt as well. Once satiated, he discovered his strength had indeed increased. Together with Yar, they chased after the animals scattered across the grassy plains, unimpeded by any lion. It appeared the Lion King was nowhere to be found. Lin Yi concluded that this territory likely harbored no lions. Seizing the opportunity, he decided to stake a claim to the territory that evening. A suitable haven for him and his offspring. He could not allow other lions to beat them to it. As he walked, he marked the territory with his scent, a potent aroma that caught the attention of a coalition of lions residing by the riverbank. The one-eyed lion, known for his volatile temperament, was typically only lenient towards his kin. Upon detecting the unfamiliar scent, he realized that a foreign lion had encroached upon his domain, specifically the part recently designated for his nephew. Concerned for his underage nephew, he hurriedly set off to offer assistance, only to be intercepted by his nephew mid-journey. Furious, the one-eyed lion, though he had temporarily entrusted the territory to his nephew, was unwilling to let a stranger roam freely. He bore no fear of Yarvis, exhibiting a fierce demeanor, yet Yarvis stood his ground, even confronting the one-eyed lion. Recognizing the tension between the two, Baika quickly intervened, nudging the one-eyed lion to refrain from confronting Yarvis. Baika, however, remained unaware of the reason behind Yarvis's stance. He and his brothers had observed the two lions and deemed them utterly inept, incapable even of basic hunting. Even if the two lions eventually joined a pride, they would only be a hindrance. Despite these thoughts, Baika sided with Yarvis wholeheartedly, supporting his nephew's ascension to leadership. Their pride required a capable leader. In the lion community, strength determined leadership, and Yarvis's resemblance to his father solidified his status among his uncles. This was a figure feared by all his brothers during his prime. The one-eyed lion, thwarted by Baika, could do nothing but retreat to resume his slumber. However, the commotion had captured Lin Yi's attention. Startled by the unfamiliar roars of lions, Lin Yi initially felt apprehensive, yet after regaining his composure, he resolved to confront the Lion King, intent on seizing the territory. After preparing himself, he signaled for his offspring to hide, planning to challenge the Lion King to a duel. Without hesitation, Lin Yi ventured toward the source of the lion roars. After traversing less than 100 meters, he spotted a familiar figure, the scent unmistakable. His heart raced. He feared he had misjudged, lying low in the tall grass until the lion approached him and called out, at which point he realized it was indeed Xiao Mei. Overwhelmed with excitement, he couldn't resist leaping up to fondly lick Xiao Mei, emitting soft, affectionate sounds. This unexpected display bewildered the still fuming young lion, who had assumed his adoptive father had forgotten him. To his surprise, such warmth was extended. Any grudges he held against his father dissipated, and he even began to reciprocate the affectionate gestures. Baika and the one-eyed lion, having not wandered far, returned upon hearing the commotion, only to discover their young king entangled with the unfamiliar lion in a display of intimacy. Baika remarked, "I told you not to act impulsively. Their relationship is not ordinary." "See? I was absolutely right. Our nephew is fond of male lions." The one-eyed lion replied, "I don't recall our elder brother having such tastes. How did he come to favor this?" The other uncles chimed in. "No wonder they didn't want us meddling. It turns out they were involved." Lin Yi interjected, "Please, do not misunderstand. Our relationship is purely platonic." "Baika, who would believe it? My nephew's temperament. Would he truly be so kind of friends?" "Wait, he has no friends. Only a group of uncles eager to help him rise in status." Lin Yi never expected to encounter Xiao Mei here. It had been so many days since they parted, and he thought he would never see Xiao Mei again. Is this child angry with him? Reminiscing about how he had previously scolded Xiao Mei, Lin Yi felt a pang of guilt, prompting him to be even more affectionate, hoping Xiao Mei would understand that it was unintentional. He indeed preferred Xiao Mei just a bit more. Lin Yi emitted soft mews akin to a large cat, inadvertently causing a misunderstanding for the young lion. In the eyes of the sexually aware young lion, once he confirmed that his adoptive father harbored such feelings, every gesture of goodwill transformed into an unspoken invitation for mating. He no longer bore any resentment towards his adoptive father. The two male lions rolled together, an odd sight indeed. Lin Yi might not have pondered deeply, but the young lion was lost in thought. Under the glow of the night vision goggles, something peeked from beneath the young lion's belly. The audience in the live stream gasped. "What did I just witness? A large cat's. What? This is quite scandalous. To be honest, I want to see how male lions interact. This is definitely a younger partner situation. I'm going crazy. It feels like a small knife pricking my rear." My eyes have been opened. Our D-Sun has been younger partnered. Could it be that the wild buffalo D-Sun consumed earlier was deliberately left by the pretty one? What if I love him even more now? Shouldn't D-Sun be having cubs with the pretty one? Let him have them. Still oblivious to Xiao Mei's peculiar behavior, Linny was intoxicated by the joy of reunion and stood up, taking Xiao Mei to find her. Xiao Mei initially hesitated to go, but his adoptive father kept calling him, so he had no choice but to follow, occasionally sniffing Lin Yi's tail. Linny assumed it was just playful antics and paid no mind. Until Xiao Mei licked the bell at his rear, Lin Yi was startled and nearly jumped. Roar! What the? Starting off like this? A male, what is there to lick? Yet, he reconsidered. Xiao Mei had gotten involved with Baika. Could his sexual orientation be irreversible? It shouldn't be. He was merely exploring his sexuality. If there were lionesses present, he would surely know what to do. Setting aside territorial disputes, Linny felt it was somewhat dangerous to be with two young lions. He needed to exercise caution and take a step back. He found Yer and attempted to reconcile them, but upon seeing Xiao Mei, Yer was paralyzed with fear, hiding behind Lin Yi and refusing to even glance at Xiao Mei. To prevent another conflict, Linny chose to stay with Xiao Mei this time. He needed to keep an eye on Xiao Mei, who was potentially dangerous. However, their shared presence in a bush gave Xiao Mei a boost of confidence. Lin Yi was now fairly certain that his adoptive father loved and cared for him. Willingness to share a bush was, after all, an invitation, was it not? Alves. In the past, I didn't quite understand my adoptive father's feelings, but now I do. He truly needs me and must have missed me terribly these days. Lin Yi believed Xiao Mei was sincere, but it stemmed from concern rather than any special feelings. He recognized that the child might have been influenced by what he witnessed between Baika and those lions during this phase of exploration. That's fine. He, as a guardian, would guide the two children onto the right path. They must not solely be interested in male lions. They should also consider lionesses, lest lions face extinction. This night was special, a pivotal moment in Lin Yi's fate. He found himself joyfully reunited with Xiao Mei, feeling particularly affectionate towards him. Xiao Mei displayed no unusual behavior, reciprocating his affection and licks. In such an atmosphere, Lin Yi peacefully drifted off to sleep. Though he usually slept lightly, he felt particularly secure under the young lion's grooming. He experienced a long-lost sense of peace and happiness, pondering, I wonder why I feel so at ease with Xiao Mei? Even though he is younger, he brings me comfort. With Xiao Mei's care, Lin Yi slept dreamlessly, basking in the joy of being attended to by the young lion. Xiao Mei is truly delightful. His affectionate licks are so comforting. If only he could remain by my side forever. Oh, my little darling, how wonderful and soothing. Tomorrow, Uncle will hunt for you. Reunions are always beautiful. Lin Yi resolved to treat Xiao Mei better from now on, promising never to scold him again. Overflowing with happiness, Lin Yi succumbed to slumber under the young lion's soothing presence, contemplating the effort he would put into hunting for Xiao Mei's nourishment the following day. Above the East African savanna, the starry sky was breathtaking. Lin Yi slept soundly until midnight when he suddenly felt a sharp pain at the back of his neck, as if something were biting him. Moreover, a prickling sensation arose beneath his tail, jolting him from his dreams. Before he could comprehend the situation, he felt something damply striking beneath his tail. The young lion rolled off him, and the pain dissipated. What on earth? Chapter 18. Lin Yi turned to inspect his tail, his eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. If his instincts were correct, Xiao Mei had taken advantage of his slumber to engage in some indescribable act. Has this young lion truly assaulted him? Was it really necessary for such an abrupt encounter? They had only just met, although there was no penetration. The pain on the outside indicated that the young lion had indeed crossed a line. Lin Yi was flustered in the darkness. I can't believe I was rubbed against by a young male lion. Is there no justice in this world? The moment he realized the situation, he refrained from scolding Xiao Mei. Instead, he sought out the system, fearing that if this were to be broadcasted, he might as well abandon his identity as a lion. Lin Yi's thoughts were a tangled mess. 9484, I can't go on living. 9484 was awakened from a deep slumber. 542b, what's wrong? Why are you acting crazy in the dead of night? Wasn't he everything calm tonight? Upon hearing 9484's tone, Lin Yi realized this fellow likely had witnessed the incident with Xiao Mei. Thus, he endeavored to calm himself and maintain composure. You truly don't know what transpired? 9484 inquired, puzzled. What exactly happened? Lin Yi cleared his throat, attempting to mask the truth. Nothing much. Just wondering if the streaming permissions are disabled while I sleep and when I need to use the restroom? 9484 replied, yes. The system automatically shuts down when the host enters sleep mode, and I also take a break for a while. So, what occurred while you were asleep? Upon hearing the system's explanation, Lin Yi's heavy heart felt lighter. He sighed in relief. Nothing, just checking if you were. If he disclosed to 9,484 that a young lion had rubbed against him, he would surely lose all dignity as a male lion. Given that Xiao Mei had vanished for several days after Lin Yi had scolded him, Lin Yi felt he could not be overly harsh on Xiao Mei this time. After all, the child was maturing and exploring his sexuality. Lacking an outlet, he had resorted to his tail to satisfy his needs. It was understandable, but such behavior could not be repeated. More urgent than teaching Yura to hunt was finding a mate for Xiao Mei. Lin Yi refrained from scolding Xiao Mei, and when Xiao Mei noticed he was not furious, he boldly licked Lin Yi's mouth corner. Lin Yi attempted to evade him, but the stickiness of his tail was unbearable. He turned to clean himself, but the strong scent of the young lion nearly overwhelmed him. He decided to disregard it, rising to find some grass to wipe himself clean. However, just as he lifted his forelegs, Xiao Mei licked his tail. Lin Yi was momentarily stunned, feeling the pricking sensation, his heart racing. And he hurriedly emerged from the bushes. He found a patch of grass to wipe away the young lion's remnants, then gazed blankly at the vast savanna under the night sky. Dawn was still several hours away, but his mind was in turmoil. A peculiar sensation enveloped him. He wondered if it was due to the identity of Xiao Mei, as Lin Yi bore no intention of reproach, merely feeling an oddity. However, recalling the nature of lions, inherently what they are, he found solace. Even if it were Tiz's offspring, it was unrealistic to impose human standards upon a lion, which lacked the cognitive elevation of humanity. Any scolding would yield no results. Instead, he could only guide Xiao Mei through actions, teaching him what to do in the future. Lin Yi distanced himself from Xiao Mei and Yal, both of whom exhibited peculiar behaviors, showing a keen interest in the lion. One aspired to be the lion's delicate mate, while the other wished to be the lion's consort. And amidst this, Lin Yi himself was the lion, gazing into the night over the vast grasslands towards the thicket. He noted Xiao Mei had not emerged, indicating that Xiao Mei was merely momentarily overtaken by the heat of the season, rather than fixating on him. This realization brought Lin Yi relief. During the prolonged rainy season, lions indeed became easily aroused, particularly those inhabiting resource-rich territories. Once satiated, their sole entertainment became procreation, irrespective of gender. Thus, Lin Yi concluded that Xiao Mei had entered his estrus phase, necessitating arrangements for a mate. With such thoughts, Lin Yi lay back on the grass and drifted into slumber. Yalvis peered through the thicket at his adoptive father, feeling that their relationship had drawn slightly closer. Although he had listened to many of his father's heartfelt musings, he often struggled with complex vocabulary, grasping only the simplest expressions. Deep in his memories lingered the image of an exquisitely handsome man with whom he had lived for several months, as his father frequently took him to visit this man. He never understood why his father only brought him along, as he had preferred to sleep undisturbed in his early years. Yet each time his father carried him off, he found himself nestled in that man's embrace. Though unfamiliar with humanity, over time, he gradually learned to comprehend the man's words. They were unlike Western languages, melodious and pleasant to the ear. However, he had forgotten the man's voice. He had been too young at their meeting. The passage of time was extensive. Having lived 2 lives, he could no longer recall the man's tone. His adoptive father's sentiments were likely similar to that man's, as the language shared its essence, allowing him to understand many simple expressions while choosing to disregard the more complex ones. Just as earlier, he heard his father's voice but failed to grasp its meaning. Interpreting through actions, he surmised that his father might be bashful due to encountering such a situation for the first time. Yalvis pondered why there was any need for shyness. They were bound together for life, and whenever he had food, his father would not go hungry. At the break of dawn, Lin Yi observed Xiao Mei departing, unsure of his purpose. Noticing the hour was still early, he returned to sleep. It was not until the sun rose that Xiao Mei, backlit by the sun, presented him with a bountiful breakfast, rousing Lin Yi from his slumber. Upon seeing the food Xiao Mei had caught for him, Lin Yi quickly dismissed any previous concerns, nuzzling Xiao Mei in gratitude before eating. Xiao Mei, elated, watched as his father feasted heartily, feeling immense satisfaction. He envisioned becoming a dual king of the grasslands alongside his father, destined to rule a coalition of lions. Once he vanquished the Reelman brothers, he would grant his father the finest territory, ensuring he would toil no more. Indeed, his father had endured many hardships during those years they spent together, ultimately perishing in a battle against rival lions. This thought pained him. This time, he vowed not to let his father suffer. Yal also sought to partake in the meal but was thwarted by Xiao Mei. Lin Yi paid no heed, as Yal was not starving. He needed to learn to hunt independently. And as for Linny himself, if he could lounge and dine, why should he subject himself to discomfort? Was he not also capable of enjoying the fruits of his labor? Xiaomei's kindness seemed reserved solely for him, perhaps due to his slightly more appealing appearance. A handsome lion was indeed nourished through merit. Linny awoke to a full belly, feeling utterly blissful. 9484, with a hint of curiosity, inquired about the events of the previous night. After satisfying his hunger, Linny lay in repose, grooming his paws. He glanced at the beautiful young lion eating nearby. Recalling the amusing scene from the night before, 9484, do you think this lion can endure for even a minute? Hey, it's still a baby. How can the host ask me such a question? Stop pretending, you know far more than I do. Well, you know what? 542B, you have fans now. Linny was taken aback. What do you mean? 9484 excitedly scrolled through comments and messages. CP fans. Viewers are shipping you and the little lion, claiming they will present grand gifts at your wedding. Lin E. 9484 continued with enthusiasm. I think the little lion treats you exceptionally well. Even better than your own son. Lin E., equally perplexed, wondered, why is he so nice to me? Did he know me before? When I first met him, I was competing with him for food, yet he still chose to nourish me. 9484 nodded. He's an exceptionally rare gem. If you two marry, I'll contribute a gift. He. Lin E. Lin E dismissed 9484's comments. Yet he felt fortunate that Xiaomei was not merely a symbolic son. Otherwise, he would be at a loss for where to place his face. Moreover, he was relieved that Yal was submissive, not daring to act against him. Otherwise, he would have been a woefully inadequate adoptive father. Yet Xiaomei was a striking figure, robust and handsome. Even though he and Yal were of the same age, he matured more rapidly. When Lin E first encountered him, he was not significantly larger than Yal, but now Xiaomei had surpassed Yal in size. His physique was approaching that of an adult lion, though his sparse mane suggested youth. Thank goodness for his youth. Otherwise, if he truly sought dominance, Lin E would find himself at a disadvantage. He resolved to prioritize finding a mate for Xiaomei. Perhaps it was time for this young lion to establish his own pride and reign as king. Xiaomei stubbornly withheld food from Yal, who, in frustration, gnawed on a bone, while Xiaomei, having eaten his fill, retired to rest. He disregarded Lin E and Yal, leading his rebellious charge on a hunt instead. Yal, disgruntled, vocalized his discontent towards Lin E, observing everything between his father and Xiaomei. He rejected any interaction with Lin E and quickly dashed away, ignoring him. Lin E reclined in the thick grass, not far from the small animals, resting while waiting for Yal to hone his hunting skills. After all, he was satiated and had no desire to move. In the sweltering heat, it was a most pleasurable experience to lie in the cool shade of the dense grass for a nap. 9484 persisted with inquiries. What happened last night? I was genuinely worried about you. Lin E stammered. It was nothing, just a minor incident. The child didn't mean any harm. 9484 sensed complexity beneath the surface. What was unintentional? Just as Lin E was about to elaborate, an unsettling sensation coursed through him. Gradually, he opened his eyes to see Xiaomei burrowing into the thicket where he lay. Lin Yi's heart raced, preparing to rise, but before he could do so, the young lion bit down on the nape of his neck. Lin Yi was taken aback. 9484. This is not as simple as it seems. Before he could voice his concern, the little lion pounced, pinning him to the grass. Lin Yi found himself immobilized by the overwhelming strength, howling in frustration. What the hell? This guy did it on purpose. 9484, shut down the stream. My reputation is at stake. Why can't I move? Chapter 19. The live stream of 542B explodes. The narrative of the wandering lion battling across the grasslands had taken an unexpected turn. Viewers had tuned in for the humor and charm of Dessen, not to witness lions engaging in amorous escapades. I understand. Here is the refined and improved translation of your text. Indeed, as one engages in the unconventional pursuits of the animal kingdom, one must find amusement where possible, but without straying from the central narrative. Is this progression truly without consequence? It increasingly feels amiss. Dear streamer, are you not deceiving us? A wandering lion, rising to power with its cubs? Witness the legendary flower thief, Dessen, as he navigates the savannah, guiding the future king of lions to ascend the throne. Could this not be a genuine account of lionly pursuits? To this day, I have not encountered a lion of traditional orientation. Dessen appears more akin to a captivating trap, irresistible to any lion. Is this what a straight man ought to witness? As I perused the posts, excitement surged within me. I have always favored the charming young aggressor. Is my wish on the cusp of realization? Fans of this pairing wave their banners high. The charming young one has captured my heart. Calm down. Hurry, hurry. I revel in this. This is undeniably more captivating than survival broadcasts. An adult lion subdued by a subadult. Who can claim this is not true love? Surely, it must be a willing submission. The situation spiraled beyond control. Lin Yi found himself immobilized, gripped by the neck by a youthful lion. Astonished at the immense strength of one yet to reach maturity. Perhaps influenced by ancestral memories, Lin Yi found himself powerless, his roars reverberating, stirring chaos in the surroundings. The pride of lions lounging by the river, upon hearing his cries, rushed to the scene, anticipating a tragic battle. Yet, upon witnessing the indescribable scene, they paused, bewildered. Before retreating, Lin Yi caught the scent of the approaching lions, hoping that his captor would release him in the event of an invasion. Yet, the young lion did not relent. It regarded Lin Yi merely as an object of control. It was indifferent to Lin Yi's plight, driven solely by primal urges. After enduring a minute of torment beneath Lin Yi's tail, the youthful lion relinquished its hold, and Lin Yi once again felt that familiar sticky sensation. Initially, Lin Yi could rationalize the encounter as unintentional. Perhaps the cub was simply overwhelmed. Yet this time, the experience shattered all the endearing notions he held of the young lion, dismantling the filter through which he viewed it as a child of Tis. As a lion who had recently transitioned, Lin Yi had scarcely forgotten the essence of being human, only to be sullied by a beast. Though there was no consummation, the indignity remained intolerable. As an adult lion, his dignity and pride were obliterated. The scene of being overpowered in the grass would undoubtedly circulate. With 9,484's prolonged absence, perhaps the shock of the moment had stifled its presence. The more Lin Yi pondered, the more he felt stifled, unleashing a thunderous roar towards the heavens, a manifestation of his frustration and resentment. He had no intention of severing ties with the young lion. Yet he now found himself compelled to do so. He could no longer allow this lion, which had so persistently tried to dominate him, to remain close. Not even as Tiz's offspring. My goodwill towards you stems from your father, Tiz. Otherwise, what makes you think you are worthy of my attention? Lin Yi finally erupted in fury, baring his teeth and charging at the youthful lion, determined to instill fear in the little one. The young lion, witnessing Lin Yi's formidable demeanor, made no effort to resist, merely adopting a defensive posture, revealing its fangs, reminiscent of a past life as ferocity. Yet, when those teeth pressed against him, he felt no pressure. The force was merely painful, not injurious. The young lion pondered Lin Yi's anger. Was this not the encounter he had long desired? Why, then, was he met with such hostility at this crucial moment? He had not yet penetrated. Lin Yi viciously gnawed at the young lion until the latter could no longer endure, fleeing from the assault, pursued relentlessly by Lin Yi. The young lion did not resist. But Lin Yi was resolute. He could not allow the young one to remain, for to do so would mean accepting the indignities he had suffered last night and today. Chasing the young lion for miles, they neared a vast river, where Lin Yi caught the scent of other lions and halted. Breathing heavily, he contemplated the potential dangers. Would the young lion encounter trouble? Just as he mused, he spotted the lions that had invaded his territory leisurely returning, prompting Lin Yi to turn and flee. Aware that a pride of lions resided nearby, predominantly adult males, he glanced back towards the direction the young lion had departed, feeling a pang of sorrow. However, he knew that without such actions, the young lion might presume he was easy to intimidate. He ceased his pursuit, retreating while glancing back to see if the young lion would follow. But he did not. Lin Yi paused, harboring resentment, exhaling deeply, trying to convince himself, the young lion is clever. He will be fine and should return shortly. He turned back multiple times until the young lion's silhouette vanished from view. Lin Yi hastened back to find Yal, sprinting for an hour. The food consumed that morning now depleted due to the exertion. What a waste. Exhausted and parched, upon finding Yal, Lin Yi remained uneasy about the young lion. Yet, his actions had been clearly observed by humans and 9484. To preserve his dignity and conceal his emotions, Lin Yi refrained from seeking out the young lion. Finding a spot to lie down, he cautiously inquired of 9484, "Did you witness everything?" 9484 replied nervously, "Yes, I saw it all. Not just me, but the viewers in the stream as well. They are all mocking you." Lin Yi, devoid of hope, replied, "Excellent. Soon you shall witness an adult lion's demise." 9484, alarmed, urged, "Don't act rashly." 542b. Although you have lost your dignity as a lion, you have gained the popularity of the stream. Currently, There are 3,000 viewers online. A surge of over 1,000 in 2 hours. Lin E. Is that good news? 9484. Well, sort of. More viewers mean higher rankings, leading to increased audience. And once you surpass 5,000 viewers, there will be rewards. You just need to exert a little more effort. 542B. Perhaps you and that young lion could. Lin E. 9484. Of course, I do not look down upon lions engaging in such activities. As many do, you are not alone in this. There is nothing to be embarrassed about. If necessary, once you accumulate enough points, you can exchange for rest time during which you can ignore me. At that time, you may engage with that young lion as you wish, and we shall not observe. Lindy, having experienced the inefficacy of this system, he muttered through gritted teeth, I shall rid myself of you one day. 9484 cheerfully responded. The day you manage to do so will either be your end or your rebirth. I look forward to it. Lin E., disinterested in further discourse, closed his eyes to rest, wishing for a momentary cessation of the broadcast. Though angered, he remained concerned for the young lion's safety. He had indeed brought this upon himself. As evening approached and anxiety mounted, he resolved to summon Yal to search for the young lion. Let those who wish to laugh do so. He could not disregard the young lion's well-being, especially in memory of the late Tiz. After trekking for nearly 2 hours, Lin E took a lengthy detour to reach the territory of a pride of lions. A journey that could have taken only half an hour in a straight line had been extended for the sake of seeking the young lion. Yet this time, he did not detect the scent of lions, possibly due to their proximity to the river. He was uncertain of their whereabouts. As he pondered this, he spotted several lionesses returning. Lin E, alongside Yal, quietly retreated, uncertain of the pride's nature. The populations of male and female lions have become equal. But where have all the male lions vanished to? Where has Xiaomei run off to? Upon reuniting with his adoptive father, Yalvis initially intended to accompany him, yet unexpectedly, his father turned against him for reasons unknown. Could it be due to his lack of skill? Admittedly, he conceded that he lacks experience in this regard. After all, he had only lived for 7 years in his previous life. In his prime, he should have been capable of forming a pride. But he had prioritized evading the relentless pursuit of the realman pride, neglecting to consider the matter of mating. It is only natural that his adoptive father would be upset, perhaps even wounded by his actions. Being expelled by his adoptive father could be seen as a blessing in disguise. For Baika had long desired to lead an assault on the lion pride's territory, seeking to expand their domain. Until now, Yalvis had lacked the enthusiasm to engage in such endeavors. After experiencing pain and receiving his father's reprimands, he felt discontented, prompting him to target the southern pride instead. This pride had been eyeing the one-eyed lion for quite some time. During the reign of the one-eyed lion, there had been multiple attempts at invasion, all thwarted by him. With Baika rallying the brothers to join the one-eyed lion's ranks, this pride had even confronted Baika, issuing threats. Yalvis contemplated seizing the opportunity to claim this territory for his brothers. Otherwise, the limited expanse would hinder their ability to grow the pride. Thus, the young Lion King set forth with his uncles in an orderly manner as the sky darkened, while the southern pride remained oblivious to the impending calamity. Linny, fraught with anxiety as he searched for Xiaomei, suddenly heard the sound of a drone overhead. After a brief moment of surprise, he quickly called for Yal to keep pace with him. He devised a plan to locate Xiaomei, realizing that the documentary crew had returned, and their presence was rarely a good omen. Lin Yi did not allow himself to slacken. He pursued the drone, which soon gave way to a helicopter hovering above. He surmised that a significant event was imminent, or else these pesky followers would not be around. After running in a single direction for over an hour, Lin Yi, panting, caught a whiff of the lion pride scent, along with the unmistakable stench of blood. His heart raced, filled with dread for Xiaomei's safety. Damn it, though I am angry, I would never wish for your demise. You will be all right? Please. In a state of frantic urgency, Lin Yi paused to catch his breath just as a group of lions approached from another direction, exuding a palpable aura of menace and a strong scent of blood. Yalvis, having seized the pride's territory, was preparing to depart when he suddenly heard a familiar heartbeat. He raised his gaze into the darkness, locking eyes with the grasslands 100 meters away. Quickly distancing himself from the group of males, he veered off in another direction, drawing closer to Lin Yi. His body was stained with the blood of the males, and he felt the need to find a place to cleanse himself. He did not wish for his adoptive father to witness him in such a state. Just as he separated from the group of males, Lin Yi noticed him. Yalvis's heart raced. What was he to do? His adoptive father was in pursuit. After a moment of contemplation, Yalvis feigned injury and collapsed. Only by appearing wounded would his father feel concerned for him, wouldn't he? Chapter 20. Lin Yi discovered Xiao Mei, who lay hidden in the grass more than 200 meters away from a pride of lions. With his exceptional night vision, he could clearly see the scene before him. A pungent scent of blood wafted through the air, sending chills down Lin Yi's spine. The lions were watching him intently, yet he could not afford to be distracted. He had to protect Xiao Mei. Despite the anger Xiao Mei had caused him, he recognized that she was an animal, a lion, and thus acted on instinct. As a human, how could he hold a grudge against a creature of nature? Though Yair was lazy, he was clever enough to flee when danger approached. So Lin Yi had no worries about him. He quickly maneuvered through the grass, stopping beside Xiao Mei under the watchful gaze of the lions. To his dismay, Xiao Mei was indeed injured. The scent of blood was overwhelming, and Lin Yi feared that this condition would incite the lions' fury. Even if the lions remained calm, Xiao Mei would undoubtedly attract the attention of other predators. In such a case, their lives would be in grave danger. Without hesitation, Lin Yi crouched down to lick Xiao Mei's fur clean. Normally, he would eschew such actions, both from laziness and a sense of disdain. Yet, he had no time for reluctance. Even a moment's hesitation could jeopardize Xiao Mei's life. The crew filming the documentary had not followed, and Lin Yi wished they could see Xiao Mei, whose once pristine coat was now drenched in blood. His heart ached with regret. Had he known better, he would have restrained his anger and not driven Xiao Mei away. As he tended to her, his gaze remained fixed on the lions. The lions took a few steps toward their king but were halted by his faint voice. They paused, observing the adult lion as he licked his injured companion's fur. Baika pondered. I sensed something was amiss between them. It seems my nephew and I share a bond. The one-eyed lion remarked. I wondered why my nephew would keep two useless creatures on his territory. It turns out they are indeed a pair. He certainly knows how to play the part. I recall him being uninjured. The other uncles concluded. We are merely pawns in their love play. Let us withdraw, for we have territory to secure tomorrow. Lin Yi occasionally emitted threatening sounds, treating the lions as adversaries. The lions remained silent, and the young lion king offered no commands. After a few moments of hesitation, Baika and the one-eyed lion departed, retreating to the depths of the grassland. Only when they were gone did Lin Yi breathe a sigh of relief, his fear palpable. However, Xiao Mei remained inert, unable to escape on her own. Lin Yi could only laboriously clean the blood from her body. The taste of her blood was an overwhelming challenge to his senses, but he could not afford to dwell on it. It wasn't until the lions disappeared from view that Lin Yi felt a sense of ease wash over him. He exhaled deeply and continued to groom Xiao Mei until her beautiful coat was restored to its former glory. This was the first time he had undertaken such a thorough cleansing for a lion, and he marveled at his own composure. Yet, none of it mattered. The essential thing was that the little one was alive. After licking away much of the blood, the scent of carnage diminished significantly. Lin Yi paused, gazing at the small lion that lay motionless before him. He wondered if Xiao Mei was too severely injured to rise. Anxiety gnawed at Lin Yi, yet he felt powerless. He sniffed around Xiao Mei once more, trying to discern the location of her wounds. Despite his instinct telling him she was covered in blood, he could not locate any injuries. As he leaned closer, Xiao Mei suddenly sprang up and fled. Lin Yi was taken aback, confusion clouding his expression as he looked at her. Xiao Mei was anxious, fearing that her adoptive father would discover her ruse. Having enjoyed a fleeting moment of affection, she hurried to distance herself, lest she be found out and face further torment. She kept her distance from her father, reluctant to approach. In truth, she was not afraid of him. Rather, she feared he might realize her capacity for independence and abandon her. It was almost comical, for in her previous life, she had always yearned to escape her father's grasp, dreaming of freedom, yet always finding herself pursued by him. However, this time, despite countless opportunities to flee, she had no desire to escape. Instead, she wished for her father to remain by her side, witnessing her adventures on the grasslands. Yet, she understood that if she demonstrated her ability to fend for herself, her father would inevitably depart, for he was a mature lion, unbound by the attachment to a single cub. In his eyes, she was still just a cub, not yet a true lion. Nevertheless, she would eventually grow, becoming dignified, strong, and formidable. To prevent her father from discovering her peculiar behavior, she chose to keep her distance for the time being, fearing that he might uncover her astonishing capabilities. From Lin Yi's perspective, it appeared as though Xiao Mei was still upset and unwilling to reconcile. Feeling dejected, Lin Yi reflected that the cub was injured, and as a parent, he ought not to dwell on such matters. He would wait until Xiao Mei recovered before addressing the situation. for he would not argue with a creature of nature. Lin Yi was thoroughly captivated by the antics of the young lion. The audience was equally astounded by the cunning and intelligence of the young lion. How could such a small lion play such intricate games? Dessen, who was likely already full, might assume it was merely overindulgence. What ulterior motives could Xiaomei possess? She simply sought to win over Dessen, aspiring to be his protector. Was the adult lion truly being outmaneuvered by a young one? Did animals truly lack intelligence? They lingered, licking for ages. Xiaomei was indeed quite shrewd. It was reminiscent of her father, Tiz, whose intellect had surpassed that of humans when he pursued his brother's mate. It seemed that like father, like cub, Tiz had left behind a worthy successor. As the live stream evolved, the audience eagerly anticipated the unfolding narrative. The host, System 9484, nervously typed a message on the screen to clarify. It appears to be a dual development of emotional and plot arcs. Dessen has encountered his lifelong love. Upon reading this line, the chat exploded with excitement. Viewers found themselves amused, realizing that what they had followed as a survival stream had transformed into an animal romance chronicle. They hoped for the two lions to develop their relationship, but feared that their eventual need to establish a pride would complicate matters. They relished the notion of a one-on-one dynamic. As a shipper, one could not help but feel that Xiaomei exhibited the signs of infatuation, much like her father Tiz, who had been devoted to a single mate for life. The primary issue, however, seemed to lie with Dessen, who did not appear to take Xiaomei seriously, treating her merely as a cub to be coddled. Though they had tuned in to watch Tiz's offspring, they were perplexed by the simplicity of the dynamics. Animals had no moral compass. They were devoid of societal constraints. Despite their lofty expectations, they acknowledged that Xiaomei was likely driven by romantic impulses, similar to her father. 9484 observed the barrage of comments, feeling a sense of urgency. He understood Lin Yi's thoughts regarding Xiaomei and was determined to prevent the live stream from losing its momentum. To garner more support and rewards for Lin Yi, he resolved to facilitate a reconciliation between him and the young lion, having witnessed the two lions quarrel throughout the night. With Lin Yi diligently grooming Xiaomei and ensuring her safety from potential predators, he noted that after Xiaomei distanced herself, Lin Yi did not pursue or attempt to close the gap. As dawn broke, 9484 made a decision. 542B, are you all right? What could possibly be wrong with me? Lin Yi felt a sense of disinterest and was unable to find sleep. I sense a negativity in you. This cannot continue, remarked 9484. Where am I being negative? Lin Yi retorted. 9484, with heartfelt sincerity, said, I understand that matters of the heart may seem sudden for you, but the right connection can undoubtedly embellish your life. Don't you think? As Lin Yi opened his eyes to the dawn, he inquired, what are you trying to convey? 9484 replied candidly, prepare yourself. I have just uncovered something extraordinary. Lin Yi, puzzled, asked, what is it? 9484, in a serious tone, announced, Xiaomei is your destined partner. He will help you navigate many challenges in the future. Lin Yi responded with silence. 9484 continued, I know it's difficult for you as a straight man to accept this, but it is part of the task. I apologize for the inconvenience. Lin Yi remained silent. 9484 added, it has been a while since you earned any points, and you still owe me a 23 tip. Since the plot cannot progress, why not switch to a different task line? Clenching his teeth, Lin Yi exclaimed, are you suggesting I offer my backside to a lion? 9484 hurriedly clarified, no, who said being together means you have to submit. You could take the dominant role. Lin Yi was at a loss for words. I refuse to partake in such a scenario. I would rather perish. 9484 pressed on, but Xiaomei is quite admirable. Is he not? He excels at hunting. Lin Yi remained noncommittal. 9484 persisted. Remember when you asked me if I had fed you buffalo? That was actually caught by Xiaomei. He was worried you might go hungry and feared your reproach. How much he cherishes you. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi felt a stir in his heart. 9484 continued, with Xiaomei by your side, you need never worry about food again. Doesn't that fulfill your aspiration of leading a leisurely life? You would have to do nothing to raise Alvis and could amass numerous points to enhance your vitality. Lin Yi saw the wisdom in this. Among the three of them, Xiaomei was the most skilled hunter. However, to exchange his body for such comfort felt like a loss. Lin Yi pondered and devised a plan. Could he not marry Al to him? His rebellious son, entirely averse to intimacy, seemed to relish being taken advantage of. Silence on Lin Yi's part indicated agreement. After all, his son's sexual orientation was a mystery. Should they unite, he could enjoy a life of ease, and Xiaomei would cater to him. 9484 remained silent, contemplating whether Xiao Mei, who had always aimed for 542B, could be redirected towards Al. Lin Yi believed it feasible. He did not think a lion would be faithful to a singular target, as both Al and Xiao Mei would be driven by their mating instincts. With mating season upon them and the weather warming, he resolved to facilitate a union between Xiao Mei and Al, thinking, I cannot be blamed. Both of you prefer the same gender. In the animal kingdom, preferences are irrelevant, right? So you two should be bound. On a gloomy morning, Lin Yi led Al to seek out Xiao Mei, who had lain near his adoptive father all night, agitated by the affection he received. Indeed, once such experiences occur, they tend to repeat endlessly. He had dreamt throughout the night of his adoptive father's dominance. It tormented him. Upon awakening, he gazed at the thicket where his adoptive father resided, contemplating that if his father approached him tenderly today, he would not let the opportunity pass. If there was resistance, he would assert himself, determined to penetrate that barrier. He was confused by his feelings toward his adoptive father, yet felt an increasing desire to conquer the lion. And then, there he came. His adoptive father walked toward him. Chapter 21. Upon witnessing Xiao Mei's injury, Lin Yi momentarily relaxed his vigilance. His sole intention was to foster a better relationship between Yer and Xiao Mei, hoping to facilitate their union. Previously, he had been preoccupied with steering the two young lions onto the right path, ensuring they understood their future destinies rather than merely fixating on him with desire. Now, with 9,484 proclaiming Xiao Mei to be his fated partner, how could he possibly disregard such a bond? What a predicament it was. As a male lion, he found himself in the position of potentially becoming a mate to another male lion. He had yet to come to terms with accepting a female lion, let alone engaging in such a relationship with another male. Each time he pondered this, his heart ached. He had initially thought he was participating in a survival live stream, only to find himself embroiled in a rather unconventional reality. He wondered what those watching from behind the screen thought. Were they truly so accepting? After all, humans tuned into animal live streams primarily for amusement, to kill time. Perhaps they were indifferent to his emotional turmoil. Lin Yi approached Xiao Mei, who merely lifted her gaze and stared intently at him. Caught in the intensity of her gaze, Lin Yi felt a shiver run down his spine, instinctively halting his advance. Too apprehensive to draw closer. The sight of a subadult lion observing him evoked a profound sense of pressure. Was this normal? He recalled the last encounter when Xiao Mei had brushed against him, her sharp canines gripping the nape of his neck with such strength that he found himself unable to escape. Fearful, Lin Yi dared not approach further. The intensity of her gaze suggested she might pounce at any moment. He signaled for Yer to approach Xiao Mei, but to Lin Yi's dismay, Yer retreated even further, clearly intimidated by Xiao Mei's earlier display of ferocity. This predicament left Lin Yi feeling quite troubled. If things continued on this trajectory, their union seemed unlikely. What could he do? One thing was certain. Lin Yi had no intention of engaging in any form of relationship with Xiao Mei, neither physically nor emotionally. He resolutely rejected the notion. After standing at a distance for a while, he ultimately conceded defeat in his attempts to bring Xiao Mei and Yer together. Xiao Mei ignored Yer, and Yer was too fearful to approach her. It dawned on Lin Yi that Xiao Mei's true target was himself. This realization sent a wave of panic through him. He contemplated fleeing, fearing that if he lingered any longer, he might truly be overwhelmed. Despite Xiao Mei not yet reaching maturity, her size nearly rivaled that of an adult male lion. He recognized that she was capable of hunting buffalo, and he was acutely aware that he lacked both the weight and combat prowess of such prey. Should Xiao Mei decide to act recklessly, he would be in grave danger. Thus, he began to devise an escape plan. After much contemplation, it became evident that Xiao Mei no longer required his protection. The young lioness was formidable in her own right. Abandoning his matchmaking aspirations, Lin Yi confided in 9484 about his plan. 9484, I must flee. Why? Xiao Mei has set her sights on me. I fear for my well-being. I cannot compete with her. She can hunt buffalo, and dealing with me would be child's play. Why not drive her away? You are both male lions, after all. Yer is different. He is my adopted son. Even if I am beastly, I cannot harm him. Are you truly afraid of developing feelings for these animals? Absurd. Even if I perish in barren lands, I refuse to engage with them. 542b. I advise you to reconsider. Your departure might trigger many irreversible events. Without a second thought, Lin Yi boldly declared, as long as I have my rebellious offspring, I will never starve. Rest assured. Though Yer did not grasp the complexities of his adoptive father's emotions, he understood the simpler sentiments. He recognized Lin Yi's intention to leave. Had they been in their previous environment, he might have allowed his adoptive father to depart without pursuit. However, the situation had changed. The Northern Lion Pride, led by Riemann, had begun to encroach upon their territory. Their objective was to dominate the entire East African savanna, and Riemann's coalition of male lions would soon launch an assault on the Southern Lion Pride's domain. Linny could not afford to let his adoptive father leave. It was far too perilous. The territory they currently occupied was rich in prey, with no other lion prides daring to approach, ensuring their safety. He could not bear the thought of witnessing his adoptive father's demise at the jaws of another pride. Such an outcome would render all his efforts meaningless. He insisted that his adoptive father remain within the heart of their territory for safety, while the other brothers patrolled the borders, ensuring protection every few days. The possibility of unforeseen dangers loomed large. Yet, Lin Yi remained oblivious to Yur's intentions, fixated solely on his escape. As he ventured out to hunt, his adoptive father led Yur in the opposite direction, heading north. As Yur hunted, he gradually sensed his adoptive father's thoughts fading into the distance, realizing that something was amiss. He was compelled to abandon his hunt to find Lin Yi, imploring him not to head north. If escape was necessary, it should be towards the south. Unbeknownst to Lin Yi, the situation was far more dire than he imagined. While he inquired with 9,484 about the feasibility of his route, he swiftly exited the heart of their territory. 9484, what does the current route entail? Currently, the route is perilous. The entire line is marked in red. I advise you to turn back. What does that mean? My map indicates that the only safe exit is the one you just came from. All other areas are marked in red. Lin Yi hesitated, but returning is even more dangerous, isn't it? Not returning could result in even graver consequences. Are there other lion prides? Not solely in that regard. Clearly, the system was reluctant to divulge too much information, yet Lin Yi dared not advance further. Contemplating his options, he chose a different direction to continue his escape. After approximately half an hour, he caught the scent of blood and quickly sought refuge alongside Yur. As he peered towards the source of the scent, he discerned no immediate threat, yet summoned the courage to creep forward through the tall grass. After several steps, he was startled by a massive creature hidden within the foliage. He stumbled backward, only to realize that it was a wounded adult male lion lying in the grass. The lion appeared exhausted, as if it had fled to this spot. It gasped for breath, its wounds grotesquely exposed, sending a shiver down Lin Yi's spine. Reluctant to intervene, he found himself drawn to the lion's pained groans. Yur, hiding nearby, dared not approach. After taking a few steps away, Lin Yi turned back to assess the lion's condition, wondering if it still held a chance of survival. The lion caught sight of Lin Yi, glancing at him before closing its eyes. Lin Yi approached cautiously, observing that the lion exhibited no aggressive behavior. It was evidently too fatigued to react, its origins a mystery. After standing there for a moment, he sighed and resolved to offer assistance, for the wounds appeared far too severe. Yur remained close to Lin Yi, fearful for his adoptive father's safety. He could not fathom that the tenderness Lin Yi displayed could also be bestowed upon another male lion. Jealousy surged within Yur as he watched Lin Yi tend to the wounded lion for over an hour. Finally, the lion lifted its head in response to Lin Yi's ministrations, further igniting Yur's possessiveness. His adoptive father, who sought to depart from him, extended kindness to another male lion. Perhaps Lin Yi's temperament was simply too gentle. Having encountered this pitiful lion, Lin Yi chose to commit fully to aiding it. Guarding the lion throughout the day, he remained vigilant, fearful of becoming prey to other hunters. With the lion's condition improving, they were able to interact more freely, allowing Lin Yi to relax slightly. As night fell, he prepared to rest alongside Yur, planning to resume their journey the following day. However, in the dead of night, as he slumbered soundly, he suddenly felt something intruding into his thicket. Lin Yi awoke with a start, his heart racing with trepidation. The fellow slipped in, making no unnecessary movements, and swiftly clamped his jaws around the nape of his neck, while his forelimbs fiercely restrained him. Lin Yi detected that familiar scent, his heart sinking in dread. Roar. What kind of hero resorts to ambush? If you have the guts, confront me head on. Damn it, don't poke me. Help, my innocence is slipping away. 9,484. Chapter 22. My name is Li Fan, and I graduated from the Chemical Engineering Department of Dongwu University. A man with a crew cut and glasses spoke up. Lu Mingyuan rubbed his palms together. Although it was already June or July, he still upheld the traditions of Xiangya. The words spoken were all reminiscences. And even Yi Zichen paused for a moment, a glimmer of yearning in his eyes. Taiping and Yin Su were taken aback. Sister made a cat her friend? Highly gently tugged at Mu Juanchuan's hair, expressing satisfaction with her introduction while extending a paw to point at the bundle behind her. She instructed the servants not to breathe a word of this matter to the fourth master, lest it disturb such an important celebration today. Jiang Yuxin felt somewhat perplexed, unable to grasp Li Meixiang's meaning. However, seeing her serious expression, he nodded and carried the food inside. When she reached the 10th floor, Jiang Xiuhua had just been brought up to the obstetrics department by the doctor. She ignited his passion, yet he could do nothing in return. For his own good, he should seek another place to sleep. Jiang Xiuhua pondered. As a soul artist, it was utterly impossible for her to capture Zhao Sueki's likeness. Thus, this contingent of 10,000 cavalry could not descend to impede Li Gang's infantry from the Song army. What could possibly be of interest to them in the southern city? The king of ghosts in the southern city was none other than the previous impatient king of ghosts. Although Chu Qinghan had learned some secrets, what Yi Jinmu revealed was indeed quite unprecedented for him. Alas, it turns out it was all you who said it. Tang Yu finally fixed his gaze on Tang Xian, arms crossed, with a cryptic expression. However, he had no reason to feel sorrowful, for after all, it was he who had woven the red thread between the late emperor and Yun Ruoxian. Jiang Mingchuan, upon hearing Yi Jinmu's words, lowered his eyelids, concealing the flicker of pain in his eyes. The bloodthirsty formation? Yu Suifeng glanced back at the dense forest shrouded in blood mist, puzzled. Was this not the place of tribulation? Damn it! How dare you kiss me? I'm not someone you can just kiss at will. Yuan Senyi grumbled, tearing off a piece of meat and chewing it with a fierce countenance. Standing before him was his once beloved father, who had shown him so much affection yet was cruel and merciless towards Inger. Shining was breath quickened, his heart racing as he observed those around him desperately trying to suppress their laughter, feeling profoundly humiliated. Such is the plight of kin. Yuan Sanyi attempted a playful wink, only managing to produce a dull eye roll. Being pregnant before marriage was already a dilemma. The credit union had not even criticized me, let alone promote me. Zhang Yao had some expectations, but knew her family affairs well and held little hope. Just a wall apart, Aite remained as elusive as ever, keenly observing Jin Mu's anomalies, but only then did she reveal a mysterious smile. They wouldn't lend to you, a master of the divine realm from the continent, making you appear like a mere earthworm. He Xiao was equally unyielding, retorting with sarcasm. Of course it's true. Don't think that only you care for us, we care for you too. But you must promise us to prioritize your safety. Jima said. The crimson glow emanating from Gongchang, Dao, seemed to be the only light in this deep purple realm. Luo Yutian descended the stairs slowly, and as he stepped off the final step, he was greeted by the sound of jingling wind chimes. Sensing the man outside had entered, Chu Ming concealed the aura of spiritual energy around him, ensuring they would not be discovered and their whereabouts revealed. Upon seeing Qi Long's excited expression, Chu Ming, curious, immediately inquired. They were merely ordinary guards within Xianyuan City, and faced with such a terrifying situation, they were at a loss as to how to cope. Without a sound, and if not for Nangong Mengting catching a whiff of blood, he might have remained oblivious. Chu Luoyan smiled faintly, realizing there was still ample time to celebrate tonight. Humph. Marrying you would be my greatest regret in this lifetime. Upon hearing this, Bai Shixian shot a disdainful glance at Bing Mo, who had no shame whatsoever, his face betraying no hint of embarrassment. In such circumstances, Wu Qingtai had once witnessed a disciple of the Holy Blood sect, where a certain technique could burn blood to heal injuries. As long as there was a drop of blood within, one could not perish. Then let it be. Almost simultaneously, the two unfurled their wings, and circles of formation diagrams appeared in Bingyuru's hands, which she then forcefully cast out, although she had miscarried several days ago. Tang Shursen still lay on the sofa resting, watching television as if in confinement. Xing Xiao eyed out a piece that was extraordinarily regular, feeling it was entirely different from the previous one, even catching Bingyuru's attention as she approached slowly. Madame Zhao was doing well initially, only lamenting in front of the old master, complaining that the old master no longer took charge, and Lu Qingzi only listened to outsiders, allowing them to bully them. In her career, she relied on her own abilities to rise from the countryside, practiced taekwondo, and gradually became a well-known 7th-degree black belt in the country. A top-level accomplishment in domestic taekwondo. Mr. Lu, your call. A staff member delivered the phone to Lu Qingzi. Get lost. The roar from the headset was so loud that even though old Charlie did not have it on his ear, he still trembled in surprise. Though he bore the demeanor of a young master, he placed great importance on friendship, being generous and kind-hearted. With Ming Fan, his good brother, he was always by his side. partly because encountering a fellow Chinese in a foreign land who had also lived in Shanghai was a fortunate coincidence. Everyone recognized him as he had changed back into casual clothes, pulling a cap down to cover half his face. She spoke Hakka. She thought that since Han Xiu's ancestry was in Yongding, he might also be Hakka, appealing to his hometown sentiment, which was her only available tactic. Shintong silently watched the newlyweds walk down the aisle, exchanging rings that symbolized a lifetime commitment. Shuejini threw her bouquet, which was snatched away by Niu Fei. Chapter 23. Drawing the curtains and illuminating the room. Shinyu began to close his eyes and meditate, envisioning various potential scenarios. Despite having prepared for this more than once, he found it difficult to calm his restless mind. Could it be true that this Guqin had really been killed? Heaven, surely you jest. Following the address provided by El Shuyao, Shinchong arrived at the riverside, a mere 5 kilometers from the Golden Domain Huaqing. Upon entering the checkpoint, Lu Ziyi quickly led Qin Lang to escape beneath the vehicle, ascending to a hillside. What gave them the audacity to believe that merely proclaiming "I am a member of the royal family" would ensure their safety? As the ominous words of the demon star hung in the air, the ensuing scene nearly caused his eyes to bulge in disbelief. Suppressing his shock, Zijing lowered his gaze to inspect his palm, whistling softly as his eyes lazily wandered to Chenyu. In that fleeting moment, he sensed an overwhelming threat. The demon king grew increasingly agitated, his claws flailing with wild abandon. Unprepared, Ji Shuyan's hastily constructed ice wall was effortlessly pierced, leaving a gaping wound on her right shoulder. Exposing bone. The flying dagger, trailing black smoke, struck the ground with a silent precision, as if slicing through tofu. Yet, what filled Long Yi with exhilaration was the discovery of a perfectly round, luminous golden elixir nestled within the head of the six-winged Jinwu, brimming with potent energy. If it truly promised eternal life, then there was ample longevity to explore and transcend. Master, you cannot unjustly accuse me. I am a good child. I do not deceive. Lin Junjie protested innocently. Given the finesse with which Xiang Ziyu executed his teleportation technique, it was evident that such magic was profoundly intricate. Applying his own shadowy teleportation at this juncture would likely be futile, as he risked being attacked at a critical moment, severely compromising his defenses. Lu Sun once articulated that the world initially bore no paths, only through the footsteps of many did roads emerge. Lin Shao mused that if granted 1,000 vessels of such grandeur, he could conquer the heavens of antiquity, including hell, the divine realm, and even other legendary worlds. However, from subsequent dialogues with the vampire prince, Xiaoyu inferred that the task was not issued by the Blood Clan. Had it been, they could have claimed the left hand as their own immediately after Lu Si exited the Sky City, yet the Blood Clan sought to seize it through force. Upon stepping into the goddess tomb garden, he was met with an endless expanse of icy plains, where snowflakes danced through the air. Outside, it was early summer. Yet here, winter reigned supreme, a stark contrast. Then, with a sharp crack, the first note of the 7-string zither shattered in by Xiaoshen's hand. The backlash of magical energy causing him to spout blood before collapsing, pallid and lifeless on the ground. Christian's demeanor had drawn the attention of many. Having provoked the St. Anthony family. All right, I understand. You go ahead with your tasks. We shall dine together another day on my invitation. In Liawei stated before turning to leave. Among the 50 Greek heroes who once braved the storms together, only a few, including Pallius, remained in this world. And even he had succumbed to the flames. Firstly, one must attain level 30, a requirement akin to that of ordinary profession advancements, easily achievable. Wu Opping commanded in Bing to drive the 5th Division directly towards the South Mountain Base, then to advance eastward, encircling the area around East Shirley Pu. While Su Laodao's 8th Division maneuvered around Xi'an City, towards the vicinity of Nian Yibaiyang, breaking through the Jinsong army's defensive line. Enough, enough. We cannot allow him to continue. He will whisk me away, the elder Qin interjected, seizing the microphone as Ma Hongda looked at him with innocent eyes. Haha, I understand. I understand. I shall cease my words now. If that suffices, Su Ku replied with a playful smile, sticking out her tongue, well aware of when to withdraw gracefully. After vanquishing the flying magical beast, Luo Hong immediately joined forces with Ni Shinkong and Yang Ming to support the beleaguered Lu Ni Huang and her companions, successfully restoring their nearly breached defensive perimeter. The route provided by Bruns to Yihua necessitated passing through this area, and the shameless robbers who had stolen the large banner and explosives had also traversed this path. All right, since he has said so, and the program is still being filmed, Zhao Zi cannot refuse this courtesy. He reluctantly retrieved his slippers and ambled over to Lu Zaishi, who was holding a spoon. Ever since that time at Lu Zixi's home, when he faced Li Haieri's torment, Zhao Zi had not initiated contact with her, effectively avoiding her for over a month. Unlike Sasha Vujasic, Ace faced even greater pressure. Considering old Nelson's steadfast character, he truly feared that today's game would see the Lakers close the score. In other words, if he missed a shot, the ensuing year would be a disaster. Just as this winged creature prepared to traverse a layer of space toward the underworld, an enormous hand materialized from thin air, seizing his entire form before he could react. Subsequently, Lin Shen felt a surge of radiant white energy manifest in his mind. As he probed this luminous essence with his consciousness, a torrent of vast information flooded into his awareness. It appears that there are no apparent issues. However, the divine power of Xiefeng seems to exhibit unusual fluctuations, as though tainted by impurities, when Hui remarked thoughtfully after conducting a thorough examination of Xiefeng's body. Chapter 24. Yifeng beheld a kaleidoscope of garments fluttering about, accompanied by the sweet laughter and melodious chirps of the young women. Silently, he gazed skyward, lamenting that he could only observe this spectacle without partaking, as he faced the grim reality of hunger. Could there be a punishment more severe than this? Suddenly, a resounding clash echoed as the steel whip met the long spear, injuring both the commander of the Imperial Guard and General Zhang of the Rising Water River. They cried out in agony and retreated, each sustaining their wounds. Yet, Master Yin discerned that among the 10 or more individuals, the weakest was at the late stage of the Earth Immortal Realm, while Yin Fei had reached the early stage of the Celestial Immortal Realm, and the others were at the pinnacle of the Earth Immortal Realm. A thunderous shout jolted Sun Yuan from his reverie. As he focused, he found that the enchanting Minger had transformed into a burly man with a crimson face, his hands cradling the man's immense visage, which bore a look of deep concern. Seeing this, Silver-Horned King burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Brother, they are all trapped in my cosmic bag." With that, he placed the bag upon the table beside the Grandmaster's hall, gesturing towards it as he spoke to Golden-Horned King. "They cannot escape from here." Master Yin felt as if a peculiar sound had penetrated his being, as if an unseen voice were conversing with him. The attendant behind the man in white involuntarily emitted a soft grunt, prompting Diana to suddenly raise her head, her eyes blazing with defiance until the other party subconsciously averted his gaze. Another day passed, and as the morning mist dissipated, the main force of the merchant army seemed to emerge from an ethereal mirage onto the expansive plains of Songlong County. Their halberds stood like a forest, their breaths resonating like thunder, resembling a vast black cloud slowly advancing towards the eastern city of Linzi. "Since it is your own choice, no one can sway you. Here are 200 taels of silver, sufficient for your journey. Take it." The young man in blue initially paused, but soon regained his composure, producing a money pouch from his bosom and unhesitatingly tossing it to the youth. The nameless one felt a flush rise to his cheeks. "I have always known. But how long can your affection endure?" The sky here transformed continuously among various pure hues, akin to the shifting brilliance of the aurora. In the eyes of the 4 commanders, or perhaps the senior officers of the new 33 Army, Germany's invasion of Poland was merely a distant conflict on the other side of the globe. Some were even unaware of Poland's location. Yet they could not fathom why Liao Fan appeared so despondent. Li Tianyou's recent words had thoroughly incensed the dark-clad cultivators, leading those of slightly lower realms to vacate the area, unwilling to be harmed by the aftermath of their battle. The old patriarch descended the hall with great fatigue, now only capable of observing his pitiful disciple, Lin Meiman. "Moreover, we came here with the intention of seeking trouble, did we not?" Billis retorted. At that moment, a flame servant's hand suddenly wielded a fiery blade, over 10 yards in length, radiating an alarming heat. He dashed forward rapidly, the blade scraping along the ground with a terrifying sound, aimed at Li Tianyou's head. Yun Mo returned to the inn, only to find Yi Huanchuan seated in the center of the hall, 2 teacups on the table, steam rising from the clear tea. Yi Huanchuan, sword in hand, repeatedly polished it, and upon hearing a sound, lifted his gaze to Yun Mo before returning to his prior focus. As the crimson lips drew nearer, Demost remained composed, his fist discreetly covering his mouth as he cleared his throat. "Chinya." Zhao Qian glanced at the sleeping Chinya Yinghua, her youthful face betraying no hint of her bloodline. Speaking of the interactions among sisters-in-law, Nian Yun had no sisters-in-law. Li Chun's brothers were still young, and the prince's concubines were merely troublesome. This time, Sima Yu had mobilized all the elites of his family along with those of the city defense army. These immortal herbs were all meant for nourishing warhorses. Just as celestial steeds required energy to gallop, These herbs contain boundless celestial energy, which would strengthen them after consumption. Previously, the training match at the Purple Gold Brigade's home ground had merely been an accident, a unique opportunity given to Wang Kai. Although Yi Qingmei controlled her strength with each strike, her attacks were progressively intensifying. The Emperor of Daong, appearing to be in his 30s, seemed ageless due to his cultivation of elemental power, retaining a distinct charm. The one demonstrating magic was precisely the maid delivering lunch, who had already showcased her physical prowess, earning approval from 3 instructors. That day, Han Linfu was nominated as one of 3 representatives to meet President Su Shichang in Beijing. She felt immense joy for Han Linfu and was inspired by the fervor of the Tianjin student movement, believing that with Han Linfu's presence, they would have a greater chance to persuade President Su, which indeed proved to be the case. The direction from which the cloaked figures approached was soon engulfed in thick smoke, billowing upwards. After a prolonged period, the smoke finally cleared, yet the dark-clad figures had not advanced any closer. Mu Qinshuan opened her eyes to see Mu Yuqin in great distress, silently enduring his pain. Meanwhile, Hong Jun remained oblivious to the unfolding turmoil, continuing his actions with a fragment of a jade disc emanating profound waves, as if it were altering something. In his eyes reflected a slightly cold blue lightning, arcs of thunder erupting forth, accompanied by the wailing of an infant, enough to send shivers down one's spine. Chapter 25. In the midst of the game, as the commentators noted, Sopham's champion did not opt to engage the dragon early on. He remained uncertain whether the world would face a mass crisis, yet he understood that such global disturbances could not be taken lightly. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Yang Yin maintained his robust state, skillfully managing the minion waves to gradually enhance his growth. Notably, the character known as Box Lunch Girl enjoyed a surge in popularity, earning the moniker Box Lunch She Sure, with long queues forming daily at mealtime. Bai Chengfeng furrowed his brow, although he wished for no interference. It was apparent that many were eager to dissect the situation at such a critical juncture. Suddenly, his tightly clenched fist was forcibly pried open, and he found himself continuously touching Jose's hand. Jiwei attempted to revert the page but faced incessant interruptions from new information, resulting in repeated failures. Lu Liangzhou's expression turned serious as Gu Mingtang firmly restrained him, shaking his head in disapproval. At that moment, Zhu Beiji had already grasped his 9-toothed rake, with blue energy waves swirling around him incessantly. As time progressed, the impending calamity grew increasingly formidable, the energy it contained causing both the Pure Land Divine Emperor and the head of the Cultivation Academy to feel a sense of trepidation. At this instant, Situ Zhaoyuan felt an overwhelming urge to spit blood. Under the oppressive weight of imperial authority, he found himself utterly powerless, resigned to being at the mercy of others. Thus, he clenched his fists but could only retreat. There's no rush, it will come soon. Zhang Fan set down his porcelain basin and fixed his gaze upon Senli. Occasionally facing the vast ocean, though spring's warmth might not be guaranteed, one could certainly feel a sense of joy. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Wei shouted in anger, his palms slowly unfurling, as the silver aura surrounding him seemed to respond, swiftly sweeping outward. Suddenly, Gu Manyan cried out, having tripped, her entire body falling into Qin Tian's embrace, her hands instinctively wrapping around his neck. It was not merely a matter of half of the Qin family's assets. Even if all their wealth were offered willingly, it would still be insufficient. As he approached, Jiang Wei sensed the pure spiritual energy radiating from the immortal fruit tree, allowing him to exhale in relief. Butler Bowen slowly advanced towards Pang Feng, gathering red energy in his hands, signaling that a fierce battle was inevitable. Observing the men clad in animal skins wielding their spears, the witch's expression turned sour. Close in? The queen slightly furrowed her brow, glancing behind the screen to see a serving maid nodding, which prompted her to have Shi Di led into the inner chamber. During the 3 months that Qi Tian and his companions trained in the refining Ying realm, they underwent significant transformations in various aspects. In the future, this experience would undoubtedly become a treasured asset for their growth. If all of them were to perish here, the losses for the National Master's residence would be substantial, and no further attempts to send people to eliminate a few indigenous cultivators could rectify it. No way, Chu Fifan resolutely shook his head. Given his current strength, even a single grain of 8th-grade rice would suffice, and the absence of high-grade primal crystals would be inconsequential to his cultivation. If it were freely given, it could be tested, but exchanging it was entirely out of the question. After all, he possessed the cultivation of a divine general at the first heaven. and he felt confident in confronting a Chu fiefin who was merely at the divine realm. The most delighted were the individuals in District D, who had suffered significant losses and levels during the battle in the Northern Secret Realm. Despite her constant concern for her mother's health and her desire to prevent the Shouqing from unnecessarily exhausting herself, she realized that for all these years, her mother had simply followed her father's every word. At that moment, Chun Feng's body was connected to various instruments, existing in a completely isolated state, even beyond the reach of the world's consciousness. Just earlier, when discussing the birthday banquet for Shen Yu, which would also serve as his coming-of-age ceremony, Shen Jifu had kept Shen Yu behind for a few words, with Shen Yu waiting for Ma Chu to join him as they departed. The pit continued to deepen, its depth growing increasingly profound without expanding in range, hinting at a seemingly bottomless abyss. Even so, it showed no signs of halting, continuously sinking further. However, it was evident that Qin Tian was utterly exhausted. After a moment of involuntary cursing, he succumbed once more to sleep. Presently, the royal physicians and Yin Yu awaited the emperor's response, while Murong Yan's gaze remained fixed solely upon Yin Yu. With the emergence of two quasi-divine powerhouses, the atmosphere grew thick with tension, rendering figures like Quan Quan and others mere lambs to the slaughter. The four quasi-divines had become the true focal points of the scene. Having assessed that there was nothing more to be done, Niechen turned to Ming Yunhao and Tianzhu Jianhan, expressing his concerns. Although Ming Yunhao had been assisting him in managing affairs during his prolonged unconsciousness, Niechen still felt a sense of worry, particularly regarding the incident where Zhou Tianxiong had been severely injured, which was enough to give him a headache for some time. Su Ming pondered seriously, but truthfully. This question posed a considerable challenge for him. Ultimately, he simply mentioned a time casually. "Dad, is this acceptable? I am quite worried." Li Mingfen looked at her father's increasingly grim expression, unable to suppress her concern. Her father had done so much for her, and she realized how selfish she had been all along, feeling ashamed of her selfishness at that moment. Behind Han Yu and Jean Lily, two men had been discreetly following them, an observation that certainly did not escape Han Yu's notice. Attempting to tail Han Yu was no small feat, let alone for these two ordinary individuals. However, seeing that they had not reacted in some time, it seemed they were indeed focused on Jean Lily. With their imminent separation, Qin Tian showed no intention of accompanying the beasts to the internet CAF to vent their frustrations. As he grasped her hand and pulled her forcefully into his embrace, he then leaned down. Every movement flowed seamlessly, effortlessly pinning Yin Yu beneath him. Yin Yu, having not eaten due to illness for an entire day, found herself utterly incapable of resistance in that moment. Chapter 26. In the next moment, with a swift sound, Yun Song witnessed a glimmering silver needle shoot forth from Shou's hand, instantly embedding itself in Yun Xing's grasp. Jinghua, uninterested, scoffed and turned towards the food area, her stomach growling with hunger, leaving no room for banter with those she despised. "Jinghua, do you regret it?" Lung Emo Chun inquired, his gaze fixed on her, his voice deep and contemplative. "Then let us board the vehicle. The gardener, Kristovich, and I shall disembark first. Everyone else should get on," I declared. "Understood. Aunt Mother. It is fortuitous that you are both here. I have matters to discuss with you." Her life experiences spanned 2 generations, making her no fool, especially considering the more liberal societal norms of her era. "Are you suggesting that if I relinquish a part of my body, you will reveal the truth, assist me in escaping this place, and grant me the power for revenge?" Ajio sat upon the ground, head bowed as she contemplated the pros and cons. The others whispered among themselves, seemingly in agreement with Sun Yizhou's perspective. S-City, the wealthiest city in Kyushu, is also its most technologically advanced. This coastal metropolis is alive with the sounds of crashing waves. Here, every inch of land is precious, and skyscrapers pierce the sky. Indeed, the realms are classified into 5 categories: the immortal realm, the human realm, the demon realm, the monster realm, and the soul realm. Among these, the 4 major racial realms revolve around the immortal realm, with the ultimate boundary being the saint immortal realm. Only the immortal realm knows no limits. However, before they could make a move, the laws of the world descended upon them, bringing a suffocating aura of extinction. Upon entering the mine, an overwhelming stench of decay assaulted their senses, reminiscent of the foul odor emanating from a decaying human corpse. After escaping the dungeon, Yilong stealthily exited the house, immediately spotting a motorcycle speeding away. He glanced around, then suddenly dashed back into the courtyard. "No need to be nervous. I merely wish to inquire." "Just share what you know," Fong Yuan stated. Patience waned, yet only Lin Sangu had witnessed the true appearance of the Elon flower, compelling everyone to follow her lead. The subsequent revelation left Jin Xinshen pallid, as she realized that the lifeless aura was not only seeping into Mu Feiyu's body, but also drifting towards Ling Qingyun, infiltrating his vital energy and physique. Shen Yuan quietly sighed, preparing to send someone to retrieve a map of the Night District. He was unaware of the precise location where the 5 individuals had descended upon Jingzhou City, but he recalled that the elder named AI too had once promised him great rewards in exchange for the surrender of Qinzian, thus bestowing upon him the title of Young Lord of Shan Fa City. Simultaneously, he recalled the lizard-like void creature he had previously encountered, igniting a curiosity about the vast, boundless void. Ouyang's Waku had not perished, but was in a dire state. Shen Yuan understood that the conflict between them was irreconcilable. Based solely on his methods against Ouyang's Waku, and the insights Ouyang Waku had deduced, there was no room for negotiation. At such a moment, an ambush was launched. Was this not courting death? Enraged, I immediately exerted 70 to 80% of my strength. I refrained from using the Yuang spear, instead employing my arm as a weapon, thrusting it forth with great force. Unless you offer your own flower, ha ha ha, I jested, feeling quite pleased with myself. Of course, I was merely teasing Zhonglo. This was highly irregular. According to Ramicius, it did not align with Pope Nero's temperament. 15 minutes elapsed, and the current situation posed no threat to Tang Yun's safety. For the beast, Spock, which was wholly focused on absorbing nutrients in preparation for another evolution, there was no need to expend its energy. Meteor Frost instinctively lowered his head as arrows whizzed past, narrowly missing his hair and slicing through his bun, sending his dark locks cascading in the wind. At that moment, Zhu Haomiao suddenly lifted his gaze, a fierce glint igniting in the depths of his pupils. There was no need to follow the voluntary admission process. The admissions office and management of the universities directly invited certain students to enroll. The barbarian generals deliberated further, and Huda commanded the generals to disperse, each preparing for the impending battle. After years of cultivation and exposure to various martial souls, he had encountered even the most bizarre and extraordinary of them, having either seen or heard of them in ancient texts. You should inform your parents about this. Take the initiative, Hua Kong remarked, his expression impassive. No need. If she wishes to sweep, let her do so, Yin Chuchu interjected, dismissing the broom and retreating indoors before Chu Yun could respond. Qin Fei scoffed, chuckling softly. Only Yu Jingwu remained, undeterred, as he swung a steel pipe toward his opponent. Is it truly free navigation? Accompanied by visuals. It seems no task has been assigned to me. Could the system be so benevolent? Renee pondered incessantly. In the Qin residence, a plump steward stood with hands on his hips, pointing at the newly hired servants. Shui Yu raised her hand and gently waved, layers of formations materializing around them, their radiant light swiftly engulfing the new arrivals. At that moment, a messenger's servant hurriedly rushed in, kneeling before Yin Ling Shi, his face a mask of terror. An unspoken aura emanated from Lin Yun, gradually spreading like an ancient dragon awakening or a celestial being opening its eyes, filled with a chilling murderous intent. Upon overhearing the conversation and titles exchanged between the two, the onlookers were left utterly astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief. The fourth individual was Zheng Yuan. Upon seeing 3 others outside, including the loquacious one, he initially felt dissatisfied with his own performance, but upon realizing that Xiao Chun and Liang Yi had yet to emerge, he couldn't help but express his amazement. Inquiring into her innermost thoughts, she felt a surge of joy. During her most agonizing moments, she would have wished for a thunderbolt to obliterate the entire Tang family. At that time, he speculated that her words held a veiled meaning, indicating that someone occupied her heart. Now, with the mention of Mei Lang, his suspicion was only deepened. It seemed that Xin Yu Hang was genuinely famished. At present, her speed in consuming food was nothing short of remarkable. Junie Tian and Junie Feng, her brothers, barely had time to set down their chopsticks, and within the span of a single incense stick, Xin Yu Hung had devoured the entire table of dishes. The 2 brothers exchanged glances, utterly astonished. Chapter 27. Regrettably, constrained by his background and heritage, he found himself at a height that, while impressive, was still insufficient to accurately gauge the impact this tale would have on the entire continent. According to Xiaohua's reasoning, the maturation period of the Geyser Star inhabitants should be comparable to that of humans on Earth, yet their lifespan had reached an astonishing length, allowing for several generations to coexist without issue. This principle closely resembles the essence of the shadow beast's manifestation, intertwining the physical form of the wielder and altering the nature of reality into a nearly tangible product. Lan Zhu slightly nodded in agreement. Xin Yuan sure was indeed correct. The merging of the dual swords was evidently not a trivial task. Their immense power necessitated the full commitment of both individuals, along with a profound telepathic connection. This intricate and wondrous transformation process instilled in him a subconscious growth regarding his own body and the essence of life itself. As the violet radiance descended, the yellow clouds dissipated. The purple spear's momentum remained unyielding, bearing a destructive aura as it surged towards the crown of Xingtian. Sun Wukong, having cultivated the 8-9 mysteries, possessed formidable physical strength, yet even he faltered before reaching the 6-eared macaque, unable to withstand the onslaught any longer. At this moment, he was entirely captivated by the myriad of information relayed back from the probing waves. In a perilous sprint, Lin Chongyin let out a low shout, shattering the glass windows of a building and landing on the elevator below, which was being cleansed of glass. There are countless paths to success. Why do so many place their hopes solely on the college entrance examination? Yun Duo sighed softly at the nurse's description, suspecting that Lu Qianqian was likely suffering from postpartum depression, or perhaps had been depressed for some time. A man who had sworn eternal love could so easily change his heart. Had it been her, it would have been more than mere depression. She might have even wished to sever his heart. Fortunately, the sage lord ensured that the people there were well fed and sheltered from the elements, which was a significant improvement compared to the disaster-stricken areas of Yuzhou. Rossi was equally astonished, but upon seeing the man collapse onto Luo Qingyue, her expression of concern tightened his brow. What was happening? With a screech, Shui Xiaoni tossed the kitchen knife to the ground. Sheng Shi bent down to embrace her, her head gently resting against his chest, her eyelashes glistening with tears that pierced his heart. He raised his hand to tenderly wipe away her tears, silently murmuring, "Chu, I am sorry." Li Rue gazed at the land tablet in his mind and noticed that it was gradually changing color, shifting from its original earthen gray to a pale white. "Indeed, it is I. You are young Master Qin, correct?" Xiang Ling had a lasting impression of Qin Yao. Anyone who encountered such a handsome youth would find it unforgettable. He had always maintained a respectful distance from the police, yet reflecting on Li Qin's acquaintance with both the national and municipal public security vice directors, he felt reassured. The constraints of etiquette did not bind them. This was the distinction between Yu Zhao and Nanjiang. Jin Yang first glanced at Lin Shin's hand before slowly raising his gaze to meet Lin Shin's eyes. The events of that night were not solely due to the transaction with Shin Ruzhen. She had pondered whether she would have been so proactive had it not been for that incident. However, the lack of lethality was evident. Even if I transformed the environment into a perilous realm, it would not harm a high-level spirit master. Through their conversation, Xiangde gradually pieced together the sequence of events. He seldom ventured online to follow such matters. Typically, it was Sun Yu who would relay important information to him. After browsing for a while, the sound of distant shouts reached his ears, leading him to discover a gambling stone event. Synaxing accepted the umbrella, but before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a breathless voice. "When I lie, I do so without blushing, fearing it might tarnish my image in Zhang Li's eyes." As the most influential figure on the Zhou Group's board, it was no exaggeration to say that Zhou Hezi's power was on par with that of Zhou Yinghuai, both overtly and covertly. Su Naxing bit her lip, chiding herself for hesitating earlier. Those attending the press conference at the Grand Hall would undoubtedly be leaders and representatives from various pharmaceutical companies. If she could make an acquaintance, it would provide her mother with another chance at survival. Yet she had let such a splendid opportunity slip away by not focusing. "Very well, if there is nothing else, let us dismiss court," Wang Do exclaimed, feigning anger as he exited. "I apologize to you all. My role as the prefect of Bianjing is utterly farcical." Lu Zhen clenched his teeth, punishing himself. Given his age and qualifications, his cultivation was hardly commendable. As many of his peers in the Middle Lands had already achieved the infant stage. One of his disciples, Gu Yi, was merely 14 or 15, yet had reached the mid-golden course stage. Such individuals truly represented a promising future. As he prepared to leave, a sudden cacophony of footsteps echoed around him, splashing through the muddy ground. Hong Do's eyes narrowed. She recognized the rhythm of those footsteps, reminiscent of the training sessions with Uncle Wei, characterized by consistent, nimble movements. Kong Jinwen nestled in Lin Shuyang's embrace, and he immediately pressed his tongue against her lips. Jia Chengdong's catatonia allowed his wife, Jia Mengshi, to resurface from obscurity, her mood buoyant and her joy unmistakable upon her face. After several days, Jia Mengshi had undergone a stunning transformation. Although the police had not disclosed details about the accident, she now suspected that the vehicle might indeed be problematic. And Jean Yin spoke calmly, yet her expression betrayed her struggle to maintain composure. She sobbed, never having felt so disheveled, nor before anyone else in such a state. In previous years, when others came to deliver New Year gifts, Lu Zhiqiu would personally return the favors. After a few instances, he learned to hand over the gifts in return directly as they were presented, sparing himself the trouble of traversing Yunzhou for reciprocity. Only Yunhua and Feng Suyang stared wide-eyed at each other, unable to suppress a silent laugh. After Daquan departed, Tai Dan gazed at his retreating figure, tears welling in his eyes. Chapter 28. As Gu Xiaobei dashed out of the hospital building, she spotted Qin Shuang driving her Land Rover from the parking lot. With a wave of her hand, Qin Shuang's vehicle came to an abrupt halt. "Xiaobei, why are you out here?" Qin Shuang inquired, lowering her car window with a hint of curiosity. There was little that could be done. Under the overwhelming pressure, Huang Rong, merely a congenital martial artist, found it a challenge to maintain her composure during such vulnerable moments. "This is for you. It may save your life when the need arises," Wang said, flinging a blue cube toward the red entity. Unexpectedly, the young man who had triumphed over the combat master, Master Shiba, had come to challenge me. "It is my honor. Come forth. Even if I know I am no match for you, I shall give it my all." The dojo master of Zhanlan City, A.C., was a strict and disciplined middle-aged man, yet he possessed an astonishing appetite. Yang Dong smiled as the outcome was anticipated. Gaining his protection while having the opportunity for revenge was a condition that any reasonable person would accept. The proprietor, shaking his head repeatedly, declared, "Forget it. This meal is on the house." He had already received a tremendous benefit, transforming his original 3,000 external debts into an unexpected windfall of 10,000. Furthermore, thanks to these young individuals, he could now conduct his business without fear of extortion. Upon hearing the vague response, the two exchanged glances and chose not to press further. Meanwhile, the diviner's heart began to shift slowly. Doubts about his mentor grew steadily, while his trust in the elderly man before him blossomed. If Yu Jiang were an indomitable being like Lu Hao, he would undoubtedly endure longer. Though he was being thoroughly suppressed, at least he would not be annihilated in an instant. Alas, he was not. Differing paths led to strikingly different destinies. When she left that day, old Zhuo was extremely irate. After all, exchanging the invaluable bronze tripod was inexcusable. Haitang, in despair, pleaded with old Zhuo at Juqian, but he remained resolute, intent on punishing her. Had Chen Jun still been alive, Wei Minghui would have retained some confidence. Regrettably, Wei Minghui was ambushed and killed by Zhou Yu at the onset of the conflict, leaving him to rely solely on mutual support with Wei Minghui. Being a member of the Mo family, she possessed a deeper understanding of their affairs. Her current identity was a publicly acknowledged commercial persona, whereas the Mo family's ancient martial identity remained concealed, never revealed to the public eye. How could this be possible? The occupant of the carriage roared. The heavenly realm houses divine artifacts, few and far between among the 5 domains and 6 realms. The entire heavenly demon sect lacks such profound heritage. Yet this lowly disciple of the 100 Dragon Gate possesses one. After all, the highway offered only 2 directions, making it impossible to lose one's way. However, should one stray into the adjacent fields, Su Qi would likely find himself ensnared without the need for zombies to intervene. Perhaps he was not as formidable as his grandfather. But his grandfather had no desire for power or gain. Otherwise, he would not have willingly allowed his father to relinquish military authority, leading the Shao family to withdraw entirely from the political stage of the Federation. "Do you truly believe a mere Yang Yuan Dan could exchange for my Hiluo essence?" The elderly woman pondered for a moment, unsatisfied with what Cheng Fei had presented. Why pursue this course of action? Zhou Yu contemplated, then replied, "Certainly. It is to secure a higher standing within the Zhou family. I cannot simply come here for charity. As for how I can guarantee this..." Zhou Yu paused, leaving the statement unfinished. The general observed Yi Bai's descent with a touch of disappointment, but then, amidst the flames, he noticed an iron claw below, accompanied by fine ropes, evoking a sense of being played for a fool. Su Qi was well aware of MOD's reputation, yet he was disinclined to engage him in conversation, fearing that the man would boast indefinitely. Truly, a disciple trained by the enigmatic Dao Xian, exhibiting extraordinary insight, the Lord of Fire said with a light chuckle, showing no concern for revealing his cultivation level. "I am not mad. I seek vengeance against Wanyan Xiuwei. I will annihilate him," Yu Ji exclaimed, her eyes ablaze with fury directed at Yang Yan. Bradley cast a fearful glance at the old man, who now held a glowing orb. This is your Lisa. Do with it as you will. Beneath the cave, there was a tranquil pool, droplets of water cascading down, creating ripples and gentle sounds. However, from an unknown source, a precisely aimed bullet whizzed through, piercing an enemy lunging at Puni. Is this what the mayor means by waiting and watching? Does he possess the light of the divine temple? Indeed, it must be so. Otherwise, how could he control so many bloodthirsty celestial steeds? Higuo lamented. After wandering for an indeterminate period, Yi Qinghua sensed he had yet to escape that space, for the scenery around him remained unchanged, and an overwhelming sense of oppression engulfed him. Chen Fei, given the circumstances, what do you intend to do? Hua Zhirong turned to Chen Fei and inquired. Moreover, Li Zhuan, the Duke of Huang, Li Rong, the Duke of Dongguan, Princess Chonglu, and others collectively issued commands for self-termination, while the trusted allies of the various kings were systematically slaughtered. Chapter 29. Once Zheng Xiaye departed, Yin Yuanfan activated the instruments, and Ji Yinma gradually regained consciousness. His typically sharp gaze now appeared devoid of any luster, resembling a marionette stripped of will. Lu Tangtang, are you not afraid of your parents suffering repercussions? Yin Yuanfan, cornered by Lu Tangtang's relentless pressure, abandoned his suave demeanor, casting a cold glare in her direction. Niu Gong, however, regained his usual innocent smile, uttering no further words before turning to leave. Yet, he stubbornly clenched something in his hand, observing it tremble incessantly. Hu seemed to perceive the thoughts of the Bodhisattva at a glance, but chose not to expose her. After speaking, Ming Shirin once again cradled Princess Ruan Meng in his arms, slowly making his way back to the astrologer's tower. Yingjing turned, revealing bloodshot eyes that bore a suppressed fury. Perhaps it was due to my resolute appearance. Or perhaps he realized that compelling Ming Si to voluntarily lift the seal was indeed impossible. Thus, that voice echoed once more. Lin Wanwan rubbed her tired eyes and tugged at the hem of the elder Lin matriarch's garment, who was clearly redirecting her ire. Just as Ruan Meng's smile began to soften her gaze, Zhuge Liang's expression darkened involuntarily. Initially, mere planting sufficed. Now, not only was there planting to be done, but vast expanses of medicinal fields required tending, multiplying the tasks at hand. He summoned several guards to uproot all the flowers and plants in the valley. As a ruthless destroyer of beauty, a pang of pain flickered in his heart. Rest assured, Your Highness, should I fail to cure your eye ailment, I shall compensate. Lin Qingwan stated calmly, raising an eyebrow. Lu Yuan turned, inadvertently meeting Wang Luodan's gaze, which quickly darted away in panic. Lin Yin immediately summoned the soul-breaking spear. Watching as the primordial soul beast approached him, the spear emanating a dazzling light. Upon seeing this, the ant hastily lit several torches, illuminating the surroundings. Han Su took a sip of his drink, then turned to pour wine for Du Jin, catching sight of the numerous red marks on his neck. Before long, Du returned with a basket of live fish and a robust turtle, its body a striking gray-blue, glistening with vitality. Li Gang remarked that the world was rife with intelligent individuals, who often indulged in fanciful thoughts and self-importance. Lu Jian gazed at the magical spirit fungi, various thoughts swirling in his mind before finally settling into tranquility. Xiao Fengqi did not deny it, producing a wooden gourd to sip from, which improved his pallor. A sudden realization struck me. I picked up a stick and cautiously approached the old kiln. Even so, Li Zili, aware of the impending danger from Qianjian, refrained from intervening. In a restaurant, Li Zili and his companions gathered around a booth when Suzuki Yoko unexpectedly posed a question. Judy abruptly stood, her expression icy. She was no fool and had grasped the entirety of the situation. Had she not wished to reveal her FBI identity, she would have long since dealt with the two long-haired men. Take your time. Such a vast empire will not fall overnight. Historically, it was only after Chancellor Chao's death that Xiao Pai usurped power, marking the official demise of the Eastern Han. A group of men resolved to solidify their decisions. As the army advanced into the city, escorting the East Emperor and Empress, ensuring they would forever remain in the people's memories. This was his first time chanting such a complex incantation, yet he executed it with remarkable proficiency, as if he had practiced it countless times before. Chase after them, otherwise, by the time you reach Yi, the vanguard will become the rear guard tasked with cleanup. Wu Chenzi exclaimed, under the title of Slayer. He charged like a primordial beast down Xinchang Road, causing the temperature in the ward to plummet, suffused with a bloody scent, reminiscent of a hellish battlefield. The blade light whirled relentlessly, striking at Yume's form. Amid her desperate screams, a flash of light pierced her heart, and her cries ceased abruptly. No, you must tell me what to do. The leader of Longhu Mountain, Yulin, suddenly raised his head, glaring fiercely at Mu Haochen and Xiao Tongtong. Despite the surrounding darkness, she could still feel a DUI's gaze fixed upon her. What do you truly desire? Even Zeus could not hear. Yet the council members shouted at the televised figure of Zeus, venting their inner fury. As this incident transpired, the mechanical ruler's teeth emitted a clattering sound, immediately alerting Lu Jinsong and another young man to the anomaly. Once more, she swung her whip forcefully, but this time the whip did not strike her own silver-maned steed. Instead, it landed directly upon the leg of Lin Chufing's mount. A crimson flash streaked across the sky. Dulong and several male teammates, all of imperial rank, faced no threats unless confronting a deity-level adversary. We were uncertain of what transpired with Feng Tiansong, yet finally locating him here filled us with exhilaration and anticipation, affirming that all prior efforts had been worthwhile. The maids and matriarchs gradually withdrew, leaving only Shin Qingsa and Shin Yunjin in the room. Shin Yunjin, still recuperating from her injuries, had forced herself to rise today to seek out Shin Qingsa, a desperate measure indeed. With hands in his pockets, whistling proudly, the Black Phoenix ambled aimlessly through the camp. A young man deliberately posed a question, targeting Wei Yang, the only student capable of acquiring unconventional weaponry, such as handguns, far superior to the standard long swords wielded by others, an undeniable imbalance. Ultimately, asking Tian was not a person who trusted easily. Perhaps there was already a hidden agenda between them, just waiting for a spark to ignite. Chapter 30. Those residing in this realm, even without actively cultivating, would find the chaotic energy forcibly entering their bodies to enhance their prowess. In this age of information, individuals like her, emerging as a sudden outcast, would undoubtedly find it challenging to navigate, unable to access many forms of public transport. Eventually, the wild donkey appeared agitated, seemingly having hurt its teeth, and began to graze angrily on the nearby lawn. Zhao Fugui, being a blacksmith by trade, forged iron as easily as shaping clay, let alone his mortal form. Although the officials of the Town Suppression Bureau were actively eradicating demons and evils, the vast world held far too few of them. Yi Yuntian swiftly summoned the core members of the Yanhuang Guardian Alliance, including Qin Yi, Sophie, Mu Xian, and Black Dragon, convening an urgent meeting in the VIP ward of the hospital. No, the Night Prince was not willing to accept this, pondering if it was a case of the mantis stalking the cicada while the yellow finch lurked behind. However, at that moment, no figures appeared. Could it be that he was too focused to realize he was being tailed? Given Fu Jisu's mistrustful nature, he would never permit anyone else to administer the ointment. With poison mixed in, it could be fatal. In this situation, who could predict whom Lang Yunfeng might bribe? He was unwilling to leave her healing to chance, especially since it was her directive to employ ruthless measures. What Wei did not know was that Fu Jisu was already aware of Wu Daji's history of domestic abuse. She had feigned a purchasing errand to encounter him, intending to intervene and rescue. Li Mu observed the Huanghe Tower in silence, awaiting the final verdict. Some matters were understood by all. It merely depended on how to proceed. Luo Tian felt increasingly resolute. The only remaining question was whether they could endure the next 2 days. As I gazed upon the relentless surge of rebel soldiers advancing before me, and the dwindling number of uniformed defenders atop the city walls, my heart, though somewhat calmed, remained steeped in anxiety. Alas, how can we inquire about the assailant's whereabouts after we have slain him? Suddenly, the thought struck me as I drew the treasured sword embedded in the serpent's maw. The human heart is inscrutable. Who can fathom the intentions of another? Although Qin Shaodian's words suggested skepticism regarding Ouyangzhen's ulterior motives, I harbored no doubts about his integrity. For our camaraderie had endured for far too long to be merely a jest. I was acutely aware of Ouyangzhen's preferences, which I had come to know intimately. Alas, one cannot be so careless. As a commander, one must distinguish between reward and punishment, remarked Xiao Yi, prompting smiles from both Duke Xiao and Duke Zheng as they stroked their beards. A flash of sword light erupted from the wooden deity's sword, momentarily staggering Zhu Wuxia, who then froze midair, while Mu Duo Feng appeared pale, as though he had expended an immense amount of energy. To my utter astonishment, the figure emerging from the shaft was a zombie visage. I was taken aback, doubting my own sight, yet upon rubbing my eyes and confirming the grotesque appearance, I was left with no doubt. This dark mass seemed to cling to a multitude of grotesque entities, causing my features to convulse in horror. What on earth was that? I I am indeed an old man. So what of it? An old man can still exude formidable presence, declared Zhang Beihai. After journeying for the better part of a day, covering an estimated 4,000 to 5,000 miles, he felt his strength waning yet resolutely pressed on. He slowly raised his hands, feeling utterly powerless, devoid of any strength or cultivation, as ordinary as could be, resembling the memories of a bygone era. However, witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. Meanwhile, the accompanying photographers incessantly captured images, predominantly focusing on the amiable exchange between Wu Xiyu and Lu Peng. Every endeavor requires a suitable platform, a resource. Wang Kuan found himself devoid of any tangible assets, although many resources could be procured with wealth. Your cultivation is not inferior to mine, and as Tianyang's partner, there is no need for such formality, spoke Chu Tianxiang lightly. Han Feng, privately relieved, murmured a quick response and hastily stood, aware of the formidable beast demon Fenglang lurking below. They were not practitioners of yin-yang principles. Seizing the opportunity would yield little benefit. For to cultivate a new principle would require countless millennia. Wang Yunji scoffed. At home, Lu Peng entrusted the registration matters to his grandfather and hurried to town, needing to transfer funds to Pingjie immediately. After sending the money, he intended to seek out Director Yang to inquire about the potential loan amount. Stand him up, Liu commanded, pointing towards the tower by the courtyard wall, and then within the corridor of the wall, a squad of new recruits from the Li Wuxi Legion marched in, brandishing a row of new copper pipes. No worries, let us keep it simple. The cafeteria is not conducive for gatherings, Lu Peng suggested, and the remaining three concurred to go out. More importantly, prior to head coach Joel's tactical arrangements, the Tottenham Hotspur players were at a loss on how to handle the situation. Having just equalized, they immediately conceded another goal. Should they continue their offensive strategy or tighten their defense? This left Lu Yin exceedingly delighted. It seemed Dragon Spirit had indeed spoken the truth. This acupuncture technique was tailored for her. With a mere 6% of energy remaining, the white deer was poised to achieve a warp speed leap of 700,000 light-years, all while reserving some energy for self-preservation. The remarkable prowess of humanity, capable of establishing a reputation within the rebel alliance with just a handful of warships, was not without justification. Their technological advancement was exceedingly high. However, at that moment, Fang Ping had ceased refining his brain nucleus and halted further materialization, instead relentlessly bombarding the crystal chamber. Acknowledging that Lin Yang had triumphed over him, Fang Miao Miao felt a sense of equilibrium within, driving while observing Yao Yilin through the rearview mirror. The entire bar was transfixed as Lu Yanghong crawled out like a dog, many patrons recording videos and sharing on social media. At this juncture, her left palm was poised above an empty spot beside the pastries, where several chocolate pies landed. Chapter 31. For beings of life, these occurrences posed no harm. What they craved was the essence of life to bolster their existence. Spiritual and vital energies were of little consequence to them. It appeared that there were residual attacks underground, and I could only evade one assault at a time. Father-in-law, I am genuinely just curious. Do you not think this name suits someone like me better? He dared not voice another sentiment. Early in the morning, Tianzi and Elder Yun San awaited at the gate of the Master Hall of the Guyun sect, while the disciples had arrived early under Elder Fan's guidance. Lu Qingshuang wept for a while, seemingly fully awakened, noticing her tears had soaked a considerable portion of Tianzi's clothing, prompting her to wipe it away. The fluctuations of time began to solidify, as beads of sweat appeared on Nero's brow, his physical strength rapidly depleting. Captain Ma shared similar thoughts, however. With old Fu having already spoken, he felt obliged to show some respect. Should he send her back now, he wondered how old Fu would perceive him. To be candid, I have been concocting pills and medicines in the celestial realm, specifically to treat the ailments of my divine counterparts, Tang Feng remarked. You wear a rest well. I shall return to see you tomorrow, Tianzi said after ensuring Lu Xinyue was settled before preparing to depart. Alas, ultimately, Zhang Yi could only sigh deeply. Had it not been for the abduction of Peng Cheng's fiancée, such events might never have transpired, for he had long been entangled in this affair. The two sides had reached a deadlock, engaging in verbal sparring, as Tokugawa sought to probe the depths of Ling Yun and Dugu Mos realities, while Ling Yun aimed to extract more valuable information from Tokugawa, instinctively easing off the accelerator, only to press down forcefully again. Mushi Chuanxing's vacant gaze ignited with unprecedented resolve. After all, he wished to entrust them with protective items rather than weapons that could harm themselves at any moment. Li Qiu was startled by the sudden appearance of a head. Upon recognizing it was Choi Su-young, he felt at ease. The twin ponytails obscured her peripheral vision, making it seem as though the entire sky contained only Choi Soo-young's visage, her two sparkling eyes exuding tranquility and purity. No, 30 seconds. Wait 30 seconds before reloading the rapid recovery program. Fong Haoyan firmly denied, convinced that 10 seconds was far from his limit. Speaking of rescuing people in Japan, it was not an impossibility. But what of Wei Ji? Or rather, was the current special operations capability of Huaxia sufficient? The reason they managed to escape was primarily due to Ouyang Chun underestimating the duo, who turned out to be formidable ability wielders. This oversight had shifted the balance, and now Zhou Lin was prepared to set the parking lot ablaze. Observing the documents that Old He had scrutinized, Wei Ji felt a heavy weight settle upon her. Suddenly aware of the considerable responsibility she bore, this radish and rice porridge was a favorite of Luo Siyun, with its tangy and spicy flavors, complemented by the crisp texture of the radish. Indeed, many individuals produced pre-prepared Molotov cocktails, hurling them onto the streets, igniting flames and instilling panic. After spending several years with her, Rong Chun, being human and not made of wood, still harbored a trace of concern for him. With the entire Ning family perished, Rong Chun stood as the sole survivor. When his gaze met Shen Wei's, filled with concern and guilt, she almost acquiesced to his request. After traversing through the dense forest for several more hours, Yun Mo halted in a relatively flat area, finding himself surrounded by an impenetrable thicket, devoid of any visible path. Towering trees obstructed the sunlight, leaving Yun Mo disoriented. In her past life, despite her fervor, she could not elicit a shred of affection from Pei Huayan. Now, her only desire was to rescue her sister, escape the residence, and live a good life, unperturbed by romantic entanglements. After bidding farewell to Shun Shi and company, Zhuangming gazed at the communication devices belonging to Shun Shi's group, a foolish grin spreading across his face. Both of them felt a twinge of anxiety. Observing Song's demeanor, it was as if he sought revenge. Did he truly clash with Xie over something? Was Xie even aware of this? Gu Sheng, accompanied by Wang Chong, departed from Longting Villa and returned to his motorcycle. At this moment, Wang Chong had succumbed to intoxication once more. However, the circumstances had changed. He needed Luo Yaohua's assistance to send a message, yet he could not guarantee whether Luo would cause any disruptions. If Luo failed to deliver it, he would be at a loss. Even the second-tier mutated zombies diving towards them were struck directly by the air cannon, collapsing under the impact. Zhang received a call, laughing maniacally, denying Zhou Lin any opportunity to speak before abruptly hanging up. However, who could have anticipated that while this place could shield them from the external threats, it could not safeguard against the dangers within? Dream Chongqing felt utterly powerless, yearning to protect Xiang Duxiu, yet his body refused to muster even an ounce of strength. Longming inhabited her own realm, nurturing her own love, something that none could intrude upon. This was an immutable truth. I require a light machine gun, 5 rifles, 5 handguns, along with ammunition, grenades. The burly man listed his demands in one breath, causing those around to gasp in astonishment. Upon sighting Zhou Lin's BMW SUV, Pan Ningxue's face lit up with admiration, praising his discerning taste. The contrast between his past self and the present was striking. One must grow. And Li Yu had accomplished what few could. Having returned to Shilin for quite some time, Gu Bei had yet to reunite with his old classmates properly. With few days left in winter break, he could not miss the upcoming gathering. At 7 p.m., the high school reunion was set, and Gu Bei called Li Zheng at 6 p.m. During his previous battle with Feng Shi, Li Tianyu was no match for him, surviving only by sheer luck. However, the present scenario was entirely different as he faced Feng Shi head-on, unafraid. Upon hearing Flower Chingy's words, Shirbuga felt no further inclination to speak, only managing a wry smile. Since Lord Flower has spoken thus, how could I dare to refuse? Very well, I shall leave the matter of capturing the thief to you, though I am curious about Lord Flower's intentions. Chapter 32. The wild bulls, witnessing these transformations, opened their eyes wide in surprise and joy. To be frank, they had arrived at the Huaguang residence around noon, had a meal, engaged in conversation, and now it was nearly 3 in the afternoon. Walking a lap around the playground under the sun seemed rather foolish. Shun Dan struggled to comprehend fully, but could not contain her curiosity and excitement. Edging closer to take a look, suddenly feeling so weak, Gu Qingxi experienced the distress of wanting to resist while wishing to protect Xiang Duxiu. Yet his body had utterly depleted its strength. After General Luo's illness, the Luo warlord's faction had become tumultuous, primarily due to the absence of a competent heir. He Qingfeng appeared nonchalant, yet a hint of unease lingered within him. Hua Mingzhao was uncertain why, but he found it easy to tolerate He Qingfeng, maintaining a sense of innocence despite whatever transpired. The courtyard gate was tightly shut. If her assumptions were correct, she was imprisoned here. Upon learning that Jiao Yu was pregnant, Xiaolon promptly shared the news with Grandpa Jing and Father Jing, urging Jing Mo to bring Jiao Yu back for proper care. What do you want? Let me down. Shin Shu felt overwhelmed by the man's oppressive presence, struggling to breathe. Actions speak louder than words. She had her shadow guards discreetly bring back several jars to alleviate her craving. The fifth young master of the chief family, endowed with exceptional talent from a young age and notoriously reckless, was passionately devoted to martial arts. Dubbed Chi Feng by others, he seemed to embrace this moniker. As for the magical beasts, they inhabited oceans, various islands, and glacial mountains, as well as the otherworldly burial dragon valley, capable of sustaining trillions of life forms. The assembled team totaled 50, and they rushed towards the nearest battleground. Two lecherous men, distanced from the scene, could only glimpse a vague outline, igniting their imaginations and sparking awe-filled discussions. I apologize, it was done too casually. Who told you to revel in calling me a bastard? Upon hearing those words, I could not restrain my body. Lin Fan wore an innocent smile, while Wu Yingqi was on the brink of madness, yet felt helpless. Seeking solace from Shui Wuqing, he found only a sense of resignation in return. First, a hot towel was taken, gently wiped across his neck. Although the external wounds had healed long ago, residual chronic toxins lingered within, impossible to eradicate all at once. Moreover, Yi Huixian was indeed strikingly beautiful. The thought of such a beauty, serving him nightly, left Yang Qingyi struggling to contain his emotions. As he spoke, his gaze flickered between the red dust swordsman and Qi Weijun, while other experts from different peaks were merely glanced at, indicating she deemed only a few individuals present worthy of attention. Contemplating, Gu Feier surmised that perhaps it was the ruthless tactics of the Mu family in the business realm that prompted the Gu family's wariness. Although Yin Poyu and Xiao Yunjie had not undergone reconnaissance training and had leaped directly into the fray, resulting in skill gaps, the squad leaders still believed they could become excellent soldiers. Linger was exceptionally kind. Despite their brief time together, her genuine and simple nature left a profound impression on me. After 9 o'clock, breakfast time had passed, and the breakfast shop was deserted, save for the owner. After paying, He Siwei instructed He Feng to return home while he followed 2 police officers. During this period, Xiao Muyang had become a prominent figure in Tinsong City, his fame soaring, subtly establishing himself as a benchmark for this generation at Yunsong Academy, while the Canglong Legion may soon witness the emergence of another extraordinary individual. Half-step grandmaster of body techniques? I was momentarily taken aback but felt no fear. Just as the smoking device was about to pierce my flesh, my arms' acupoints glowed once more, and with an almost imperceptible speed, my hands surged forward, reaching him in an instant. What Muhan referred to as extreme measures entailed the dragon race detonating themselves upon death, triggering a massive explosion rivaling their advanced magical techniques. The self-detonation of such esteemed beings would even surpass the might of their high-level spells. In the next moment, in the darkness, Xiao Ran beheld the figure on the bed awaken, their eyes seemingly filled with murderous intent. Seventh brother. Didn't he, the elder brother, say that the people from the heavenly path would come? Why have we yet to see any sign of them? Elder 8 inquired. It is him. The heavenly thunder's sovereign's gaze glinted with sharpness. After all these years, he had finally revealed himself. It possessed merely a remnant from the ritual. Having attained a semblance of sentience over the years, wielding the power of a comparable sage, yet it could not match the might of an ultimate weapon. Xiaolang, believe me, my sister truly said that. I am not deceiving you. Mrs. Feng was taken aback by the murderous intent in Xiao Renan's eyes. And despite her sorrow, she began to weep pitifully. However, tranquility was short-lived as the phone rang again. It was yet another unfamiliar number. And Long Xian suspected it was the same inexplicable person, merely using a different number to call. Thus, she blocked it once more. In the chilling resonance of a bone-rattling sound, another combat shield surged forth from the shadows, colliding fiercely with the rift created by the sword from the heavens, sending the previously unharmed old man in black flying amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers. Fang Zhongyong glanced at the note, and, upon hearing Ma Erya's words, hastily seized the explosive maned horse of Chai Lin and mounted it, heading directly towards the Zhe residence. 3 glasses of ice water were placed on the table, a kind gesture from Bai Yi, who noticed the trio's considerable reaction. The long-missing Meng Xian lingered like a specter, still burdened with the title of treason. While Ming Ying found herself adorned with the label illegitimate brother suspected of treason, Xiongba shook his head with a smile. Remaining silent as Yu Ruo observed the two men before her, exchanging compliments, one her biological father, the other her most cherished partner. Their harmonious interaction was indeed a rarity. Yet, that was where it ended. Beyond that, they remained oblivious to the dragon's true whereabouts, nor did they know how to confront the divine dragon. Thus, for these individuals, the dragon was destined to remain an everlasting legend. Nevertheless, even if Xiongba spoke the truth, it ultimately felt unrealistic for her. Her purpose in this world was to seek the dragon essence. There was no way she could linger here. At this moment, Jiuying required no artifice of flight, for the boundless strength of the ancient savage beasts was the most terrifying form of assault. It was rather amusing to envision an official, unfamiliar with the various strata of Ming society, attempting to elucidate Confucianism to the emperor, all while linking those teachings to reality and analyzing them for the emperor's edification. A group of individuals feasted heartily on meat and fruit, the specifics of which remained unknown. After speaking, Qin Shao ended the call, feeling uneasy. She promptly turned off her phone. Alas, let others say what they will. The tranquil silence was the finest retort. Gua Hongchang's research was originally scheduled for 3 days later, but he unexpectedly announced an earlier date without informing those around him, including Yang Xinyuo and He Yongchang. Get moving, brothers. Let's show them what we've got. With the indignation of being reprimanded like a son, the valor of the mustachioed man ignited, brandishing a rubber baton as he charged toward the Snake King. Come on, brothers. Let's feast on some meat grilled by a Gatling gun. At that moment, the marksman NPC situated at the far left of the 3 Gatling gun emplacements unexpectedly uttered a phrase that left Chinyi astonished. All has been slain. What more is there to discuss? Is everything well with Brother Gua? How could Dog Brother be unconscious? Was he gravely injured? I rolled my eyes at Poison. My feelings for this fellow were a mix of love and hate, utterly beyond verbal expression. The towering red numbers of damage floated beneath the tank bridge, and the growing zombie hunter had yet to recover from the immense impact when 2 colossal fists, brimming with explosive force, magnified in its blood-red pupils. At the elementary level, consuming it will awaken you, Chenyi declared as he reached towards the 2 beams of golden light. I hastily turned to look back, noticing 2 young men in gray work clothes who had somehow emerged from beneath the tool cart, one clutching a wrench as they rushed toward us. From the rear compartment of the tool cart, 6 or 7 youths wielding cleavers leaped out. At the hour of high, Wang Tianqiu lay on his bed, unwilling to meditate and cultivate within the confines of his room, harboring certain unspeakable secrets. The reason was that he required the Vajra Bodhi Pearl to enter a state of meditation. You are still worried about those lurking in the shadows. Observing Fan Shui's furrowed brow, Dong Han immediately discerned her thoughts. Heartfelt honesty is best, Xin Yi stated directly. Long Yi was momentarily taken aback, sensing Shun Xin Yi's ambiguous emotions. It was evident that she harbored suspicions about him, yet her gaze conveyed something else entirely. On the 13th day of the 5th month in the 3rd year of Yongzheng, the guards, including Xia Jinchong, sought and acquired antidote formulas, totaling 2, for both internal and external use. Princess Jiuli understood that Gu Fan feared the document might fall into the hands of adversaries of the Gu family, becoming a vulnerability. She smiled wryly, alleviating her earlier embarrassment over poor judgment. To take a person's hand is to be at their mercy. Yet the matter of being a divine physician is indeed a considerable burden for me. Though the old tortoise taught me some, much of it pertained to injuries. I truly lack confidence in ailments like sores. Having resolved matters on one side, the fearsome beast's left claw lunged toward the other side. Seizing the spear thrust by Bo Kai, forcefully casting both the spear and Bo Kai toward Yufeng. By concentrating their efforts, it became far easier for it to handle them without being flanked. Be bound, North Ming. Rise, Zhang Fan murmured. And the 6 flying swords shimmered into a sword net under his low chant, firmly anchoring the lower half of the toxic figure to the ground. Yi Chaoying had been watching Yufeng intently, and his previously smiling countenance grew solemn. Yufeng felt the weight of his gaze, hesitating to meet his eyes, contemplating whether it was inappropriate to speak at this moment, especially since he was on Yufeng's territory. Provoking him would certainly yield no benefit. In Xiao Wei's once infatuated and proud gaze, an unparalleled fury and chaos suddenly surged. When Lu Zhenming's hand delved into his pocket, he found it empty, nothing to grasp. Looking down, he noticed that his gun had somehow ended up in Zhang Tianya's possession. Guo Qin, with a flicker of inspiration, retrieved a cloth bag hanging from his waist. A gift from Yang Yi when Gui Qin reached the pinnacle of martial apprenticeship, known as the treasure bag. No, Elder Yi, you misunderstand. I do not seek the Thunder Flame Stone. My primary goal is to cultivate a fire-based martial technique, which would yield exponential benefits in a fiery environment. Tang Chong explained. I have not taken a life. Why the agitation? You saw me engage in a duel with Zhao Zun, did you not? I merely exchanged ordinary punches, which anyone with functioning eyesight could discern. Tang Chong remarked with a smile. Tian Fan wore a victorious smile. Finally, he could sleep soundly. Now, Doing faced but one fate. To await death, even the emperor could not save him. Chapter 34. Embracing such a mindset, Ma Lu, without a trace of pressure, halted with his companions approximately 8 kilometers from the base, preparing to issue a mission. Jingyan scoffed, casting a glance over the assembled parents, each wearing expressions that seemed to say, isn't it obvious? A crimson-scaled creature transformed into a golden-hued, ethereal fish, swimming leisurely to Meng Fei Chen's front, frolicking back and forth. Meng Fei Chen touched the ethereal fish with her fingertip, causing it to dart away as if it were a real fish. Not long into their journey, water began to cascade down the tunnel walls, flowing along the edges and deep into the passage. The further they ventured, the more water pooled at their feet, until it reached knee-deep. Jin Meng's gaze sharpened, his consciousness stirring, as the key and luminous orb in the black tiger's grasp flew before him. Yenqing's words indeed reminded Huabiding that he had not clocked in at the company for quite some time. Regardless of how leisurely one might be, it is unreasonable to remain at home day after day. The business association was about to commence, and it was evident that more and more merchants were arriving in the area. He absent-mindedly stroked the bewildered field mouse, holding on to a spicy strip, discreetly smearing some oil onto it. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Prince, he uttered softly, his gaze drifting past him to Gu Lanting, who stood alongside Shin Shichu. Principally, leaders should not engage in solitary activities while away from their posts, so Li Zijian also had to remain behind, which provided an excellent opportunity to reconnect with old classmates and friends. Even now, she remained true to herself, adhering to community guidelines and her own principles. She was elated. This matter was essentially settled. Her repeated hints instead of direct requests stemmed from her fear that the two elderly individuals might deduce something. She smiled helplessly, her eyes shrouded in a deep layer of mist, where a tall figure appeared and vanished almost imperceptibly. I'm sorry, Zhou Yang. I didn't mean to, she said softly, a hint of moisture glimmering in her eyes as her delicate hands rubbed together in despair. Regarding Li Tongni's background, he had been sidetracked by other matters midway through his gossip, leaving him unaware that he had inadvertently caused her parents to lose their jobs and nearly go hungry. In reality, Xia Ruilong was infinitely more capable than Han Bing. Xia Ruilong was a business elite, while Han Bing seemed ill-suited for commerce. Ling Yueshi slightly closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, layers of deep hatred flickered in the corners of her eyes. I will not spare that wretched woman. She seduced Chu Tiannan. She gritted her teeth, her sparkling gaze instantly morphing into a fierce and menacing glare. In this world, although she shared blood ties with Lung Guoshi, where was her familial affection? She had long ceased to trust him. She needed to hear her grandmother's condition from the doctor. Suddenly, a pack of wolves circled momentarily before charging toward the dragon chair, causing the heavy chair to shift and knock Gu Bainan into a daze. The Hungry Wolf mercenary group had been active in this area for years, well acquainted with everything in the forest, including the understanding that those with high cultivation levels looked down upon this region. Recently, our continued collaboration with the Shengshi Financial Group was primarily due to Xia Warming's contributions. Previously, the design director thought Shengshi Financial Group was only interested in Chen Guang's reputation, but it turned out there was another reason. Rest in peace, return arrow? The Allen people had indeed learned this technique. Sima Ji's pupils constricted as he recognized the method, which was based on 3 principles: attacking the enemy from a distance, maintaining a relentless assault, and denying the enemy any chance to retaliate. On the main planet of the Blood Clan, billions of vampires still thrived. Yet the top-tier warriors had nearly perished, with 5 supreme beings fallen. Such losses were irreparable. Originally, Shimin Qing believed Qin Yuang would climb the mountain, but unexpectedly, she directly conjured a thunderous steed. One team member questioned in confusion, as history was the only recognized flaw of Zhao Baoyu. Although Chen Anhao was aware that she might not be able to assist Zhang Qianqing, it did not hinder her from caring for him. After Heller spoke, His already cracked body surged with primal energy, and at the moment of impending explosion, the disheveled elder flicked a strand of purple energy that enveloped old Heller. Sima Ji sat upright, gazing intently at the 300 or 400 youths kneeling below. These were the cream of the crop from Yinshan camp. Although he scarcely recognized any of them, their achievements were undeniable. Su Yi hurriedly rose, and Hong Li entered. Upon seeing him, Su Yi prepared to bow. But Hong Li grasped her arm, prompting Qiu Rua and Yun Ro to discreetly step back. However, due to a lack of mid to low-end products, this exhibition booth had yet to reach any agreements or complete a transaction for a piece of jewelry even after an entire morning. For the first time witnessing Su Qinshu's tenderness, Su Ziqing glanced up at the barbecue uncle, finally understanding that despite being a businessman, he was an exceptionally charming barbecue vendor. Wang Xiaoquan gestured slightly toward the sofa beside him, indicating that Ming Ku could sit down to converse. Takeda Lan entered right after, the hidden door slowly closing behind her. Su Ziqing felt a slight flutter in her heart, as if her heartbeat had quickened, filled with a sense of anticipation. Now that the beauty herb finally had a resolution, it meant that the longevity elixir was assured. With such a miraculous potion, the immense burden weighing on Xia Haoran's heart vanished without a trace. Thank you, Miss Yinyu. If you have any more leads, please feel free to share them with us. If there's nothing further, you may return to the backyard. Lu Nanfei turned his face to Yinyu and said, every year in Hong Kong, dozens of such fires occur. People watch for a while before returning to their culinary pursuits. Soon, the fire truck arrived in a blaze of activity. Yang Wei contemplated for a moment before honestly admitting the recent incident where he had suffered setbacks. It had long been common knowledge, and there was no way to conceal it. In fact, he had not been in such disarray. After enduring the harsh conditions of the snowy plains for an extended period, his physical strength had dwindled to half, and managing to endure for this long was already a miracle. At the entrance of the tavern, Tian Yu sensed the power of the ancient clan's mountain imprint, which was surprisingly only slightly inferior to his own myriad Buddhas bowing in homage. Frowning slightly as he thought to himself, he did not respond to Tian Yu but, after glaring at Bai Fengjiu, directly seized his arm, placing his fingers on his pulse. A sudden, delicate voice echoed from not far away, and Zhang Che turned to see Iron Maiden standing there with a smile, exuding grace. He was not surprised, evidently. That Japanese individual, like Gao Ying, was a devil's envoy, and wherever they appeared, supernatural horrors were bound to follow. Hu Fian instructed the guards at the teleportation array to send them to the war-torn city before leading the remaining 11 individuals into the array. He was a source of pride, yet also a sorrowful figure. His character was immature, riddled with flaws, and he had never claimed a championship, not even in league play, let alone the world championship. The guards had already calculated the possible escape routes for the large rat, and this time the release was targeted. The minister's sudden shift in stance from seeking to persuade through virtue to becoming warhawks was something Hong Tao understood well. Their concerns did not revolve around external warfare or the 16 prefectures of Yin and Yun. Rather, they aimed to use this incident to stall the implementation of the new policies. Just as the members of the Tianhua Alliance transformed their worries into joy, Elbu suddenly made his move, swinging the Fangtian Huaji and unleashing a torrent of spear light, turning countless shadow soldiers into nothingness. He had a persistent feeling that something significant would occur when the 1-month deadline set by Qiuchen approached. Fourth brother, I did not. I absolutely did not have that intention, Lian Sholi exclaimed in a fluster, standing up and flushing as he hurriedly explained to Lian Shouxin. Sleep seems to offer no respite from fatigue. A part of my consciousness remains alert, perceiving the sounds of footsteps nearby, yet I am overcome with exhaustion, unable to open my eyes. The imperial concubine speaks with great efficacy in the presence of the emperor. Should she inquire, he would undoubtedly acquiesce. When the golden-haired lion beheld Qin Chuan, it rose slowly, its gaze radiating a chilling intensity. For another, possessing innate strength at the 8th level. To absorb the spiritual essence of these two innate 4th-level spirit beasts would require at least half an hour, yet he accomplished it in the blink of an eye. The Wu brothers intend to pay their respects. If the decision fell to Lian Shouxin, perhaps there would be some discourse among the crowd. However, should the Zhou family intervene, even Man can guarantee that dissent would be swiftly silenced. In truth, he had no desire to bring Bai Li and into this chaos. Until the vast world finds stability, it remains a tumultuous place, far from the tranquility of the chaotic realm. What are they discussing? Zhuge Liang inquired of Ji He. Though he lacked the eerie aura of Qin Lu, he bore a cheerful visage, yet all members of the intelligence department were undoubtedly linguistic virtuosos. It must be said, This foreigner was indeed quite handsome, and his enunciation was remarkably authentic. He held a bag in his hand, the contents unknown. Of course not, she reassured the poor, lovable child. This is merely an accident, not your fault. He paused, retrieving vermilion powder to inscribe a talisman on yellow paper, which he then burned, allowing the ashes to mingle in a bowl of water. Ni Dahai and Yun Jingqi shared a cordial smile. Having met once before, their greeting sufficient. With determination, Su Yi sat up once more, removing Shi Ye's arm, which had unknowingly draped around her waist, and rose from the bed to fetch her clothing. In a few months, once the steam engine and its accompanying machinery operate smoothly and the workers have honed their maintenance skills, it is likely that this square outside will not suffice for all who gather. Perhaps they did not anticipate UUS direct inquiry. The staff appeared momentarily flustered, stumbling over their words. After uttering this statement, Wu did not provide the invigorated reporters an opportunity for questions, decisively turning away. The following morning, as she emerged from the factory, Luo Shui felt utterly drained, both physically and emotionally. She escorted Xinzheng to a villa by Silver Lake, comparable in luxury to Tianlu, and after meticulously settling him in, it was already past 11. Upon hearing a noise at the door, Mu Xin instinctively turned to look, her eyes betraying emotions she could not conceal, locking onto He Tingyu's unfathomable gaze. The moment I heard, I understood. The inhabitants of Shun village have always prioritized comfort, aiming to remain undetected, thus avoiding trouble whenever possible. Yet now, an influx of pests has invaded their village, suggesting something truly amiss. Lu Qingmin's face flushed with embarrassment, but out of gentlemanly decorum, he refrained from reacting overtly. Moreover, he felt no justification for such a response, as he mused that, had he been interrupted while sharing an intimate moment with a beloved, he might have been driven to violence. You speak your mind, Yin Lin mumbled unintelligibly, as Luo Shui attempted to retreat, yet found herself unable to escape him. No one could fathom how the seemingly unathletic man possessed such strength. These pills can only be concocted after reaching a certain level of power and mastering the art of alchemy. Legends say that one must utilize the Taoist's true fire to forge them. Longhan elucidated. It was only when they reached the roadside, beneath a tree, that she found refuge from the dim light of the street lamp, concealing herself in the shadows, powerless as she crouched and hugged her knees. I could not discern whether my intention was to compete with him or to alleviate the earlier tension. I did not retract my claws, continuing to attempt to seize the backpacks. Shintu no longer regarded me, striding forward with purpose. The crux of the matter was that this mischievous child, aside from endorsing the Hokage's resolution, proposed suggestions that none could refuse. Recalling from memory, Yi Yunla immediately recognized her half-sister Yi Yunshu, clad in a simple greenish-white dress, her hair arranged in an uncomplicated bun with sparse adornments, appearing exceedingly modest. In response, Yang Chao could not be bothered to explain, for such matters were truly indefensible. The more he spoke, the more convoluted it would become, so he simply chose silence. What is happening? Why is the Sky Fury Mage so composed? Instead of fleeing in panic, he is relentlessly attacking my Minotaur. Chapter 36. No need. Xietsong held her as they entered the elevator, his gaze drifting to the suggestive posters adorning the walls, a faint smirk gracing his chilled lips as he suddenly found the hotel quite agreeable. Sister Yang, your favorite brew. Just as she was taken aback by the information on the screen, Chi Yoshi returned with the wine and clothing she requested. The most perilous places often become the safest. This adage is not universally applicable. The verdant liquid enveloped the realm, dense and impenetrable. Where could one possibly take refuge? Chang Sunjio withdrew a black mirror from his storage bag, shielding himself with it. The mirror's surface revealed a swirling gray vortex, emanating an irresistible pull that absorbed Chu Tsang's 10 fireballs. With a hum, the black mirror dissipated the vortex. Qian Manjiang spoke of the blessings of the sages, embodied in the 6 Ancestors Steel Pavilion, which venerates the 6 virtuous ancestors of the Qian family. The fall of a decaying and backward dynasty was in accordance with objective laws. However, the Manchu's rise was a blatant usurpation, leading to centuries of decline for the Chinese people. He began to mentally recount all that transpired after encountering Gongsun Wufeng and Lu Zhuozhua, growing increasingly unsettled with each reflection. The leaders of the various sects only broke through to the great ascension realm with the aid of the Yin Tianwang's pills. Upon sensing the profound aura emanating from Nangong Ningxue, they were filled with astonishment. The implication of the statement was clear. Once the 4 divine beasts arrived, It signified that Zhang Cheng had accepted the counterpart's breach of contract. Behind the empty cabinet door lay a narrow tunnel, just wide enough for a single person to pass through while bent over. The tunnel was devoid of light. From the outside, only a shallow glimpse could be seen, faintly revealing a bend a few meters ahead, leading into deeper darkness. Madame Zhou gently patted Zhou Shuxian's hand. As long as you understand, that is sufficient. The Empress Dowager's health has been poor. I must visit her. Turning to leave, Zhou Shuxian gazed at her retreating figure, exhaling slowly. It had only been 2 years. She could endure. You have long since accomplished this. Each day spent by your side has been unbearable. Han Jingxian seethed at Duanmu Hao, loathing his coldness and even more his callousness. In this world, aside from Han Jingxian, you are likely the only one to reject me, Mo jested. Indeed, I replied to the instructor without hesitation. Gazing into his lecherous eyes, I felt a wave of nausea. Wan Ningzhu led her 49 teammates, plunging into the dense, dark night. You cannot do this. Han Jingxian impulsively interjected, finally beginning to comprehend Duanmu Hao. He was indeed a devil, a soulless wolf. Director, may I return to the set for the next scene? Annie felt neither wronged nor regretful. The competition had been clearly outlined by Amon. Everyone was granted equal conditions and opportunities. Prince, observing Chu Jiangli's expression of utter discontent, accompanied by a hint of discomfort, Zhang Su attempted to offer solace. Yet, as soon as he uttered the title, he caught sight of Chu Jiangli winking at him. Instinctively, Zhang Su fell silent, refraining from further comment. The scene grew increasingly spectral. The master switch at home was turned off, only to be turned back on moments later. Then, the security alarm blared, only to cease again shortly thereafter. The power light of the camera flickered on and off. I could not see the outer wall, and was unaware if they had also toggled the power grid. Meanwhile, in the air, Zhou Ming stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene, seemingly unable to believe that it was all real. Since the inception of the Wanshui Valley, although countless individuals had breached the Wanshui formation, none had done so with the mastery of refining oneself in such a brief moment. Ningzhu was truly the first. Whether in a wedding gown or celebratory attire, none of that mattered. What was vital was their togetherness, for even in life and death, they could not be separated. Yet, this sentiment was indeed a profound affront to the ancient mindset. Setting aside the presence of the enigmatic outsider, Chu Jiangli, even among just the 3 of them, such words should not have been uttered. Lu Wuchen initially spoke of the bloodthirsty curved blade with great fluency, as if recounting cherished memories, but upon mentioning Yinghua, her words faltered. It was likely that had it not been for the crowd surrounding them, her cheeks would have flushed crimson. Hearing this, Wu Shi's lips curled into a slight smile as she calmly remarked, "No need. Let them be." With that, she turned her gaze towards the window. After confirming Zheng Xin's departure, Long Yuchen casually set up a soundproof barrier before inquiring further. Life unfolds in such a manner that some are destined to rise above others. Such as myself, for even in these chaotic times, I am destined to achieve greatness. Yet, shortly thereafter, the scene before Temujin returned to normal, and the Taoist who had stood before him had vanished without a trace. If one were to insist that the formidable return of the Celestial Path ancestor was also a factor, that was beyond my jurisdiction. At this moment, Qi Hongyi was struck by a sudden thought. After casting a deep glance at Zhang Zijiang, he took hold of Ping Jiamu, preparing to depart. This time, not only had they failed to seize the ultimate treasure, but they had also been overshadowed by players from Huaxia, which was understandably infuriating. Today has been somewhat hectic, and I apologize for the delay. Once I manage to clear my schedule over the next couple of days, I shall strive to adjust my time accordingly. Moreover, I kindly request your support. For the Special Operations Department, the Black Mountain Old Demon and the Dark Web were familiar adversaries since their emergence. A plethora of bizarre incidents had been meticulously documented. Chapter 37. Due to the lengthy journey, they arrived in Guangping City by nightfall. To investigate the fire incident at Qin Normal University from 2.5 years ago, they first needed to liaise with the local police. Therefore, Zhang Ji and Su Jianglun headed to the police station, while I and Gao Cheng opted to remain behind at the hotel. After being afflicted by Yao Ye's memory toxin, Byron and Byrne transformed into savage beasts, lunging at Evelyn. The delicate Evelyn was utterly defenseless against the 2 frenzied men, shedding tears as they tore at her garments. Gaia nodded and said, "Thank you. I will certainly convey what I know to you." With that, he turned and walked towards the edge of the forest. I did not observe any objects related to the stone door, but I did notice a sharp, protruding rock in the right passageway, which prompted me to lean against it and rub vigorously. Since I needed to leave, I had to return home to gather my belongings and find an excuse to reassure my mother, preventing her from worrying. After a brief discussion, we decided to part ways. Your sister Yuer is here to express her gratitude, Gui Yuer said, directly linking arms with Xiaoyan and pulling him into the Bianyan. All right, let us proceed. It was then that Cantinis realized two living souls were missing from the room. Chun Lu exhaled slowly, remaining silent for a moment before methodically recounting his past struggles. Peng Sijia, perhaps you should be reassigned from the third squad. Your recent performance has been abysmal, another special police officer mumbled, his dissatisfaction with Peng Sijia evident. In a moment of panic, Xian suddenly recalled how Ba Yi had forcefully thrust the Wolf King's claw into his hands, a situation remarkably akin to the present circumstances. 3 days later, in the Bund of the Magic City, Yi Yan leisurely sipped coffee with Yuzu and Jiazi at the consulate alongside the consul. Take your time, don't choke, Xing said with concern, casting a glance at the individual, before continuing to feed. The underground chamber fell silent, save for the sounds of the middle-aged man eating. The range of the residual shockwave's consciousness was equivalent to that of a core formation practitioner, and its level of refinement far exceeded that of an ordinary cultivator. Under the covert scrutiny of the residual shockwave, Huang Puxin remained oblivious to the fact that he was being watched. Wenger's sole hope lay in the Europa League. If he could secure victory, it would grant him entry into the next season's Champions League. Otherwise, his future appeared bleak. In the heart of the inferno, a cave could be seen, surrounded by numerous fire-affiliated spiritual entities. Luo Fan ambled forward. While those who had previously guarded the cave were now subdued by Yi Ji and his companions, cowering in the corners with their heads cradled in their arms. Fortunately, the Germans and Soviets were currently absolute adversaries, rendering negotiations impossible. Suddenly singled out by Qing Mu, the two individuals stiffened momentarily but could not refuse, nodding in agreement. Kant and Harry Kane had completed their transfers 2 years prior, but it was not until the previous year that they rejoined the team. Their transfers, like that of Maine, were personally orchestrated by Sun Wu. At the Luchuan port dock, political advisor Su Xian led a team of advisors from the Army Aviation, fully prepared to receive their counterparts. Yao Dan, however, remained silent, his intentions unmistakable. He would rather face death than surrender. Lei Xing, you have truly plotted well. Managing to secretly align yourself with the Ice Clan, how impressive, Qin Yi remarked, fixing a cold gaze on Lei Xing before striding ahead without a backward glance. As he fell, his right hand instinctively reached behind him to support himself, only to be met with a sharp pain. At the end of the workday, Gong Qiankan unexpectedly did not take the president's elevator and, upon exiting, discovered Mu Chuqin had already departed. Logan was initially required to concentrate all his faculties to perform adequately, while Hui Yuanjia observed closely. If Logan faltered, Hui Yuanjia would gently prod him, and the sensation would feel as if a needle had pricked him, instantly correcting his position. After waiting for a while, the shadow listened intently. The surrounding church was eerily quiet, so silent it was unsettling. Had the shadow not detected the faint heartbeat within the church, it might have believed it was an abandoned place of worship. Long Xiaoshuan's words elicited a chorus of murmurs from the crowd, as those unaware of the truth speculated wildly. Their discussions incessant. Tianqiu, are you all right? Jiang Cheng is quite powerful. You are no match for him. Do not confront him directly. Bingley, upon confirming Tianqiu's safety, inquired. Last time, she had teamed up with Gu Jiu to fabricate a lie, claiming she had secretly dallied with Gu Jiu 3 years prior, which had driven him to madness. She had initially thought she had triumphed. Unsure of the worth of these items, Lin Tian meticulously calculated that aside from what he would keep for himself, the remainder could fetch a reward of several tens of thousands. As the school gates opened, parents eagerly craned their necks, searching for their children's figures within. After all, this was perhaps the most significant examination of their lives as parents. Their anxiety surpassed that of their children, for it concerned their children's futures. In the face of Zhang Sanfeng's derision, Wei Zhongxian, a pillar of the Tianqiu sect, typically capable of shaking the very foundations of the entire Xianyun sect with a stomp, found himself engulfed in a long silence, seemingly weighing his options. Amidst Qian Mei's shrieks, Du Zhanzhang moved frantically, causing Qian Mei to writhe on the floor in a frenzy. When it came to Myra's impending arrival in the Ming dynasty, Xia Tian's expression darkened. After 3 years of searching, the reconnaissance satellites had yielded no results. The Fujian and Zhejiang regions had been scanned no less than 1,000 times, and the exploration had expanded across the entire country, yet not a single piece of information had surfaced. Chapter 38. One by one, Elia, Laloki, Angelia, Kikilia, and Lilith pressed their lips against the withered hand of Pope Clopius, tears streaming down their faces. The scene before them depicted Quan Fong, who was clearly mired in a fierce struggle, yet both sides still possessed the strength to continue fighting. The ability user had endured a blow from Quan Fong and was suffering immensely, with internal injuries and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Xiao Fan promptly adjusted his strategy, intending to rely on his robust physique to withstand the opponent's strikes. If he could seize the opportunity to engage in close combat, then Lan Linlin's advantages would be significantly diminished. Zhu Yuanzhang shook his head, his gaze profound as he surveyed the increasingly prosperous realm, a thought stirring within him. The lengths of these threads varied from dozens to thousands of meters, most of which extended through the frozen passage to other parts of this cavernous system. During that battle, I perished under the siege of the otherworldly beings. Whether the battle was victorious remains unclear to me. Wang Xiangji shook his head. After speaking, he noticed Tong Xiangyu and the others relentlessly pursuing him, and old Xing mused, I cannot afford to provoke them, but can I not evade them? They all understood that regardless of whether it was Northern Yin or Western Wei, the further north one traveled, the safer it became. A shroud of mist enveloped the city, leaving the populace oblivious to their fates. The dissipating magical energy was swept up by the wind spirits, causing a flicker of white light to mingle within the azure shadows of the wind. At that moment, Zhang Fan felt an urge to violently tug at his own hair, a gesture he often employed while crafting comic narratives. Hayakawa Kuru, eager to redeem himself and prove his innocence, stepped forward to poke at the eye socket of the individual. The awakening of ancient species had occurred within the silicon-based empire, and Ini, trapped in her habitual thinking, presumed that a similar event had transpired on Blue Star. It was not that she had a preference or aversion to any color. The hue of her hair and her appearance were dictated by necessity. Ini, Xiaoyuzhou, circled around, remarking to Quan Xian, you've exploded, her exuberant demeanor suggesting she was the one who had burst forth. Zhang Yuan's intense gaze seemed to burn a hole through the one-way glass as he scrutinized the situation inside, eager to discern whether that scoundrel harbored ill intentions toward Ini. Wasn't Chen the investor supposed to traverse this path? Indeed. Noticing that staff had emerged from the corridor, Song Jintong leaned against the lounge door to grant Chen Xiaoqing room to pass. Contemplating imparting a lesson to the youths, he found himself unable to proceed, opting instead to turn his head aside and leave the matter to the nefarious Oba. As the other two assassins prepared to reposition themselves, a piercing electronic sound abruptly invaded their minds, causing their forms to sway momentarily. Compared to his initial rise to fame, his current status had transformed drastically. Not only did he possess his own warship, but he also wielded considerable autonomy. Upon disembarking from the plane, Chun-Yi followed Yang Qingyun, merging with the crowd as they made their way outside the airport. After a brief interval, they boarded a taxi, heading directly to a hotel near Copenhagen University, where Yang Xiong's personnel awaited their arrival. What nonsense is this? I've only just awakened. Old Wu's voice echoed in Su Yiming's mind after a long absence. The Scorpion's malevolent gaze bore into her, as his seemingly cold yet clear eyes locked onto her, one hand suddenly resting on her delicate shoulder, startling her into a gentle shiver as she turned to meet his icy stare. The following day, Wang Mushing also arrived, his gaze toward Biming somewhat evasive. Fatigue evident on his face, a clear sign of insufficient rest. However, upon seeing him, Biming simply greeted him with a smile, opting to say nothing further. Moments later, a shadowy figure, ethereal and elusive, detached itself from Directorly, wafting through the air like smoke. The shadow quivered and swayed, its form not entirely fixed, clearly a ghostly apparition. It must be said, Yang Xiong was remarkably well informed. The moment Chun-Yi ascended to the Golden Dragon rank, he was already aware. And he arrived just as the match concluded, a timely congratulation, neither too early nor too late. They flew directly to the liaison office of Captain Ma within the city, seeking a secluded area to land, dispelling their invisibility to reveal their forms. Yang Yong felt a surge of joy, promptly performing a feint with his right foot, confidently breaking through from Fong Yan's left. However, just as he approached, elation turned to dismay as he discovered the ball beneath his feet had vanished. Unbeknownst to the three conversing, old Huang, pedaling a tricycle ahead, revealed a bittersweet smile upon hearing the words Bodhi Mountain. On a summer night, bustling barbecue stalls resembling large open-air eateries were never short of patrons, sipping beer and exchanging tall tales. It was not uncommon to drink from 7 p.m. until 1 a.m. What a coincidence! Chen Yun, after listening to Li Si's introduction, discovered that the herbal ingredients for the elixirs used in the 100-day foundational cultivation and the refining of grains were all available here. As long as the clothing quality was passable, the determination of whether the attire was appealing would always rest upon the individual rather than the garments themselves. The final elite sorcerer and the strongest third-year student both fell, leaving little hope for any further recourse. This implies that the 10,000-year vine had absorbed the waters of the Siro River, forming a unique lineage with the waters of the Silver Abyss, thus allowing it to submerge into the depths and capture abyssal magic fish. After making this statement, Su Yu dashed toward the 10,000-year vine like a whirlwind. Chapter 39. Chung Su mentioned over the phone that a fellow student had died in the dormitory, and when they arrived at the police station, he recounted the details succinctly yet thoroughly. As he had anticipated, the other party was primarily concerned with Yin Feiyang's whereabouts. Many fans, like Lu Chong, first fell in love with her voice before becoming enamored with her songs. Her voice alone could resonate with their souls, penetrating the most sensitive nerve endings within. Although her potential had been maximally unleashed, the rigid techniques of her practice were not easily altered. Upon arriving in the United States, Lu Chong glanced at Yin Qing's friend's passport, noting the name Tang Ren, which sounded familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. He decided to refer to him as Tang Ren from then on. The brilliance of Wu Xi's ink lay in its ability to leave no residue, earning him a reward of 20,000 coins from Song Xiaozong. Su Zheng was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Ningjing intended to utilize her lightness skill to directly soar through the air to deploy her silver needles, as long as she could dismantle the heavy crossbow formation. Her escape would become considerably easier. Thus, in the presence of various media reporters and celebrity guests, Lu Chong acknowledged Zhao Yaji as her godmother. Casually inserting her sword into the ground beside her, Wu Songhai clasped his hands behind his back, gazing at her with tenderness. Indeed, could she not let go of him? Zhao Xian chuckled softly, while Chen Xiao remained silent, holding her precious sword, standing elegantly, her gaze directed toward another location down the mountain. The hall fell silent as everyone observed the serious expression on Fu Hanyu's face, their hearts suddenly racing. It had been many years since they had witnessed the Grand Master's demeanor so solemn. Wan Cici's father. Wasn't he the founder of the nation's top financial institution, Wanhui Bank, and the dominant figure of the foremost financial conglomerate in reality, Wan Tongtian? However, everything in life is a struggle against the current. If the new 33rd Army has grown stronger, Liao Fan cannot afford to be complacent. One day, the new 33rd Army will inevitably stumble. With this newfound confidence, it was sufficient for Hua Qingyi to take action, decisively eliminating him. Hua Qingyi suppressed a laugh, stating, not funny at all." Despite her words, she could not help but chuckle. Ding Hua envisioned a scenario where he faced two pallid men. In such a situation, he could unexpectedly eliminate one with a thunderstorm strike, only to be cleaved in two himself. Essentially, it was a hopeless endeavor. What frustrated him further was that the new commander would not assume office for several days. He, who had effectively been relieved of his duties, was still bound to endure this position for a few more days. The outcome undoubtedly exacerbated the inner turmoil of Luo, he can see Lang. Liao Fan suddenly summoned him to report to Ma Wanzhong's troops, leaving him uncertain of the role he was to undertake this time. Previously, they had each enjoyed their own table, yet now, they had transcended to the status of friends who had shared the trials of life and death. To separate tables for such companions would be utterly unreasonable. The innkeeper nodded, commenting, "No wonder you are unaware of the recent uproar concerning the treasure in Jiangnan." After uttering these words, he couldn't help but sigh and shake his head, indicating that the treasure affair had severely impacted his business. Liu displayed a faint smile, one that seemed to oscillate between bitterness and sweetness, as she raised her head to gaze towards the ethereal realm behind the giant gate. Fortunately, Yi was attentive to her needs, ensuring her safety while several others slowed their pace to assist her. A few gentlemen formed a protective circle around her, guiding her forward, albeit at a slower pace. It was tragic to see such a young lady, who had been so vibrant just months prior, utterly ruined by Gao Hu. His relentless pursuit of her was infuriating. The elder sister inquired about the situation in the village, to which she received a reply that everything was rather mundane, with no significant events unfolding. Just then, a distant whistling caught Fong Dong's attention, prompting him to look up and witness a beautiful silhouette gracefully descending from a rooftop in an elegant arc. A chilling aura enveloped the air, and a massive beast claw suddenly loomed above Li Ziming, its half-grown, sharp claws glinting ominously with a metallic sheen. The divine dragon paused upon the clouds, lowering us gently to the ground, where several curious mythical beasts approached, their wide eyes fixated upon me, inducing an unsettling sensation. I wondered if these brothers had gone days without sustenance. Nodding in agreement, I descended the steps alongside him. This incident had imparted deeper insights upon me. The crowd erupted in excitement, as the recently acclaimed MVP was unexpectedly carried away, igniting a wealth of conversation among the spectators. "I love you, bro," exclaimed the adventurous rogue, transformed into a fierce wolf, charging down from the city wall after a decade of disgrace. Yufan had contemplated whether to descend and offer an explanation or an apology. But upon hearing Fong Qiong's words, he abandoned the idea. What could he possibly explain? Of course, was I, Situ Xian, that kind of person? After much effort in crafting a plausible excuse, how could I possibly refute it? This was no mere triviality for someone like Eunice. It represented the loss of a villa and the abduction of his singers. Are you not coming along? At nearly 20, do you still require my support? Be wise. Many are seeking you in Chang'an. Yin Duan retorted before donning her hat and exiting the cave. In truth, He Lu had misunderstood. The choice was indeed the outskirts, where fewer tourists meant a higher likelihood of success. If they were truly lawless, their formidable presence would allow them to act freely, indicating they still held reservations about certain matters. If Chun Lin were to hear this, regardless of its veracity, she would likely tear herself apart in anguish. Chapter 40. Buddha Yigu leisurely returned after clearing the minion wave beneath the mid-lane tower, unaware that just a wall away, the blue buff had been reclaimed by the leopard, who was now engaging his magic swamp toad. Calculating the present silver and the discounted amount from the 7 estates, it barely reached 1 million taels, which caused Jia Yu to furrow his brow. He felt the figure was somewhat inadequate. Standing at the bottom of the steps, Shen Fengshu listened to the commotion within, a slight smile tugging at her lips. Watergate was also eager to attend, marking both his inaugural year as Hokage and the first year of receiving fealty, whether in the present or the untraceable ancient times. The pursuit of immortality has always been a widely discussed topic in Huaxia's mythos. Upon entering the residence, the young ladies were accompanied by maids from the Jingwang mansion. Wei Wanjing unexpectedly changed into a different outfit. Without her sisters by her side, she would inevitably invite scandalous rumors. Upon further inquiry, she learned that such affairs were not uncommon in the abandoned people's courtyard, with many palace maids compromising themselves to establish connections with disreputable eunuchs. In a blink, he closed the distance to Gu Wei, executing a swift thrust with his great sword, then swiftly swung his weapon again, the sword carving a cross-shaped shadow in the air. What astonished him even more was the power unleashed by Li Feng, which far surpassed the expected level, even exceeding that of an average 6th-tier beginner cultivator. Shen Fengshu wished to remain in the imperial apothecary, and none could deter her ambitions. She refrained from lamenting to her master, desiring only a position. Suddenly, she recalled the busy, troubled rear courtyard. Even if Chao Jin targeted her, she wouldn't dare to create trouble in such a place. Meanwhile, in the nearby Taoist temple, Princess Nongyu, clad in Taoist robes and wearing a mask, was sweeping the temple alongside several nuns. Yue Yin had just adamantly denied the allegations. Yet not long after, she resumed her facade of indifference. It seemed futile to place her hopes on Huang Puyu. He might have already departed. That fellow was renowned for his agility. Surely having taken flight and escaped, was it not a relief? No one would come to her aid now. "Child, you shall soon be a disciple of the Yunji sect," Master Qing Qian said with a calm demeanor, speaking to Mei Yang. Should the marriage proposal fail, she would likely lose face and be forced into a distant marriage. The opponent's mount was a low-tier flying beast, suggesting their status and cultivation were not particularly high. She resolved to wait in the shadows for an opportune moment to strike. However, stepping into the realm of cultivation signified an existence free from aging or decline, unless engaged in combat. Otherwise, one's lifespan would roughly match that of the heavens. Those who have cultivated for centuries without crossing the threshold could expect an additional century or so. For heaven's sake, does he not understand that wealth can lead to peril? At this moment, the princess generously offered silver for her to spend. Could she truly be so foolish as to refuse such an opportunity? Was she that kind of person? Indeed, she was not. Xia Junlin's anxiety stemmed from her desire to avoid encountering Qing Yuan Hong. She was uncertain how to present herself before him, thus opting for avoidance. Covering her mouth, she opened it to call out, but her voice was caught in her throat, an unusual curiosity compelling her to continue watching. Wang Yuzhu was utterly dumbfounded. He had encountered shameless individuals before, but none as brazen as this one, who had assaulted him yet demanded compensation. Xiao Chu sighed in relief upon hearing Wu Ming's words. Her concern was merely to avoid any fatal incidents. While she was quite pleased to see Lin Fei suffer a bit, I believe the Kunlun representative might hold the key to the essence of life. Perhaps your parents will find a solution. That was both an answer to Mo and a hint for Cayenne. I ask once more, are you implying I am akin to these dead flowers? Mo's expression began to contort. What dead flowers? They are fresh blooms. Chen Wei was still oblivious to his error. The following day, Wu Ming's herbal medicine hall posted a notice of closure, which unsurprisingly drew even more patients to queue, keeping Wu Ming busy until late into the evening. Following Uncle Chang out, Xiaoqi discreetly tucked the ultrasound image of her fetus into her pocket. Su Hui sat beside Lin Yinan, admiring the talented individuals seated before her, silently praising their talents. Princess Baihua opened her mouth slightly, producing only a soft breeze. Yet to the Blood Emperor, it sounded like a delicate, innocent melody, stirring joy and resonating deeply within his soul. As he listened, tears streamed down his face. Beziju, allow me to assist you. Suddenly, the cheerful voice of Lele echoed in my ears, reminiscent of that day outside the school gates. Now standing at a height of 1.40 meters, his appearance leaves much to be desired. Wu Ji aspires to grow to 1.80 meters and possess striking good looks. In essence, Zhu Shuangbai's visit to him is not a direct confrontation with Di Hong. Rather, it is an attempt to incite him to battle against Di Hong, thereby seeking an opportunity to infiltrate Wang Luchuan, just as he can respond to Zhu Shuangbai's summons. Before he could finish speaking, a scoff escaped Jia Xi's lips, while Jia Zheng, his face flushed with anger, unleashed a tirade against Jia Baoyu. Leveraging their initial advantage, they command over 80% of the market, achieving a form of monopoly. Yet, with Fin Jianling now capable of concocting miraculous elixirs like the resurrection pill, is there a glimmer of hope? Chapter 41 follows, where Su hastens toward the researcher. Although the injury appears severe, it is not fatal for someone as adept in human alchemy as a Su. The crowd couldn't help but laugh, the heavy atmosphere from Luyun Palace dissipating in an instant. A unified sound reverberated with vigor, leaving Inda somewhat satisfied. He glanced at Chi Patian and the earnest mountain rain kneeling before him, before turning around, a formidable aura emanating from him. Not yet. I am engaged with external affairs, he stated, as the passing vehicles honked intermittently. GMO found it challenging to deceive Wang Yiqian, so he opted for honesty. Huaxi Yin intentionally altered the term funding to support to preserve the dignity of the man before her, sensitive to the faint bruising on Yeltong's right hand. She was about to take a closer look when he abruptly withdrew it. What does this mean? Wang Xian exclaimed, grabbing a plate of hot dishes and splattering it across my face. You will face the family's punishment regardless of your words. Gu Yunmi swallowed her bread, her eyes now fixed on him in disbelief. Damn, no wonder Zhuang and I skipped the premiere today. What is she doing now? Sharpening her knives in the dormitory? Not fully comprehending, we were all momentarily stunned. The senior sister must have witnessed it. Feng Zhang candidly recounted how terrifying the scene had been, leaving them all dazed. Xiang Renjia first collected the fragments, unable to discern any secrets amidst the throng, which was evidently not an opportune moment for research. In times of chaos and decline of humanity, the strength of the human guards wanes. While the primary combat force of the Six Gates relies on a large number of defected non-human pseudo-soldiers, should the human guards falter, the Six Gates would descend into turmoil and internal strife, neglecting their duty to maintain order among the three realms. What of your pride? Did you not just declare that you would make them kneel? Yang Yu questioned, donning the shadow crown atop his head. Lin Chun, filled with deep sentiment, resolved to eliminate any danger at its inception. Better to kill wrongly than to let slip. Within the Mubu headquarters, a man in his early 30s sat in a grand chair, listening to his subordinates report on the events occurring in the Chang'an gambling house. It's definitely Teacher Zhou. But why does she not recognize me, allowing ghosts to assault me and confining me in such a bizarre place? Fine, I sense there is a mystery. But it is too late. If we are to fight, let us fight decisively, Xie Tong urged. Just then, the corridor floor began to tremble rhythmically, as if a colossal beast was charging toward us. Zhang Fei led the vanguard, commanding the 3,000 troops of Lu Zhang's army, which included the supervisor Meng Da, marching straight towards Baxi and Bachuan. Liu Bei watched Zhang Fei depart, then summoned Zhao Yun for a few whispered instructions. Zhao Yun, with an army of 20,000, advanced 30 miles behind Zhang Fei's forces, while Liu Bei commanded the rear guard, following closely. Have I delayed your rendezvous? After all, once Zhang Yang returned, they would be inseparable. Yin Xinga slammed her teacup down on the table. Indeed, Yin Xinga had developed splendidly. Her tall stature exuded an imposing presence even in canvas flats. Not far from the groundbreaking ceremony, there lay a designated area, recognized as the construction center for the first phase of the project. Upon seeing Zhe Luming arrive, Zhe Saihua felt a tumult of emotions, mingled with a hint of secret delight, for she was acutely aware that Yang Ji and Sun Yin were no match for him. Just as Li Weiqiu managed the divine mandate, despite being a divine figure, contending with two elders from prominent families of the same age would prove arduous. Facing three was nearly a guaranteed defeat. The elder's demeanor was calm and serene, devoid of any indication of imminent sanctification. Rather than transforming into a new saint, it seemed he was shedding his worldly form, returning to simplicity. My heart raced. He certainly knew I was awake, yet I feigned slumber, silent. This matter had some impact on the Group's 3 listed companies, but fortunately, it was minimal. Initially, the stocks dipped for 2 days before stabilizing and beginning to rise again, and I breathed a sigh of relief as the prices began to level out. Li Jinrong's hand trembled, nearly causing him to faint. He truly did not wish to be embroiled in such matters. Han Xing felt a weighty burden as well, fearing a serious confrontation with Wu Lianjie. Relying solely on the strength of his guard unit was insufficient. In the face of bandits, only force would suffice. Reasoning would yield little. Beyond all of this lay an expansive void, where distant lights flickered like stars. The swirling crimson blood mist dissipated upon merging with the azure light, disintegrating like fog in a fierce wind as the confrontation between the protection and summoning systems formally commenced. As for the necessary building materials, they could be gathered from the moon, and anything lacking, Yi Feng would bring directly from Earth. My lord, the head of the Tofu family, Tofu Masanori, is currently recuperating in Gongzhuang City. Should the Tofu family truly betray us, I request permission to eliminate him, Kato Dans expressed with a hint of urgency. Several soldiers bellowed, exerting force to raise the ladder, which then fell back down, the chicken claw nails embedding themselves into the ground, securing their position. Even as the ladder threatened to tilt, the warriors pulling on the rope skillfully maintained its direction, raising it upright. Chapter 42 unfolds, where I have always endeavored to persuade him, yet in reality, I have only pondered for a few days, or perhaps a couple of weeks. But what of Eddie Xiusa? He has contemplated for over a decade. With his wisdom, if he has not found a reason all these years, how could I possibly conceive one in such a short span? Minren, up. Avoid the opponent's frontal assault. Zhu and Minren realized it was time to unleash their abilities. They had maintained a state of readiness, aware that the 4 adversaries' casting spells formed an incredibly dense energy barrier around them. They understood that this was not something that could be breached by individual strength alone. Qinger, I have previously explained the matter to you. Unless we are truly at our wits' end, why would I resort to such a humiliating tactic? At this moment, Emperor Qi Cheng's divine radiance had completely faded, replaced by a visage of age. Thus, unless I were to perish, I would absolutely not abandon them. Therefore, asking me to merge with you is an impossibility. Xiang Yu spoke softly as he gazed into the chaos. After such prolonged contact, a sneak attack bore no significance. The greedy wolf thieves were ever vigilant for the appearance of the white tiger. Emerging stealthily or charging directly was largely inconsequential. As I glanced back to the spot we had just occupied, several priests darted past, and my father's actions had indeed saved us. Hong Zhong and Lu Wei exchanged astonished glances, following the guards' guidance as they searched for the reception center for otherworldly drifters in this outer city. The beauty departed with a heartbroken expression, leaving the emperor and empress with an innocent silhouette, yet her diligent performance failed to resonate with the audience. Indeed, phenomena such as rebirth, rejuvenation, or other transformations of fortune are unpredictable and could obscure the truth of this place, suggesting that the entity within the dragon locking pool is extraordinary. The old man asserted. It turned out that after the Ghost King's return to the Ghost Realm, he ventured into its forbidden territory and unsealed the Well of Death, causing the realm's deathly aura to surge 100-fold in just 10 days. Tenaciously clinging to this flawed formation would make them susceptible to counterattacks, so it would be wiser to proactively alter the formation, reverting to a square formation for mutual support and defense, thereby maximizing their ability to besiege the enemy's cavalry. Shinyin's suspicions were confirmed. The junior physician mentioned by Physician Wan was indeed Ge. The Imperial Hospital and the Valley of the Medicine King have always been at odds. Yet her seemingly Medicine King Valley-derived medical skills were recognized by Wan Jingzhou. Li Mi recalled the gratified expression on his mother's face at that time, her eyes seemingly glistening with tears. Just then, a beam of golden light descended from the heavens, transforming the entire sky into a golden expanse. As the entire team had obtained fairy gems this time, marking a significant discovery and breakthrough, none of them needed to enter the transformation pool. Although the game lacked speed-enhancing skills, Xiaoli was still unable to catch up with her, no matter how hard he tried. Lu Lin was covered in reeking egg yolk fluid. Even from a distance, Shen Yuqing found it nauseating. Xia Shiqi's brow twitched as she once again sensed the aura of immense wealth emanating from Cheng Yao, making him seem like a beacon of affluence. He didn't appear affluent enough to afford it, but he was eloquent and handsome, certainly preferable to a middle-aged, greasy, overweight man. What harm could there be in her exchanging a few more words with him? The next national free fighting competition is scheduled for April of next year, with the location yet to be determined, so any aspirations for glory would have to wait until then. Evidently, the outcome of the battle was decided. Gago Beast retreated without a fight, fearing the Flareon Dragon Beast, a Digimon it had never encountered. The previous attempt to ambush Second Brother was orchestrated by Lao Ya, who seized the opportunity when Silly Bro was away. I was deeply moved by their simple words, my throat constricting. After a few breaths, I managed to speak. I wasn't afraid of them seeing my tears. Being moved by one's closest kin is nothing to be ashamed of. The nine-tailed spiraling shuriken collided violently with the god-shattering strike. At that moment, the heavens and earth trembled as the two chakra beams intertwined, morphing into a terrifying yet magnificent color. The ground cracked, with fissures rapidly spreading in all directions. The two similar yet distinct chakras formed a sphere that grew larger and larger. However, it should be noted that the next level after Gongshi is Jinshi, and beyond Jinshi, there are no distinctions between early and late stages. A Zhuang Yuan is a Zhuang Yuan. A Hamlin is a Hamlin. In other words, such rapid advancement is only possible in the early stages. Beyond that, it's virtually impossible. Want a breakthrough? First, fulfill the prerequisites for breaking through the major realm. The yellow sands drifted, and the cold wind howled. The spring breeze was far from warm, carrying instead a chilling sensation. Bai Baohua had quarreled with Wang Qingshan countless times. They had fought countless times, even to the point of resorting to knives, but at the end of the day, they were still brothers. To my surprise, the competition included Scarf Girl. This was entirely unexpected. To be honest, Chun Haiba wasn't one to put on airs. His tardiness this time was not intentional. Hasn't the Ku Corporation always maintained excellent secrecy? How did that Luo acquire so much information? Xiao Yongchu raised an eyebrow, inquiring. Lu Beibei had long wanted to seek out Rong Ting, hoping to persuade Hua Mingzhu to cease her machinations, but she was too insignificant to meet the lofty Rong Xiao, whom she usually only saw on television. This was her first close encounter, and she was somewhat nervous, her legs trembling. Could it be that even the venerable Chongyang is helpless? Ouyang-ku inquired in a deep voice upon hearing Wang Chongyang's evasion. I said, after you kidnapped Zhuya, the bounty is null and void because you defied my wishes. The bounty is for those who comply with my demands, and you will pay the price for your actions. Despite everything, Su Tianqiu remained calm and unmoved. Chen Xian, of course, discerned the implication and realized that Yipingyu's stern criticism of Liang Fei was likely due to Liang Fei's failure to adequately handle the talent recruitment process. Yipingyu placed great importance on this matter, and Liang Fei's defiance would surely incur his reprimand. Secondly, Gu Mufan also had to wait until Yi Yiren's menstrual cycle arrived before proceeding with the matter. Therefore, this matter had been delayed for so long. Seeing Zhou Cixi nodding so obediently, Zhou Yin was exceedingly pleased. His lips slowly slid down Zhou Cixi's eyebrows, across her eyelids, her nose, and finally landed on her slightly pursed red lips, gently sucking on them. They only needed to activate it themselves to rely on that little catalyst to draw in the iron-blooded baleful aura of the army and condense a gluttonous phantom to help them overcome a difficult situation. Following Liu Bei was merely a demonstration of his fearlessness towards Hua Xiong, an indication that he was willing to fight to the death. Hearing Yi Yiren's words, Gu Mufan smiled gently. Mrs. Gu, are you trying to provoke me into looking down on you for being hasty? As for Commander Yang, he took the opportunity to bid farewell. With the person delivered, his task was complete. He always felt uneasy around Ren Lifeng and preferred to keep his distance whenever possible. The aura of chaos surged, terrifying beyond compare, its power far surpassing that of the middle-aged man in purple. This scoundrel will be well-behaved for only 2 or 3 days after returning, after which he will revert to his old ways, carrying on as before. As Su Yang was about to pay with a 100 yuan note, a towering black man, exceeding 2 meters in height, suddenly blocked his path. Now, recalling the events, he felt that although he couldn't annihilate the Han army in the valley today, history was repeating itself as he had once again surrounded the Han army on the hilltop. Jiang Chunyan's brow furrowed slightly as he pondered. A charitable aid fund? Why am I unaware of this? The true dragon patterns on his clothes began to undulate. With a full 108 five-clawed golden dragons bearing their fangs and brandishing their claws. Shortly after, the door to the waiting area was pushed open, and the previous staff member entered, still carrying a box. At this moment, before the appearance of the frozen ice sword, Qi Ning had already sensed something amiss in this place, and he also realized how Lung Ningxue had suddenly disappeared. Jiang Chungyan gazed deeply at the photo on the wall of the two of them respecting each other as guests, with her smiling radiantly, feeling an indescribable emotion in his heart. Golden light radiated across the sky, illuminating the surrounding area and causing the sun to lose its brilliance. This is the Misty Formation, and even he is unwilling to linger in one place for too long, hence his urging of Chu Yun and the others. Gu Shaoqing's mood suddenly improved considerably. Just thinking about it made him feel comfortable, though the only discomfort came from Lin Wanner. Moreover, her father and mother came to plead with her, which was why she acted that way back then. Now, thinking about it, she should have refrained from intervening and allowed Lung Huqing to capitalize on his momentum and eliminate Gu Shaoqing, preventing all these subsequent troubles. After all, the people in the city had seen them leave together. If Luo Kuei and the others died here, everyone would know that he was involved. And Nianshu settled into the milky white sofa chair, her feet resting on a black carpet. In the center of the hall, someone was playing the piano, and dark curtains blocked the midday sun from the glass windows. The restaurant's lighting was soft and comfortable, the environment elegant and free from noise. Only loves man, not money. Su Nianan, is your mind wandering again? Which man are you referring to this time? Her pupils dilated, her gaze becoming hazy. How could she not be aware? Yet, her father, known for his integrity and unwavering righteousness, was someone she could not believe would engage in corruption. Therefore, the concerns of Pei Xiu and Du Yu regarding the Grand Marshal Guan were unfounded. In truth, the Grand Marshal had been tirelessly seeking opportunities for battle. In the absence of such opportunities, he even resorted to unorthodox strategies to create them. A force of 10,000 was nearly the limit for Fuling County, as its pig farming industry continued to expand. However, Guan Yi aimed to reserve more employment opportunities for the residents of Wuling Mountain. Lin Zhe felt as though he were being dragged behind a wailing ship, unable to move or breathe. The pressure of the water against his chest threatening to expel the last remnants of air from his lungs. Although he had been a passive participant throughout, it felt as if every muscle in his body had been continuously strained, nearly costing him his life. As he lifted his head, preparing to retort with a remark about waiting for him to roll up his sleeves, he was met with a resounding slap. Tao Fian's concerns were well-founded. Not long ago, Lan Shi had traveled great distances to find him, all due to the theft of the water element stone at the Congo Taoist temple. Chu Feng chuckled lightly, seemingly unperturbed, though the chill in his eyes betrayed his true feelings. Can we hold each other for a moment? Lu Ziyan asked with concern. Ino has grown so much. It must be tiring for you to hold him. Wu Qingtao understood that this incident would undoubtedly earn him Yang Lanji's trust, and it was time to strategize how to investigate the information regarding the cloudless map. There was no uncertainty, even when I returned to the company. Just a word from you would compel me to abandon everything and return to your side. Business is endless, and work is never finished. Yet your need for me is time-sensitive, and I fear missing that opportunity. Lu Ziyan turned his face and kissed her. Bai Qianqian had always been unable to conceal her feelings as soon as Fu Qingze left. She rushed to Li Yutong to share her plans to accompany Fu Qingze to school the next day. Bowing, Mo Xiongyan wiped away her tears and hurriedly took Mi Qing to find Gu Liang before rushing to the hospital. This was because, before the sacred weapon was forged, it had already been imbued with a complete set of forbidden spells, granting it power rivaling that of an emperor. The warriors of the Qinkuan continent, remaining in the camp, sensed a terrifying force suddenly appearing in the nearby void, their expressions turning grave with fear. Kuai Che dared not offer further counsel. Upon returning home, a servant presented him with a bamboo slip left behind by his friend in Qixing, who had come to bid farewell. Upon reading it, he found a single line, inexorably. I depart, take care of yourself. Gazing out at the flickering neon lights, Su Shaoqing remained immersed in the sorrow of parting with the children. She felt wronged, but dared not voice her grievances, For when she realized the ill intentions of Madame Chun and her son towards Li Jingyi, she had remained silent, pretending to hide. After taking a seat, the demeanor of the Nine-Tails shifted dramatically from their usual playful demeanor to one of regal authority. An aura of a noble beast erupted, as though it was destined to occupy this throne. Long Chaoqiu was filled with terror, retracting his outstretched hands into his sleeves. Suddenly, from those sleeves, a swarm of venomous snakes burst forth, quickly filling the already confined cave. Without the obstruction of Xian, the excavator's bucket crashed against the crimson door of the Shi family, pushing it forward and causing the entire door to collapse in a cloud of dust. Moreover, the adversary was aware of her intentions to visit the bar, having specifically extracted snake venom and awaited her there, a thought that sent shivers down her spine. Junior sister, I do this for your own good. Senior brother sure has not only exceptional talent, but also a commendable background. If you could become his partner, it would save much time in your cultivation journey, Lu Qing explained. A generous gift from the heavens bestowed upon this king? Xinyang inquired, utterly perplexed. A being of the Yuanling realm was, in his eyes, merely a pest. Whether an extraordinary pest or an ordinary one made no difference. With a single punch, he struck the indestructible into the earth. Yufeng showed no intention of relenting, his large hand grasping and swirling, transforming his spiritual energy into a sword blade that descended with lethal intent. Zhang Ling was sent flying, sustaining injuries, but managed to stabilize himself by stamping his foot on the ground, his expression dark as he gazed at the golden iron tower, bewildered and astonished. Ming Gang had just settled into the lavish conference room of the stone management company when his phone rang urgently. Looking up, he saw over 20 silver-armored guards standing in an unusual formation, encircling the center of the venue. For the ferocious black bear, Gao Fei showed no mercy, refusing to spare it simply due to its blindness. After all, he had yet to taste the flesh of a mutated black bear. The prospect of sampling the rare bear paw today was too tempting to resist. Last time you narrowly escaped in Antarctica. Today, you best look after yourself. The Heavenly Master scoffed. Those unfamiliar with the events in Antarctica might assume Lin Yun fled in defeat, yet the high-ranking individuals, at least of the third tier, were all seasoned experts with formidable abilities. Besides the terrifying flames, the refinement of their spiritual energy was equally fearsome, nearly doubling that of Lan Qingtian and Hong Peng. Exiting the Overlord sect, Su Yi, Shi Wuqing, and the Immortal of Inconstancy flew low along the mountains in the chaotic domain. Sister, guess what I saw on my way back today? I assure you, it will astonish you. Zhang Jian exclaimed upon his return. The soul-sealing master spoke coldly. In his earlier years, he had shown a flicker of compassion, which prevented him from annihilating the blood house entirely, as it was linked to his junior brother's family. The church, which had effectively ruled this continent for a millennium, was not so naive as to stir the bishop for an unverified rumor. The two, one in a green robe and the other in a royal blue, had just dismounted from their carriage at the village entrance when they were surrounded by villagers asking if the academy's teacher was strict and what kind of meals he served to produce such promising students. On that day, Fang Jie had anticipated that someone would act on their intentions, so he preemptively sent word to Prince Kong. Now, with the emperor's decree like a sword of authority, anyone attempting to seize power would be seen as exploiting the populace. And if the officials did not vociferously raise their objections, it would be a dereliction of duty. Will the barrier outside our village truly vanish? Zhang Mu inquired anxiously after hearing Zhang Yu's words. He raised an eyebrow, somewhat perplexed by this change. What was happening? Did he no longer need to complete such tasks to level up, or had something occurred with Yin Moai that led to the cancellation of this task? She did not erase the memories of Bursa and the others to conceal anything, but to draw the church's attention. People find it easier to trust evidence painstakingly unearthed rather than openly presented proof. The lantern flickered as the Grand Duke appeared somewhat troubled. He possessed thick, heavy eyebrows and large eyes strikingly similar to those of Empress Zhang, which seemed overly expressive on a man's face. This was not due to Yi Yan's distrust of them, but rather a lack of necessity to disclose certain matters. However, Shimen Chun was different, as he would be an active participant. The inflatable sofa had been procured, and upon seeing an inflatable mattress, Yu Zishur expressed a desire to purchase it. Su Yin nodded in agreement, leading to the acquisition, though the proprietor subsequently recommended a waterbed. Yu Zishur glanced at Su Yin, who adorably nodded once more but pointed helplessly at the price tag, causing Yu Zishur to immediately relent. Just as the spider found itself in despair, Ling Zhou Tian swiftly captured the flying blind man with a single claw. The beast's servant knelt in supplication, pleading The beast servant sincerely repents and hopes the celestial being will show mercy and refrain from sealing the beast servant. Witnessing the rare sight of the high priest dancing, the crowd's enthusiasm surged, their hand drums echoing thunderously, and the singing grew louder. As Wang Tsung contemplated this song, he recalled a video his colleague had urged him to watch earlier that day. In the following chapter, they were set to journey to the arid triangle region. With half a year remaining until the commencement of classes at Lin Nan Academy, the trek from their current location would similarly take about half a year. Coinciding with the scheduled meeting with Meng Fanon, their past encounters had often ended in discord, with barriers having long since formed. Yet Shimin Jinlian felt a degree of happiness at his presence. Typically, those engaged in the jewelry trade were affluent individuals. Banks would go so far as to offer incense burners to appease wealthy clients, handling such clientele with utmost caution and priority. Given the vast sums of money exchanged, bank personnel dared not be negligent. Perhaps this was the hiding place of the gun soul? Xian Yaozi seemed to grasp this notion, recalling how the gun soul had darted into the silver spear after he had slain the Huangshu wolf. Even after a millennium apart, the visage of his master remained vividly etched in my memory. I would not mistake it, for it was undoubtedly that face. In the Northern District Cemetery, deep into the night, a silver sedan drove in, its headlights illuminating the varying heights of tombstones. The chilling night breeze sent shivers down one's spine, the air steeped in an eerie coldness. Yet now, with the celestial phenomenon unfolding, coupled with the cryptic remarks of the recently emerged national master, there was ample justification for Xiao Ling to confront Tang Yun and her child openly. Even if it was merely an illusion, the mere act of witnessing was, in itself, a form of happiness. Was it not agreed to face the truth? Why, upon encountering it, did fear compel one to flee? Let me tell you, Zhuneng, the word regret does not exist in my lexicon. Yifeng's expression turned increasingly disdainful, for those who had gathered around him, while seemingly capable, were incomparably inferior to him. The other elders mirrored this sentiment, with Lu Li as the focal point, radiating their powers into the earth, establishing a formation beneath their feet. 13 furrowed her brow, casting him a glance before hastily departing. Watching his silhouette fade, she chuckled for a moment before returning to her Sui pavilion. Upon encountering Steward Chui, she promptly instructed him to prepare more tea for delivery to Lung Yenshi's chamber. Observing the puzzled expression on Steward Chui's face, she couldn't help but laugh again. Though she held such thoughts, Xia Haitong could only utter a phrase of good intentions but limited power. She found herself utterly exhausted, struggling to keep her eyelids open. The more she exerted herself, the sleepier she became, until she inadvertently drifted into unconsciousness. On the road, two dark figures trailed behind Deshaun Malak phantoms. Xie Jun and the other, in contemplative silence, felt their meridians gradually expand with the flow of their breath, the energy permeating every minute detail of their bodies. Akin to branches of a tree reaching for the sky, the original blockages began to dissolve, clarity returning to their insides. Since bringing the child to Chengqian Palace, she had become busy, lacking experience and needing to learn everything anew. Although there were palace maids and wet nurses to assist her, it still left her feeling a bit flustered. Yet, she embraced these challenges with joy. The two ascended to the highest floor via the elevator, and she curiously inquired of Yi Chengxian why he had arranged for his sister to reside there. He replied that this was the most prosperous area, bustling with people, aptly stating that to hide a leaf, one must place it within a forest. It was the most suitable sanctuary for his sister. Ruan Jingyuan opened the car door, and they both entered the vehicle, with him seated beside her. She sensed his familiar aura, though the scent of his cigar was more pronounced. She glanced at him. His face was slightly turned toward the window, his features appearing somewhat gaunt, his beard meticulously shaven. He had arrived. Having exchanged his embroidered yellow dragon robe for a simple white brocade garment adorned with subtle patterns, its brilliance both dazzling and blinding. Throughout the journey, Jinling Air maintained a buoyant mood, seemingly having forgotten the earlier chaos, her bright, curious eyes surveying their surroundings. After a while, as she styled her hair with the gold and silver accessories from the vanity, donning the vibrant dance attire prepared for her, the room seemed to radiate with light. Regardless of circumstances, crimson remained crimson, the essence of years spent in the martial world ingrained in her very being, impossible to erase. Yet, the Lord of the Heavens tightened his grip on my head, disregarding my anxiety, his lips once more biting into the corner of my mouth, more forceful than before. As for Xiang Er, before she had even reached the second floor, she encountered Xian Yuan Che descending from above. The lanterns flanking the staircase emitted a soft glow, illuminating the jewels and finery adorning him, casting a dazzling halo while perfectly concealing his expression. By the time news reached the capital that she would not be returning, the new year had already passed. They had learned that Ji had been located, prompting immediate orders for him and Yi to return to the capital. However, Ji persistently refused, citing the severity of his illness and the toll of travel. Despite all his reassurances, the journey to the hospital was fraught with trepidation. His heart restless. After enduring a traffic jam, he became increasingly agitated, nearly alighting from the vehicle to run to the hospital on foot. In the subsequent chapter, it was out of concern for Ningguan Run that Lin Zhu instructed the maid to focus solely on her care, assuring her that the remainder would be handled. Having already satiated her appetite, she rested her chin on one hand at the dining table, engaging in idle conversation with the dazed Caroline beside her. The gem market, however, would not falter. Regardless of the quality of the raw stone, there would always be bidders, for the market for gems was ever present. Thus, someone would invariably make an offer, albeit at a lower price for inferior quality. While these individuals hesitated, Yang Han seized the opportunity to drive the dragon away, pursuing him relentlessly. He could hardly be bothered to inquire about Bing Feng's identity, who merely smirked, dismissing the notion that even a legendary figure could prevail here. Possessing formidable strength was an unassailable rule in this world. Wasn't His Highness the one who referred to the underground dragon cave's divine dragon as his master? Aware that Bai Libu held numerous secrets, she felt no apprehension in voicing her doubts. Chun Lijing suddenly threw herself into her father's embrace, both succumbing to tears. Our morale plummeted to its nadir. Guahai then broke into a grin, as it was evident that those present held high hopes for the rough stone. Chun Ran was even more certain. He not only knew that the rough stone would appreciate, but would do so significantly, leading to Guahai's inevitable disappointment. Yet, what did it matter? Even so, she could not allow herself to feel that life had shifted. She simply endeavored to find joy in each day. It turned out that Prussia had imported 10,000 pounds of white medicine, 10,000 liters of medical alcohol, and 100,000 grenades in one fell swoop. Clearly preparing for war. The company commander swiftly pulled the soldiers down from the barricade, only to hear a resounding explosion as the sandbags were blown apart, sending a massive cloud of dust into the air. A peculiar jungler, perhaps one of the most talented in the nation, renowned for having the deepest hero pool in the game, was a devoted admirer of Yasuo. However, Chu Mantong did not respond immediately. She gazed blankly at Xiao Chun, uncertain whether she was weighing her options or caught in a dilemma. Lu Feng then signed a 3-year contract with Buzan, with an annual salary of $20,000, in addition to a monthly supply of 15 jars of fine wine. Furthermore, Lu Feng allocated 1 million dragon yuan to Buzan for the purchase of teaching equipment and the hiring of instructors. The style of the abandoned palace is grand and majestic, steeped in history, whereas the style of the ancient spirit palace is exceptionally ethereal and beautifully surreal. As the sounds of collision within the meteor hurricane intensified, the chilling echoes of freezing resonated through the blood-red river of blades. Although her knife remained unsharpened, it would undoubtedly assist Xiao Chun in conquering the world and clearing all obstacles. This time, the Sword of Heaven did not wait passively as it had against the ice crystal ghost serpent. Instead, it took the initiative to confront its adversary. Lu Yongfu was somewhat taken aback and promptly opened the message, which indeed contained an order personally issued by Lu Feng. The directive commanded Lu Yongfu to occupy only the critical areas of Wuchang, Hanyang, Hankou, and Huangzhou along the Yangtze River. Then to split his forces and board transport ships to land in Fujian, joining forces with Deng Anbong to eliminate the Jingshou faction. The agony of physical torture can sometimes lead to a complete mental breakdown, as Qiusheng remarked. After bathing and preparing for bed, the door swung open, and Ma Yunting returned, looking weary from travel, accompanied by 2 plain-clothed, scruffy-haired youths. Chui Ping first took the already sleeping Yuan Bao back to the side room, instructing the nurse to care for him, before returning to the main room to report. Imo Fan suddenly recalled that Miao Dai seemed to be a disciple of a prominent sect, possessing considerable talent for cultivation. Initially, due to the lack of foresight in utilizing mental control, he resorted to a dual-layered approach of incantations and gestures for safety, which ultimately led to a humiliating incident years later. To express my gratitude to President Han, I presented him with a gift. Zhang Donghai produced a jade bottle from his hands. After dinner, the elder took them to school, while Yan Zi cleared the tableware, allowing them to rest before heading to work herself. Li Mingho completely disregarded Tang Feng's presence, viewing him merely as a servant of the Yun family. When my brother stepped through the door, I panicked and released my hold on the elder, who also appeared startled. Hastily tossing the pocket watch, which nearly shattered upon impact with the ground, I instinctively lunged to catch it, and upon realizing my predicament, I found myself in my current state. Jiang Yanyan, being a first-tier actress, displayed exceptional skill. At the moment of her fall into the water, her face reflected genuine terror, her hands flailing in the air before she splashed into the depths. I could never possess 1,000 secrets. The secrets I hold are those no one else knows. Fan Jinhua added. Naturally, he was no fool, aware that such intensive actions would eventually come to light. Thus, over the past 2 years, he had only eliminated a mere 5 villages, with the last occurrence happening over 3 months ago. His body radiated warmth. It felt as though his presence could stave off even the coldest weather. Not to mention Ying's gameplay, which included a myriad of unimaginable tasks, never-before-seen monster systems, and an array of players in a single service area. When I finally reached the main hall, I indeed found my sister staring vacantly. Her gaze fixated on the table where the southern wind instrument lay, its 4 strings severed. She could not help but lament her own negligence. The raging flames, all-consuming and intensely heated, represented the pinnacle of fiery power. Even the ethereal essence would ignite in their presence. A bone-chilling cold enveloped Su Yan, causing his legs to tremble. Yet his physique had become significantly stronger after unlocking the 3 fundamental and essential acupoints of a martial practitioner, far surpassing that of his sword-wielding peers. Ah, how rare for you to have such clarity. Allow me to take on the role of the villain. You may enter the Chongshu secret realm with ease. Merely greet Yuxing. The Grand Elder chuckled heartily, stroking his beard. Accepting reality, Wu Xian and I moved back into our rented accommodation on the 30th. With the start of the school year approaching, Ni Duosher paid them no mind, seemingly oblivious to their presence, as he approached Long Xiener wielding the Tiangang great sword. He noticed a flicker of joy in Long Xiener's eyes as she took a step towards him, only to immediately lower her head, revealing a hint of sadness and concern. The atmosphere shifted from tense to cordial as the denizens of the Elven secret realm engaged in cheerful greetings. Pan Ling believed that the captain should indeed battle against the captain. There was no doubt about it. Moreover, Yang Bian's summoning abilities could call forth water-based creatures, perhaps allowing for a fair fight, certainly better than his own capabilities as a melee fighter. It remained unclear. They had come to this auction house based on recommendations, hearing tales of numerous legitimate treasures. To their surprise, the first item presented was a remarkable sight, igniting their anticipation for the treasures yet to come. The attendees began to murmur among themselves. Yixian recounted his adventures within the Forbidden Ground, emphasizing that, under the guidance of Ganju Qi, he had specifically sought out healing artifacts for Kujinyang. Now that he had fortuitously found them, they must be delivered to Kujinyang for his use and not repurposed. With this thought, it seemed that ending his life would, in fact, be an act of salvation, which inexplicably stirred a tinge of sympathy within Lin Hong. The pinnacle of stable wind layers naturally received no mobile signal. Thus, Qi Huan silently counted down, and at what he deemed the right moment. He raised his hand towards the storm layer. Given their strength, they could easily slay a novice practitioner entering the realm. However, it was unfortunate that they encountered Su Yang. Such a chaotic scene had already attracted a crowd. The onlookers surrounded the officials, their hearts filled with sympathy upon witnessing the panicked Sar. Sister, did you not speak up when your husband and Lu Gongzi were in such a situation? After getting into the car, Kai Yin recalled Xiao Yi's previous demeanor with some displeasure. With only herself and Zheng Ying present, she voiced her inquiry. Today the abbot of Lingyin Temple came to bless me, stating that no killings, especially of humans, should occur in the palace in the coming days. Otherwise, the blessings would be in vain. Nangong Ye's reaction was anticipated by Li Fei, prompting her to provide a detailed explanation. Brother Shi, I ask you, if you could control the souls of the deceased, could I not take your place? Yi Han inquired. However, as soon as Ling Yue's words fell, the attendees were taken aback, unable to believe she would so readily forgive Meng Rulin. Overnight, the festive red lanterns within the manor were replaced with white ones. The red paper cutouts, still wet with paste, were to be removed, and the once vibrant red streamers adorning the courtyard were now entirely taken down. That forbidden name, suddenly revealed to the public, startled everyone. The former sect leader turned pale, while Chang'an Wuhua gasped, gripping his hands tightly, unable to move for a long while. Lieutenant Xiao, I am quite bold. You need not concern yourself with me as you take your shot. Just as Xiao Yi enjoyed the awkwardness of Zhang Rang, He did not expect an unexpected interruption, causing his expression to shift slightly. However, Huang Wan, noting this, believed Xiao Yi was merely worried for her and softly spoke as she passed by. After a fierce roar from the beasts, another 20,000 of them perished under the onslaught of the. By the way, Brother Baihu, have you clarified the situation regarding those troublemakers at the karaoke bar last time? Lin Yifeng recalled the events of the past few days and inquired of Baihu. My junior has done remarkably well. In just a few days, he has advanced from the to the, successfully melting the I provided. He has truly proven to be a prodigy. Qingmu gazed at Li Yun, speaking eloquently. Bai, while astonished, also felt a sense of surprise. She finally understood why Junma Liu feared this so much. Now it all made sense. The others exhibited no reaction, continuing with their mundane tasks of watering flowers and sipping tea. Devoid of any signs of surprise, Ziyuan wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, still not fully extricated from her previous dream, and upon encountering this unfamiliar environment, her mind was overwhelmed with too many questions. Hearing voices seemed to help her grasp what was happening, prompting her to call for someone to enter the room. No one dared to inquire. On ordinary days, when Yin Lu was not irate, they typically refrained from disturbing her. Now that she returned with a stern expression, who would dare approach? Even out of concern, they had to first gauge the atmosphere. It was a rare opportunity for this old fellow to patiently listen to his recounting of events. So Shin Shursan conveyed the struggles of a passionate young man in such dire circumstances. Long Shiji's words carried a deterrent effect. Indeed, each person received a talisman upon arrival, but it was confiscated by Long Shiji. Clearly, the Imperial Immortal sect was well prepared. Shin Shursan, having sufficient funds he brought, instructed his comrades to procure a truckload of food and drinking water, then affixed a banner to the truck before heading towards the Gaza Strip. Chapter 48. About 5 minutes later, the phone of Shangwan Wan rang again, displaying the caller ID of Chun Yifa's number. Glancing at Ling Luohan, Yifeng turned his gaze towards the window, no longer looking at her, instead observing the streets illuminated by the evening lights, his reflection capturing the ebb and flow of pedestrians. To be honest, he felt a twinge of melancholy. Ouyang Laozu's attack arrived with remarkable swiftness. The dazzling crystalline whip striking Qin Feng, producing a resounding clang akin to metal clashing, sparks flying, yet it inflicted no substantial harm upon him. Su Feng was grateful to this couple in the game. If possible, he would willingly offer monetary compensation for their nurturing efforts. Suddenly, the front paw of the crimson fire beast stomped down fiercely, flames surging forth like oil igniting, swiftly forming a massive fire ring that ensnared Jiang Chun entirely. Upon awakening, Ning Ning noticed Yifeng drenched in sweat, startling her. Yifeng, Yifeng, she exclaimed, quickly rising to touch his forehead, relieved to find it cool, calming her worries. Could it truly be ghosts? Do they really exist in this world? One policeman remarked, his body trembling involuntarily. Your Highness, is there any need for such trouble? I have brought a skilled physician, I assure you. Wei Ji immediately interjected, followed by a warning glance from Xin Shi. Thus, Wei Ji believed that the engagement cancellation and betrayal were all part of Helian Jinxiu's schemes, and at that moment, he was foolish to act impulsively. Meanwhile, Lanner slowly opened her eyes, finding her husband seated beside her, gazing at her. In this battle, the Purple Lotus sect was annihilated, yet their estate remained, as none dared to enter and pillage, for they knew a more formidable presence lurked within. Uncle Wang turned and carried his belongings, stepping out of the door before Lu Hao could react. Just as Lu Hao prepared to follow, Bosley stopped him, saying, "It's all right, I'll see him off. You going out would attract too much attention." With that, Bosley casually closed the door behind him. The documents handed to Ma Lisin pertained to personnel adjustments at the paper factory, which included the arrangement of 4 officials, 3 section chiefs assigned as deputy factory directors, and 1 section chief designated as the union chairman. The former union chairman had retired. 1 deputy director would oversee finance, another sales, and the last materials. Pearl. Mother has always said one should not speak while eating. Banksia turned to reiterate. What? You are Lu Hao, is that truly you? Huzi exclaimed, his body trembling with excitement as he took a step forward, prompting Lu Hao to nod in acknowledgement. Gu Qingsheng felt a clarity he had never experienced before, fully aware of what he truly desired, as if he had previously lived in a haze. The white light finally dissipated, and the once supreme blood Yin Tian of the ghost realm vanished without a trace, leaving no remnants, just a vast pit spanning millions of miles, instilling fear in all who beheld it. If Xin were truly pregnant, why had she not informed him and resolutely chosen to end their relationship? This ranking is determined every 500 years during the competition held in the central city of Xi'an City, where the top 10 sects contend for their standings. This ranking symbolizes strength. Occasionally, the Wanyao Hall and the Nanhuang Alliance also participate in this quinquennial grand competition. Everyone immediately acted, entering the capsules according to their assigned numbers, subsequently being transported to the Insect Clan battlefield via the Human Coalition's spatial technology. Duan Weiqi was infuriated. Just moments ago, he had tenderly patted Li Jiayu's car, and now that parking spot lay empty, nearly causing him to choke with rage. Mobai nodded. It seemed that the compassionate Buddha knew more than he had anticipated, perhaps even the secrets within him, making everything clearer if revealed by that great being. The newspaper layout would need to be twice as wide as the usual test papers. It was cumbersome to print with an oil press, thus stone lithography would be preferable. Naturally, copperplate printing yields higher quality, but copper is expensive, and given the current productivity level, recovering copper sulfate is unfeasible. So it would have to be lower-tier lithography for now. This was the inner courtyard dean of the Miao Miao Academy, a formidable being of semi-divine status. Even if the heavens were to collapse, he would remain unfazed, yet now he was so emotionally charged. Isn't the shirt a bit tight? Su-yi felt her cheeks grow warmer. She wanted to suggest he loosen a button, but at this moment, she could not utter another word. Otherwise, it would not be her teasing him, but rather him playing with her. That evening, the Yi family feasted once more. And Yu Miao felt this meat tasted even better than usual, as if Granny Yu had added more oil than normal. However, Yi Miao gently pushed Granny Yi's hand away. She was still unaccustomed to arguing with a stranger in such a public setting. Fong Fong wore a smile. Yet unlike other transgender individuals who were animated and lively, she calmly gazed ahead as Zhe Luo approached with a serious demeanor. Shortly thereafter, Naruto appeared beside the icy arrows. Realizing that Uchiha Obito had not pursued, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief as he surveyed the battlefield below. Not being able to act boldly did not equate to being without means to defeat the enemy. Aquan sheathed her flintlock pistol back at her waist. After the last practical engagement, she decided to switch to a shotgun, as aiming from horseback proved exceedingly challenging, and the design was inherently for close-range support. Wang Jingchen donned a pair of flamboyant floral shorts and an unbuttoned short-sleeve shirt, scrutinizing the other extraordinary women aboard the cruise. Li Xuanzi concluded his explanation of the second layer of meaning and resumed his previous nonchalant demeanor, as the screen depicted Princess Fengyun triumphing over the Demon King. Brandishing her sword while delivering one last shamefully dramatic line, "Let us set forth towards the rainbow's edge," Naruto finally awaited the end of the show. The friend Nicole mentioned was someone she fortuitously encountered at the auction in the afternoon, a businessman from America visiting Dubai, who had initially intended to bid on the Vacheron Constantine watch that Shenli acquired. However, due to the price exceeding expectations, he had no choice but to withdraw at the last moment. Chapter 49. The guards were exceptionally vigilant. It seemed quite a challenge to infiltrate. Zhao Wuji expressed his concerns. The cave dwelling had the advantage of being more defensible compared to the village, which was exposed and accessible from multiple directions, allowing for direct assaults. In contrast, the cave boasted a sophisticated security system and various defensive arrays that could be continuously reinforced, making it an ideal stronghold for the guild. As the conversation concluded, Meng Yang's thoughts began to wander. It was said that every being could autonomously adjust itself to adapt to the changes in its surrounding environment and the ecological sphere it inhabited. The other party was not jesting. It was not a trick of Yin Jia, who had been captured, and the voice emanating from the microphone was unmistakably genuine. Wang Yu had once pondered the nature of his life's conclusion, yet he never anticipated it would end so abruptly and chaotically, merely due to summoning the Dark Throne. Was such a drastic reaction truly necessary? Ma Feng was indulging in baseless speculation. His judgment was severely flawed. The other party paid him no mind, focused solely on their own affairs, while he mistakenly believed he was being deliberately tested, holding himself in unwarranted regard. In the Great Zhou, servants had no rights and could be killed at their master's whim. Even in a court of law, it merely resulted in a monetary compensation. The shocking entrance of Karateka made people truly realize the advent of the interstellar era. Nothing was more impactful than transforming fantasy into reality. Observing Li Ruxin in uniform, anxiously clutching a walkie-talkie, her forehead glistening with sweat, Yunsheng curiously rolled down the car window to look around. Perhaps at this moment, Lu Jin had succumbed to madness. Yet his state instilled a sense of dread. The 3,000 cuts could not be inflicted in a single day, having undergone punishment. Lu Jin was escorted back to the Jinui. Adia felt perplexed, placing his palm on his back only to find it stained with a strange red liquid. What could the substance be? Adia murmured with a frown. A violent aura emanated from Uchiha Madara, causing the children present to tremble. Some were so frightened they wet themselves, while others collapsed to the ground, drenched in cold sweat. Such an event transpired? No wonder the emperor was troubled. Should I go and persuade her again tomorrow? Empress Changsun paused, taken aback, and after a moment's silence, she spoke up. Enmu's peach blossom eyes shimmered with glistening moisture, appearing helpless and frail. In a critical moment, he urged his wife to let go, reasoning that only he would suffer while she would remain unscathed. Yet, upon hearing the mention of the son of the underworld emperor, the Taoist expressions turned despondent, as if all hope was lost. To shield the Buddha's child from external disturbances, Shiqing hurriedly blocked the path of Yi Yunle and Yi Yunchu. Yang Xiao shrugged, agreeing that it was indeed a good thing, and thus he spoke up. The golden statue before him represented Uchiha Fugaku, prompting Sasuke to exclaim in admiration. Finally, the day of the grand wedding arrived. Long before dawn, palace attendants brought forth the wedding robe and phoenix crown, while the matrons prepared Mu Yunma for her ceremonial adornments. Mu Yinxing took over for her sister and dismissed the attendants. We cannot proceed this way. Our abilities will eventually be exhausted. What then? Zhao said as he severed a vine. What? Finding someone. Your imperial uncle. Is this not the task of Wang Yong of the Shuntian prefecture? Wouldn't that be a bit beneath my talents? Upon hearing the emperor's arrangement, Jiang Jingxi immediately lost his composure. The servant spoke in a breathy tone, observing the man's puzzled expression, seemingly reluctant to accept the situation. He opened his mouth to say more, but dark red blood began to trickle from the corner of his lips. Seeing that Yelchi was unharmed, Huang Rong felt a sense of relief and nodded. Yelchi had made unexpected progress in his martial skills. The reason for using Zhao Min's attire was primarily to gain the trust of Kuchavo and others. However, apart from a nightgown, Zhao Min had no other garments. I understand. From the moment I approached you, I knew we were destined to be adversaries. But what of you and her? Dai Shui's voice dripped with unwillingness, her eyes wide, her chest heaving violently. Crouching low and stepping softly, upon arriving at the courtyard where Baoxiang resided, they were met with complete darkness, devoid of any light. You have seen Xiaomo's condition. If she awakens, it would be a blessing, but if she were to fade away, then you. Yin Ruojin hesitated, unsure how to inquire, feeling that such a discussion at this moment would be cruel. After traversing several miles through the woods, a rugged mountain path appeared. To the left of the path lay a deep ravine, with rushing waters whose splashes against the rocks could be distinctly heard. The trio from Shi Valley and Nangong Ran marveled at the sight, while Lu Cha-Ching, known for his sharp tongue, disregarded his injured arm, lavishly praising Chi Feng's capabilities, showering them with flattery that made the others cringe. Yang Fatty's plump hands clenched tightly, filled with reluctance as he stared intently at the retreating figures of Yu Anji and the others. Guiqing also silently acknowledged the close call. He had intended to take a hit in exchange for a hit. In reality, he would not have been injured due to his formidable defenses. Without Taichu's destructive force, it would be challenging to harm him. The death of Chen Feiping signified the end of Chun Hu's lineage, a devastating blow one could only imagine. In recent years, Cao Cao had been invincible, and his generals had grown increasingly arrogant, believing themselves to be the paramount power, neglecting even the abundant firewood within the city, let alone the concealed oil scattered throughout. With a tremendous force, Stidkana was pushed back along with the chair he occupied, which creaked in protest, until he was abruptly halted against a wall adorned with a large self-portrait. Chapter 50. Wang Yu applied slight pressure, pressing his toes against Li Hui's wrist, eliciting a sharp pain that nearly caused her to faint, her body curling inward once more. Ye Kai almost leaped to cover Sun Wukong's mouth, urging her to remain silent and not complicate matters further. This is only just, Su Ruhue nodded in agreement, casually instructing Nanzi to take charge of the situation with a smile. A series of intense attacks felt as if someone behind was hammering away with wild punches. The duration was uncertain, perhaps a second, perhaps a minute, until finally, the barrage ceased, and Yu Kai remained utterly silent throughout. After ascending to the throne, Long Xiaoyan did not resort to total annihilation. He merely detained Long Hauran, while Helan Qingyuan was thrown into prison. After Zhao Lei finished speaking, he paused momentarily, took 2 deep breaths, and suppressed the fiery turmoil within. It was merely sweet talk, a familiar routine of saying trivialities, followed by a heartfelt declaration. Brother, I genuinely love you. I will treat you well for a lifetime. Upon seeing the opponent's attack approach, Ye Kai realized he was unable to free himself to retaliate. All his avenues of attack were blocked, a testament to the prowess of his adversary. Su Mianmian initially intended to refuse, but found herself enchanted by the sense of freedom, resulting in a moment of dizziness where she inadvertently agreed. But what did Helan Qingyuan intend by sending this maid to follow her? Did he wish for the maid to eliminate her unworthy husband? This enabled Bai Jian to seize any opportunity to contact the bat, relaying pertinent information. Having endured considerable torment, Bart received news that headquarters was undertaking a rescue operation, filling his heart with warmth and instilling in him the steadfast confidence to await rescue and escape from the clutches of despair. On the return journey, they arrived at a resting hut, where Ruchuan Peeling halted the bamboo and wooden sled to take a moment's respite. The 3 rooms still harbor significant risks. Thus Yi Zhen proposed to block the entrance and relocate in the morning. Fortunately, nothing untoward occurred during the night. The following morning, a cold breeze swept in. The guard was a bamboo bird that could only run, closely following Shui Hua, relishing the morsels occasionally discarded by him, showing no shame for betraying its kin. The laser sniper rifle was silent. Even if I were to shoot him now, no one would be the wiser. In a sudden rush, a wave of inexplicable fear enveloped Shi Xiaofeng, and after a moment of trembling, he stammered, She is not an 8-year-old child, is she? His voice was dry, revealing profound dread. Due to the salt, merchants from various regions such as the Qingdu Plain, the Two Lakes Basin, and the Hanzhong Basin braved arduous journeys, bringing their local grains, beast meats, furs, and fruits to trade for salt with the people of Wuxian. Adjusting to the water pressure, the two continued their descent, with the coach shadowing them closely. Suddenly, a mischievous thought crossed Shi Xiaofeng's mind. He spread his left hand, releasing a surge of internal energy, and propelled himself forward like a rocket, instantly leaving the coach behind. He summoned the Chaos Divine Fire, transforming 5 relics into pure spiritual energy, which he then swallowed, storing it directly within the Chaos Star Sea. I understand, Mr. Li. The man was overjoyed. For Li Jiming had earnestly tucked away his business card. Avoiding the second pillow thrown by Lin Mimi, he dove into the covers, wrapping his arm around her waist and pulling her into his embrace, causing Lin Mimi to cry out even louder, retaliating with punches and kicks, ultimately resorting to scratching Bai Yeqing's face with her nails. Upon hanging up the phone, Ma Rong's complexion turned even paler. The knife had plunged into her back, and due to the force, it nearly pierced through her body, leaving her severely injured. Even Tang Yuan could only apply pressure to several acupoints near her wound to temporarily stem the bleeding, while the rest remained beyond his capability. The water pressure here is excessively strong. If we were to descend further, it would be difficult for me to proceed, Qin Yang remarked. So stop overthinking it. Our brotherhood is firmly established for this lifetime. Li Jiming smiled back, and the two exchanged knowing glances, understanding that they were on the verge of greater mysteries and conspiracies, a trap possibly laid for decades by others. Yet he knew that it was highly likely this object would be directly absorbed into the fateful talisman. However, I had no opportunity to fall flat on my face, as Wu Yidi had already stepped forward swiftly, firmly supporting me with his hand. The humid climate of Southeast Asia exuded a faintly fishy odor, which paradoxically felt quite alluring, hence Thailand was deemed a paradise for men. The fragrance surrounding Zhaiqing, along with the softness pressing against Li Jiming's back, stirred his blood. Placing his gun aside, he turned around. All right, send it over when you're ready. Zhang Zhun sighed in relief, realizing that they had not wasted the half-day. As it appeared they were closing in on the truth. The silver-haired elder displayed a frenzied expression, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably, and with a roar, he leapt into the air, gathering his internal domain power to form a heavy hammer that he hurled downwards. He was repeatedly drawn in, and in one fleeting moment, was it not Su Qing's appearance on the operating table? The scorching heat wave from the burning financial stones surged forth, and the gravel held out for but a brief moment before being completely dissolved. Young Master Jin, Luo Wanmei has arrived, a burly man announced. He was the bodyguard brought by Jin Feng. Compared to Yang Lai executing this sword technique, she appeared more composed and agile. The swiftly slashing sword shadow contained immense sword energy, powerful yet fluid, piercing accurately into the white mist, following a subtle fluctuation to locate the essence of the human method. The disciple naturally picked up the object and inserted it into the computer, eager to see its contents. Speaking of which, he couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. As the ancient demon clan had a strict hierarchy, Since the blood demon was referred to as a servant by Huang, it must inherently regard Huang with utmost respect. It had been several days since Lin Bixiao spoke to Bai Qianma, merely assuring him to remain at ease. Moreover, her plans had only been briefly mentioned to the left bank, without disclosing anything to Bai Qianma. Defeated, utterly defeated. In just a brief encounter, within mere moments, the 35,000 troops of Jingying were completely routed. Master Yuan erected one water wall after another to block the monkey's leaps, although they would soon be breached. Its movements were significantly delayed. From what Luo Chen implied, it seemed he had long harbored suspicions. Thus, while Blue Butterfly was delighted in her heart, she hurriedly inquired, as this peculiar situation left her utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend how her cultivation could lead to such inexplicable occurrences. Chapter 51. He was not one to procrastinate. Thus he immediately made a decision and issued a notice in the company's name. Through these 3 preliminary battles, everyone gained insight into the strength of the competitors from the seed county. Moon Tang had concealed matters from me, and I had guessed about 70 to 80% of it, thinking that since it was past, it should be left to the winds. What mattered was the present. I understand the general's reasoning. However, should the Jingzhou army take action during your absence from the city, would I not fall into the hands of that treacherous Huan Xian? Sima Yao remarked, feigning helplessness. He then called his parents to inform them that he had sent money back home, and upon hearing the amount, the 2 elders were startled, fearing that Zhang Yi had engaged in some wrongdoing. Whether it was a matter of handling this within 100,000 yuan or the impossibility of accepting such a money-draining method, which hindered cooperation, Wang Nuo was resolute that he would not collaborate with Lu Dunhua. The leader, upon seeing the sign, darkened his expression, remaining silent for a moment before slowly raising his hand, signaling his men to step back a few paces. Third brother, what kind of transaction do you wish to propose? Tai Bai Jinxing realized he had misunderstood Zhang Yi and felt quite embarrassed, quickly inquiring. Wei Jie had an unspoken request, wanting to ask the supreme leader for an item. Wei Jie looked at Lu Lao's jade pendant, which had yet to be put away, and smiled as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen seriously replied, "You're welcome." She then helped herself and Li Bai each a set of dishes. Before the steel gate lay a 50-meter-long concrete path, flanked by green lawns adorned with trees and flowers. As long as you are determined, I believe your decision is undoubtedly correct. Hui Yuan gazed unwaveringly into Qian Yu's eyes. Zhao Ji saw more clearly than anyone. Her son Ing Zheng had lost his regal authority due to Lao Ai's disruption and to gain the royal family's recognition. Those 2 children could not survive. Even if Ing Zheng did not kill them, others would, so they had to be sent away. Well, the person was saved. But I wonder if that thing is intact. Yuninka dared not ask. Don't look at me. I don't know. And Moca seemed equally surprised. Could this thing even reproduce? My surname is Long. They usually call me Young Master Long. Since everyone knew the prince was named Long Jingyu, he preferred not to mention it directly, merely stating his surname. Only Xiao Li referred to him as grandfather, which gave him a sense of familial belonging for the first time. Long Prince, I have family now. How could I not be happy? After all, a mere 1 or 2 epochs could lead to drastic changes in the world, even to the point where one's own power could be overtaken by emerging talents. A notion unacceptable to Luo Ho. Until 2 months ago, Shengwan Baihe was suddenly summoned back to the Sidu family, residing there ever since. And her hotel was also reclaimed by the Sidu family. This method of transferring power through blood was clear to the practitioner's mind. However, the connection with the recipient could not falter, and the practitioner must remain silent, executing the process in one breath. Once one departs or disengages, the recipient's bloodline will rebound and rupture the heart meridian, at which point even the greatest celestial beings cannot offer salvation. The crimson lotus spear, wielded by the Dragon Knight, was forged in the depths of the abyss and infused with the essence of a fire dragon, possessing unparalleled destructive power that even deities dare not approach lightly. Surrounding Wei to rescue Zhao, Li Quan's gaze flickered as he cast a glance at Shi Tianzi, who bore a similar expression. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded at that moment, as Yu Lu arrived early from the thicket, waiting for a passing demoness. Chen Xiong, in his song Ascending the Yuzhou Terrace, expressed, I see neither ancient figures before me nor future ones behind, pondering the vastness of heaven and earth. I am left to weep alone. Could he, like myself, be a time traveler, eliciting such a resonant lament? Yang Guifei was not a rigid mistress. Although she lacked the meticulousness of Han Zhaorong, she was amiable and did not hold it against anyone for lacking decorum in her presence. Not far away, The opposing ninjas silently observed the fierce battle. Yellow, blue, red, and green lights flashed in a frenzy, and the continuous roar reverberated throughout the forest. The colossal beast rammed its three tails to the left. The three tails wriggled desperately, attempting to evade the enemy's assaults while their limbs were firmly entrenched in the ground. On the opposite side stood a script. While he was an external aid, for ordinary players, both were equivalent. However, one could only attribute it to the adversary's misfortune in encountering him. Yu Li's intention was straightforward. His aim was to ascend to the pinnacle of the Korean server rankings using cheats, and anyone who obstructed him would be trampled underfoot. Gu Dong gazed with satisfaction upon the unfolding scene before him and then entered the CEO's office to relay his observations to Lan Lichuan. On that day, Wang Ming divined that a treasure would soon emerge from the East China Sea and set out in search of it. Under normal circumstances, the pain would completely dissipate within a month, while intense discomfort would ease after 3 to 5 days. I hold great confidence in my abilities. There is no need for the city lord to fret. Xiao Yu longed to stride forward and strike this individual dead for his tediousness. He was not arrogant. Rather, he sought to showcase his potential to the academy, believing that this opportunity was rightfully his through his own efforts. Wang Ming hoped to meet the ancestor, the only figure of quasi-saintly stature he could approach in the present era, aside from Hong Jun. As for the Qinquan ancestor, he found no trace of suspicion regarding him from Zhen Yuanzi. At his core, Xiao Mo was an individual with an intense desire for possession, a fact evident from the ongoing conflict. Xiao Mo had long regarded the resources of the Liang and Ji states as his own. Thus, when the Qing state emerged to seize the fruits, how could he possibly tolerate it? Therefore, the dispatch of troops from the Huang state was inevitable. After dinner, with the sun shining brightly, Ingazhi raised his foot to exit, closely followed by his 2 disciples. Upon entering, how should one proceed to locate the heart? Guansu led the group, constantly surveying his surroundings. One could say that Chu Wangshu's actions were tantamount to aiding the enemy. Yet at that moment, he had no choice. Had it not been for the enchantment of the magical formation, the opponent would have long since escaped. This revelation brought joy not only to Lu Qingji and Lu Qingmei, but also to the elder Lu, who excitedly grasped Qin Hai's hand, expressing his gratitude repeatedly. Slowly taking his seat at the head of the hall, Yang Yi's gaze bore down on the elder standing in the chamber. While others used magnifying glasses or powerful flashlights to observe the already open skylight, he casually picked it up, inspecting it as one would a piece of art. Li Qingjie cast a glance, silently sighing, though he felt no regret, perhaps even a sense of relief. He understood that Ling Xiao was deliberately reminding him not to be swayed by Kamaja's words. However, at that moment, Blood Phoenix lacked the courage to resist Long Yunfeng. The latter exuded an aura of coldness that emanated from his very soul, instilling a twinge of fear even within him. Scarred Thunder swung a fist, his palm nearly matching the height of half Edmund's body, striking down like a hammer driving a nail. Where is the territory occupied by the Shin family? Take me there. Yang Ting addressed the members of the Shin family. Upon sensing this aura, the expressions of those present shifted, particularly the masters of divine realms, who could discern the terrifying nature of the energy. Their gazes toward Shinqing grew increasingly grave. With Jianan's declaration of dinner is served, all the food enthusiasts quickly took their seats, while Orpheus and Lilith sat motionless like identical twins. At that time, she was blinded by hatred and power, oblivious to her surroundings and even to herself. Lena was correct. Thus, you should remain here. Flame Dragon. Aya was equally defiant, summoning immense flames to form a fiery dragon, commanding the immense blaze to charge through the ranks of the alien army, incinerating anyone engulfed or touched by the searing heat into ashes. At this moment, Lu Sheng's perceptive abilities could envelop the entire universe, intrinsically linked to his divine realm. Therefore, locating Zeit was nearly instantaneous. Boss, do you think they can discern any tricks from this? It's merely a simple wall, Wang Haizi remarked, observing Wu Sanqing's focused expression, harboring doubts in his heart. But during the process I previously asked you to undertake, weren't you quite enthusiastic? Jianan said leisurely while sipping tea. Of course not. I certainly don't wish to unwittingly make a few enemies. So why not apply your elven rules? Jianan replied casually. Charles nodded candidly. Indeed, by the end of October, a month's time, I wonder if Jiang Xianyo's forces can sustain until the contract's expiration? As he boarded the plane, he immediately fell asleep. While Qin Kiki and Cici, visibly excited, found it hard to rest, unsure if it was due to their impending arrival in Hangzhou or Yi Bin's rising fame. Yu Yao pondered briefly, The three children had indeed become more diligent than before, while everything else remained normal. As for Xian, that was even more routine. Ultimately, Yu Yao set aside her doubts and fully immersed herself in the September art exhibition. With one hand, she pulled close the silent figure standing by, whose tearful eyes were fixed upon Sima Sin's autumn rain. However, upon reflection, it dawned on her that Zhang Yu's household had accumulated a wealth of resources, and the peach blossom garden could yield grains. Even in times of scarcity, they had managed to raise numerous sheep. Indeed, she could not truly fathom the hardships faced by those less fortunate and lacked the standing to criticize others. Although conducting business with Jinwei Restaurant necessitated cash transactions, the overwhelming demand left Eru and the others counting banknotes until their hands ached. Gao Jingzong, Qining, and Shuicheng conversed softly, in Gao Jingzong's view. The principle of equivalent exchange was applicable not only in commerce, but also between nations. However, once political and military factors were intertwined, the complexities of the transactions escalated, rendering them nearly impossible. Nyang was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the two young children, before realizing that they were not her servants, but mere children, now residing alone on the mountain to cultivate mushrooms, which was indeed arduous. Yet, she was not accustomed to speaking softly, so she awkwardly dismissed the two. Ping Chun stared blankly at Yu Yao, questioning, who spreads that they are a harbinger of misfortune? Why would a lady do such a thing? He believed she would not act without reason. The favored concubine smiled without uttering a word, her demeanor composed as she was attended by Aunt Gu, gracefully donning her attire and accessories. She gently grasped his hand with a subtle force, as if to draw him closer. He acquiesced to her pull and seated himself at the edge of the bed. Her arms encircled his waist, her head resting against his back, a tight embrace. For a long time, the southern garden of the Eight Directions Palace was regarded merely as a formidable rival, yet the peculiar child before him likely surpassed even the southern garden in strength. Although Su Ran remained unfamiliar with the Hidden Dragon organization, he understood that such clandestine national entities wielded considerable power. Gazing at this upright yet unwavering man, Jean Deadman felt a mix of admiration and resentment, staring for a prolonged moment before he sighed deeply. By Fan, your infatuation is both admirable and enviable, yet your callousness truly evokes despair. Li Jianglu struggled to comprehend the meaning of those words. The chaos of terms like demon and disorder eluded him. Even Sun Qianqian, a member of the Sun family, was unaware of Sun Qingrou's existence, mistakenly believing that the matter was instigated by others within her family. Wang Chongying ushered everyone into the main hall. With the electric fan already whirring, the interior felt cooler than the outside. Yi Xiumei observed the lively scene beside her, instinctively amused. However, in her laughter, she was seized by an incessant coughing fit. Ah, you are quite clever. Though Han Xiuming did not articulate it outright, he effectively addressed Ji's inquiry. The gritted words made Li Wuxin acutely aware of Mu Ziyun's fierce gaze, as if he wished to devour her whole. You all claim that it was I who murdered those from the Duan family. Do you have any evidence? With just the two of you, I suspect you might be trying to frame me. Duan Lingyun retorted coldly. Even the governor's expression relaxed slightly, hinting that there might be a way to resolve this matter. What was even more alarming was that this young man was not only quick to act, but also ruthless and domineering, showing no mercy in his strikes. His form stained with blood, which was quite terrifying. Yes, Chen Xing nodded, then lifted his gaze, momentarily glancing in the direction of Zhao Dan's parents. This gesture was not typical for him at that moment. He had merely been attentive to Zhao Dan's parents prior to speaking. How naive. Today, we shall fight to the bitter end, Lei Kanjia declared, biting down as he hurled the trapped dragon stake away, like flowers blooming in a tranquil night, allowing their sweetness to be savored, consumed, and possessed, imbued with fiery passion. Yet, these cucumbers were hardly sufficient as appetizers for Dinyo, without rice. Even the green onions were of no use to him. Dinyo had no intention of seeking sustenance elsewhere. Emperor's envoy. Why? Why have you come to kill us? Who sent you? Do you know who we are? Despite having weathered many storms, the nobles remained undaunted, even as their bodyguards fell. They appeared to seek a bargaining position with Lilith. At that moment, Qingwen was perplexed. Does the nun lack a Dharma name? Feeling quite awkward, he had originally intended to inquire about her name before entrusting Xinbingli into her care. In this confrontation, Howren merely swept aside the threat. While the left saint retreated 2 steps, his complexion pale. In the dim underground chamber, confronted by madness, Jing Ming, Gan Quan, the unknown corpse, and the trembling Yen Hongwei, Gan Tian reiterated his statement. The safety of Duke is entrusted to us. The Lu Si brothers, they proclaimed eagerly. Qi Lingen appeared tormented, kneeling on one knee, his right hand gripping the knife against the stone floor, his hand shaking uncontrollably, clearly in great pain. Had he been an ordinary person, he would have long cried out in agony. The instigator of the murder had not concealed the true purpose of the bomb from Victor, demonstrating that he was unperturbed by the prospect of Victor exposing his identity. Meanwhile, those originally suppressed by Lin Chong, including the furious Fan Rui and others, quickly encircled Lin Chong to strike. Xin Yuan pointed to the information regarding the ancient Phoenix King's relics, marking the location of the relic in the Starry Forest. However, if one were to phrase it thus, it would indeed be an injustice to Lu Donglai. His earlier remarks were solely intended to divert their attention, preventing them from focusing too heavily on him, with their internal strife as the primary objective. Rest assured, there is but one truth. Once I take action, the matter shall be resolved, Shen Yang declared, striking a pose he believed to be quite dashing as if to signify drawing his weapon. This individual exuded a restrained presence, his cultivation profound. According to Xuan Yuan's estimation, he had likely reached the pinnacle of strength. Is it truly so? I have resolved to follow you from this moment onward. Trust that I can achieve this. Han Mingming appeared determined to pursue a singular path. Looking up at the sky, dense clouds obscured the heavens, casting an oppressive gloom that drained the once bright expanse of its radiance. Tai Ruin, Jun Yuyi's, Wan Miao Xingu, and the others swiftly took action, unleashing various magical artifacts upon the blazing vermilion dragon. Qin Mainyang wielded a wooden stool, engaging in a fierce struggle with several men, and soon began to gain the upper hand. Before long, the Crown Prince of Yin, accompanied by his guards, arrived at the entrance of the imperial physician's residence, bearing two exquisite coffins. Mr. Lu, do not feign innocence. Perhaps you and that wicked being are colluding. Fan Xing scoffed. She perceived more injustices than others, enduring greater filth. For her chosen path was one that bore the weight of immense evil without yielding. Chun Hongxia, Chun Bin, and Chun Lishu had been in society for several years, having experienced the challenges of employment firsthand. By the roadside, Sheng Huai witnessed this scene, a satisfied smile crossing his face. A splendid tactic. Let's see if your turtle shell holds up. Everyone, stay alert. One by one, let those in the vehicle emerge, Sheng Huai commanded loudly. Meanwhile, Mrs. Wang could only watch helplessly as the robust women took Yuan Chun away, hoping the elderly matriarch would awaken soon to intervene on their behalf. Chapter 54, Fire. Fierce and domineering, how could it possibly be vanquished by the gentle fluidity of water? With this thought, Fire chose to confront Fire, perhaps sensing a crisis. Kane abruptly looked up, but it was too late. Tang Wanner found merit in Shun Chanli's reasoning, pondering the connection between Mu Mingluo and the deadly evil monarch. The stout man calmly shook his head. It will not happen. Though he could not discern anything in Leng Ye's eyes, he understood that Lang Yi was currently powerless to resist them. 10 days after their wedding, as she was with child and experiencing morning sickness, Bai Xiang returned to the Zhong family home for care. The Qian family manor erupted in chaos, as someone slapped the Qian family's young master before Qian Bia. A scene too explosive to ignore. People drink what suits them. For a scoundrel like you, Mr. Wang, a societal parasite, you should be drinking the refuse of the masses. This is a special brew I prepared just for you, Bai Xiang remarked, crossing her arms with venomous words. Wang Tao noticed Su Mo's unwavering gaze upon Xia Tianming and approached to shake hands. President Su, now signed to Huanyu. Although he was technically her superior, he still felt it necessary to maintain a semblance of decorum. He could not simply address her as president upon their first meeting. From another perspective, the current position of his mother had been secured at the cost of the crown prince's birth mother. With this thought, he could comprehend the resentment he harbored toward his mother, seeing that the Tulip Flower King had successfully subdued Gao Ping. Long Donghai and Liang Feng rushed over to provide assistance. From this point onward, Wei ascended to the esteemed ranks of Maoshan, securing a position of stability that would grant him peace for generations, provided he did not commit any grievous errors that would invoke public ire. Lu Jun, with a gaze as cold as ice, retrieved a ledger from his bosom and handed it to the elder beside him. Initially, none of them felt the inclination to rest. Yet at Gu Qianqiu's insistence, they reluctantly retreated to their chambers. Meanwhile, Mingguang had somehow procured a set of tables and chairs, where Li Xian sat calmly sipping tea. As night enveloped the streets, an eerie silence fell, suggesting the lurking presence of some malevolent creature in the shadows. Ren Tingting disregarded the two gentlemen and approached the shrine. lighting 6 incense sticks before offering 3 to an Fa. Although the opportunity to seize the golden egg had vanished, the heart of the dragon lay tantalizingly within reach. A decisive thrust of the sword could likely pierce through its essence and slay the beast. This moment signified that Renwei's bravery had garnered Mao Shan's recognition, allowing him to traverse its territories and those of its allies without fear of being hunted down or exorcised, thus sparing him numerous troubles. Shortly thereafter, a convoy of several black commercial vehicles and a sedan set off, transporting Li Xian towards the Qingqing DC district. Hearing this, Su Shi'er's countenance dimmed, and with a tone of disappointment, she remarked that her mother's eyes were slightly red. Upon listening, Long Tianwei felt a glimmer of hope. Indeed, there was always a way out, even amidst the most challenging tasks the system presented. In this new world, rules dictated that one must wield weapons to inflict damage. Without them, one would remain powerless and silent. A chilling aura arose, bringing with it a stench of decay. Though surrounded by people, a sense of lifelessness pervaded. Yet, within those serene yet profound eyes, there lay an ancient wisdom, an insight that transcended life and death, as if they had witnessed the passage of countless years. Yi Muqing held a particular fondness for the Peking opera performances of her counterpart, but since their sudden cessation, she had refrained from attending, feeling a deep sense of loss for the artist. What was bestowed upon Lu Tian was primarily the overwhelming impact of martial prowess. Yet for the other formidable beings of the elven race, it evoked a profound, indescribable shock rooted in their very bloodline. What did this signify? It implied that his 10% stake could yield millionaire status even before the business's inception. Only then did he grasp the magnitude of the gift his nephew had presented. Just then, Long Tianwei soared from the water, his eyes widening as he beheld a figure plummeting from the sky, and with a grunt, he propelled himself upward with renewed vigor. Extending his arm, he allowed a smile to emerge from within, and as the winds howled, both Feng Jiao and Feng Chen responded with knowing smiles to Lu Tian. Chu Chu, in a fit of exasperation, cried out, "It's you. How could I know who you are if you don't reveal your name?" The blissful spring dream had been ruthlessly interrupted, hence her ire. As he spoke, Du Jinshan unleashed a whirlwind slash that bore down upon the octopus creature with overwhelming force. Those who had not suffered disgrace would not be foolish enough to abandon their dignity. Could they not discreetly approach Bai Su? After meandering through the hall multiple times, I finally completed the registration. As I emerged from the rear door, burdened with the newly acquired bedding, straw mat, pillow, and a hefty bundle of toilet paper, my disheveled appearance mirrored that of a defeated soldier from the Liberation War. Throughout the journey, aside from moments of rest on the bed, he spent the majority of his time seated before the computer, endlessly inputting various blueprints that seemed never-ending. Despite his body being genetically optimized with remarkable recuperative abilities, the long train ride left him feeling fatigued. Though the dragon's sovereign had burned his chaotic essence, he had yet to attain the power of a master of dual energies. At that moment, under the strike of Mu Shifeng's sword and palm, he was severely injured. Chapter 55. Envision the scene of 8,000 tons plummeting to the earth, particularly onto a beach. Without Shinji's at field deflection and micromanipulation, the impact would surely resemble a massive weight sinking into the ground. Throughout the journey, Lucy inquired about Naruto's peculiar behavior the previous day, questioning why he had succumbed to the heart demon's influence. All unrelated personnel from NERV had evacuated, leaving only essential frontline combatants. Even civilians had been largely relocated to underground shelters. The command center buzzed with urgency, as staff hurriedly moved about amidst a tense atmosphere. "There's nothing at all," Ji Yin stammered, startled by the kind gazes of Hyman and Sean. Quickly, she composed herself, refraining from further inquiries. Hyman was indeed intimidating, as if she could devour someone whole. As for the unfortunate creature in the cage, Mao Yu and Yun Yongwang had already forgotten their initial animosity. Perhaps their feelings could not even be termed hatred. It was merely two races vying for resources essential for survival. She felt overwhelmingly weary, an unprecedented exhaustion that made her long for an eternal slumber, wishing to disengage from everything. By the time the two arrived at the prearranged hotel, it was well past 7, and daylight had already broken. Such a creature stood out in this amusement park, drawing the covert attention of both adults and children alike. I crouched low, stealthily making my way into the nearby thicket, thinking that if I could just hide, someone would surely come looking for me at dawn. Ideally, the two would engage in mutual destruction, eliminating future threats while allowing me to remain unscathed. As Li Feng turned his gaze towards the direction the spirit snake was looking, He became acutely aware of the terrain surrounding him, a valley encircled by mountains, overgrown with weeds and connected by marshy patches. The air thick with noxious mists that carried an unpleasant stench. As for Qinzhang, had he ever encountered a Japanese person who spoke Chinese all day? If he were to replace Ishida Shin, he would be met with immediate suspicion. Slow down. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao had already lifted the maternal figure. The recent pang in her heart, coupled with a remark made by Qin Che, sent chills down her spine. Just as Qin Che was on the brink of collapsing, the maternal figure spoke. Breaking free from Xiao Nanhao's grasp, Su Jin's gaze was resolute, her expression clearly conveying, "Do not love me. It will lead nowhere." Wafu was equally taken aback, recoiling a few steps in shock before swiftly transforming into his original form, leaping into the trees and vanishing into the forest. Li Shangshan wrestled with his conscience, torn between the lesser of two evils, ultimately choosing to embrace his baser instincts. Su Miao Miao was caught off guard by the sudden outpouring of affection, spitting water that splattered across Chun Si-Yuan's face. Observing the LNG team gathering in the mid-lane, Yasuo, an alchemist from the top lane, also approached, apprehensive of an aggressive initiation from the opposition. "Oh dear, have you forgotten why His Majesty ordered me to rest?" Su Jin chuckled as she watched Wang Yusher clumsily rise to his feet. "A promise is a promise." Su Jingyu readily agreed, leaning down to plant a fervent kiss upon his lips. Just as she intended to withdraw, He Lan now swiftly grasped the back of her head, preventing her escape. The expression on the face of the jovial eunuch darkened as he prepared to speak, only to be interrupted by Luo Yan. With a mere glance, Mu Yuyan emerged from the carriage behind him, her complexion pale and frame frail, suggesting that she had not fared well in recent days. The steward sighed repeatedly. "I cannot assist you, third madam. You must reconsider. This cannot continue." Witnessing Zhang Pinghui's struggle to maintain composure, he feared that if she were to perish, he would have no explanation for Nanjingyin, prompting him to allow her a moment to recover. It was this very statement that lingered in Yang Yinyan's memory for years to come, serving as the most compelling evidence of the bond they had forged, an indomitable friendship that flourished amidst trials and tribulations, a testament to their collective perseverance. At this moment, the figure clad in a black cloak stood beside the cliff, seemingly pondering something deeply. Throughout their journey, the two had forged a harmonious bond. Lan Linger, with her childlike innocence, possessed an extraordinary clarity of thought, which earned her the utmost trust of Mu Yuyan. Meanwhile, Mu Xinghan and his companions had scoured the mountains and forests without discovering any trace of Lan Linger, who seemed to have vanished from the earthly realm, leaving them in a state of uncertainty. "What are you doing?" The large hand on his forehead relaxed as its owner casually inquired. "It's been several days since I've played with you at the Yanlong Wangfu. Have you missed me?" Lin Shen wiped his dirty face and stepped out of the dilapidated house, making his way towards the bustling street nearby. Pei Qin rolled her eyes in silence, observing everyone indulging in their vices. Emocie, though struggling, was not as consumed by the urge. Thinking of Shin Songming, who still intended to marry her despite his current predicament at her home, she nodded in acceptance. "All right. Teach Imo simplified characters." Ling Shirin stared blankly at his retreating figure as the man entered the bathroom. Upon emerging, he ignored her entirely, opting to lie down without embracing her. With a sudden cough, Feng Qingyu spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling as if her internal organs were ablaze with discomfort. Beside her, Pang Jun hesitated, contemplating an exit. He had invested 2 billion alongside Song Jun to acquire 5 plots of land, now valued at over 50 billion. With this venture, he stood to gain more than 3 billion, a sum that had long since satisfied him. "Thank you." Baya smiled as she nonchalantly extinguished her cigarette in the ashtray on the counter. Then, gun in hand, turned and stepped into the elevator. "You are an orphan, and so am I. Thus, your affairs are my affairs." Lin Huaishu's words rendered everyone present momentarily speechless. The miraculous effects of the life water were evident, as many deemed beyond saving after rescue revived with vigor, surpassing any surgical intervention. 2 magnetic cannons, each weighing 500 tons, hurtled towards their target, located 50 million kilometers away, at a quarter of the speed of light. "Ah, we meet again. Last time, Master Wang failed to capture me. I wonder if he will falter this time as well." The tempestuous aura surrounding Jiang Feng had seemingly altered his demeanor. His wife's tears ignited a tempest of rage, prompting her to return to her familial home, leaving Lu Genfu in a state of despair, his household cold and desolate for half a month. Ultimately, it was Zhao Laoda who dispatched committee member Li Qiuna under organizational pretext to persuade his wife to return. Elder Shui gestured, as Zhu Tong guided Jing Qi Xuemei to move to the side, synchronizing with the eight immortals. On the surface, their movements appeared casual. Yet they were fraught with peril. What? Ling Ling suffers from this affliction as well? Jiang Feng spun around, his body propelling off the bed to stand before Li Muqin, his electromagnetic handcuff grip on Li Muqin's shoulder revealing shock and disbelief. Zhu Tong experienced no such ease. Scanning the so-called VIP rooms, he indeed spotted two cameras, both aimed directly at the expansive circular bed. He removed tape to cover the lenses before finally relaxing on the sofa. However, the fresh head that had fallen lacked blood or any wounds, having merely succumbed to the frail connection between head and body. It appeared that it was not Pei Wujuan who had changed his character, but rather the pressing circumstances of Jiuan that compelled him to take such drastic measures. A man approached, extending his hand to grasp Lin Wei, but she deftly evaded, seizing his right arm, spinning, and delivering a precise kick to his knee, effortlessly toppling him to the ground. With the dawn breaking in radiant sunlight, Qin Jingyu sat within the main tent, meticulously reviewing the battle reports submitted by his subordinates. The poor elderly couple had to care for this child. In a fit of anger, Fu Jin unexpectedly called Su Bei. In an instant, the milky white light sphere struck Lin Xiao, erupting in a blinding radiance that engulfed him, rendering him untraceable amidst its brilliance. The once exquisite ice palace was now pierced by countless icicles, densely packed, and without a single gap. Upon hearing these words, the group finally shifted their gaze towards the bewildered Lin Xiao, who stood frozen in place. Once atop the altar, Qin Jingyu continued to press forward with his sword, while Yenner and Ini stripped away the white silk, liberating all disciples. Have the palace maids serving in the Guanju Hall kneel outside for me. Summon the imperial cooks preparing breakfast. Ling Yun abruptly pushed past the imperial physician, shouting at Shangxi. Beneath the eaves of Mo Nan, in a shadowed corner untouched by moonlight, a figure clad in black lurked, akin to a coiled serpent. Despite being older than Lin Xiao, they called him Brother Lin with remarkable ease, a natural familiarity that characterized the realm of martial arts where age did not dictate seniority. To earn respect, one could rely solely on strength. Even more bizarre was the encroaching darkness, an endless void that gradually consumed the golden light emanating from Yi Feng's eyes. The elderly physician led the way, with the young apprentice closely trailing, while two guards carrying lanterns followed, eventually arriving at the medicine shop. However, the fervent war enthusiasts, devout in their beliefs, sought to resolve all through conflict, inspired by Japan's historical precedent of foreign powers breaching its doors with cannon fire. Their motivation lay in using war to reclaim what they desired, particularly in a nation transitioning from the Qing dynasty to the Republic of China. At that moment, two swift gusts of wind heralded the arrival of Ji Wu and Ji Jiao, their expressions somber. What is it? Commander Chang Quan from the Chang Battalion? Upon hearing that a senior officer from the military district's Falcon Special Operations Unit was approaching, Long Bing felt a surge of excitement, momentarily at a loss for words. As for his own circumstances, it need not be elaborated. He earned the moniker the eccentric physician due to his unconventional methods. Whether one could persuade him hinged solely on their capabilities. The spiritual techniques were categorized into ordinary, earthly, and heavenly grades, each further divided into low, medium, and high tiers. Beyond the heavenly grade, the mysteries of Tianxian remained unknown. Indeed, the trusted eunuch, relieved of his burdens, exited the grand hall, leaving the Emperor De Yang alone with two decaying corpses. Upon seeing Xia Sun seated, the others exhaled in relief, regaining composure as they shifted their focus to that corner, where the atmosphere once again grew lively. After consuming another clear heart pill, the cool essence within the medicinal concoction swiftly alleviated the searing heat coursing through Li Sisi's body, bringing a refreshing sensation. Yet, she was acutely aware that this relief would be fleeting, soon to be overshadowed by the returning fervor of her insatiable desires. Indeed, there was growth, but not in the form of a tail. Rather, a hind leg emerged, along with a full body, transforming the lower half into that of a horse, complete with powerful hooves. The upper half retained a human shape, albeit more robust, adorned with a layer of toughened skin. In the spacious office, sunlight streamed through the transparent floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the entire space. Being the headquarters, and with him now as the president of the Su Group, this office was several times larger than others, exuding luxury while maintaining simplicity. Before numerous astonished gazes, a multicolored torrent enveloped the surface of the sacred mountain, forming a protective barrier. Chapter 57. He Bian stood beside Yu Bai, both fixated on Song Shao below, who was brandishing a megaphone. Shall we start a real estate company? Lin Ruoyan had not anticipated her brother would be so amenable, likely due to the family's substantial wealth, enabling the establishment of a company without inquiring about her financial needs. The extravagant system's reminder was indeed correct. In the future, when her company recruits employees, it is imperative to include a clause in the contract that ensures, regardless of whether an employee resigns voluntarily or is dismissed due to operational issues, that wages and compensation are duly provided. Gu Ming, draped in Fujinchuan's suit, sat in the passenger seat, absorbing the icy aura emanating from the man behind the wheel. Most greetings were conventional, yet there were also numerous insults and curses, along with a throng clamoring to bear his children or engage in a duel with him. However, in moments of unbearable grief, he would drive to her grave, weeping inconsolably and expressing his longing. After Song Xiao unleashed a piercing shout, she glanced towards her class, spotting you by leaning against the railings, which filled her heart with secret delight. Although the candles symbolizing their union had been lit, the candles on either side continued to burn, signifying their differing habits and personalities, which still required mutual acceptance and tolerance. As Su Jiasen's group returned to the tent, Song Haojia cleared his throat, bringing an end to the chatter. With a mischievous grin, Li Haoqian promptly ignited a lighter, intending to set ablaze the gasoline splashed on Jiang Qingce. He fixed his gaze on Chen Rong, causing her to lower her eyes, while Ranmin shook his sleeves and strode away. At that moment, no one could impede him, for he was lucid, deliberately intoxicating himself. What could anyone say to such a person? He Qingfan kicked out, elevating Bai Jie's foot into the air, and the height continued to rise, seemingly aiming to stretch Bai Jie into a straight bow. The two individuals were none other than Sun Yu and Ming Zhe, who, upon witnessing Xing Yun emerge from the courtyard, scurried into a corner, too frightened to show themselves. Detail, persistence, and determination. What you possess is merely a meticulous heart and a resilient spirit. Those who aspire to achieve greatness must take the heart as their teacher. And to become the teacher of the heart, one must first master the heart itself. Isn't that sufficient? My feng shui seal was also custom-made by me. Cheng Mufan crossed his legs. But what difference does it make? If even Lin Qingshan was vanquished by Lin Wu, how could they possibly contend with Lin Wu? Against someone like Lin Wu, numbers hold no significance. Though Jiang Qingce felt utterly vulnerable at that moment, he maintained a facade of deep affection, one must admit. This was Jiang Qingce's remarkable trait. Sun Yu inhaled deeply, about to unleash a torrent of curses, when he suddenly caught sight of a figure slowly emerging. While the path of demonic cultivation may advance rapidly in the early stages, progressing further in later stages is significantly more challenging than that of orthodox sections. Unbeknownst to him, after Xin Changxing's ship set sail, it turned back north within mere minutes, departing the old port like an arrow loosed from a bow. Otherwise, possessing mere magical power without the requisite level of mastery would render one incapable of wielding their full strength. Dian thus turned his attention to Zhou Yali once more. But this time, the insider information Zhou received was not about Fang Xiangxiang's father causing the demise of He Jin's parents through drunk driving, but rather a deeper layer of the mastermind behind it all. Heroes from every corner, across rivers and lakes, gathered to offer their congratulations, creating a cacophony that resonated day and night. Upon returning to Beiqing, Du Yin had already communicated with him, assuring him that one day he would return to the Xie family. He Jin merely remarked, "I do not intend to change my surname," and offered no further objections. This tremor caused the bloodied hand, dispersed throughout the world, to experience a disturbance, and in this upheaval, it discovered another life form similarly scattered across the globe. She was utterly exhausted. Although Xiao Han's true essence replenished her energy, her mental fatigue would not be alleviated in the short term. And the system had no solution for this. As for whether Zidi would abandon those individuals, if he were to do so, would it not have happened by now? It is well known among those in the martial world that within the Imperial Palace, there are 4 great masters who gained renown over a decade ago. One saw the opponent muster all their strength to strike Lu Ito's chest, a sinister smile curling their lips, just as Jin Shan led his men away in a hurry. Lu Ito finally felt at ease, leaping forth and breaking through the formation, arriving in the courtyard. Guoshu scrutinized Su Jinyan, stroking his too thin mustaches, appearing deep in thought. Although this outcome had yet to allow Fang Zai to reach the final step, it did affirm one truth. Su Jinyan questioned, her anger at that moment overshadowing her previous timidity. Second-year master's students Xu Lang and Gong Ziming squeezed through the gaps to peer inside, continuously shifting to gain a better perspective on different operational fields. Having awaited this moment, Meng Zhou wasted no time, focusing intently on the true form of the myriad manifestations. It seemed that before departing, she had taken precautions by placing talismans on the door, which proved effective. The game had not yet officially commenced. It was still in the discussion phase, so the scores were all 0, which was unsurprising. After inspecting several dormitories, all were immaculately clean, with items neatly arranged. Noticing the system had fallen silent, Zhang Miao could only helplessly touch his nose and glance at the still kneeling Mao Yuexian. Luo Kuo anxiously rubbed her fingers against the floor. Filled with dread towards Jialosha, she speculated whether this stemmed from a profound sense of guilt, but she could not comprehend the reason. Tang Zong, feeling troubled by the system, chose not to speak. Yet, to be fair, this was roughly the situation. After all, aiding Gao Laozhuang in rising again was truly a trivial task for him. Under such circumstances, what significance did a G-grade mission hold? What year is it now? Is the world at peace? Does everyone have enough to eat? The sturdy man inquired. Within 2 minutes, while reeling in the bait, Zhang Miao suddenly felt the fishing rod in his hands grow heavy, his eyes widening in surprise. Most of those present were mere commoners from the empire, possessing little knowledge of the royal family. They simply assumed that any family capable of joining the royal ranks must possess formidable strength. Zhao Ritian's battle was likely to surpass all previous hardships, and the circumstances of his confrontation with Zama's might even be reenacted. Despite her heartache for Yongqi, Xiaoyan could not openly contest with Qianlong for the child. So she devised ways to amuse Yongqi, donning a radiant smile and even making several comical faces. Voices from 2 men emerged nearby, as Chu Yin and Shin Muqian appeared simultaneously on the rooftop. Accompanied by the crisp sound of a snap, Wang Xinpa's head fell. Splattering blood and startling Lung ran beside her. She had not anticipated that Lin Weiwei, appearing so delicate and frail, would exude such an intimidating presence when speaking. Yu Biqing held a prepared stack of manuscripts, displaying them before the camera to prove her innocence. That sensation was innate, for reasons unknown. Li Changfeng felt that even when facing Wei Min, he had never experienced such a feeling. Long Yu lifted his head, bloodied eyes fixed on Lin Ming. His pupils ablaze with flickering flames, betraying no emotion. It seemed the president was more aware than anyone else. Therefore, there was no need to shift the topic to us. The voice of the man in red, Anjia, rose alluringly, becoming increasingly enchanting. In her eyes, at that moment, Zhao Renfan exuded an indescribable charm. It was as if the former Zhao Renfan was merely himself, while the current Zhao Renfan seemed to have transcended into something entirely different. Wu Si and Yuan Shaoqian sat in Wang Dehua's vehicle, while the scarred trio followed closely behind in a taxi. Go to the hotel where Yuan Shaoqian and the others are staying, settle the bill, and then head to the Bell Tower Commercial District to procure a complete Armani outfit for Wu Si, which he will wear to the auction tomorrow. The chief, Yu Shishui, stated that if we do not hand over Long Xiaoyao, she will slaughter a city every week until we comply. The individual spoke with a face full of terror. Even in this illusory world, it is not merely filled with characters. I merely perceive roles such as tables and chairs. Another long knife timely defended against the attack, blocking the route of Liu Guang's assault. Yet unexpectedly, Liu Guang was sent sprawling from the impact. Hey chief, what about you? Haven't you been pressured into matchmaking? Qin Kai glanced at Shun Yan, who had been silent until now. Cheng Jinsong was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized that this fellow was likely contemplating renting a place. The blood dragon let out a roar, twisting its head, crashing its snout into Wu Yang, and Huilin glared with bloodshot eyes, his gaze piercing as it swept across the faces of his relatives. The death of his father was too suspicious, and he suspected foul play from within the family. How's the investigation going? Upon seeing Wesley and Henderson awaiting him, the old man casually inquired. In spring, her scent glands were exceptionally developed, under such pure and spiritual nurturing. Sometimes the fragrance wafted so far that even old neighbors who hadn't visited in 800 years would come to join in the excitement. She never dared to slack off, tirelessly honing her skills. But what was the purpose of this cultivation? Was it merely to dispel the shadows of fear within her heart? Or was it a quest to reclaim the past? Since the search for the temple was underway, it was imperative to meander across the map, simultaneously seeking the location of the Well of Destiny. Lin Xiao informed the team, promising to assist, and in her quest, ensuring his words held weight. Compared to the past, Yang Tian now approached challenges with greater composure. Having experienced the dream of the Titan, he had developed more patience for conundrums. Deputy Dean Li glared at Lin Feng, his eyes filled with resentment, before snorting disdainfully and departing. He had already fostered a grudge against Lin Feng, and he would seize any opportunity to undermine him. Contrary to his grandiose claims, Yang Tian completed his task, while Chu Yanguing pouted. With her mask on, Yang Tian could not see her adorably vexed expression. Get lost. You speak so rudely, yet wear a pleasant demeanor, your tone unchanged in its cheerfulness, as if you were in the utmost good spirits. To his astonishment, after merely sleeping for a few decades, the world had turned tumultuous. Zhuke sighed heavily. Just 10 minutes after Lin Can's post, most netizens had read the content of the second installment, and the once quiet Haijiao forum erupted into a storm once more. As they exited, the sky remained dim. But by the time the team returned to the elder's residence, the distant sky had begun to brighten, heralding the dawn of a new day. Speaking of which, the days free from the fear of being robbed of food or losing one's life to the mountain Rong people were truly delightful. Thus, when Lin Yuanxiu was born, the terrified Lin Sanju promptly named his son Dogzi, an easily nurtured name. Once when you steadied herself, Zhang Kai produced the beta blocker he had taken from Chun Xiaoxiang's safe house, allowing himself to relax. When? It must have been during the encounter with Yiqian in Dachuan City, Jiang Yin remarked without hesitation. Perhaps owing to the teachings of his father, also a government official. Ding Dijin today appeared less arrogant and more humble, greeting everyone in turn, including Lin Yuanxiu, before finding a seat. Investigator 1, a woman of great capability, is both admirable and fearsome. The middle-aged man's voice was gruff, as if laden with lead, his steps slightly faltering. A closer look revealed that both his right leg and hand were prosthetics, not the common nerve bundle types, but rather the oldest traditional spring wooden prosthetics. Zheng Zhen was no longer the impulsive and reckless individual she once was. This journey to the Western territories had fostered significant growth within her. Upon returning to the capital, her grandfather and father would surely be pleased to witness her transformation and progress. Check on the other supernatural occurrences. Jiang Yin shook his head, attempting to clear his mind before entering the safe house. Several guards swiftly pursued the shadow, while Huang Tianyu dashed out at the first opportunity. Heike hung up the phone, nearly throwing it in frustration. It was neither Jia Yuqing nor the Zhang family. Where could that item be? Was it possible that the thing he had placed in the drawer had sprouted legs and fled? Bai Kaifeng looked on in astonishment. The mural was made of wood, and she had assumed it was merely a painting. Who would have thought it concealed a mechanism? Clearly, it had been there for quite some time. Yuan Shao had always believed her personality to be quite carefree, but meeting Gao Yun today made her realize how far she was from that perception. Even though she had known Gao Yun for less than a day, she had already grown fond of her character. I nodded in agreement, finishing the pastry in hand before accompanying her to meet Li Jinyan. After a long absence, he seemed to have aged considerably. It was a sensation I had never felt before. Chapter 59. Grandmother Yi said, Warrior Lin, you need not be overly courteous. I do not know where he is either. She then addressed Yi Suiyun. In truth, I am not your grandmother, but rather your mother's servant. Yi Suiyun's mind went blank, her mouth agape in speechlessness. Even the most ostentatious Zhou residence pales in comparison to the Qi Palace. This was the most profound realization Wei Wuji had during his 2 visits to Qi Palace. Emperor Tianxian carefully concealed the ashes of his 5th sister. Unable to reassemble the remaining 3 of the 5 Xian divine swords, he took one for himself and distributed the others to his 2nd and 3rd brothers. However, the 4th brother, Emperor Tianli, was without a sword, making it impossible to form the imperial sword array, prompting them to seek another precious blade from the Zhangyan sect. Observing the 40 or 50 people in the courtyard, Wei Wuji felt a swell of joy. Those present were essentially the core figures of the situation. Bankei Ryoma furrowed his brow, fixated on Baron's movements. He intended to test Baron's strength using 4 assassins, as the opponent was someone he had never encountered before, making it prudent to refrain from direct confrontation. Suddenly, the Yin Emperor issued an order for all children to engage in a grand melee. Only the last standing child would be allowed to return home. Gao Zhinshan delivered a heavy punch against the city wall, taking a deep breath as he visibly struggled to contain his emotions. As a soldier, he had no choice but to execute Yuan Feng's foolish military orders. Both Matchstick and Zhang Yifan had achieved several first kills in their respective instances and had even obtained a human biological chip. Their ordinary attack damage was nearly on par, which gave Matchstick the confidence to challenge the 7 martial warriors within 10 seconds. Such a pass must inevitably lack precision, yet Zared effortlessly seized the ball. As only one victor could emerge, each sect would likely present 3 or 4 favored disciples, which could lead to a scenario of infighting among the same faction. At that moment, Xinyuan Daoist was filled with the same madness for power that consumed all who wielded authority, driven by greed and obsession. Suddenly, several dazzling lights shot toward me from behind. I shielded my eyes and slowly parted my fingers to take a look. It was the high beams of several vehicles, and I could clearly hear the sound of their engines revving. Just seeing them now, with a mere gesture, they could summon a catastrophe so great that even the great Luo Golden Immortals would tremble in fear, revealing the true might of the 10,000 Buddhas assembly. No, what is this about? Upon hearing, Tang Feng immediately sensed it was another societal issue. He truly did not regard it as a matter of great concern. Sube asked, but they probably haven't mentioned it yet. The military district is busy, and Su Jing doesn't have the time to concern himself with Su Dodo's affairs. To avoid worrying the Su family, they are likely keeping it under wraps. Yes, I am Li Wanqing. Please refrain from calling me Li Ziqing again. Li Wanqing nodded repeatedly. As my words fell, Lin Kerson's face flushed, likely due to the earlier remark from the boss about the two of us. The moment Lin Kerson's cheeks turned crimson, the atmosphere turned notably frigid. Although we could have departed, Jing Moli chose to accompany him. Recalling how she fainted during his previous meeting with clients, which alarmed Su Bei into abandoning her work to take her to the local hospital. Consequently, this delay consumed a considerable amount of his time. Naturally, the two chose to disregard Yang Yang's subsequent slander against old Yi. They understood the old man's temperament well. He must have tormented the young lad before them quite a bit, and Yang Yang's words were merely an act of retaliation. Do not be overly anxious. It would be unwise to frighten Binger, Li Leofuren remarked, her expression now laden with additional concern. As he spoke, the smile on his face vanished, replaced by an air of utmost seriousness, a demeanor that was unequivocally convincing. Eternally existing was a striking phrase, implying that the dragon throne of the imperial palace held no place for the crown prince. It appeared that he had retreated under the crown prince's aggressive onslaught. However, in reality, Zhang Haoqian had humiliated the crown prince by retreating strategically. Undoubtedly, this young prince radiated an aura of nobility, evidenced by the purple energy surrounding him. Yet, on his composed visage, there was a sincerity and simplicity that seemed incongruous with his status. While Ming Fong Zhenren engaged with the affluent families in the capital, he had never observed such traits in any of the wealthy offspring, leaving him momentarily astonished. This evening's gathering comprised the prominent figures of the circle, all familiar with one another. Upon witnessing the unfolding scenario, they immediately grasped the impending developments, heightening the collective anticipation. Upon Wang Tianchu's arrival, his senior brother Qin was fortuitously present in the room, and upon hearing that Wang Tianchu was to engage in a contest of spells, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. The previous afternoon, in a hotel room within the urban confines of Tianjin, Sun Gaoqing sat quietly on the sofa, awaiting the arrival of Deputy Director Sunday. Such a scene, while inherently beautiful and enchanting, became increasingly frustrating as they wandered without sight of their destination. Both Bei Zundadi and Meng Qianshuan displayed growing impatience and confusion. Her smile appeared perpetually pure and innocent, yet her demeanor was paradoxically alluring and unrestrained. Chang Yi found herself entranced, nearly collapsing as her heartbeat ceased and her breath faltered. She suddenly imagined how it would feel to be engulfed in the radiance of that sword. She dared not contemplate it, nor could she, for her very soul seemed to be claimed by that blade. In the presence of spirit weapons, ordinary artifacts appeared diminished, not necessarily in strength, but rather due to the vast disparity in the wielder's prowess. Yet, at that moment, an overwhelmingly potent energy inexplicably surged around them. While Zhong Wuxia seemed oblivious, Xia Lu's body was uncontrollably drawn toward this formidable force. Today marked Zheng Qiuyan's birthday, and Lei Dafu surprised his wife with a grand gesture, deeply moving her. De Xiong defended himself with one hand while retaliating with a punch aimed at his opponent's abdomen. The boy adorned with a nose ring responded in kind. Thus began a back-and-forth exchange of blows between the two. In an ultra-low temperature environment, one could only deem it relatively safe, not absolutely so, for even in such frigid conditions, danger lurked, albeit less actively. As they journeyed along, the sight of Luohua City was now within reach, and at their current slow pace, they were bound to arrive before sunset. Zhang Tian and his companion felt the weight of parting grow heavier, frequently discussing how they might reunite in the future. Sir, I informed the young master. Please do not blame him. It is all Lin Yang's fault. Lin Yang spoke, understanding Lin Zetian's pain, though he struggled to articulate it. However, this sword originally belonged to the Dashi kingdom. How could they fathom the arrangement of the Big Dipper? Chang Shixiang appeared puzzled. Suddenly, he rolled his body and extended his hands like claws toward the pale-faced figure nearby. Jiang Yi's fingers aligned, gently brushing over 2 rows of silver needles. And 1 silver needle materialized between his fingers. Moreover, some new fans had turned to hostility, relentlessly bombarding his social media with insults daily. The affection once felt had transformed into profound disdain. Gone. Jiang Huairan was taken aback, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, as the source of the mist before him had vanished. Upon hearing this, Li Qiyue raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised that Su Shi's biological mother could be such a person. Xia Ji and several children from her household promptly drove to the hospital, where the doctor had already completed the examination of Gu Beicheng, who lay unconscious on the hospital bed, receiving intravenous fluids. Before they could regain their composure, an invisible force propelled the 3 of them uncontrollably into the distance. There were undoubtedly changes within oneself before and after achieving sainthood, yet these changes remained unknown to him. The cumbersome artifact that had finally been set in motion was a dilapidated main battle tank, now transformed into a sandbag. Such a staggering truth. Flying Lian dared not disclose to Yu Shifei, but his earlier exclamation had already alerted her to something amiss. Regrettably, even within the realms of players and the world, as well as on the sect's trading platforms, the robust ironstone materials were in high demand, yet at this moment, He Ming found himself overwhelmed with tasks. The antique dealer laughed heartily, though his voice gradually grew somber, laden with a sense of helplessness and sorrow, ultimately morphing into a gentle smile. During the evening hours when nearby factories concluded their shifts, the night market thrived, presenting the most lucrative business opportunity before the closing of the stalls. A surge of vibrant energy gradually dissipated, leaving the void tranquil, as if nothing had transpired. Bai Lian and her 2 subordinates abstained from drinking. Yet Bai Lian courteously poured wine for Bo Li, a gesture rooted in respect. As they passed by the designated bar, memories of the events that unfolded before returning home for the new year flooded back, particularly the mingling with Xiao Rongrong in that dimly lit alley. Every detail was vivid in his mind, especially the poignant moment when Xiao Rongrong tearfully pushed open the car door and ran away. In the days that followed, he often recalled her, burdened by guilt. The imposing figure of the unparalleled vampire progenitor commanded authority, flanked by countless vampires pledging their allegiance. Brotherly? Zhuo Junyan was equally stunned by Li Bin's declaration to purchase the entire jewelry store, realizing the immense cost involved, and urgently signaled for him to reconsider. The notion was astonishing. Typically, one wouldn't lack funds for a global voyage, a fact that everyone was somewhat aware of. However, the adventurer's reference to his companions using the term them was somewhat unsettling. Lin Tao surveyed the warriors of Wushuang City, noting that most were postnatal, with only 2 possessing innate abilities among the 70-odd individuals, and many exhibited signs of diminished vitality and unstable foundations. For the sake of the insect commander, I shall let you go this time. Sun Chuanjiako released the insect commander from her grasp. The great Qi dynasty boasted numerous legacies, yet the most fundamental was a form of Qi summoning technique, the Buddhist Qi summoning technique. Li Bin said little more, removing the purple silk pouch from his shoulder and producing 10 silver notes, handing them to the astonished Zhu Wangsan. They endure such consumption, yet Xinyu cannot withstand it. This officer harbors a deep-seated animosity towards the Yang family of Hongno, and he summoned Changqing, eager to uncover how these 3 managed to slay Yang Yan's eldest son, incinerate the Yang family's granary, and escape from Yang's fortress. If Qin Wan were to be somewhat reticent, Jiang Bai might feign ignorance. But with such a significant olive branch extended, he found it difficult to resist Qin Wan's proposal. This not only served as a prelude to the vigorous nurturing of Qi Run, but also presented a favorable opportunity for the Jiang family. It was family activity day, and Zhou Quan and Chun Xian felt quite pleased. However, their anticipation was tempered by the mundane nature of these events, which lacked anything particularly remarkable. A voice within her questioned whether, should he perish this time, the children would not even have seen him one last time. Was she, as a mother, being too cruel? After a moment of seething rage, she reluctantly touched the edge of her Qianquan pouch, dejectedly storing it within her Yaoguang bracelet. Old King Qing shut his eyes in anguish, his countenance resembling the profound sorrow of a late autumn night. Among his peers, he dared to be audaciously arrogant. Yet before a senior like the head of the heavenly disaster sect, he refrained from offending. Those who had cultivated to the realm of the King of Realms, at his age, had all exhibited a degree of arrogance. The hundreds of meters high cliff appeared as though chiseled by a divine axe descending from the heavens. Amidst the gusts of mountain wind, this towering precipice seemed poised to topple into the shadowy stone forest below. What are these individuals doing? Observing the throngs ahead. Xian, you could not help but inquire. Yu Qiu, though speaking lowly to Zhang Feng, displayed the authority of a Taoist official to the ordinary soldiers. His demeanor calm, yet his eyes subtly scrutinizing the four, without uttering a word, merely leading his horse slightly forward to reveal the 4 golden flowers embroidered on his Taoist robe. Chapter 61. In our present day, we cultivate the land using machines, employing the excellent tools we've created with scientific precision. Once, he had declined, upon hearing that Jobs intended to assign him the task of demonstrating JMAP. And Juanhe felt the weight of that responsibility, particularly as he understood the historical significance of this press conference better than anyone else. This war has escalated dramatically. Merely a day has passed, and the number of benevolent and orderly alliance players voluntarily joining the fray has already surpassed several million. Perhaps it was her unfamiliarity, but as she walked down the corridor, the trainees instinctively pressed against the wall to provide her passage. During an offensive, when Gao Shunyao had just seized the ball, the South Korean players lunged at him from behind. Gao Shunyao, with the ball in hand, spread his arms to block their advance. However, with a sudden force, he was shoved to the ground. Indeed, as May arrived, and Juanhe's name vanished from the American news scene only to become the focus of attention once more. Having never utilized it before, the artillery's power was too immense for close-range use, posing a threat to our own spacecraft. The Sea Emperor likely comprehended what Gu Ding intended. The Titan cannon could effortlessly obliterate a planet, and even if the opponent's spacecraft boasted a 5-star rating with shields fully deployed, it would take no more than 2 shots to reduce it to rubble. Upon exiting the hotel, Ing Shui felt an inexplicable flutter in her heart. Casting a peculiar glance at Chui Yu, who seemed to sense something amiss, her expression revealing a hint of anxiety. Brother Ing Shui, I want you to accompany me to the street for some fun, okay? Chui Yu looked at Ing Shui with hopeful eyes. Without further thought, he pushed open the rooftop's iron door, and before him stood a solitary machine, presumably the tool controlling the broadcast system. Gradually, the 7 extreme divine light, employed to subdue thunder and lightning, was being compelled back into his body under the immense pressure of the thunder spirit. When Shenqinga emerged from the bathroom, humming a tune, she finally grasped the meaning behind Chu Huai's earlier statement. What's wrong? Wang Xiaodian inquired, having paused. He had left most of the dragon fish for others, knowing that Bai Pang possessed a keen insight into the essence of life, and his meridians were inherently 2 or 3 times broader than average. It was no surprise he could achieve a 10-fold capacity compared to others. Early the next morning, the deputy county magistrate handed 2 blank household registers to Lin Qingxian, along with a property deed, a 30-acre land deed, and a large bag of loose silver and gold. Lin Qingxian smiled slightly and accepted everything. Mu Jiao was puzzled by why Guanhongyi seemed so relaxed, even having time to accompany her to a movie that afternoon. The doctor presumed Shenqinga was merely delighted by the child's gender and did not dwell on it, providing her with postpartum care instructions before departing with Qiao Yi. As the year drew to a close, the palace had already begun its cleaning and arrangement, bustling with vibrant life. The alligator turtle had returned to its original resting place, leaving behind only a few tattered clothing scraps and a pool of dark blood. It lay languidly, eyes half closed, as if dozing. After speaking, he handed a spirit stone to the portly attendant, pocketing the remainder. The onlookers beheld a ruler, crafted from an unknown black material, slowly rising with a golden line from its base, pausing after only 3 increments. Xia Bing found it incomprehensible. She recalled having a background in the underworld, yet suddenly she had transformed into an official. However, escaping was no simple task. Upon turning, she beheld the demon lord and the ghost master hovering behind her. The second life's cold gaze swept across her pitiful countenance, his eyes growing ever colder. He understood the entire sequence of events, for as he exited the surreal tower, he had sensed the occurrences through some hidden spirits, including how Chui'er had destroyed the altar and released those incensed slaves. What remained was undoubtedly the soul origin, which provided unprecedented assistance to the solid stone and shattered stars. Xiao Mingyi rarely interacted directly with the police. These matters had always been handled by Mo Fan. The rebellion had faltered. Perhaps they were professionals long before Andariel's invasion of the cathedral, victims of the catastrophic impact of the demon disaster on Candulas. A passage at the bottom of the lake. Old Xiao was profoundly astonished, never expecting the Nangong family to invest so heavily, expending manpower to excavate a tunnel from the depths of Qinghai Lake. Everyone gazed upward. Such a level of assault would likely overwhelm even the prince, leaving only ash in its wake. Behind the stone door lay a vast circular chamber, its diameter several tens of feet, crowned by a high semicircular ceiling adorned with vibrant Buddhist murals. Ling Zhaodian, in his quest for a smooth infiltration, feared that the figure in black might possess psychic abilities. Thus, he refrained from using his own mental power to observe him. However, when they sought assistance from Donghu to locate the corpse Taoist, they unexpectedly learned from Xia Yuanjiao that the corpse Taoist had perished at Wei Yi's hands. Chapter 62 Hiss. So, big sister, are we still in a hallucination? The earth tyrant glanced around in confusion. The skin on his palm was delicate and smooth, akin to fine mutton fat jade. Feng Tinghan failed to gauge the temperature of Wu Lingyuan, nearly raising the temperature of his own lower half instead. The cooked fish meat rolled incessantly in the crimson oil soup, the sizzling oil mingling with the fragrant aroma of pepper, tantalizing the taste buds of the three seated at the table. He forced a bitter smile, swallowing back the words "I can't take it anymore" that were on the verge of escaping his lips, staggering out to join Yerichio. The overall capabilities of high school students generally fall below that of aspiring warriors. Su Chong does not appear to hail from an especially affluent family, suggesting that he likely acquired martial arts and breathing techniques suitable for apprentices. The rural folk remained simple-hearted. Even those who harbor disdain for Zhang Suihua spontaneously sought out a stretcher. With the assistance of a barefoot doctor, they lifted the unconscious Zhang Suihua onto a tractor, with Qin Changchuan following suit, heading towards the county town. The austere demeanor of Carlos, the god of light, resembled an invisible hook that stirred the hearts of onlookers, making them yearn to pull him down from his divine pedestal to witness his indulgence and desire. Child. The Taiji beast poked its head out from beside Pei Luohang, exclaiming in surprise at the sight of an uncle who bore a striking resemblance to it. Su Rui felt a jolt of alarm, quickly glancing at the knife in his hand, realizing he had mistakenly reversed the blade and back. Everyone marveled at the artistic prowess of Shitzi. No wonder the unique decor of his tavern left a refreshing and enchanting impression on all its patrons. This was not fear, but rather a sense of being overwhelmed by an imposing authority, a majesty reserved solely for the divine. Is that acceptable? Jiwei expressed uncertainty, marveling at the sudden awakening of conscience in the colonel, while his heart brimmed with joy. Squeezing next to this expressionless figure, though the position was slightly lacking, it still counted as a prime spot, certainly better than lingering at the back to scavenge for food. Not only did he find the food delectable, but he also harbored the intention of imparting ancient culinary secrets to Tang Lichang, for her dishes were exquisite, crafted from merely ordinary ingredients. He believed that if she were entrusted with the recipes of myriad delicacies, she would undoubtedly create culinary masterpieces of the highest caliber. Oh, so this is how he arrived here, he mused. I had assumed he was blessed with a prosperous father, living in comfort. Perhaps it was due to my presence that you harbored no suspicion regarding Xiao Zhao's true motives. Anna sighed softly, leaning against the side of the boat, gazing at the rising sun. Shitzi and Tong Mu were oblivious to the fact that they were under surveillance. Their purpose was merely to gather techniques and information about various treasures of the world, a preparation for Shitzi's future endeavors. Tong Mu was resolute in his plans. Even if every step toward the future could not be realized, he aimed to live without regrets. The crowd nodded in agreement, and neither Lu Xiang nor the others erupted in anger. Lord Lin displayed no trace of joy either. Why was both sides so tranquil in the face of victory or defeat? With that, Nishiwo Jin set down his coffee and, donning a sly smile, patted Su Liang on the shoulder. Lin Ju produced a signal flare from his pocket, igniting it and sending it soaring into the sky. A burst of red light ascended, trailing a long crimson tail like a serpent dancing through the dark heavens. In the air, it erupted with a resounding boom, showering sparks like flowers, only to vanish into the shadows. By the way, what are your thoughts, Xianyu? Su Tao chewed slowly on a piece of steak. It is simply unfathomable. Could this loyal baron be the reincarnation of a celestial being? Kong Yud and Gung Zhongming found themselves pondering this notion involuntarily. At that moment, over 100 nautical miles away from Yokosuka Naval Base, a submarine briefly surfaced before disappearing from sight. The so-called brotherhood merely involved mutual bows and a few solemn words, with no need for blood oaths. This was a point guard. The Houston Rockets already possessed a strong player in this position, and adding another would create an overcrowded situation. Moreover, Lu Shuo planned to select another guard with the Rocket's second-round pick, that guard being Lin Quan. However, we must feign urgency. Aggressively purchasing raw materials at high prices in Jiangnan City and its surroundings, compelling Jiangnan Kaihua to compete and offer even more money, Wu Huading instructed. Having missed 2 opportunities in a row, both times allowing his arch-rival, Jiahe, to reap the benefits, Xiaoyifu was determined not to let this chance slip away again. The previous buy-sell transaction had netted Kukuliang over 100 million, but that was not the main focus. In less than a year, Kukuliang planned to sell again. This time increasing the price by over 400 million. Did he take Xiao Feng for a fool? A naive rich man ripe for exploitation? Truly, I am in awe of you all. Yu Xian surveyed the comments section with satisfaction. Lu Gao was aware that Cheng Tong held him in esteem. With over 100,000 troops waiting at Tianqi Lake, achieving distinction would be a formidable challenge. The same could not be said for the Yuanyin Mountain. If a clever strategy could secure victory before the main commander Cheng Tong, Lu Gao believed he would surely be rewarded. Wang Feifan embraced his brother fiercely. His emotional turmoil not much less than that of Wang Feichang. They were not foolish. Even without experience, they understood the arduous nature of city building. Working overtime was not the worst part. The true dread lay in spending an entire year living on a construction site. Moreover, they only needed to pay a deposit. Using a minimal amount of money to acquire a substantial quantity of building materials, such a stroke of fortune could only be orchestrated by Li Wei, who knew precisely when the apocalypse would arrive. Furthermore, the term demonic beasts here refers to the vast majority of ordinary monsters, with one particular species being an exceptional existence that, when slain, guarantees the appearance of items and the acquisition of numerous world points. By the way, Uncle Li, my processing factory is set to open soon. I will need your esteemed presence to preside over the occasion. Regarding Sun Fu and his son, there was truly little to be said. Discussing it further would only dampen the mood, prompting Wang Dong to change the subject. Shen Yufeng remained perplexed. They had merely received a pair of couplets, and the compensation amounted to merely 20 cents. Why was such a large sum being offered? Had the concepts of lost work time and emotional distress suddenly emerged? With a thunderous crash, a section of space shattered, obliterating the entire area. Then, a figure stumbled forth. Gazing around in shock, seemingly attempting to identify the mysterious individual who had estimated his presence. Brother Hao, you are right. I shall bring the tower with me. If anything stirs, you all must enter. I have already devised a solution. Yet, Ling Chakong was solely preoccupied with thoughts of Wuxiqi, showing little concern for matters such as the Colosseum or the Shura Tower, merely nodding in agreement. Wait a moment. I suddenly questioned myself. Why am I feeling anxious? Why am I so flustered? First, he is no longer my employer. Second, I owe him nothing now. Why should I feel any embarrassment in his presence? Regardless of how dire the battle situation became, the lone wolf did not hesitate to pull the trigger. A bullet, disguised with camouflage paint, flew from the chamber, striking the arm of the enemy special forces commander who was directing the operation, piercing through the microcomputer terminal affixed to his left arm. At that moment, the girl's gaze towards him was laden with intrigue. How could he have been so gullible? As he spoke, he climbed onto the bed and lay beside her, one hand resting on her abdomen while the other held hers. During an afternoon conversation, I had already inquired about Hu Qian, learning that Guozaheo lived nearby. The two phantoms headed straight for his villa. After the dumplings from Class 4 were boiled, they were served on 3 plates and delivered to Classes 1, 2, and 3. Simultaneously, the dumplings made by the other classes were also brought to Class 4's dining table. Yet, her efforts throughout the night left Audrey aboard the remodeled warship, feeling as if her feet were floating, as if she were treading on cotton, clearly indicating that the land-dwelling knight struggled to adapt to the tumultuous life aboard a ship. Approaching the massive whale proved exceedingly difficult, as it wailed in agony while thrashing violently against the waves. Despite the severe damage to their fishing vessel, the crew aboard showed no intent to abandon their pursuit, determined to endure alongside the young whale. An ever-increasing surge of electricity descended upon that silhouette. They no longer heard the dragon's roar, yet it was evident that the colossal shadow amidst the storm clouds was enduring the fury of lightning. What could he say? That he initially did not recognize her, and had he known it was her, he would have acted differently? Knowing this, Chongjing inquired if she needed assistance. Although he could not intervene directly, extending a greeting was within his means. The matter of merit seemed trivial, for even if there were future accolades, his name would likely be lost in obscurity. The great yellow dragon abruptly ceased its assault upon receiving orders, yet its eyes burned with fury, as if any further provocation from the dark figure would unleash a cataclysmic strike. Zijing paced within the room. The news was so shocking that it left her momentarily dazed. If Suin was indeed an acolyte of Master Jingmi, what then was the relationship between Demankyu and Master Jingmi? The explosive gunfire shattered the knight's lance into splinters, along with his armor and steed. After dispatching the remnants of the slain foe, Su Junyan summoned Su Junhan and Tai Futu to discuss the impending battle. Fortunately, Lin Xiang's physical form had undergone a remarkable transformation. After enduring a brutal metamorphosis, his body was now vastly superior. His meridians were exceptionally resilient, and the violent power of thunder inflicted little harm, instead being absorbed to fortify his pathways and replenish his extensive energy reserves. Although not as knowledgeable about this fruit as Chu Dantian, Su Wan'er immediately recognized its rarity. Without hesitation, she secured the fruit in her possession, placing it carefully in her inner pocket. Su Sanxia was not entirely ignorant of the use of such jade stones. He was not naive enough to be oblivious to the world of cultivators. Subsequently, Nian Lingchun, without a moment's hesitation, seized a motorcycle from a man's grasp. "Oh, this is much better. Consider it a gift from your elder brother," Lin Tian remarked, pointing his finger to Su Sanxian's forehead, flooding his mind with vast information. Colonel Tiger, flanked by 2 lieutenant colonels and several soldiers, felt that their commanding officer had misspoken. These leaders had arrived with their subordinates, yet all of them remained outside. "It's nothing, let us part ways here," Su Sanxian said. Acknowledging the profound debt he owed to Shu Fanyan for saving his life and wishing to extricate her from this affair. Over the past fortnight, she had diligently trained her body, fatigued to the point of collapsing into bed at night, leaving no room for idle thoughts. His selfish desire was to spend more time with his loved ones, even if, as advertised, ghosts were merely manifestations of obsessions and not complete souls. Su Sanxing now affirmed that he was indeed within his dream, recalling the final image from his last slumber, an ancient ring amidst a purplish void. Entwu brought forth the meal, placing chopsticks in Nanshin's hands and serving her a portion of vegetables atop her rice. Siyu sipped her porridge, idly taking a few bites of greens, glancing at the composed Xingdatsai, and feeling somewhat inept, realizing she had encountered a true master. Chapter 64. Xiao Hui inserted a federal coin into the virtual news vending machine, unfolding the electronic newspaper before him. On the bustling commercial street of District 1 in the morning, many office workers, like Xiao Hui, were accustomed to reading the virtual paper as they walked. In front of everyone, Lin Xiao summoned the complete set of battle armor left behind by the Lord of the Celestial Palace. "I am here to fight you now." The door was forcefully thrust open, revealing Shimin Piaoxue in a flowing red dress, her jade fan streaked with red and white, as if the dye had faded. These individuals lingered behind them at a measured distance, appearing casual, yet with intent. After placing her belongings, Jiang Lan lay on the pristine bed, staring at the ceiling, almost only able to hear her own breathing. The prison doors were soundproof yet transparent, allowing the guards in the central hall to monitor the activity within each cell. However, Chu Xian's sword intent was astonishing. 4 distinct sword intents manifested simultaneously, suppressing the 4 corners of the world as they surged towards Peng Lianqing. What seemed to be a celestial pillar turned out to be an immense severed finger, likely the index finger, from which an endless stream of black blood flowed, inducing a sense of dread. The 9-tailed fox, startled, unleashed a ball of foxfire towards the snow spirit worm. Unbeknownst to Han Xiao, he believed his current weakness and the absence of dragon energy were merely the aftermath of the explosion. Zhang, who observed the excitement of the crowd and the unflinching figure of Li Run in the face of danger, and suddenly understood that a true king was being born. Following the 3 kingdoms, the most renowned strategist was undoubtedly Liu Bowen, who aided Zhu Yuanzhang in unifying the realm. While uncertain if he was the most capable, his fame certainly positioned him as the foremost strategist post-3 kingdoms. Although these matters involved the safety of the 7 universes, he was unsure if his actions were right or wrong. Nonetheless, he firmly believed he would not regret his choice. Upon rising, he spotted Tang Lulu in the living room and remembered it was Monday, time for class. If he could not find Pei Yuling atop Qianlong Snow Mountain, he would have to depart and begin his training, preparing to seek opportunities within the Qiankun realm upon its opening to further enhance his strength. The young man presented a rose to Peng Bei, his expression earnest. The struggle was expected to be fierce and perilous. However, there was no sound, as if neither party struck their opponent. "No, she was fine. She spoke with me in the carriage and suddenly fell asleep. I thought she was merely exhausted." As this realization dawned on Gong Shifeng, he sighed heavily, lamenting why he had not noticed Inger's condition sooner, allowing her to slip into this prolonged slumber. The fiercely Run, once a terror on the battlefield, now found himself helpless and distressed, forcing his way through the circle of girls in a hasty retreat. The girls exchanged glances and laughed upon witnessing Li Ren's escape. Just as they reveled in their mischief, a sudden cramp struck her stomach. She had indulged in too many pastries that morning, remnants from 2 days prior, and had suspected they were spoiled. Regarding this issue, he could not ascertain the truth, but he believed he had made the right choice, the most correct choice. Under the swift transformation of the golden crow, within the blink of an eye, the essence of this exceptional spectral crystal was converted into spectral power. Although Jiao Yuanbai felt a twinge of fear, as the true heir of the Jiao family and the next head of the clan, he would not disgrace himself over mere words. The group nodded in agreement and began to transport the olive oil inside. Li Fei counted roughly 10 barrels and involuntarily nodded, leading a dozen individuals toward the beach. The stone house was essentially a concrete structure, and upon hearing this, Zhao Xian, Catherine, Lena, and Lan Xiner's eyes widened in astonishment. In the blink of an eye, Qin Ji and the two women found themselves in a dark, spacious area shrouded in mist, a foreboding atmosphere as a colossal red archway slowly materialized. Outside, night had fallen. The biting cold wind howled while the tent remained warm, featuring 2 beds draped in furs and blankets, positioned closely enough that a slight movement could result in one falling into the other's embrace. He called out to Mo Tsongrong, as their bond was deeper, and previously, Mo Tsongrong had rescued him during an ambush. They had shared many days defending together at the Zhan family estate, thereby strengthening their friendship. The wealth of the Pope and bishops in the Vatican is beyond imagination. Father Martin is also aware that the majority of shameless priests in Texas, lacking in faith, are similarly thriving. Yet, as we sift through the corpses, we are met with the shocking sight of those piled high, each one remarkably putrid. Did it not return? After delivering the message, it simply took flight. Yilingyu appeared somewhat astonished. After more than 2 years of silence, the changes in the abyss are substantial. Firstly, the magma, drained of energy by Xingtian, has solidified into an exceedingly hard rock, dark and heavy. In the boundless chasm, the 300 military souls continue to roar. And upon seeing Xingtian, they surge towards him with a deafening cry. The server had meticulously positioned the chairs and personally secured silk dust guards around the two to prevent any soup from splattering onto their garments. She gently gathered Xiao Cici's long hair and arranged the table settings to perfection. The palace walls are towering, adorned with red and green tiles, and the guards are exceptionally vigilant. Every corner conceals a hidden sentinel from the purple imperial forest, shrouded in secrecy. If it were not for Xingtian's astonishingly keen mental acuity, such presences would remain undetected. He surmised that even if a fly were to enter from outside, Wu Meinyang would be aware of it. Madman, I cannot bear your extravagant gift. This warrior is Lin Dali, known among friends as the Madman, with the sly-looking figure beside him being Huahua Guazi, simply referred to as Guazi. Chapter 65. The two formidable demon kings, the giant and the extreme Yin, must have set their sights on the flying flower mixed dragon colt of Brother Han, and it is only natural that this prized steed is seized. The fault cannot be placed solely on the red-haired demon cultivator, Lin Yi remarked. After walking a short distance, Guhan stopped in front of a locked house, where 2 guards stood watch. Luo she sensed over a dozen concealed auras around them, the strongest at the initial stage of tribulation. The old beggar swiftly retreated, and with a whoosh, another wind blade sliced through the demonic mist, striking from behind him. Meanwhile, I pondered whether that cat-eyed figure in black, if indeed near us, possessed the capability to disrupt this formation. This truly posed an abstract conundrum, as Jiao Ba suspected old Mai, and I too harbored doubts, though the evidence was insufficient. Feng Yun, understanding the unspoken, smiled and said, Brother Dongha, forgive me, I bring a humble gift that may amuse you. Though he spoke thus, his heart simmered with disdain. Indeed, these treasures were painstakingly gathered from several major peaks by the Qian sect, yet Li Dongha remained unsatisfied, having grossly underestimated the other's appetite. Thus, her covert theft turned overt, but Xiao Yao, slippery as an eel, remained elusive, with the pure gold card quietly resting in his embrace. This enraged her to the point of pain in her teeth, wishing to bite a chunk from him. What good are your words now? Let the past remain in the past. Jenny's tone was somewhat frigid, yet I could discern the hurt it concealed. In the boundless sea, blood surged like waves. and the cave heavens lay in ruins. Above the clouds, in the infinite plaza, within the divine lord's residence, Wu Jun suddenly opened his eyes. Grasping the azure dragon crescent blade, rising from his cushion to shatter the void before the plaza's entrance, he glanced at the couplet on the door, laughed heartily towards the heavens, and soared away on a cloud. Now, must one first merge with the earth's path to comprehend the usage of this chaotic soil? Observing the dual-colored spear magnifying in his vision, Long Wu clenched his fists, the joints cracking ominously. Simultaneously, an obscure incantation resonated in the air. Without the protection of the beastly shadow, they would likely be reduced to ashes beneath that crimson claw, revealing the true prowess of the red silhouette. Had she attacked upon arrival, they might not have even had the chance to activate their defensive formation. The anniversary of their 4th year is imminent. Presenting this gift will undoubtedly bring great surprise. Thus, based on Zhang Xiaochun's historical actions, Musu had no reason to spare him. With this scene unfolding, the trio of uncle and nephews tacitly refrained from conversation, fixated on the figure behind the gauzy curtain. Since the Shui family relocated from the Ronghua mansion back to their residence in the capital, their new abode, though not as grand as the Duke's estate, surpassed it in opulence. Particularly in 1206, when Han Tuowei initiated the Kaishi Northern Expedition, the Song army temporarily reclaimed the Huai North region. In response, Genghis Khan, witnessing this, led his forces in the Mongol Jin War in 1211, decisively defeating the 40,000 Jin troops commanded by Prime Minister Wang Yanqingyu and General Dejizi Zhong at Yehu Ridge. His recent maneuver seemed to have been completely anticipated, every detail and route meticulously scrutinized. "Where's the old bull? Where's the old bull?" Zhang Liang rushed to his bodyguard, gripping his shoulders and demanding loudly. As soon as he spoke, a throng set off, but just as they descended from the valley, trouble awaited them. Originally, Muzin had no intention of detonating the ink ball, sharing the belief with Gui Shao that it was not so easily breached. However, after his ink ball sustained several attacks, Muzin suddenly realized that it was not as resilient as he had imagined. The great sage lowered his banner and ceased his commotion. Alas, indeed, no man enjoys endless good fortune, nor does a flower bloom forever. How swiftly he had fallen from his lofty position, once dominating Muzin. After Su Yang and the others departed for half a day, a dozen mercenaries arrived at the scene, discovering the lifeless body of Lai Shao on the ground. These 3 middle-aged men were clearly not fools. They knew capturing Bian Yuanyuan would suffice, disregarding Shen Yuan. Yet, Shen Yuan could not abandon Bian Yuanyuan. As one of the men aimed to strike at Bian Yuanyuan's face, she dashed forward. Li Ji did not require a left-hand strike. He instantly seized the hand extended by the newcomer, and with a mere release of true energy, the man's entire arm was reduced to dust. "Arrest all relevant individuals under my imperial decree and temporarily detain them alongside Qin Yifeng and the others. Tomorrow, when we convene, bring them along to reveal their crimes to the world," Li Er commanded. Thus, the conflict would inevitably escalate to the brink of civil war, plunging the regime into crisis and destabilizing the nation henceforth. Before Li Ji could grasp the situation, a torrent of heat and golden light intertwined to form a colossal divine light seal, slowly rising from the ground. With countless mystical symbols swirling through the air like butterflies dancing in the sky. Chapter 66. After the departure of Daya and her companions, Nanji sat silently in the courtyard, gazing vacantly at the sky. Qingyu noticed and paused her tasks, joining her at her side. Perhaps the allure in Su Yuxing's eyes was too potent, that enchanting face, adorned with a subtle smile, magnified before her, causing her cheeks to flush uncontrollably. "Indeed, we are family now." Shallow Jade Daxian placed a hand on Shiyun's head, speaking with a gentle smile. Who could have imagined that this seemingly benevolent and sacred entity was, in truth, a conglomerate of darkness and filth? Moments later, Zheng Zhong suddenly opened his eyes, clapping his Qinkuan bag, causing a blue lotus to slowly emerge and hover before him, spinning continuously. Soon, the taxi arrived at Shuangshui Bridge. For reasons unknown, the driver slowed the vehicle and pulled over to the roadside. He silently offered the pouch he and Qinghe had crafted with their own hands, placing it before the grave, then smiled faintly and returned to the heavenly realm. Originally, at the moment of his solemn concession, Si Wuchen immediately discerned the news of Han Chi's physical demise and the escape of his primordial spirit through the secret technique implanted within Han Chi's body. In light of Lu Yuan's current identity, there truly seemed to be no one left to provoke except for the head of the empire. Given such a characteristic, it is said that if this insect were to advance to maturity, Even the true immortals of the celestial realm would retreat in fear. He Ziqiang harbored no affection for the Su family, unlike Su Changyu and Granny Gao, and his memories of his mother, Su Exine, had long since faded, let alone the names inscribed on the ancestral tablets in the back hall. At 6:30, Zhou Bingran arrived at the underground parking lot. Having descended to await Jiang Wanqing only after receiving her text message, Jiang Wanqing took the executive elevator reserved for the president. As Lin Chong finished speaking, Guansheng, Hu Yinzhua, Li Ying, and Shi Jin entered the main tent together. Especially Zhou Yingying, who seemed somewhat nostalgic for this feeling, yet what it was exactly remained a mystery, as they could see nothing at present and could only speculate. When Xiang Wentian mentioned the re-emergence of soul insects on this continent, that single phrase rendered the entire scene utterly silent. To insult Shen Linfeng as a dog struck a nerve with him. In truth, without Zhou Bingran pointing it out, Shen Linfeng was already aware that those hidden sects had never regarded him with any seriousness. I don't know you. Keep your distance, the flower demon thought to herself, not wishing to be acquainted with such a terrifying individual. Zhang Ma gazed at the sumptuous feast before him, patting his famished belly, and smiled contentedly. What could this be that makes the Zhao family officials dare not pursue such egregious transgressions? Princess Jinji, upon receiving the package, instinctively reached out to unwrap it. How could I possibly be afraid? I've simply been listening to your boastful tales for so long that I'm starting to feel uneasy. I wish to see what you're truly capable of. He Chuan strode directly in front of Wang Dasho. Su Chao, as the captain of the Su family S-Guard, possessed formidable strength, being at the 8th stage of the Void Refinement realm, and apart from the clan leader, few could rival him, earning him considerable respect among the younger generation. On the other side, when Jing reclined in Dai's embrace, resting her neck against his chest, seated in a large bathtub, while the pink island breeze stirred the warm water beside them. Together, it embodied the beautiful aspirations of Chang Fei towards the ideal of fantasy, no longer feigning. As he spoke, the old man's expression hardened, a hint of disdain curling his lips, and his true energy surged rapidly into his arm, enveloping the battle knife in his hand, which whistled through the void and hurtled towards Miao Shuer's chest. In a room across from the MO building, Mo Xiaofeng cast aside his binoculars and roared, "Damn it, you scoundrel Tang Feng, I will never let you off in this lifetime." Tang Feng's shoulder was still wrapped in bandages, and the injury in his groin had yet to fully heal. The mantis, relying on its agility, refrained from engaging in direct confrontation with the God-Slayer, while the two massive entities remained locked in a stalemate, unable to best one another. Prepare the missile. Eliminate the Tyrannosaurus. Bernal commanded decisively, dismissing the herbivorous dinosaurs, yet unwilling to allow the Tyrannosaurus to flaunt its might. You will soon be able to assist the Admiral. Chang Fei, pressed against Dai's chest, felt the softness of his flesh. Meanwhile, Hakurii Raimu finally entered the narrow racetrack, with several relatively fast cars trailing behind. Scattered across the 10-meter-wide track devoid of energy barriers, the white clouds outside appearing both beautiful and exhilarating. The structures of the Sound Ninja village crumbled into ashes, and the villagers gazed in bewilderment at the suddenly expansive scenery around them, having already been dazed since taking flight, now merely extending their state of confusion. As a great warrior once expressed, my only regret is that I have but one life to give for my homeland. To recruit a sufficient number of students, William had no choice but to expand the admissions radius of the Servants' Academy to the vicinity of Evreux in the Paris region, where knightly estates abound, ensuring an ample supply of qualified, suitable candidates. The Welcome Inn, the largest tavern in the Huanxi area, occupied a vast expanse, and the two private rooms on the 4th floor were equally spacious, accommodating 10 without feeling cramped. The room was arranged in a simple yet elegant manner, revealing the effort Li Jintian had invested in this gathering. This was not just about preparing for a world war, but also a result of the frenzied expansion of productivity after over a century of industrialization. While the sanctum of cultivation within Sanluo City was indeed crafted using the spirits within his body as a catalyst, he could utilize it just the same, rendering it self-sufficient. A few hours of recovery had restored his strength to its peak state. Wan Yinan halted, his gaze tinged with helplessness. Now that Exine Baluan was absent, the situation would remain unchanged regardless. Neo Dada turned pale with fright, kicking Zhao Jigang away, then stepping back twice to regain his balance. Changgu raised his dagger high, a tempest erupting from the ground, lifting Jack Blacksail several meters into the air. After executing his skill, Changgu gestured to the group of giant swordsmen behind him, who immediately surrounded the storm that had engulfed Jack Blacksail, sealing it off completely. Chapter 67. Tidwiyu pushed the door open to find Chi Yongmei seated behind the desk, her face haggard, brows tightly knit, and her forehead tinged purple. Tidwiyu, possessing some knowledge of physiognomy, recognized this as a typical ominous sign. Sandalwood, go fetch the old doctor. Although Yulua insisted there was no issue, Nan Yumo remained cautious. Turning to call outside, where the sandalwood promptly acknowledged and hurried to find the old doctor. When you grow up, you will realize you have two hands, one to help yourself and one to assist others. The bushes surrounding the hot spring suddenly rustled as nearly 30 well-equipped elven guards encircled the area, brandishing spears forged from unknown materials that gleamed in the sunlight. Suzy smiled quietly, having endured considerable hardship to attain her current physique. Aside from dietary control, she had also added extra exercise time each week. Relying on the yoga and aerobic routines stored in her memory, Yongmi, with her head bowed, perused the recruitment brochure, oblivious to her surroundings. After everyone took turns to glance through it, they unanimously decided to try their luck. Lin Qimei was not human. She did not sweat, feel fatigue, or even require sleep or nourishment. She merely flitted between the operating room and the intensive care unit. Meanwhile, a voice called out, "Sir, you mustn't." The speaker was a finned humanoid, the esteemed butler of Mr. Liu, known as Ding Ding. Suzy surveyed the shop's decor and concluded it was more accurately described as lacking embellishment, adhering to a dark aesthetic with numerous posters displayed on the walls, showcasing striking tattoo designs that appeared somewhat daunting. Let go. And Luotong huffed disdainfully, casting a resentful glare at Chu Zhan, her voice laced with indignation. This will undoubtedly be a fatal blow to his future. Hence, his future achievements were already predetermined. And Yashi simultaneously vanished within that radiant light. Merely an imprint left upon this seed. Since the task of this seed had been fulfilled, her presence naturally faded. Listening to the jubilant cheers of the Yang family descendants, Qin Yi approached the four corpses, collecting the 4 storage rings and the weapons from the ground, hands clasped behind his back. A wicked grin gracing his features as he regarded the 4 clan heads before him. This was an irreversible choice. Qin Yi's intent was to annihilate them completely. In a single day, the entire noble circle of Stormwind would come to know of the scandal involving the master and a certain priest, embellished and exaggerated with each retelling. Songxi resembled a carp flopping on land, rolling ceaselessly in the snow, while Zhao Long swung his blade repeatedly, failing to strike his target and merely stirring up flurries of snow, leaving behind a few scratch marks on the long-neglected threshing ground. It was only on the 9th strike that Zhao Long finally managed to trace the path of Songxi's tumultuous rolling. As time passed amidst the cacophony of violent sound waves and fragmented spatial particles, Violet dared not venture closer to observe the island's happenings. Yu Hao retrieved a chilled test tube, knowing that only at extremely low temperatures would the virus's vitality diminish to its lowest state. As he slowly thawed it, the dormant virus awakened with a rush. The airborne target proved to be exceedingly agile, resulting in the elimination of only 2 superhumans thus far, alongside a few who had fled and others who stubbornly clung to them. Bai Ziho nodded, hastily stuffing his shoes back into his embrace, as if fearing they might take flight if left out too long. The deity worshipped by the Taoist sect, Ji Shin Su Min, would in due time, during the 5 festivals and 8 rites, post a notice regarding Su Min's descendants at the door to ward off malevolent spirits. Bai Ruaju made her way to the secluded residence facing the rising sun, where chaos reigned. It was now impossible to discern whether the soldiers were engaged in the fray or if opportunists were taking advantage of the turmoil. As all shops had shuttered and the streets lay in disarray, what could be happening? Had I entered some sort of barrier? Ning Xiai began to search for the presence of such a boundary. Though Tai Fa maintained an outward calm, his actions unmistakably conveyed an intent to strike at any moment. Upon opening her eyes, she recalled she was beside Qin Chuan, but prior to this awakening, she had not anticipated the absence of a warm embrace. Momentarily stunned, she realized she lay alone atop a large stone, surrounded by silence. In this world, the only individuals whom Jiang Nan would willingly reach out to were perhaps Qi Qi and Bao Er. Please, do not frighten me, I implore you. The celestial maiden Xiao Ling knew he was jesting, yet she felt compelled to secure his promise for her own peace of mind. The 11th generation disciple, Xiang, respectfully greeted the elder, eager for further guidance. The mere thought of a Chun being injured and cast into this predicament twisted her heart with pain, wishing she could whisk him away immediately. I speak of the child's birth. Although the child is no more, time remains unchanged. What then? Do you intend to go against this? Do not presume I am unaware of how they came to be in this state. Han Ning stared defiantly at Bai Li Ao Feng, refusing to yield. Upon reaching the door of the night room, a voice of extreme shyness from within the zither reached her ears, causing her body to weaken instantly. Glancing at Han Ning, Bai Li Ao Yun nodded absently, but suddenly fixed his gaze upon her. The Earth team arrived shortly after, with their injuries less severe than those of the Water team. Although Han Bang Shui lacked the prowess of Shui Rua Han, he inherited his father Han Zifei's astuteness and caution. Upon arriving at Shida's grand tent, they found 4 individuals already seated within. Han Xine recognized Shida, while the others were presumed to be military colleagues. Lu Fei recognized the potency of this maneuver, and the chaotic energy surged forth, unleashing his full strength as he bellowed, "Die!" He raised his long blade above his head and struck down without flourish. At the sidelines, Gu Weilin's gaze swept coldly, accompanied by a disdainful snort. Du Min smiled silently. The enchanted cards came in 6 distinct colors, each possessing unique effects. In Chapter 68, the boys completed their selections, and the final choice of the red team was the mid-laner, the Desert Emperor, made without hesitation. I couldn't help but chuckle. Were you not the man with the utmost possessiveness in the universe? Is that not a form of male chauvinism? As the server entered to serve the dishes, the group, now recovering from their shock, noticed the peculiar expression on Li Wanqiu's mother's face, as if she were concealing something. He recalled the time he first arrived at the Tai family, when she fought with Wang Jiannan for his sake. The weather had been frigid, yet he felt an unparalleled warmth and security. Guan Juer forced one eye open and, upon seeing the person before her, was struck with clarity. Xia Bin, how did he come to be here? Hearing Sister Tan's admonishments, I could only repeatedly affirm over the phone, too afraid to retort. While stressing that such occurrences would not happen again, the citizens of the Nightlang Kingdom now lived in constant fear. Yet they could not remain confined to their territory forever. They needed to venture forth in search of sustenance. The elders and Qi Yi cast their pleading gazes upon Xia Luo. Should Xia Luo decline to assist, the entire populace of the Nightlang Kingdom might gradually fade away. The stench of blood was most terrifying. Within the deep cavern, other piranhas caught the scent and surged forth like mad. Gradually, the piranhas multiplied, and several brave warriors from the Nightlang Kingdom fell victim to their jaws. The final match and the contest for 3rd and 4th places were both best of 5. The champion would earn qualification for promotion to the secondary professional league. The training grounds were lined with corpses draped in white linen, each frozen stiff, resembling stone. Cultivators would never place their abodes in conspicuous locations. They would invariably incorporate some form of barriers or formations around their dwellings, only accessible by dispelling these defenses. The path ahead for General Li lay firmly in his own hands. Returning to the capital for trial, committing suicide out of guilt, or sacrificing himself for the nation. Lin Zhua calculated Li Chungliang's options with his fingers. Chief Max retreated while shouting, "A top-tier expert has just perished like this?" Hai proclaimed, "Our Lord is benevolent and righteous. His virtue resonates throughout the 4 seas." Standing upon the beach, Yi Kai gazed into the distance, letting out a helpless sigh. He felt a profound uncertainty about what the future world would hold. Yet it seemed likely that it would transform into a realm akin to the cultivation world. However, it would not be so simple. The leader seized the remaining 10 or so soul kings from Lin Feng and headed in the direction pointed out by him. After they departed, everyone gazed in astonishment at the grinning Lin Feng, while Song Xing Chen gave him a thumbs up. Over 100 people surrounded a dozen tables, devouring their meals with ferocity. They were no ordinary individuals, possessing great physical strength and an even greater appetite. Their appetites rivaled that of Zhu Beiji, as if their stomachs were not human at all, digesting everything in sight as if they could devour the dishes themselves. After several rounds of stimulating water-based fireworks, the corridor lights illuminated one by one, restoring brilliance to the scene. Many had initially engaged in lively discussions, but with the introduction of this question, silence enveloped the gathering. Yet soon after, the Black Tiger's eyes revealed a flicker of confusion, quickly overshadowed by joy. The reason was simple. My supermarket was about to open. If your shield agents prevent people from entering my supermarket, would I not be left to starve? Yes, I am he, Kai Lan's boyfriend. I came to see Lu Lao and to bring Kai Lan back to Yizhou. Lu Mingqi understood that visiting her father was merely a pretext. The true intention was to take Kai Lan. Su Manji understood that the villagers of Niujia village were simple farmers, oblivious to the pitfalls of the coal mine. Yet Mu Tian was different. He could easily discern the secrets within the Nyojia village coal mine. That bowl of stinky tofu pork was half-finished, cold, placed in a food box alongside other dishes, never to be opened again. To create trouble, one must know how to mend things. Ren Yin knew well that scolding would yield no good consequences, her ears and eyes instantly sharp as she turned to dodge the slap. Witnessing the scene, Mu Tian could not help but let out a bitter smile. There truly existed no connection between him and Yo Xiaohua. As he descended, the remaining 5 members of the Obsidian Legion landed simultaneously, standing resolutely behind Thanos. Exhausted, he suggested they take a seat over there. Gu Huifeng, carrying several bags, led Yu Kailan to a nearby shopping complex where benches were provided for passers-by to rest. Wasn't it a mainboard in the movie? How did it transform into a USB drive in his possession? Such a reduction is hardly plausible. However, due to financial constraints, Dasna concealed this information, leading Konoha to mistakenly believe that the assassination attempt on Dasna was merely the work of common bandits. Though both Reikage and Inoki were seasoned leaders of their respective villages, the gap between them and Nagato was still considerable. Even Nagato was wary of Zishuan's Bankai, let alone those 2 shadows. Generally, those who wield remote attack techniques among the Gu masters would ascend ladders or gather atop towers. They paid particular attention to the Flame Lion, which posed a significantly greater threat than an ordinary fire lion, for the Flame Lion was infested with fire-path Gu insects, capable of igniting a conflagration if not handled with care. In Chapter 69, a flash of golden light heralded the descent of a resplendent longsword, transforming into a diagonal ray that, with a resounding clang, embedded itself into the earth. Under Ma Dong's steady gaze, Bai Liuxi's milk-white cheeks gradually flushed with a delicate hue, her long eyelashes quivering slightly. Young Fatty, swaying unsteadily, took a seat beside Gu Yuan, having indulged in a fair amount of alcohol himself. Upon witnessing Xian Yuan Wu's warm hospitality, along with his offer to treat and revel together, Ma Dong nodded in agreement. Lin Yun's friend, Xiao Chong, had recently attained the super realm. A powerful member of the review committee remarked on this achievement. For them, this was an extraordinary wedding, devoid of the presence of relatives and friends, with only Kai Qiufeng's parents in attendance. At that moment, the aura emanating from Lin Feiyu evoked a sense of the Azure Dragon, akin to encountering a kindred spirit. No, it felt as if he had met an ancestor, exuding an ancient and indomitable presence. Hello, is this Master Ma? I am Lung Yinran. The voice on the other end, though somewhat aloof, betrayed a hint of apprehension and tension, as if fearing rejection. Why the silence? If you remain quiet, I shall come over, Ihan declared, advancing towards the barrel. As he bent his waist, Gu Yuan placed a hand firmly on his spine. Upon witnessing the tiger talisman being carelessly discarded, Ling Haochen furiously approached Sang Jialing, the corners of his eyes reddening, radiating an aura of lethal intent. Yet, Mu, lacking the strength to discern the faces of those present, remained oblivious to their true intentions. Blood Sea, having evaded a strike from Dose, had granted him a modicum of respect. Another attack would be seen as overly ambitious. Judging by that fellow's demeanor, it appeared he was intent on eliminating him entirely, which would reveal the extent of his power. With the peace agreement between Bei Qi still unresolved, had it not been for Yan Kanglin ascending to the throne, he would have commanded the entire army of Songming to march against Yun Tian. The complexities within Lulan, with the Western King eyeing his territory, made it unwise to instigate a power struggle for the throne at this juncture. However, he sifted through all his memories in vain, a trace of melancholy shadowing his face. Xing Yunjia was filled with joy upon seeing his mother, for it had been over 100 years since their last meeting. Despite visiting the emotional lake annually, he could scarcely catch a glimpse of the spiritual bird. He had initially intended to fight to the death with Zoe Xiaoyao, should the libertine perish. At least he could return to his roots. Rest assured, father-in-law, my heart belongs to Ying. I shall not permit her to suffer ill repute. Having lost Yanqing, he could not afford to lose Cui Ying as well. Over the past half-year, her companionship had nourished his heart like gentle spring rain. He was not made of stone and could not remain unmoved by a girl who adored him and cared for him in all matters. Shadow, come in. Ling Haochen did not pursue Sang Jialing's words, but instead turned to seek out Shadow. Zhou Kuan merely nodded slightly, his weathered gaze fixed upon the azure sky, as though attempting to penetrate its depths. Hearing this, Zhou Tian recoiled slightly, his dark eyes darting restlessly towards the heavens. After a prolonged wait without any sign of movement, he cast an inquiring glance at Wei, who simply shook his head gently, signaling him to remain patient. Ding's family, are you surprised? This fearless girl, who once feared neither heaven nor earth, has now uttered such words. Naturally, would 20,000 be considered excessive? Presently, Xia Fan regarded 20,000 as inflated, having momentarily forgotten to negotiate. The other two seasoned cultivators of the Huadan realm, though unscathed, had already changed their demeanor, acutely sensing the formidable presence of Yu Yonglin. Just as Xia Fan reached the classroom door, Nisha called out to him, stating that the dean was looking for him. He quickly deduced that it must be related to a phone call from Qin Hao's mother to the dean. Would the mayor's wife not expect compliance from Li Changbin? He immediately recognized that this time, evasion was impossible. Today, I have no particular matters to attend to. I merely passed by your office and thought to visit an old friend. Yun Meijun and the host continued their ascent to the third floor, followed closely by Qin Xiao. Li Xiaohan, along with Gui Lian and the members of the Tianlong gang, trailed behind. The dozen or so brothers carried a limited number of grenades. Yet the search area was vast. The enemy combed through for ages without finding anything. Samu ground his teeth in frustration. Qin Xiao burst into laughter as he stored the corpse of the thousand-tailed fox within the imperial hall, preparing to slip away. Upon witnessing Zhang Xiu's supplies being delivered to Zhang Xianxian in Yi County, Lu Chong felt a slight sense of relief. If he could win over Lu, it would undoubtedly place a strategic piece beside El Guang, offering innumerable advantages. That man was a thorn in his heart. Though he had perished, he remained the greatest obstacle between them. You may go first. Just as Guan Hongyan had feared, Ying Yin refused to depart. When Guan Hongyan was also resolved to uphold her conviction to remain, a sphere of light enveloped him, whisking him away. Guan Hongyan could utter not a word, her head spinning, leaving her oblivious to all that followed. In Chapter 70, upon observing Su Mo's condition, Wu Bin pondered, keenly sensing the Yuan Ying within his brow. After his perception, his brows knitted in concern. He discovered that the Yuan Ying was on the brink of collapse. However, Yang Ming held a differing view. Should the Yin energy exceed its limits, it could unleash chaos akin to the day of Yinsha, provoking the wild spirits and perhaps even worse consequences. Poor Lin Xue departed, leaving behind the place she had inhabited for so many years. Perhaps this locale had never truly belonged to her. The celestial discourse among Ping Tian and Zhu Bujie mirrored the conversation between Yun Nua and Gu Qi Shan, with Jiosen joining in. Suddenly, her body was embraced by a Qin, who warned her in her ear, "No more chances. Should there be a next time, I will harbor hatred for you, tormenting you further. If death is our fate, let us die together." Indeed, those who represented their nation in competition had certainly undergone prior selection. Their strength was assured, which is why each competition allowed every country to possess a seeded team. "I apologize, teacher. I will be more mindful next time." Hua Linshue's face turned pale, her thoughts consumed by the matter of Shunlong Jinshun, as she scolded him incessantly along the way, forgetting the need to hurry to class. Yet, if converted to RMB, it would surely be painful. A pot of tea valued over 100,000, truly a scandalous use of wealth. The remaining three also discerned the intentions of the outer barrier ghost, yet they found themselves powerless. Their sole option was to inflict significant damage on it before it escaped the confines of darkness. "I have received news. Notify me. I must step away for a moment." Yi Ting suddenly recalled something and departed towards the Flame Dragon clan. Today, Master Lin mentioned that the Empress intends to send him to Yangzhou City on official business. Our people have investigated and confirmed that the Empress arranged for him to go to Yangzhou City this morning to lower the grain prices. Those who managed to snatch advertisements at the entrance of Baikatang found that they merely extolled the virtues of the establishment, without any of the herbal recipes they sought. Despite having only recently met Chen Zhaokai, this individual was willing to risk his life to protect him. However, Daphne has learned her lesson this time. She delivered a broom to her sister, Astoria, evidently with ill intentions. While she killed the centipede spirit, she herself sustained grave injuries and fainted, transforming into a fox. Why? Her heart raced, and her cheeks flushed, the hand gripping the phone growing weak and limp. Xiao Zhuiyue and Shan Yun returned to their previous room, where Zhang Shiming approached with food. He turned away, confronted by her unusually pale face and the glistening, tearful depths of her dark eyes, and fell silent. If my judgment is correct, it implies that Zhao Tianxi sought out Zhao Mingkai during my absence from Hezhou. Xia Muchuan also regained his composure. He was only impulsive and irritable when it came to matters involving Lin Qiushi and Xia Qingwan. "General, there's an origami with a map drawn on it." Just as Qi Junwei was deep in thought, Su Ming, squatting beside Zhang Yuan's body, suddenly whispered, and handed over what he had found on Zhang Yuan. Shen Tongyan's Weibo trended as people criticized her for finally admitting to plagiarism. On the morning following our arrival on the island, while cycling around, we saw no signs of habitation. I must go take a look. The worry on Xing'er's face was unmistakable. When Shi Yufan came to take Li Yulin back to her home in the evening, he could hardly wait to share this significant news with his mother. Xie Yuan seldom lied, yet he believed that in the coming days, he might have to utter every lie he had ever told. The crowd dispersed, and the once bustling street began to quiet, yet the sound of pouring rain did little to soothe the atmosphere. Awaken, take a shower. I know you must be hungry now. Let's start with the steak before we delve in a hot pot. Song Hai playfully asked Chen Tan what Zhao liked to eat, and without a moment's hesitation, Chen Tan replied, "Beef for hot pot. What a pity that Death's scythe is broken and ineffective. Anger, is there still chaotic fog?" The king lamented, expressing both regret and frustration. She had consumed a peculiar pill of her own concoction, sufficient to sustain her in a man's physical state for an entire day. Little did he know that this extraordinary youth could neutralize his 5-element array with the icy aura emanating from him. Thus, the bizarre expression on Wang Meng's face earlier becomes readily explicable. On the ground, signs of upheaval emerged. Wisps of white smoke began to rise, heralding an imminent volcanic eruption. Sun Daozi cheerfully ventured there to gather high-quality gelio grass, filling his storage ring to the brim. I am fond of that kind of sunny yet unpretentious boy. He invigorates me, making the path ahead seem filled with surprises and all obstacles worthy of overcoming. Since they invited outsiders, they must thoroughly investigate that place and cannot afford to abandon the endeavor midway. A sudden attack, many remarked, suggesting that number one had grown complacent, leading to his swift demise by a single sword. To meddle with the Jing family, one must consider their standing, for aside from the emperor, others ought to weigh their qualifications carefully. The spaceship had entered the starship's interior, and his gaze focused on the surrounding steel walls. The starship was immense, providing ample space for the ship to navigate through this corridor. Chapter 71. Han Haofan regarded Chu Jin and with a puzzled expression, noting her slight nod before shouldering her bag and racing toward the back mountain with excitement. Rong Yuejiang placed the jade slip on his forehead, and indeed, it contained all the formations of this estate. Green Ivy quickly took the specimen from Yang Zi and immersed it in a 37-degree water bath, then began timing. Facing Cadwell and Wilson, Rooney remained confident. At that moment, Giggs joined, capturing Cadwell's attention as Rooney unleashed a powerful shot. If Lotta's guess was correct, those voices were likely proclaiming, "Intruder detected. Intruder detected." Manchester United's victory over Real Madrid was not surprising. However, Cristiano Ronaldo's fiery performance, scoring 2 goals, earning 4 yellow cards, eliminating former teammate Hines, and clashing with Real Madrid players, certainly provided media fodder. It seems this trip was indeed fruitful. It arrived in haste, appearing just as darkness fell. Though it remains uncertain whether, with the help of the ruffian, it can be captured or deterred, restoring my tranquil life. Du Ziyuan's face was plastered with notes. Seizing the moment, he pulled them all off and told Lin Yuping, "I have matters to attend to. We can play later." With that, he exited. What? The Eastern family's comet of fire. Oh, wait, it's merely a disposable consumable secret device. Let me dismantle it. After a brief shock, the fur-clad man brandished a silver shield for defense. It was astonishing that such absurd claims garnered the nod of the officer interrogating him, who seemed in full agreement. Will this sword intent be able to save old Lu? Yet, Li Honyun quickly grew anxious again. Yun Shun was the least inclined to believe such things, but he refrained from openly contradicting the other party, responding nonchalantly. "Humph. When I grow to your height, I shall surely surpass you." Shin Kuo finally paused, hands on his knees, panting heavily as he gazed at him. Unlike before, Li Tian was injected with a diluted version suitable for ordinary people. Hence he did not develop any telekinetic abilities. Pa. Yuan Bao was also quite stubborn, softening yet refusing to concede, scolding his mother before seizing the opportunity to escape her grasp and charge forward. Had she encountered a figure like Fu Qinjing 5 years prior, she would likely have trembled in fear. Yet now, although she remained wary of the formidable presence before her, she managed to maintain a semblance of composure. Torn between loyalty to the nation and the shock of the future, he felt dizzy and was utterly at a loss for what to do. These two techniques had roughly doubled Li Tian's strength, and he was now capable of contending with even the foremost celestial masters. Within this assembly were not only the elder leaders, but also the promising young generation, who accompanied their forebears to broaden their horizons and expand their social networks, preparing for the eventual reception of the family business. Engaging in playful activities without discussing emotions was sufficient. The left bank's hibiscus ridge became his Eden, filled with daily revelry, rendering the prospect of a career as a top attorney inconsequential. Zhao Ruifeng could not overlook the changes in her son, repeatedly visiting to rouse Zhuan from bed, urging him to accept various legal consulting contracts. Su Mieyue also caught a glimpse of the reflection in Enche's eyes, her gaze instantly darkening. Intentionally slipping, she fell backward. Shun Lian felt a tinge of anxiety, a thin layer of sweat forming on her back, as the figure of 19 exceeded her expectations. Enche, originally reclining in the corridor, sat up at the mention, his eyes widening in surprise as he regarded Luo Yao, marveling at how this girl had spoken so much to him for the first time. It appeared she would need to exercise more. Had she done so earlier, she would not be so fatigued now. However, it was fortuitous that he departed quickly. Otherwise, an inexplicable pressure would have weighed upon her. I merely wished to see you. Shangguan Yunling silently gazed at her for a long moment, as if intent on etching her into his heart and soul. The coachman seemed to possess a profound understanding, ambling forward at a leisurely pace, gradually approaching the estate that resembled a prison. His words left me somewhat embarrassed, reminding me of my earlier crude action of wiping my nose. Lin Cixi and Bai Shueli were so well acquainted. How could they not recognize Wen Yuan? Yet, they only knew of him in passing, not personally. However, the expression on her face as she gazed at Mu Bai hinted at an implication that both Mu Bai and Wen Yuan shared a clandestine connection. He sought the truth, yearning to uncover the reasons behind the decline of the White Fox clan, once among the 8 divine generals. What calamity had befallen them after their fall? Brother, the hierarchy of the continent's powers is of little concern to us, is it? They are neither our allies nor our adversaries. Whether it be Feng Feiwu or Miahan, it seems to hold no significance for us, a young man questioned hesitantly. Early the next morning, Ingchun and Sun Xiaozu went to pay their respects to Elder Sunday. She had risen early, and the maidservants instructed Ingchun and Sun Xiaozu to wait in the front hall until Elder Sun was supported out by several maids. Regardless of whether humanity triumphed or the machines prevailed, the entire process remained manageable, akin to inputting various data into a formula, with the results predetermined by the figures entered. In Chapter 72, particularly concerning the Blood Eye, once its ocular technique was unleashed, even a 2-star martial emperor would be struck with terror. Such was the fearsome nature of the Blood Eye. Dong Zhanyun could not afford to neglect his grandfather. Thus he stepped forward to pay his respects. Grandson Dong Zhanyun pays homage to you, grandfather. The elderly man gently offered support, testing with a subtle force, while he beheld the dual hues of red and blue manifesting in Dong Zhanyun's eyes, alongside a yin-yang motif of dragons and phoenixes. This demon-slaying order could not only absorb the demonic essence of malevolent beings, but also held considerable efficacy against the life essence of the 3 ancients. A familiar yet unfamiliar silhouette appeared before him, uttering a phrase slowly. The foreign ministers, aware that this pertained to royal family affairs, chose to remain silent. Regent, I suggest we first acquiesce to Qinding's wishes. Once he has quelled the protests from Japan, we can address the matter, proposed Prince Saital. At this moment, Negongyu was both embarrassed and furious, as if blood had surged to his face. The flush was unmistakable. Xiaolin could not help but ponder that if a fissure appeared in the ground, Negongyu would likely dive into it without hesitation. At this juncture, even Su Xiener's beautiful eyes widened in shock, fixated on the golden giant, her fair face pale and trembling. She had experienced the horror of this war god firsthand. A single blow had once shattered her ghostly form. He paused here, a glimmer of tears momentarily flashing in his crimson eyes, though it was fleeting, yet still captured by Xie Qiao's keen gaze. Master Kong Wu, the abbot of Huangjue Temple, was revered for his profound virtue and deep merits. Widely respected among the people of Daong for his propagation of Buddhism. The young man, Zhao Rui, publicly identified as the chief disciple of the Maoshan elder Wei Fei, was, in truth, an undercover agent planted by Zhang Ziqing within Maoshan. In the Ling mountain mine, thousands of cultivators toiled day and night, extracting spirit stones. This was Ling Yun's greatest reliance. If we continue to endure like this, when will our heavenly demon sect unify the Honghuang region? A cold voice, laced with anger, remarked. Yao Tiantian and her companions had also moved out of the inn where guests felt at home, directly relocating into the inner courtyard of the former Emerald Pavilion restaurant. Master Li had left most of the furniture behind, along with several dependable maidservants, which alleviated some of their burdens. Zheng Shi's heart trembled. While he could be somewhat obstinate, his heart was inherently kind. Our enemies have appeared, although we do not know how they discovered us. It seems we cannot arrive on time. Kakarot stated. Indeed, you should gather some as well. Let us take some back, both stalks and ears, and consult my uncle. I am certain he will recognize them, Yao Tiantian encouraged, momentarily setting aside thoughts of the medicinal youth as De Zhuang initiated the conversation about buckwheat. Why must we do this? Since we intend to collaborate with the Feng Demon clan and Nangong, to topple the Honggang's Crown Prince faction. Why must we attract this attention? Iga Zhongwu questioned, his breath slightly disordered. General He Yun initially intended to do a favor for Bai Jie, returning his aunt's family to him. However, Bai Jie defied expectations, asking only about his aunt without inquiring about anyone else. Upon hearing this, Cladier's expression shifted. Cautiously scanning the woods, yet he lacked the ability to see through them, perceiving nothing. He was both excited and anxious, according to the upper echelons. Many had met their demise or suffered grievous injuries from exploding alchemy symbols during their first attempts. After conversing extensively with young Master Tianyu and gaining further insight, Ling Tian stabilized young Master Tianyu's injuries, advising him to recuperate properly before gathering the many formation masters of the Anti-Demon Alliance to upgrade the demon suppression array. Meanwhile, the soldiers in the camp were perplexed, questioning why the esteemed General Pang would assassinate his own king. Lingyin, have you lost your mind? Do you understand what it means to stay behind? Zhou Bufan cautioned Lingyin. Before this technique could be executed, a tremendous disturbance rippled through the heavens and earth, accompanied by thunderous sounds that struck terror into the hearts of all. What discoveries have been made? Ever since the individuals returning from Gaozhou City were dispatched to monitor the situation, Chai had remained vigilant, inquiring immediately upon someone's return with news. However, unexpectedly, as when Yajing summoned her true form, Su Jitian began to laugh with an air of reassurance. The Egyptian pharaoh, upon hearing this, exploited it to deceive the populace, proclaiming that the pharaoh had divine assistance, thus justifying his rule in life and in death. Anyone who opposed the pharaoh would face punishment during their life and be unable to pass through Osiris's underworld judgment after death. Yi and his companions gazed into the forest, breaking into a cold sweat as they beheld a massive python, as thick as a 9-striped tiger, coiled menacingly in the grass before the carcass of an iron-armored rhinoceros. The python was tightly entwined with the rhinoceros, slowly consuming it. Should the Night Watch Commander's claims prove true, such a captivating work might be destroyed due to unnecessary movement and transport. Would that not be a waste? Yet, before he could begin to intimidate, the queen approached him willingly, offering herself. He chuckled as the typhoon and the zombies exchanged knowing glances, their earlier confusion now resolved. Then tell them not to harm me. I am innocent. Li Ao completely disregarded the city lord's words, hoisting his giant sword anew and assuming a stance of confrontation. It was as if a great fire had been ignited. A blinding light suddenly erupted from the furnace, flames leaping high from the opening as the vigor surged through, intensifying at least double the speed, impacting the meridians with a sensation of swelling. In Chapter 73, during the match against Manchester City, as the team's star player and top scorer, Sanchez failed to score, having few opportunities in the first half, and in the second half, several chances were squandered due to impatience, resulting in poor finishing. As he plunged rapidly, a heavy pressure weighed upon his ears, and Chun, who had to concentrate entirely on controlling his body, his arms slightly swaying as he maneuvered his direction and speed. Due to the turmoil in the domestic situation, the Syrian team's home game was scheduled to take place in Malaysia, where the weather in June was exceedingly hot, necessitating that the national team players prepare to battle under such conditions. He felt an overwhelming desire to depart from the court, finding it utterly devoid of interest. The rear palace, in contrast, brimmed with excitement, featuring enchanting concubines and an abundance of exquisite wine. Although his own writings may never rival the timeless classics of renowned historical figures, he cherished the originality of his work, and the compositions of Gui Yuan were commendable as well. An aura of terrifying malevolence and sharpness erupted, unleashing a violent explosion within the abyssal cavern. The intense fluctuations of power swept in all directions, causing the ground to tremble violently. With a resounding crack, fissures appeared across the landscape connected to the mountain, stretching endlessly toward the surface above the abyss. This individual was formidable. Upon hearing Zhang Yu speak favorably of Wang Jin, he was filled with rage and demanded an audience with the emperor the following day. Your Highness, is this truly the case? Qing Shuang feigned surprise, her face revealing a delightful astonishment at being favored. Just as everyone presumed Dongfang Shuo would face punishment for his blunders, Lu Che exhibited an extraordinary smile. Shi Lin's expression changed abruptly. In the next moment, his eyes glimmered with a chaotic azure light, piercing through to Su Chun with a gaze imbued with divine insight. A gunshot rang out, and a bullet pierced Chu Haoran's chest. He widened his eyes in shock, trembling before collapsing to the ground. Xingting has returned? A mature, composed voice resonated, followed by the emergence of a handsome man wearing a smile. Should Lin Han acquire a true martial pill, he could immediately transcend to the true martial realm's core stage, undergoing a transformation. The techniques used by Hong Hu to defeat Chang Chang were shared between them, yet executing them flawlessly without detection proved to be quite a challenge. If force fails, then a more subtle approach shall suffice, coupled with a feigned injury strategy. Yuan Duo had no choice but to comply and return with him. Tang Zi held a colorful ribbon and with a swift motion began to dance on the scene. The vibrant ribbon swayed with both grace and power, producing a series of resounding echoes. Chu Haoran chuckled, "What do I care about the scoundrels? Saving money is paramount." He then approached Situ Yaru, squatting down to assist her in putting on a pair of high-heeled shoes. Lin Han strode over, sweeping his arm, and effortlessly stored the massive corpse of a blazing rhinoceros into his spirit ring. The figure before him, labeled 51, had indeed become a familiar face, one that Long Jiu recognized, leaving him momentarily stunned. Xiao Lin trailed behind the Taoist Xiao Shan, feeling a wave of destructive lightning surge toward him, invading his throat through his nostrils and flooding his lungs. "Senior brother, still so courteous," Lin Biao remarked irritably. "Of course, I will ask, but your disciple lacks decorum, rushing at me without warning." Upon witnessing Zhou Wu's expression, which seemed to suggest impending doom, Wan Xiu couldn't help but gasp. Yi Yao shared this confusion, her twin ponytails swaying as she scrutinized them. "Investigate the kidnapping incident today and uncover the masterminds behind it. Spare no one." Long Outyan's eyes gleamed with cold determination. As Zhang Jun approached step by step, Carrie suddenly recalled that it had been reversed during the spring playoffs. Unless Xiao Lin had foreseen the impending attack from the Taishangxian sect, he would not have taken the risk of fleeing the Tianlan sacred ground. She was immobile, merely pressing against the edge of her desk, pulling her legs back to assume a fetal position, silently confronting him with her body language. After the relegation in the spring tournament, the remaining fans struggled to persist, gradually fading into silence. Just as Pablo Langmore finished speaking, Sha Bin Langmore cast an indescribable look at Kubi. Bing Yi finally seemed to sense something, stirring slightly, and slowly opened her hazy eyes. "What? You live next door?" "No way. I don't want to die too soon. Please, let me live a few more years." Coco clasped her hands together, pleading earnestly. "The world we desire is one of gentleness and freedom, reminiscent of an ethereal paradise, untouched by the mundane, seemingly eternal in its bloom." It was precisely because Kang Hongyan was filled with martial spirit that she felt no chill. Similarly, Shui Kahan's extraordinary physical resilience allowed him to disregard the frigid temperatures, influencing those around him as well. "It's nothing." Chao Shi was pouting, realizing her father was adamant about preventing her from going to the capital. Gazing longingly at the departing transport ship, her eyes filled with disappointment. With only one day remaining until the grand opening of the Shisi Yada International Exposition, the organizing committee convened the largest security meeting prior to the event. Chris and Alex insisted they couldn't leave just yet, and Martinez opposed launching at this moment. The Crown Prince, Kong, wasted no time and simply bent down, signaling Yun Jie to climb onto his back. Then he cast aside his long sword, transitioning into a sword control mode. He understood that he must engage in this battle. If he did not take it upon himself, the disciples of the Xiaoyao sect would surely intervene, and at that point, the members of the Tianxin sect would also be compelled to act. For Tu Qinya could not stand idly by while his disciples were harmed. "I am stealing you away," he asserted boldly, unafraid, stretching his neck like a giraffe, towering over the owner of the luxury car, nearly a head taller. Compared to the Demon Emperor, the Demon King was not much better off. His dozen thunder dragons collided with the sword's aura, merely softening its advance before it split into two, dissipating into the elemental forces of wind and thunder. Chapter 74. Aside from him, another boy named Qian Yu left an even deeper impression on her. However, Judy did not see him today. "I really want to slap him, but considering his age, I thought better of it and turned to leave." I interrupted him, forcibly halting his words. I understood he intended to flatter me, but I hoped he wouldn't escalate matters further, or I might truly be called a martyr. However, Shaolin's yin-yang clone was surprisingly formidable, nearly leading to a mutual destruction with his projection. Huang Bo glared intensely at Wu Xiaoyao, as if trying to bore a hole through him. Yao Xiong frowned, rising to his feet, while Wu Xiaoyao continued to drink beer, not sparing Huang Bo a glance. Yet, why were the Kanagawa prefectural police surveilling this building? Officer Mumu leaned in to observe the stagnant interrogation, cleared his throat, and turned to inquire. Most importantly, the corpse did not feel pain, so in comparison, he suffered significantly more. Since everyone had transmitted their strength to me, it was my divine beast, and I that managed to break through in dire straits. Wu Xiaoyao hovered in the sky, facing off against Situ Xiaoxiong. The shadow let out a cold chuckle, followed by a series of creaking sounds, as the revolving door returned to its original state. In the Huang Chao tomb ruins, radiant white mist rose from the tomb's depths, while a sinister, malevolent aura flowed slowly. The entire White Tiger Mountain range resembled a fierce white tiger, exuding an atmosphere of terror and ferocity, forming a rare battlefield of slaughter across the ages. Bai Libo wished to continue speaking, but upon hearing Zhang Yang express a desire to return, she immediately concurred. Zhang Yang briefly instructed the head waiter before escorting Bai Libo back to her residence. After all, it is my child. No matter how much it rages or cries, it still recognizes me and our shared memories, and that is enough. Behind them, the onlookers shook their heads in confusion, sensing that the 10th Emperor of Dachul, after visiting the City of Tears, had undergone some transformation, brainwashed, or perhaps enlightened. Lu Tzualian had already discerned the deliberate difficulties posed by those bearing the surname Jane, who awaited the presentation of gifts, yet the funds at Lu Xian's disposal were barely sufficient for purchasing salt. There was simply no leisure money for gifts. Sugency, you cannot strike me. You cannot strike me. If you do, His Highness the Crown Prince will surely not let you off. He will not let you off. This was the voice of Su Xianwei. It is often said that silence denotes agreement. Embracing Lin Shuang's arm, Jiang Wan began to act in a mischievous manner. As Zhao Shi listened to Lin Shuang's words, the smile that once adorned her lips faded, and her eyes, previously filled with an air of apology, were now clouded with layers of depth, the earlier expression of pitiful innocence replaced by a hint of confusion. 20,000 yuan for one night. Xiao Feng replied honestly, unwittingly feeling that his boss was quite impressive. However, many star realms remained under the control of the vast wilderness. In such circumstances, he was powerless. As he was not yet formidable, I slowly approached the doe, which, just as it intended to flee, stumbled and fell to the ground, looking up at me as I advanced, bleeding fiercely while struggling to rise. When Tiran understood that this was the truth spoken by Gao Jia, he had come for tea early that morning with the intention of consulting Chao Huachun, yet found himself indecisive, hence seeking advice. The box was discarded in Aunt Hua's living room, its contents of folded paper ingots and paper money strewn across the floor. Is this truly the case? Li Wei and Xian Yun found it hard to believe that the seemingly honest Gui Yongzheng harbored such ill intentions. Zhao Shuijiao perceived the collective failure to break through and witnessed Zhu Guiyan leading a retreat. He rushed to Li Hongji's side. Lord Li, there are only 3,000 enemies here. I will cover you. You must retreat immediately and break out from another direction. Xiuya regained his senses and, after a moment of silence, said, You go to Qifeng Palace to take care of her. I must return to Chaoga to gather some items. Lu Xiang was unaware of the reason and could not send her there. I must save him. It was not a matter of desire but necessity. She owed him too much, and this life was a debt she could not afford. At this moment, including Long Wu, all 12 spirit generals had retreated, leaving only myself and Luo Yu at the Grand Palace entrance. He appeared somewhat at a loss. Since becoming the general of the Pai Island, he had always expended large sums whenever the court sent representatives, never once receiving money in return. Upon seeing this, a cold smile crept across my lips as I dismissed him and pursued the proud and haughty woman Ao Xuan once more. Pressing her lips together, Qing Shui cared for her deeply. Had the events of last night come to light, Qing Shui would surely have found a way to assist her. Taking a deep breath, she lowered her voice and recounted yesterday's happenings to Qing Shui, deliberately omitting the 3 conditions she had promised he and Yi Wuchen did not conceal his thoughts. Speaking openly and clearly, guiding with utmost simplicity and clarity. Peng Chung listened intently, his eyes sparkling with enlightenment, unable to suppress the urge to dance with joy. Approaching, I probed his breath with my fingers, sensing a faint sign of life. Yet, it was indistinct. Thus, I sought his pulse and pressed my fingers upon it. As my words fell, Ji Chifeng had already landed on the ground, his legs deeply embedded in the elastic material, directly up to his knees. Before he could steady himself, An inexplicable force propelled him away. Tactical bees flew in from the rear, attaching themselves to the armor of several individuals and sequentially escorting them out of the air raid shelter. A few guards from the Zhu family were there to receive them. Remaining vigilant, Tang Lin fell into contemplation again, recalling that he had never experienced any friction with the Yinyang sect. However, the term Yinyang Holy Land sounded so familiar to him. The Baiyang Divine Altar, Tang Lin exclaimed suddenly, remembering that the divine son of the Baiyang Divine Altar had indeed arrived with the holy son of the Yinyang Holy Land outside the 60 Jiazi Tower. The Peiyuan Dan could eliminate impurities within the body and clear the meridians, generally used to lay a solid foundation for future cultivation for novice practitioners. Indeed, their appearance was 2 levels above that of the Yu sisters. The brothers were momentarily taken aback before coming to their senses. Yi Wuchen waved his hand, halting Nalin Xiong and the others, leading them back to their lodgings, imparting to them a set of highly potent sword and saber techniques. The sweltering heat began to wane, and the streets buzzed with life once more. Even amidst hardships, every district in the city came alive during the New Year festivities. Since the election of the new officials, the atmosphere in many areas had notably become more vibrant. Chapter 75. Hearing commotion outside, Yi Feng and the others immediately focused their senses, discovering that Tang Ling and Su Yuan had not detected any anomalies. Yet Yi Feng stood up, his expression somewhat astonished. Vanessa and Fernandez were baffled by the sudden reversal of fortunes overnight and inquired of Isabella and Woods, but the latter merely smiled without responding, suggesting they wait for Deputy Captain Decora to return for explanations. To save a life is more meritorious than constructing a 7-story pagoda. I am willing to give it a try. Lian Sheng rose and sat before the elderly ram, observing carefully with keen insight. It seemed that this old woman was afflicted not only by karmic ailments but also harbored unknown vengeful spirits within her. Subsequently, the gun's body shimmered with a green light, as if it had gained sentience, beginning to radiate brilliance. Lian Sheng dashed through the swirling dust, 3 dust-evading pearls hurtling from different directions, striking fiercely against the 8 great incarnations surrounding him, causing their golden light to dim, hinting at a potential collapse. Another tall warrior similarly brandished the Black Moon banner. Stepping forth to plant it at the eastern intersection, this banner differed, as beside the Black Moon was a black lion's head. Military advisor, what should we do? If we provoke the Americans, won't all of us be fed to the fish? Hong Quan exclaimed in a panic. The dark demon felt a jolt of realization. Acknowledging his impulsiveness, engaging in battle with the Yan Yu sect would undoubtedly be detrimental to their faction, especially during this critical period. With newfound insights, one might break through existing bottlenecks and ascend to a new realm. As an island, flight necessitated vast amounts of magical energy. Activating a force field shield or a spell shield also required magical energy, making it impossible to have both. The opponent undoubtedly lacked sufficient magical energy to activate the shield, and the magic cannon could inflict considerable damage upon them. As everyone's gaze turned toward him, the once distracted turtle sage felt utterly bewildered. She had donned new garments today, only to find them sullied within half a day, and the fabric was fine silk, making it nearly impossible to clean. A vigilant warrior regarded Li Dalong with caution. At this moment, they had already recognized Li Dalong's strength. Yet, no matter how hard they racked their brains, they could not fathom who this person truly was. Shun Suixin panted, beads of sweat trickling down her cheeks into her garments. Her brows furrowed as an ominous premonition surged within her. At this moment, Ba Qiu and Huang Rong's faces involuntarily twitched, for they alone knew what had transpired. Faced with Li Yalan's relentless pressure, Tsunade found herself momentarily at a loss. After all, even if she wished to repay the debt, she simply lacked the means. Besides money, what else could she do? Chen Shi was unwilling to grant them this opportunity, so he directly brought them back. If negotiations went well, all would be fine. If not, they would have to find a way to control the situation. Shin Suixin pouted. Seeing he was unwilling to speak, she refrained from further inquiries, knowing she would find out soon enough. Though it was his first wedding, he had heard of the tricks played by bridesmaids during such occasions. Yu Chu was indifferent to these matters, feeling a tinge of guilt, as it was her presence that had led to the two of them getting caught up in this. It's nothing. Xian Yao, are you well? Upon Lin Xinyao's entry, Shi Zhenglin promptly stood and approached her. He had not anticipated Chen Yu's words. Observing her triumphant smile, he realized she was being deliberately provocative. Yet, she remained unaware that a young lady should not casually express her longing for a gentleman. She was oblivious to the fact that even her casual remarks could be taken seriously by him. The brother beside her wore a contemplative expression, during their 10 or so days here. Each moment felt like an eternity, filled with worries for the safety of the other brothers in their reckless group. It was perplexing. Zhang Yadong found himself utterly confounded. He had delivered a luxury sports car right to their doorstep, yet the police present did not approach for inquiries. Instead, they scurried away like mice sensing a cat, leaving Zhang Yadong in a state of bewilderment. Although the manifestation of his inner demons was formidable, lacking the memory of a divine soul rendered it somewhat muddled, increasing the chances of losing control and remaining in a state of ignorance. Catching a glimpse of the sorrow etched on Mu Yixi's brow, Mu Qingya's eyes flickered, yet she chose not to speak further. She obediently followed Qin Yu's arrangements, escorting Lu Qi back to her courtyard. Contrary to the portrayal of beer bottles shattering with ease on television, those who have indulged in beer understand their true resilience. They are thick and sturdy. Would one dare to strike their own head with one? The mere thought is unsettling. Moao's gaze swept over Xia Jingyan, his wariness growing ever more pronounced, even tinged with a hint of murderous intent. Later in the afternoon, Tao Yujing sought out Feng Rong once again, expressing his conviction in Hua Qi's innocence. However, he was willing to accept an investigation by the external affairs team, stipulating only that Hua Qi be kept unaware of this matter. Zuquan's diplomatic mission to Persia returned with envoys and a treasure trove of nearly 1,000,000 gold and silver jewels, along with Persian goods, traversing through the central plains and over the Tian Shan Mountains into the western regions. Regardless of his initial lack of aptitude, through meticulous nurturing, he had undoubtedly surpassed anyone in this world. What, then, had gone awry? This predicament left Sun Wu and Yining feeling quite helpless. Strategically, they could easily outmaneuver Long Yang, yet the opponent's extraordinary cultivation and the formidable strength of the Jiang army rendered them speechless. Moreover, it was their first encounter with a monarch who personally engaged in battle, the very same monarch possessing the highest cultivation. As Asuna prepared to leave with Yueru, Lin Yi suddenly pulled her back, turning to Silica to speak. If a film performs well at the box office, it seems that Boss Qin could still find a venue for its release overseas. In a dire situation, there seemed to be no alternative. These were individuals who could not survive domestically, so why impose further hardship upon the impoverished populace? Following the battle with the Bone Demon God, the Destruction Demon was vanquished, and the once mighty world-annihilating mill vanished from the chaos. An email was sent directly to Xia Donghai, who became engrossed in it, had it not been for his grandmother's illness. This drama would likely have commenced filming by now. However, Pandora had to evade them. If she did not, even her regenerative abilities would not suffice. Even if she survived, severe injuries would surely follow, requiring time to recuperate. Here, although lacking the guidance of the North Realm King, he possessed the experiential card of Sun Wukong. When Klein was astonished by Asuna's prowess, he was interrupted by a teammate's incredulous voice beside him, especially in how to handle Su Xian and the feedback he provided. She still felt a twinge of jealousy. After all, when Su Xian had been with her previously, he had not been so particular. What Qin Yuxing was unaware of was that the hotel was equipped with surveillance cameras. Yuan Yang had watched the footage in its entirety, seeing how Qin Yuxing dealt with his subordinates and how she had drugged his drink, rendering him dizzy and trapped in the basement for a week. The armory was designated for the production of cannons and weaponry. Crafting wheel axles was a trivial task. To be honest, Lu Fan felt little disturbance within, as he could no longer distinguish reality from the virtual. Shinluaqi's gaze darkened, sensing trouble. It was too late to reconsider now. With a swift motion, she distanced herself from her opponent. Shinluaqi quickly assumed a defensive posture, and Yi Jiang, true to his word, unleashed his power, striking down toward Shinluaqi without mercy. Lu Fan had promised not to let Zhang Qingqing come to harm. If she were tarnished by Zhang Sheng, it would be a betrayal of that promise. Shening Yue returned alongside Li Yuanle, tossing her keys and phone onto the table upon arrival. Upon hearing Li Qinqian's words, Gao Zhixing pondered carefully, realizing the truth in them, which provided a slight sense of reassurance. Luo Fan understood that Feng Bugue must have been provoked by Mu Bingtian. Otherwise, he would not have called to vent his frustrations. Yet, he distinctly remembered stating that he would have no further dealings with the Mu family. Did Mu Bingtian truly fail to grasp human speech? Su Xiling observed Zhu Ming's cold demeanor. He too was unadorned, yet seemed to fare better than the two of them. After you, the most promising officer of the He Nation's military district, one would not expect such dishevelment, Lu Qian scoffed. His sole purpose was to engage in slaughter or enhance his abilities in various celestial arts, such as the five-colored divine light and the water sword. He Kuei noticed his unusual demeanor and looked up, only to see a colossal iron fist descending from the heavens, poised to strike him. However, as the elite captain of the demon clan and 4 celestial lords had already set upon Lu Sheng, the defensive forces surrounding the upper echelons of the demon clan appeared insufficient at this juncture. While he had often found Lu Xinting's smile pleasant, upon viewing it now, Shen Fei found it somewhat jarring. Gazing at the still trembling bathroom door, Yao Yin paused momentarily in his actions. He squinted, then resumed, organizing his belongings. "You wretched fool! Are you toying with me?" Cybear roared in anger, as this individual had inexplicably entered his room, brandishing a knife and questioning his whereabouts. Was this not a provocation? Since others had already donated in her name, she could not betray the banner of goodwill and his generosity. Such profoundly humane sentiments resonated deeply within the hearts of the soldiers in Jianzhou City, stirring their emotions. "Foolish girl, have you lost your senses? I am merely your brother-in-law, and that is all I shall ever be. Do not entertain wild thoughts," Ding Chonglin stated with utmost seriousness. Mu Meiqing chuckled, joining in the playful banter. "Indeed. As long as you manage to get me drunk, I shall belong to you tonight." She flashed a mischievous grin at the two of them. Luo Chinsi tightened his grip on her arms, seeking to discern something in her gaze. It appeared she was feigning indifference and composure, yet her eyes betrayed only coldness. The path of fate focused its attention upon him. He was vital and would not be allowed to perish easily. However, unbeknownst to Ling Xiao, he was akin to a phoenix. Though he might die, he could ignite the immortal flame of rebirth, reverting only to his original form at worst. On the highway, Yi Feng relished the thrill, yet faced numerous reprimands. While some had the patience not to engage in conflict with him, such individuals were indeed in the minority. The enmity between the White Tiger clan and the Golden Lion clan was irreconcilable, especially since Yuan Dian was their nominal great clan leader, upon receiving Yuan Dian's orders. There was no need for mobilization. The elite forces of the entire clan surged forth, not only to assist in battle, but to obliterate the Golden Lion Demon Mountain's demon cultivators. Tutankhamun glanced back at the silent, ghostly figures of the dozens of demon hunters flanking the long table. He left several warriors to monitor the situation before leading the rest through the gaping hole in the wall. However, Yang Wudong also faced a predicament akin to that of Li Guang, for the Chang people eventually submitted to him, refraining from causing unrest. Yet, he did not partake in the great battles against the Southern Shun or the Turks, and thus, after 20 years, remained stagnant in his position as a general. With a resounding crash, amidst the astonished expression of the Lord of Wanjun Gate, he was reduced to mere remnants by Yi Feng, leaving behind a scene of carnage. Upon entering the Black Mountain secret realm, Yu Xuanji and Hu Qimei understood that should they encounter Zhongyu, they must exert their utmost efforts to contend for the title of the Holy City's disciple. Meng Shuang listened as Bao Feiyang teased Mu Jiangwo, stifling her laughter, and discreetly pinched him to curb his mischievousness. The head of the Ouyang family exhibited remarkable adaptability and mastery of enigmatic techniques. Seizing the moment when Ouyang Yuyun withdrew his flying sword to create distance, Xian Yihing similarly dispersed the crimson mist, his gaze filled with battle intent. Yet he wielded a retracted folding fan, smiling lightly. He struggled to extend his hand, but his vision gradually constricted and darkened, ultimately receding into oblivion. Ian and his companions lingered in the fortress for over a week, only departing once they confirmed that all the apprentice knights had entered the Black Forest to commence their trials. Wu Zhen contemplated this, unwilling to rest at home. His fervor for the enhancement of Night 1 outweighed that of many previous missions, underscoring its significance in his heart. Unlike Illidan, who had joined the Karazhan faction and was not an enemy of Tyrant, Wu Zheng considered himself an outcast. To breach the formation, they needed to smash the stone bench. Once shattered, the array would naturally collapse. However, given the formidable nature of the formation, a forceful breach could indeed summon divine retribution, potentially beyond salvation. One creature was covered in fur with sharp fangs, another resembled a mollusk, curled up, while the last was most humanoid, possessing 4 legs and 2 heads. Dong Shiqin was uncertain how long she had wept. As the number of people on the playground dwindled, she gradually descended the steps to return to her dormitory. Zhong Xian once suspected that Bu Xiangyang hailed from the same place as him, but later learned that Bu had merely visited. Zhong Xian's assessment was astute. Yet Zhao Kuangyin remained oblivious to the basis of his judgment, as well as the location they referred to. She lamented her own misfortune, having only acquired a modest 2-bedroom apartment after several years. Bu Xiangyang found it peculiar that despite his scolding, the other seemed amused. However, He had never encountered a term like 250 before, yet quickly grasped its connotation, indicating a commendable education. Ah, such a divine artifact. If scarce, it could command at least 10,000 taels of silver, Gu Qinfeng remarked. Turning the corner, he spotted his mother's fruit stall, surrounded by a throng of people. From a distance, Lu Shisan could tell that his mother was embroiled in yet another argument. This scene had replayed countless times in his memory, becoming an integral part of her life. The vehicles swiftly turned into the street where Tong En resided. This area, being a commercial district, boasted few residences and a remarkably tranquil atmosphere, particularly at night, when pedestrians were sparse compared to other streets in the city. The repercussions of this event were far-reaching, as many matters were interconnected. The Rolling Stone Array, a simple yet deadly theft prevention formation, was often found in large underground palaces. At this moment, Nangong Meng approached the head of the grand table, her ruby lips parting as her melodious voice resonated like a lark. Although he guarded Tongwan, the presence of Wei soldiers within the fortress caused unrest upon hearing of his intentions to open the gates to confront the enemy. It was solely due to the Black Mountain Army that the turmoil was quelled, allowing him to finally open the gates after an hour of waiting outside. Emir, in stark contrast, revealed her hidden beauty, a beguiling blend of seduction and innocent purity that harmoniously coalesced without appearing incongruous. Initially prepared to sacrifice themselves for their nation, they were taken captive, yet instead of punishment, they were merely confined. She leaned against the tree trunk, her fingers unconsciously tracing the uneven texture of her sleeve. A brilliant light enveloped her, radiating in ripples to her extremities, overwhelmed by a familiar sensation of tingling trepidation. Water, with me here, you need not worry. The Xinzhou prefecture is your home, Xiao Rui assured her. Though she remembered who the boy was, his name eluded her grasp as Yifu approached. Looking down at him, had anyone else dared to speak to Lu Chun in such a manner, he would have stormed out in indignation. The sharpness of the cross scissors cleaved through the enchanting pink sound waves, surging towards Piku with fierce momentum. Meanwhile, another skeleton halted, yet I did not cease my actions. My heart raced with anxiety, as a secret I had concealed for over 20 years was finally laid bare before others. Chapter 78. Barry compiled an extensive list, including the chemical reagents originally stored in the laboratory, for which he was grateful to have retained memory. Feng Wanshan and others were horrified, each suffering from emotional turmoil, unable to bear Zhao Xianxing's actions. Meanwhile, Si Shui and several sisters exited the cafeteria after lunch, coincidentally encountering Jiang Qi. Upon seeing Yi Ying's surprised expression, Qinglian physician found it difficult to broach the subject of Qin Shun and Jiang Mengru, which ignited a surge of anger within him towards Qin Shun. Wow, how impressive. The others urged Yunyang to elaborate further, prompting her to recount the events in Biyun Town, including the neighboring residents of Tang Yin and Yan Beichen, as well as their wood-chopping and skewer-making endeavors. As today was a day off, Ran Fei, concerned about Sun Shi's unstable emotions, decided to check on her. Absolute rationality equates to the loss of humanity. If relocation of the population must occur, it is the optimal solution. With a perplexed expression, Jiang Jiu fixed his gaze on Qin Shun, momentarily uncertain of the latter's true intentions. Although most of the scenes did not return to Earth, the higher-ups were quite aware of what the Earthlings had done. Naturally, this was merely the opinion of the less informed. A few mechanics recognized that Lin Yang was executing a maneuver known as leaf drifting or ultra-maneuvering without radius descent. Upon acquiring the fire scale ring, Ji prepared to depart the main hall, yet Chao Pijuan called him back once more. As everyone vied for the 15 available spots, Zhu Nanmu had already begun leading Qingyin through the treasures obscured by rust, soil, and stones, obscuring their true forms. Su Wanqiu squinted, groaning as she rolled over, seemingly half asleep, inadvertently pressing against him. His large hand swiftly settled on her restless leg, his warm palm against her skin. Aosher nodded eagerly, crouching down. In a moment, his once handsome visage was replaced by a swollen, pig-like appearance. The very notion of extracting fresh blood from the living is unfathomable. It is beyond comprehension what manner of being would resort to such malevolent methods. Even those board members who did not partake in this bounty mission began to prepare to teach a lesson to the audacious squid spirit. Observing the crowd as they photographed their steeds, Du Xiaofu furrowed his brow. Hailing from a military background, he had always disdained the obsequious flattery prevalent in officialdom. Yet he recognized that such trivialities were inescapable in his current position. With eyes sharp as a hawk's, he scrutinized the two individuals darting back and forth. And after a prolonged silence, he snorted, 2 at the 5th level of the Xian realm. It seems this mission was not in vain. However, the numbers remain insufficient. The leader is simply too cautious. Yet, since the injury had occurred unexpectedly within the confines of the academy, an escape was feasible for anyone, but not for the institution itself. The journey from here to the Yunzhou Academy would take approximately a month, likely allowing him to arrive just in time for the new students' enrollment. Mei, how did you manage to find me? Xiao Sa, once a subordinate of Su Jia, shared a cordial rapport with Mei. Although he had since departed from Su Jia's company, their friendship remained unscathed. As the new term commenced, everyone felt a sense of longing for each other. Each school and classroom buzzed with lively chatter, filled with playful banter and boasting, creating a joyful atmosphere. Moreover, they at least acted in pairs, even if Ji Kongfan and his companions sought to subdue them again. Amidst the current chaos, such an endeavor was unfeasible. What? Yi Haoqing? How peculiar. Why is he here? What should we do? Should we resolve this? Gu Zhiqiu exclaimed in shock, glancing toward our concealed adversary, seemingly hesitant to intervene. Inquiring with Ling Yunxiao revealed that shortly after his departure, Zhuan Yuanzi had received news from the Demon Slayer's domain and had hastily returned. As for the reason, Ling Yunxiao could not possibly know. As Fang Jun finished speaking, Jia Yi and Jia Er appeared before him, escorting Aunt Su, who appeared somewhat listless. Nevertheless, apart from a layer of grime, she seemed physically unharmed, which relieved Fang Jun. However, the outcome was that I had them pinned to the ground, enduring an onslaught of tickles. My aversion to being tickled was well known, and these two imps targeted my sensitive spots, leaving me in fits of laughter. Though Ailey was deeply concerned for me, she understood that my decision was unyielding, and thus, she acquiesced, vowing not to burden me further. Since Qingshue's departure, Ailey seemed to have matured significantly, which brought me great solace. The palm seal was instantly shattered by the fiery phoenix conjured from divine consciousness, dispersing into myriad strands of spirit energy that reformed in the void, coalescing once more into that figure, whose expression remained serene, exuding the poise of a legendary master. The stone monkey, enraged, charged forward rather than retreat, its fur bristling and glowing, its blood surging like a tidal wave. With a sudden leap, it brandished the Langya staff, fiercely striking at an unseen target in the void. Tang Zihuan also smiled, albeit with a sense of resignation. The Nanchang uprising was indeed an unspoken anguish in the hearts of the brothers of the Dian army, its repercussions profoundly felt. The commander, Zhu Paid, still harbored deep-seated grievances, and the entire Dian army remained tight-lipped, none daring to address this scar. Undoubtedly, a well-regulated yet efficiently functioning commercial system had already taken root in Sichuan. We risk our lives to slay zombies and defend the base, and you dare label us as trash? The tall man's eyes turned crimson, his fists clenched, veins bulging, on the verge of losing his temper. Chapter 79. The Count of Xiangqing, Li Guozhen, and the Earl of Qingyi, Lu Kongzhao, exchanged a grim glance. As counts, according to the emperor's decree, without military merit, their sons would be left with nothing. A warm sedan chair emerged from the eastern gate of the imperial city, turned onto Chang'an Street, and entered the newly established residence of the Prime Minister, Wen Tiran. He pondered secretly, reflecting on how, despite having only met the foreign woman twice since their acquaintance, she held him in such high regard. Was he truly that exceptional? Dagu awkwardly chuckled and focused on driving. Yet Zhu Jing had opened the floodgates for a lengthy discourse on the situation in Kresmea. Through their conversation, he realized that the notion of being a lackey or ingratiating oneself was merely a rumor in the martial world. Zhu Yuan let out a gasp. Recalling the pain of his first encounter, he quickly adjusted his footing, moving with agility to retreat. Other masters cried out in agony, their expressions twisted in torment. Some even curled up on the ground, cradling their heads, unable to bear the piercing pain. Old ghost Qing Sheng, do you truly wish for my demise? What have I done wrong? Lin Ming seethed in fury, his resentment toward Qing Sheng intensifying manifold. Wang Wu had no need to curry favor with the overseer, for such flattery held little significance for her. The popularity she enjoyed was solely the result of her relentless efforts, accumulated day by day, with no assistance from the Longjing platform. The superficial niceties were merely a plea for the overseer not to act recklessly. The eerie specter, having just detached from Deng Daiyuan, emitted a chilling, spine-tingling wail, sending the villagers fleeing in all directions, terrified of being ensnared by the lecherous spirit. Indeed, the moment Lin Tian laid eyes on her, he was captivated, his entire focus fixated on Chen Sini, who was equally pleased with his reaction, validating her efforts. "Old scoundrel, don't run. Let me show you what I can do," Sun Tingna shouted, unleashing a flurry of sword lights once more. Hua Jianyun sneered. In his view, Su Xian merely sought to leverage the swordsman's blade for an advantage, yet he was confident in his ability to annihilate the entire swordsman manor that very day. After a night of quiet meditation, Fu Dian's wounds had improved significantly. His injuries were under control, yet a swift recovery remained unattainable. A colossal skeleton, as grand as a city, stood intact amidst the heavens and earth, emanating an aura of ferocity that was astonishing. To the gray limestone winged tiger. The moment its domain expanded, the human before it, a mere pretender to the void immortal realm, became nothing more than a lamb ready for slaughter. Thus, it did not rush to strike, but instead watched with a mocking expression, eager to witness fear, confusion, panic, despair, and the futile struggle in Hua Sheng's demeanor. However, just as it hurled a massive stone, it began to wail, once more illuminated by a radiant light, retreating in agony to the shadows. "Who dares obstruct me?" Feng Ao, bow in hand, slowly ascended from the depths of the sea, his piercing gaze devoid of emotion as it surveyed the surroundings. The noble could endure, but the commoner could no longer tolerate the situation. Duke Shaning furiously overturned Li Li's cauldron, pointing an accusing finger at him. The distant imperial fleet hesitated to engage, fearing encirclement. Moreover, they had only come to assess the situation, harboring no intent for battle. While maintaining vigilance, they also signaled a temporary truce, clarifying their purpose. The principle of disgrace leading to a death sentence for subordinates was evident in Yi Chuyi's commanding demeanor, imbued with a domineering interrogative tone. Ao Qianfan frowned, and behind him, more than 10 savage beast riders charged forth, their divine spears aimed squarely at Yi Chuyi, their immense energy surging, seemingly prepared to eliminate him on the spot should any conflict arise. The other youths wore expressions of mockery. To be candid, aside from their military attire, Pan Zahao and his companions held little regard for anything else. Relying solely on the radar, they completely trusted its readings, never pausing to consider whether the signals might be misleading or intentionally deceptive, aiming to obscure their vision. Furthermore, since that day when Yi Chuyi ventured deep into the Thunder God ancient palace, neither the Thunder God ancestor nor the Thunder King had reappeared before the public. And even Lei Gongjiu and the esteemed Elder Qi Hua had vanished along with them, disappearing entirely from sight. In order to conduct a more thorough search, he bent down to peer into the curtain, casting a glance at the bed. He surmised that no one would be concealed beneath the covers, and thus raised his gaze to the beams above, where he unexpectedly locked eyes with a figure clad in black. The villagers, recognizing Tao Yaoyao's exceptional talents, refrained from speaking harshly, especially given that some influential outsiders had recently arrived, making it prudent not to offend them. The vibrant tiger, a beast emperor of the 8th rank, found it trivial to deal with a few lower-ranked fox emperors. With a swift motion, he struck one aside, nonchalantly seizing the roasted hare from its grasp. Nevertheless, it was a pity that among the 5 pure-blooded humans present, only Ning Chuxue, Lu Rushi, and Li Miaman earned the recognition of their ancestral sword techniques after Ning Chuxue chose to inherit the legacy. "I cannot open it," she sighed, "as I intend to pursue the spirit." The ancient land was so enchanting, with memories flooding his mind, each recollection rendering him nostalgic and yearning to return to that realm. To become the leader of one of the 9 great sects of Dongzhou is no small feat. When the young man in white appeared and revealed the artifact Heavenly Spirit Jade, they understood that if he remained, their schemes would be irreparably thwarted. "It's you," Bai Bian commanded. Yi Jianfeng suddenly aimed at the Heavenly Spirit crocodile, which had rushed within a foot of him, and shouted, activating his transformation to assault the creature. The unexpected abdication of DeLong caught Zhang Zhao off guard. Following De Guang's ascension, the various departments in the capital remained unchanged, save for the Supervisory Institute, of which De Guang remained silent. For 100 meters, 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters, within mere moments, the shadow would dive into the stone forest and vanish. Dong Lai's words, though light, struck the hearts of all, particularly the Qin family. Lin Shuiyao perceived everything clearly. She recognized that Mo Li was indeed someone who cared deeply about appearances, not one to be foolish. She understood the timing of her words. The 4 major factions traditionally stood united. Yu Fan could not afford to be isolated, as that would jeopardize the camaraderie of their residents. Above the southern city gate of the capital, a standard bearer gazed in astonishment at the cacophony of battle outside. The few guards on the wall turned pale with fear. At that moment, the Prime Minister Wu Guangzhou had already vacated the battlements, leaving the lower-ranking officials bewildered. Flame Demon, do not harbor any illusions. Will you agree to the conditions I just proposed? Emoli questioned the Flame Demon with a serious tone, finding the current situation rather tedious and exceptionally dull. Li Jianshan found it curious. A force of around 10,000 posed little threat to the Dali Kingdom. However, the mysterious training of such a contingent by Nanping signified that it was no idle endeavor. Song Jio entered the cold palace, following the direction indicated by the feathered guards, and soon arrived before a hall. Identifying herbs is a fundamental skill for alchemists. Seasoned practitioners can determine the grade and general efficacy of a pill through scent and appearance. The Empress Dowager was warning Feng Ling to suppress her ambitions and refrain from being so audacious. She was in no position to propose a marriage with Mu Tianquang. This was the 12th Heavenly Extermination Array, which he had heard his master mention, designed to combat formidable demonic forces. With your superior abilities, you wouldn't simply assign me to sweep the floors, would you? Huashi inquired astutely. A bond had been formed, and the underworld spirits had submitted to him. Chen Xiang gazed at her with admiration. Indeed, she was the sister he had always envisioned, and his affection for her grew with each glance. Such combat prowess was nearly indistinguishable from that of a master at the Tai Chi realm. He even held a record of defeating a Tai Chi master in a sword duel by a half move. Observing the two boys leave in frustration, Zhao Song felt a slight sense of relief. He took a few steps forward, only to suddenly change expression, feeling a mix of joy and regret. After hastily drinking some water and consuming a bit of dry food, they settled in for rest. The ferocious wall paintings surrounding them, the imposing deity in the center, and the intermittent sounds of laughter and weeping made it quite challenging to find sleep without courage. Yi Shuli naturally heard Rongshi's words. He embraced her and gently kissed her, leaving her ruby lips swollen. Contemplating the possibility, Zhao Murian and Wei Hong exchanged a glance. A flicker of complex emotions passing between them. After all, it remained merely a rumor, its truth uncertain. Su Xiaocai anticipated Chu Tianqua's inquiry and responded with ease. Previously, at Qinglu Mountain, I heard Yinxiang mention that you reside in Bisheng Villa. He spoke, casting a glance at Yinxiang, seemingly seeking her confirmation. The visitor was none other than the imperial physician Feng Nanyang, reputedly a figure from the martial world known as the fortune-teller ghost seer. He possessed remarkable medical skills and formidable martial prowess. He had abducted General Chu's son, employing lightness techniques to navigate the palace effortlessly, evading the guards and exiting the city safely. Mo Fengye's brow furrowed further upon hearing this, just as Yin Zhifan, with a hint of a smile, was the first to speak. The spirit entity spoke intermittently, as if eager to divulge its entire life story. Towering buildings surrounded them, with a ceaseless flow of vehicles outside. The sound of honking faintly audible. Thus, it is evident that material conditions hold less significance. Maintaining familial bonds necessitates ample communication. In the frigid winter, no, though it is not winter, how does one endure the biting cold on such a journey? Such a gaze indeed possessed an intimidating quality. The haunting memories of those demon-like figures had penetrated deep into their souls, rendering it impossible not to fear. As a qualified payload specialist, Zhao Yuhan had considerable knowledge of spacewalks. You have forced me to return to my former peak twice. Today, no one can save you, he declared, and with that, an overwhelming presence enveloped the air. Zhongnan, he is my inner demon. I know I should have forgotten him long ago, but, after all these years, I still cannot let go. I am at a loss for how to refuse him. Aja serves as the perfect excuse. 2 days had passed since returning to Shao village, as the presence of captives and civilians had delayed their progress, yet they had encountered no real danger. Along the way, Shao Mo had also eradicated a bandit hideout, liberating some captives. It is of little consequence. Without some news from the Three Rivers, I would have been at a loss, Cui Bin remarked. In the void above, the previous voice echoed once more, deriding Tsang He's roar as akin to a dog's bark. A brazen affront that even the onlookers from Xinming Palace could no longer tolerate. So, does the matter from 10 years ago have any connection to her? Gui Yin mused. Recalling that the individual in question knew her well, even her comings and goings, leading her to ponder who else could possess such intimate knowledge. It's quite simple. You should rectify the habit of not changing your shoes when visiting others, for that alone has revealed your true nature. By the following morning, Jing Mo, Jing Li, and Jing Lan had all completed their embroidery. Upon returning to the second house, Jing Yu heard no news, While Jing, she was even more fortunate, not showing up at all, leaving her position blank. Xiaohan was enraged and prepared to retort when a piercing gaze shot his way, causing him to hesitate, ultimately swallowing his words. Observing the demeanor of the Jietian Xianjun, the blood-colored mist coalescing into a spirit snake revealed an unusual flicker of fear in its eyes. Yet, when it turned back, it had forgotten the night peak Yuan-ing that it had enveloped, and upon glancing back, it resumed its ferocious roar at Jietian Xianjun. Although this is a simplified version, its appearance remains entirely unchanged. Only the attributes and lighting effects differ. Chapter 81. His Majesty Li Er rose to leave the court, and the ministers, casting glances at Li Qingqian, gradually departed the assembly. However, important officials such as Changsun Wuji and Fang Xianling did not leave. Instead, they waited for others to exit before accompanying Li Chengqian to the Hall of Two Instruments. Pershanti rushed to embrace the fallen Kesha, her eyes filled with murderous intent as she gazed at the bare elbow of Kesha. His most pressing concern was the brevity of his time spent outside, which was wholly insufficient. As dawn broke, everyone gradually awoke. Su Zifeng and Lu Yu organized the group to commence upgrading their equipment, while Lu Yu instructed that all warriors be outfitted with new arms. Bok Kai observed the anxious savior Ling Xing, wondering what troubled him, before glancing at Ruoyu, as if a realization dawned upon her. Was she worried about the deity? After retreating several paces, the unsettling sensation finally dissipated. However, during this interval, no unusual occurrences transpired. The hollow eye sockets of the corpse seemed to possess an uncanny allure, drawing away his very essence. Sensing this anomaly, Shuexingran hastily turned her gaze elsewhere, and only then did the chilling aura gradually fade. Su Lu, I implore you to maintain your composure. Any rash actions now will only lead to our detriment, Du Song cautioned. Rest assured, junior brother Imo, he continued. The mental techniques you imparted are remarkably effective. After circulating my energy through several cycles, my injuries have significantly improved. While I may not yet be fit for combat, self-defense or foraging for herbs should pose no issue. Qin Wan briefly recounted her thoughts, believing that only she and the caretaker were privy to the information, unaware that Bai Tingna had eavesdropped. Robert, the procurement manager, accustomed to the tumult of business affairs, sat there with an air of calm. After a lackluster meal with Tang Ling, Qin Wan requested to be taken home, while Tang Ling hesitated to speak. With a resounding clap, someone did not disappoint Si Yin's efforts, promptly returning the favor. On the shore, Zhang Yiren, who had long awaited, finally spotted Wang Yuetian disembarking. Her heart, which had been in suspense, now found relief. Had Shou Chuan not suddenly appeared, declaring that Yuan Bang intended to kill Lin Qing, no one would have suspected it. Now, even if Shou Chuan possessed ulterior motives, no one would be particularly shocked. Upon witnessing Tang Ling's generosity, the manager ordered a case of beer to be brought over, igniting the barbecue grill, and the group resumed their feast with drinks in hand. Lu Zhidao remarked that from then on, the main forces intervened, ultimately bringing the situation under control. However, the Jiuyuan sect, leveraging its formidable strength, managed to retrieve the remains of Sandi for Jiuyuan sect's Luowu Yuan after his demise. This relic soared into the sky, elevating him to the esteemed position of deputy master of the sect. Some matters cannot be altered overnight. Perhaps Li Er and the Zhou clan were simply not kind enough to themselves, yet they might still show some consideration for Erzwang, as they are all descendants of the Li family. In bed, Zhou Jinhua turned to look at Chun Yu, who sat on the blanket beside her, incredulously asking. Thus, following Liao Mingxiang's release of a new song, the entire Chuan City Media Academy rallied to promote her. Even the official account offered support. Exiting the academy's gates, Zhou Huixin chanced upon Gu Lin wielding a sword to clear weeds, and at that moment, she could not suppress a scoff. In midair, Chen Lin cast a cold, derisive gaze at the grounded white, his blood-red eyes reflecting mockery. However, as the eight emerged, Su Xian lingered without making a move, prompting concern among Lu Yi and the others. After all, the original owner belonged to the vocal department and previously sang quite well. If she could perform one of those two songs, it would undoubtedly enhance her prospects, potentially attracting the attention of a talent agency. It appeared that a significant figure resided within the prison, and she had unwittingly crossed paths with this personage. Yes, and these items seem to have been prepared recently. I have already sent the photos to the boss. What shall we do next? Ling Shuang inquired. Stop it. Even sycophants have their tiers. The lowest tier sycophants won't benefit. Even if they try to ingratiate themselves, someone retorted. Before them lay a wasteland, the ground stained crimson with blood, littered with the corpses of humans and beasts alike. Two bridal palanquins emerged from the Gua family, entering two separate residences. Chun Gui returned home, while Guorui entered the adjacent house. Do not speak foolishly. The king of hell, before the beings of the six realms, felt his dignity compromised as his own son publicly exposed him, leaving him bereft of face. Thus, he attempted to wield paternal authority to intimidate his son, who secretly admired him. At the very least, he believed that Yang Zixi sudden affliction stemmed from the pain and torment she endured, which he considered the root cause of her ailment. Thus, in a half-hearted exchange, Xia Zhuming could no longer suppress her urge to end the date, citing an early class the following day. Were it not for her knowledge that Shen Xingyan had no ties to DS, she might have suspected a trap set by Shen Xingyan and DS. On the occasion of the old Master Yang's birthday, how could I refrain from attending? Wang Heng smiled, accompanied by Yang Ziyuan, as they approached Yang Zhenhua. Since ancient times, a broken mirror cannot be made whole, and a severed sword cannot be restored. Neither the Empress of Separation nor the Empress of Reunion could have fathomed that even with the loss of a significant portion of divine power, the devouring heaven goblet remained so sharp and formidable. The final straw was forsaken. Upon returning to the villa, the housekeeper had prepared fruit for everyone. Observing Yi Han's weary demeanor, the man chose not to linger in the living room with the staff. In the distance, a white figure emerged, strikingly visible in the enveloping darkness, or rather, it was the gentle white light radiating from her that felt utterly discordant in this tainted realm. Shanai took on the electric cannon's brilliance and charged forward, striking Regiskiro, rendering it incapacitated. As Chu Yang, Ying, and Spoon stood before the Phoenix platform's entrance, their brotherhood diverged, not in the literal sense, but as each pursued their respective ambitions. Although this solitude felt somewhat isolating, it ultimately benefited them all. Mulin suddenly turned, frustration evident as he gazed at Guli, yanking away the veil covering her face, startling her into instinctively shielding her left cheek. Chapter 82. Thus, an odd phenomenon arose. Those of greater strength rendered the common folk increasingly impoverished. Si Jun, wishing to avoid trouble, prepared to slip away unnoticed. However, as someone approached, their presence became increasingly palpable. What is this? Are they trying to cause harm? Such an exertion of energy, should it reach the ears of the great honey, would spell catastrophe. Subsequently, he sought two pieces of wood to strike together, yet no sign of fire emerged, only a slight warmth upon touch. In a state of heightened excitement, one could hardly find sleep, their mind racing with plans. Before long, Bai He Tongzi led the two to the Kunlun Yushu Palace, instructing them not to move about as he entered to report to the Primordial Supreme. One was a mortal, the other a demon. Neither had ever witnessed such celestial beauty, and they were momentarily lost amidst the scenery. Observing a slender finger point towards her at the counter, the salesperson finally regarded Jian Ning with attention. Feng Shui can bring harm. Sometimes, merely altering a household ornament can drastically shift the energy within. Just as his wife affectionately pulled Jing Xingyang into their home, he had tolerated it once, but now he could no longer restrain his curiosity about what Ding Yaofeng might be up to behind his back. Lu Yui's lips twitched. He found himself inexplicably on the verge of laughter, not due to any other reason, but if Qi Peng were to confront with his own cultivation, the outcome could indeed be uncertain. However, in the case of the Thunder Beast, he possesses a treasure that counters it. Yes. With that, he extended his hands towards me. All right. I shall gently close my eyes and breathe steadily, calming my mind and spirit. Jiang Yun spoke as he lightly shut his eyes and reached out his hands, connecting them with Zhang Suihua's palms. Dressed in military armor, he exuded an air of authority, having undergone numerous battles, naturally emanating a fierce and indomitable spirit that captivates the heart. Furthermore, after a massacre in a certain location, any subsequent assaults on other factions would meet with fierce resistance. Being defeated would signify the revival of slaughter, and the explosive power unleashed at that time would undoubtedly bring unnecessary troubles to the Tang dynasty. One could assert that Hou Junji's actions would indeed lead to profoundly troublesome repercussions for the Tang in the future. After leaving the tent, Xia Wujin strode directly towards the direction of the Shu army camp. Wu Song followed him in confusion, believing he was heading to find Zhu Nao. However, halfway through, Xia Wujin suddenly halted. Run. The evolutionary forces from the united factions momentarily froze for a second before they reacted and began to pursue. Who would have thought you possessed such skills? Lu Qingyi exclaimed with delight as she sat down before the mirror, adorning herself on the left and right. The spring in the Liao River arrives later than in other regions. However, the morning sun is already quite warm, illuminating the trees in the courtyard, where Liao Shirshan beheld the sprouting buds. As the last traces of the evening glow slipped beneath the horizon, darkness enveloped the earth. Under the night sky, Yudu possesses a unique, tranquil beauty. A row of street lamps on the Jialing River bridge flickered with a milky glow, reflecting upon the shimmering river surface. As a gentle breeze swept through, instantly dispelling the early autumn heat. Primarily, among these individuals, there are those afflicted with the mouse plague. He wished to avoid contact, fearing an immediate death, as blood would surely spread the contagion. Visiting his two elder sisters soon clarified matters. For his eldest sister, this was an opportunity, while for his second sister, who preferred a stable life, it was undoubtedly unwelcome, since truth is often held in the hands of a few. The Council of Light possesses an ancient regulation. When the Council faces significant threats or opportunities, even if a majority opinion cannot be formed, the speaker can forcibly pass a motion using the speaker's privilege. Is she not the girl name? Orue? What does she want from me at this hour? Why hasn't your young master arrived yet? Duan Zhen inquired urgently, glancing at the man in green beside him. Are you implying that my Dongshu sect has no one to defend against your attacks on our disciples? A cold voice resonated, and all eyes turned to see Su Wushuang, the only true disciple of the Dongshu sect, standing before Xiaohu, having appeared without notice. Of course, such individuals are also the most prone to betrayal. If you can buy them with silver, others can as well, thus they cannot be trusted as confidants, only as informants. Seal. The entity of destruction muttered, instantly sealing its power, not for any other reason but to avoid drawing the attention of Mo Bingshuang. Even if Mo Bingshuang felt puzzled, she would not be able to discern the truth. Lord Shin, at this moment, the nature of the poison is indiscernible, yet it is undoubtedly lethal. Those perishing from such a poison will have blackened bones even if reduced to ashes, he remarked, releasing the long arrow. If she had not uttered those words, it would have been better. Now, with so many present, if anyone dared to act again, it would clearly disregard the Tianyin divine sect. And most people were unlikely to have such intentions. In the midst of the shouting, no names were called out. However, curiously, Chun Fei understood they were calling him. Turning around, he saw Yang Qing tremblingly raising a knife, her lips moving silently. Seated opposite him was a graceful and enchanting beauty, tall and naturally charming. Her every smile and frown captivating all. She was Long Ling, one of the 4 supreme courtesans of Miao Yue Tower, revered for her allure. I am, of course, of the human race, Jiang Hua said lightly, somewhat astonished at the sensitivity of this powerful member of the corpse transporting clan, who could recognize the origins of his previous move at a glance, indicating she was indeed a formidable individual. He was stretching, yawning lazily. Just like you, quite mischievous. Not at all obedient, Xinghua said with a gentle smile, her eyes brimming with maternal affection. It's nothing. I just felt a bit dizzy earlier, I reassured Lux. Though my head still spun violently, yet I did not wish to worry her. Although they had all previously watched my videos. Witnessing the unfolding events before their eyes left them utterly astonished. If it were a typical late-stage yellow rank, I reckon a single punch from Chao Fei would result in a broken arm. Call me sister-in-law. Jiang Hua approached Ji Tianqing, playfully poking his shoulder and whispering in his ear. What Nie Zhenbang did not anticipate was that while the public debated this matter, discussions were concurrently taking place within the core of Juding in the capital. Was it that girl from the Klein family who informed you? Mr. Reuben suddenly revealed a sly smile. Entering the reception area, the two of them took their seats on the sofa as Hong Feng brought in the brewed tea. Despite Lin Cheng's aversion to gambling, the sound of chips clattering on the table amidst the cacophony of voices ignited a desire within him, even as a novice, to test his luck. In truth, since Wuchen entered this academy, numerous unfamiliar figures have been observed lingering around the institution. After all, he is the strongest man in the world, inherently a focal point, with many mad scientists eager to dissect him. Thus the number of those seeking information on Wuchen is countless. Presumptuous. You are merely a servant of the Sidhu family. On what grounds do you question the decisions of your masters? Hurry and bring that child here for my appraisal, Yufeng declared, swinging his robe and unleashing a gust of wind that sent the old steward staggering aside, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Finally finished purging, she leaned over the sink to wash her hands and face. Rinsing her mouth, she knew he Dongfeng had a cleanliness obsession and feared he might find her unclean. So she meticulously washed herself with soap, hastily grabbed a few tissues to dry off, and unsteadily exited the restroom, heading downstairs to find her beloved Dongfeng. The surveillance will persist for a while, but I aim to fulfill Fatty's promise of a celebratory feast. Grabbing my phone, I joined Fatty as we ventured outside the building. Damn it, I cursed inwardly, you stubborn fool. You have the means but refuse to speak, and now blame me for my ignorance. Yet outwardly, I feigned indifference. Tanks thundered forth, stirring up clouds of dust, while hovering armed helicopters were the first to detect the advancing Huaxia Tanchi tank battalion. Feeling bored, I refrained from saying anything else. If you wish to call me, go ahead, it is no matter. We sat in silence, and the atmosphere began to grow peculiar. Wuchen sensed that amidst such circumstances, those attempting to slay the monsters fell one after another before him. Each king-level powerhouse harbored no thoughts of resistance. Their only desire was to stay far from Yichio. Because they are villains, aiming to kill the Big Brother, yet the Big Brother cannot defeat them. Mei Ying said. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, calmly discussing the astonishing phenomenon of resurrection. Brother Huashun, Sun Qing appeared perplexed by Huashun's demeanor. Her initial intent to provoke him had backfired, and she found herself bewildered by the man's inexplicable excitement. This set of Phantom 9 strikes consists of 1 tangible blow and 8 illusory ones, rendering the distinction between reality and illusion nearly indistinguishable. If one does not directly block the real strike, but instead attempts to shield against the phantom blows, the illusion will transform once more into 9, ultimately creating an endless series of phantoms that are impossible to defend against. The sound of 3 consecutive thuds echoed as sharp spikes emerged from the ground, piercing the advancing earth bore, followed by a series of booming impacts as massive spikes, glimmering with metallic sheen, charged towards the earth. A colossal I glanced at Odin, and immediately, gray mist began to rise, breaching the barriers above the city and spreading out towards the sea, slowly extending into the distance. At this moment, only one sea elder remained by the side of the Wu clan. Another, tasked with eliminating Lu Fuyo, had not returned. Thus, some wise sages proposed the notion of defying the innate order, aligning with the Tao, and becoming entities indistinguishable from the primordial sanctity. Gazing at the flickering screen displaying the long-desired name, Huachin Yuan summoned every ounce of courage to answer the call. Li Heyu saw the 4th master and Lu Fuyo standing at her doorstep, their faces alight with astonishment and broad smiles. Su Mingyao's expression froze. She had not anticipated that the long-haired handsome man was actually the son of the wealthiest individual in the region. Such a formidable being was indeed someone the Wu family could not afford to offend. Passing by the 4th floor, curious sounds of a guitar drew her in, revealing Chu Chi-feng practicing a song. Let the police handle it. She can rot in prison for the rest of her life. Siezaheo proclaimed. Lu Hua arrived shortly thereafter, quickly advising caution, while Yi Xian maneuvered the jeep out of the enemy's sight. Chen Huai, unkempt and wearing a white baseball cap, emerged from DTUO company with a dark expression. Ha ha ha. Indeed, only by immersing oneself in this pursuit can one achieve greatness. Meng Qi, you are as close as brothers to Zilong, who is my 3rd brother. You may as well call me elder brother. After all, being addressed as uncle makes me feel quite aged. We'll each discuss our own matters since Shou Cheng is not present. Louis chuckled. Brother Qin, brother Swan. This venture is perilous. Let us take a moment to unwind. With that, Qin Xiong cast a glance at Swanli beside Qin Tian, recognizing him by his aura. What? You say Lunger has been attacked? Or was it orchestrated by Xia Yufei? A stern-faced middle-aged man sprang from the sofa upon hearing the news. Others felt a chill run down their spines as many evolvers who had come to observe retreated in terror, stumbling back under the overwhelming aura of bloodshed. Some even coughed up blood, severely injured. Despite Xiao Qiyun's awkward position, she remained a member of the Xiao family. This was not merely a matter between Lu Yongqi and Xiao Qiyun, but rather a confrontation between the Lu and Xiao clans. Openly slapping the face of the Xiao family, an outrageous affront. Just as Hu Lang was about to depart, Kiki suddenly recalled something and hurriedly retrieved the premium milk from the table, returning it to him. In truth, ducks may lay an egg daily, or sometimes 1 every 2 days, or even 2 every 3 days. Gathering over 30 eggs in a day is quite routine, with occasional spikes. Ning Zheng's astonishment matched that of the audience. He initially anticipated Ning would make an outrageous demand, only to be taken aback when he sought to surrender, desiring only to avoid special treatment following his capitulation. If the Ghost Clan were in a state of spiritual existence, they could indeed be reborn after death. Thus, ordinarily, the Ghost Clan does not truly perish. Unlike regular races, the existence of the Ghost Clan possesses a unique nature. This time, should the bones be interred here, it would spark significant commotion. History has seen elders leading disciples to their demise, albeit such occurrences are rare and little known. Just as he was about to leave, he felt the previously dense mist in the Mizu Valley beginning to wane. In such critical moments, perhaps only they could possess such a mindset. As their trust and reliance on one another were irreplaceable, one could even say they were each other's essence, allowing them to relinquish certain aspects and return to their most fundamental selves, embodying the natural order. It is noteworthy that as the son of a prime minister, Zhu Wushuang held a preeminent position within the imperial capital. As he spoke, Yi Qin swiftly lifted the silver needle, and before the watchful eyes of the crowd, concluded the acupuncture process as if performing a magic trick. At that moment, Yin Xiaoxiao had no temper left, seated in the passenger seat. She frequently turned to sneak glances at Jing Guangyan, then faced the window, secretly smiling. I'll go dance. I feel strength returning to my legs, and I can persevere. Yi Chan rose, wiping her tears as if she had made a monumental decision. Is this your resolution? Is this the hesitance you wish to convey to me? Yu Zichen's voice was urgent. In such times, perhaps his many inquiries stemmed merely from a desire to understand more about this world. After all, if she sought to reclaim her memories, she would undoubtedly need a wealth of knowledge from various domains to further her exploration. As for Lu Feng, with merely 3 days remaining until the deadline for transcending the cosmic divinity, he remained at a loss regarding his spiritual power, unable to identify any shortcomings within it. Yet, confronting the current circumstances was indeed necessary, and these matters could genuinely unfold as they ventured forth, leading to more possibilities. At the very least, he recognized that progress would undoubtedly require combat, for every fighter would gain far more from their battles than from mere exchanges of techniques. Behind Luo Ningxin, amidst the serene atmosphere, the thunderous rumbles of the lightning pool suddenly split, unleashing a golden bolt of lightning as thick as a water barrel, shooting towards the northeast of the secret realm without warning. After countless millennia, she found herself once again at this pivotal juncture in time, wielding her own abilities to alter her fate. Unbeknownst to her, she played an unknown role in that realm of mysterious power. Yet she sincerely thanked that force for granting her the opportunity to reshape her own destiny. As autumn crept in unnoticed, the sun lost its scorching intensity. Lying beneath the grape trellis, enjoying the mottled sunlight, the Yin-Yang ghost doctor felt exceptionally content. This was merely one of the legends. There were said to be 3 others. And if they could be gathered, perhaps the grand illusion of the Black Stone Array could be unraveled, allowing our 3rd princess to break free and assist our spirit clan in conquering this realm. The man responded evasively. Between them lay a chasm that he could never cross. No matter how hard he tried, Lon Ziren, having survived a calamity, felt both grateful and regretful. After all, the body of that blue toad had been wasted in flames, which was indeed a pity. He sat in the driver's seat for a moment, not even glancing at Han Rushu beside him, and directly started the car, driving away. At this moment, as long as Qian Ren unleashed all her power, she could take Meng Jinqi's life. Thus, upon noticing Qian Ren's intent to strike, she instinctively grasped her arm, the question escaping her lips. Despite Chen Hongfei's newfound beauty, elevated status, and increasingly arrogant demeanor, she still regarded Chen Hongfei with disdain. After all, no matter how she transformed, her intellect remained unchanged. Observing the unfolding scroll, vague black light flickered, revealing irregular black lines that glimmered softly, haphazardly inscribed upon the scroll. Consequently, not only would there be a substantial amount of mysterious energy, but it could also be effectively harnessed, while simultaneously enhancing the volume of that energy. Levant is a middle-aged knight with a distinctive mustache, his true strength reminiscent of a powerful knight on par with Hall's. As for Sumu, without any enhancement from magical artifacts, he is capable of invoking celestial phenomena. He is uncertain whether this constitutes sorcery, yet it is evident that Sumu's comprehension of the mystical arts surpasses his own, although the mighty puppet is ensnared by white ribbons, rendering it unable to unleash its full might. Ji Yun finally discerns the flaw in the Tai Chi palm technique. Having practiced this technique primarily as a defensive art, Ji Yun has overlooked that Tai Chi embodies the essence of yin and yang. Sha Dingzhou's assassination of Zhu Yujian and Mu Tianhua has not evoked any gratitude from Lu Jun. On the contrary, he dares to exploit the chaos, rebelling against and seizing Kunming and other cities, actions that clearly violate Lu Jun's limits. Ku Zhangju's smile has twisted into a grimace, his lips twitching as he fixates on Jun Wuxie, wishing to find even a trace of poisoning within her. Sure, come, have another drink. One of the boys presents a large cup of liquor to Lin Shirshir, who today sports blunt bangs and possesses a strikingly delicate appearance. Her eyes sparkle with vitality. Despite having consumed a significant amount of alcohol, they remain clear. However, time is too short. Ji-yun has only practiced here for a little over 2 years. So these cattle and sheep have merely awakened a fragment of their intelligence, comprehending only simple dangers and safety. Over 30 years, Hua Daoshue finds herself in a predicament. Who would willingly expend over 30 years of internal cultivation? From afar, the array enveloping Suo-ri City radiates with brilliant hues, resembling a vibrant rainbow. It is no surprise. Then, no wonder the Hua family displays indifference towards Guemo, nor that they would allow a mere 13 or 14-year-old child to risk his life in the Qilin Guard. It is understandable that they remain unconcerned for Gumo's life or death. In the shadows, a powerful demon clan member suddenly strikes, attempting to ambush this prodigy of their own lineage to seize the Tian Tian seal, revealing that the demon and human clans are not as united as they seem. A flash of white light appears before Feng Yi, vanishing in an instant, leaving him temporarily blinded. Good, esteemed proprietor. The shopkeeper replies before fetching a teapot to pour a cup of tea. After pouring, he brings the tea to the proprietor. Boss, what do you intend to do? I was wrong, truly wrong. I am a normal man, not someone who engages in such affairs. Wu Xia exclaims as he notices Yi Chen squinting at his younger brother. The tranquil waves ripple as a jade-green dragon leaps forth from the void, pouncing fiercely ahead. Upon its descent, the dragon explodes, sending emerald ripples across the surroundings, violently cleaving through bodies and weapons alike, reducing them to mere heaps of flesh upon the ground. Since esteemed lords in general he have remained silent, it appears you acquiesce. 3 days hence, I shall personally escort the provisions to Kunyang. Sun Shangxiang unilaterally determines her itinerary, leaving everyone speechless and helpless. In this world, to obtain something, one must be willing to sacrifice something in return. The Assassin's Guild is not a charitable organization. 7 Kills merely operates the guild in its own manner, allowing it to thrive unnoticed in the shadows. The elder at the forefront, upon realizing this is all the doing of Xiao Feng, feels his countenance twist with rage. In Yi Chen's hand, something resembling fine rain materializes at a visible speed, and in the end, Luo Wushuang and Xin Yuan Jingtian gaze in disbelief at the translucent needle in Yi Chen's grasp, utterly astonished. Negong Qingqing's thoughts swirl, as time seemingly rewinds to a winter night over a decade ago, with temperatures hovering just above freezing. The night envelopes the earth, electric whips slice through the sky. Fierce winds howl, and deafening thunder rumbles, as torrents of rain suddenly pour down, with lightning dancing across the heavens. Ling Mountain is a place of asceticism. Having not stayed longer than 2 days, Sun Yukong can no longer contain his desire to pull Zhu Tiangping for an adventure at sea. At this moment, Miao Ronger suddenly envelopes Feng Shitian's slender waist, burying her head in his embrace as she weeps heartily. In the blink of an eye, the stunning figures draw near, leaving all onlookers in awe. Indeed, this adversary exhibits a fierce temperament, making several attempts on his life, yet he deftly evades them, gaining confidence and control over the situation. At this instant, the sound of thundering hooves emerges from the gorge's exit, echoing from a distance, startling the crowd. I hesitated to descend, only to see Ren Song approaching, heading directly into the reception room, with the boys parting to make way for him. Li Huan, upon witnessing Han Yang leading the remnants of the army back to the camp, refrains from pursuing, instead allowing the troops to rest and clear the battlefield, ensuring that fallen soldiers receive a proper burial, before personally leading a team to assist Zhu Yu. Empress Qin has now been relegated to a separate residence, clearly mismatched with her still formidable maternal family. Even the sovereign cannot afford to be so capricious. The heroes in the grand hall are struck with astonishment. The enigmatic sorceress of deceit, Lu Fulan, the renowned master of the Black Rose, has appeared in a manner that leaves them utterly speechless. As the golden blade, radiating brilliance, is barely intercepted by Duke Fengluo, the crowd finally catches a glimpse of the legendary Endless Blade's magnificence. As she falls, Lu Shi turns gracefully to land upon Chiya's back, her short dagger plunging into the carotid artery in an instant. Thus, the days pass in relentless training. At this juncture, I remain detached from worldly affairs, wholly focused on my cultivation, entrusting any supernatural occurrences or matters of the dojo to my senior brothers and Li Yang. In Chapter 86, the sudden turn of events leaves Rose wide-eyed, instinctively rushing to support Fu Xuejiao. This individual has already discerned that Rose's martial arts are lacking. However, Her cunning tactics and ruthless strikes have allowed her to effortlessly eliminate opponents who are stronger than her. Xiao Yichen watches as Fan Sisi weeps with a smile, feeling an inexplicable pang of pain within. Zhang Mengli is not entranced by the beautiful dreams spun by Ao Yin. He is acutely aware of his current abilities and harbors no extravagant desires. He merely wishes to lead a carefree life, free from the trepidation that has plagued him. The brothers of the Righteous Hall confront the members of the Crown Prince's faction, leading to a standoff on the road. Upon arriving in the southern border, Shimenji begins to apply the martial arts he once memorized, diligently practicing and earning the recognition of his superiors, coupled with the guidance afforded by his status as the Western King, resulting in his current level of skill. All right, let's split up and proceed according to plan. Gather the troops. Li Xiao exhales deeply, gently closing his eyes as he speaks. Before long, the gray-blue walls of Yenzhou rise majestically, imposing and solemn, with flags waving above and swords lined up, prepared for any threat, whether from the northern desert or otherwise. As evening approaches, Li Xiao has invited a significant individual, Deputy Director Zhang Bo, a key informant within the bureau. The emperor nods, acknowledging that Melphus' assertions hold merit, yet he remains silent, glancing at Duke Mesa, signaling him to elucidate. As for the purple crystal token, after dealing with Yi Qing, everyone may freely search for it, provided that Li Zhuo possesses the largest quantity, a simple task indeed. Do enlighten us, Jiang Yundi inquires curiously, still admiring the surrounding scenery, his interest piqued. Silly girl, having come to this world, she likely has never had the chance to stroll through the streets. Someone like Yin Yu has no time to accompany her for such outings. At this moment, the divine insect within Yi Wushuang unleashed its mental-piercing ability, and in the instant of the warrior's stupor, the cold blade fell upon the throats of the Dragon God Palace's members. Upon seeing Li Zhengyan, Yi Qing furrowed his brow slightly in surprise. He hadn't anticipated that Li Zhengyan would be in charge of the Mingqing Festival ancestral worship. He hoped that after severing Li Zhengyan's finger that day, he would learn a lesson and refrain from provoking him further. Due to Wei Yu's physical discomfort, there was little resistance, allowing a moment of respite as he watched Zheng Yuan bring water to his lips. Qin Zifeng was not particularly pleased with Feng Huiyu's involvement in the renovation of his new home. Nevertheless, Li Gingxin dared not act rashly and continued to seek ways to provoke Hao, even feigning a desperate thrust with his blade, creating a fade of being at wit's end. The key point was that the Red Moon trio had roamed the Red Moon plains for many years, and today they were challenged in such a manner, an affront that was simply intolerable. In truth, he was unaware that old Master Lu did not genuinely wish to bestow nicknames upon others. His advanced age had rendered him increasingly forgetful. Had she gone abroad? Lei Qingyi felt a tightness in her throat, wondering if she truly was responsible, contemplating whether this was an act of fleeing in guilt. Consequently, it was a grave mistake for disciples like Xiao Mo to enter the secret realm, believing they could merely evade the cyclical onslaught of the shadow demons every 3 days or endure the monthly beast tide to secure their rankings in battle. Feng Qizi felt utterly innocent in this matter. It had nothing to do with him. Yet he found himself entangled when accompanying Du Yunxi and now felt as if he were a stubbornly clinging bandage. Such passive defense was futile. She had no means to cope with this dual assault. Xiang Shaotian panted, her heart racing as she realized the struggle had only just begun. Xiao Mo's complexion grew increasingly pale, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead like a gentle stream, yet no matter how eager he felt within, his feet seemed rooted to the ground, immovable. Once they finished their meal, Lu Kang's men arrived just in time to escort Aunt Fong and Xingzi to the 9th Princess Mansion. Bai Junzuo took a Qing into the palace, fearing he had not eaten enough, and bought a large bag of chestnut cakes for him on the way. In that instant, Misu radiated a powerful aura, seemingly suppressing Lu Yichen's imposing presence. In Sun stood by, hands clasped, witnessing her exuberant smile, and for some inexplicable reason, he felt compelled to reach out and caress the loose strands of hair on her forehead. A dull thud echoed, akin to striking a metal barrel, resonating clearly within the cave, abruptly halting the argument. Chu Shang understood Xianyuan Ye's ambitions, recognized his intent in marrying Shangguan Feng, and was acutely aware of the significance of that Lanlianer in Xianyuan Ye's heart. Moreover, as the fisherman spoke, the insects that had been quietly lurking around the Crystal Palace began to stir, crawling towards this direction. She approached Shangguan Feng with a radiant smile, her expression innocent, as if the earlier gaze had not belonged to her, momentarily questioning her own vision. Regrettably, she lamented that her final words, "never return," implied a curse of death upon him. Alas, in Zirway, do you truly believe yourself to be exceptionally merciful and humane? After your ravaging, must I still express gratitude for your magnanimity in accepting me as a concubine? The countdowns varied, set at 20, 40, and 60 minutes, respectively. The dark magic unleashed by the magical beasts could not compare to the cleansing light. A brilliant flash raced through the air as the purifying light, under Luo Tian's command, surged forward. When the black sphere encountered the purifying light, a series of splashing sounds filled the air, and the purifying light vanished without a trace. Ultimately, she revealed an unwavering gaze, nodding heavily as she spoke solemnly. Lu Qianan fell silent. The Qin family was evidently quite wealthy, yet Qin Miaoyu implied she wished to solely utilize her own earnings. With the imminent war in the south, Zhou Yang believed that besides providing material support to the front lines, it was equally vital to infuse the soldiers with a dose of morale. Especially when reminiscing about the dinner shared with Si Taisai at the couple's restaurant near Sichuan Academy. No wonder there were so few weapon cultivators in this world. It seemed the inventor of such a thing had likely met their demise. How about after the kindergarten teacher's home visit, we bring some gifts to visit your grandparents? Ningsu suggested. As he spoke, he kicked the door guard of the princess's residence, sending him crashing against the crimson door, leaving a dent. Perhaps recalling Li Yang's remark about the value of red soldier ants, he surreptitiously stored away the explosive fire talisman and withdrew a 3-meter-long sword from his bag, preparing to slash at the ants. If it were a divorce, it would be different. It would not significantly impact the Shin sisters, at most. Others would say their parents had separated for some reason, but it would not tarnish their reputations or hinder their prospects for marriage. Yihan was also concerned that Jiutian might flee. If that happened, all their previous efforts would be in vain. The eyes of Emperor Qingjing were profound and wise, as if he could see through all her thoughts, causing her to glance away in evasiveness. Outside the village, Tang Hongyu and Bai Lifeng had walked 10 miles without encountering anyone, having even traversed Tang's fields twice, yet still found no trace. The ghost child shattered upon impact with Bai Hongfei, and in that instant, a shadow shot out from the ghost child's vessel, crashing heavily to the ground. Yang Hui spoke little along the way, a stark contrast to the previous day. Remembering yesterday's events left him with a sense of unease. Upon reaching the location where the trafficker had vanished, Qin Yao discarded the 94 she had been carrying, discreetly instructing 0393 to collect the blood left behind by the fleeing trafficker. Before Shen Nanxing could finish speaking, the image of Su Xintong, who had been searching for something with her phone in the dark, flashed in his mind once more. Even though she had deftly deflected his inquiries that day, the doubts in Mu Zhongling's heart remained unresolved. Wang Laolao's words were not to be disregarded by Wang Suiwa's sister-in-law, who, having gleaned nothing, could only mutter as she retreated to the kitchen. The next day, Chenli arrived with 3 classmates, and Qin Yao opted for a more talkative pairing with Li Shengsheng. It was not merely Feng Ji's effort. Over the past 6 months, a dozen ninjas had relocated from Konoha village, with 4 or 5 of them having unknown fates. The earliest departures occurring half a month after that battle. This world contained a special energy, akin to the nature of atoms, imperceptible yet undeniably present in every corner. Just as victory seemed within reach, a sharp pain shot through the back of Si Qing's left hand, forcing him to release his grip and inspect what had transpired. Very well, merit deserves reward, yet faults also warrant punishment. Feng Yuyan, do you acknowledge your misdeeds? Feng Ling sipped from her cup, a smile that was neither here nor there gracing her lips. Master, I too wish for an embrace, may I? Unexpectedly, Heidong Mo Tian revealed this sentiment to Wu Tian. The order echoed across the land, as over 10,000 racing cars surged forth in unison, 1,000 vehicles on the racetrack, enveloped in a cloud of black smoke. Su Yang and the others trailing behind found themselves increasingly distanced from the lead vehicles. He was now intent on summoning the door to leave this place. And after a moment of concentration, a portal appeared out of thin air. Before the bodyguards could even lay a hand on Jiang Qiu, she retreated, her shoulders colliding forcefully backward. Zhoda understood and instructed the removal of the wreaths from the vehicle, placing them by the grave before boarding. When he departed yesterday afternoon, he had questioned me as to why I had deliberately sought trouble with him. The next topic was to brainstorm ideas for the young lady's store opening, and the joyful gathering continued late into the night. As he spoke, the expression on Xin Yuan's face darkened slightly, implying a rebuke for his failure to properly educate Yi Xingchun. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, the cacophony along the riverbank gradually subsided, and a faint smile appeared on Ing Tian's lips. Perhaps it was due to the inauspiciousness of the day. The spiritual energy stored within him was more than sufficient for ordinary matters, yet it proved somewhat inadequate for extraordinary events. The barriers he constructed required a substantial output of this energy. Without further ado, Jean Li gripped Lin Wan Xian's neck and retreated, pinning her between his fingers and the transparent glass. Historically, there was also a Princess Pingyang, the wife of Wei Qing, the Grand General during the Western Han Dynasty. The formidable General Hua Zubing was the nephew of Wei Qing, being the son of Wei Qing's half-sister. In a moment of desperation, he even conceded to a fictitious extramarital affair, promising never to repeat such a mistake while transferring all family properties, savings, and agricultural holdings into the names of his elderly parents. No, Liaoan shook his head, stating that there had been no unusual occurrences around the Grand Commander's residence lately, and the feeling of being monitored had significantly diminished. Are we to prepare the food over an open flame, consuming it as we cook? Yi Xian inquired curiously, gazing at the novel contraption before him. In Chapter 88, the assistant accompanying the governor observed as Fong Tsong Hai's chair toppled to the ground, followed swiftly by the upper half of his body being yanked onto the table by the governor of Liangzhou, leaving only his lower body still seated, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. How is it? Are we all ready? The shadow guards possessed a unique method of communication, so Dongzhuo need not worry about losing contact with those within the city. Once everyone was up, Dongzhuo turned his attention to Su Chu, who had followed him out of his tent. Lu Zimin sought to discuss matters of cooperation with them. Having reached a consensus, it was necessary to deliberate on the next steps, as wasting time was not an option. This was a serious matter that Lu Ziqian deemed important, wishing for Lu Zimin to visit them, as this place was essentially his home, allowing his brother to drop by frequently. Due to the matter concerning the button, Ouyang Yingqi was already somewhat displeased. Witnessing Nangong Lini's presumptuous demeanor only added to her discomfort. It's better to have a solution than none at all. Moreover, do share your method, Yu Xing urged. Emerging from the warm embrace of that broad chest, he beheld a face brimming with youthful vigor and a cool demeanor, igniting a flame within him that was almost uncontrollable. I must insist you cease this flattery. Is this truly the same icy demeanor I once knew? Ouyang Yingqi remarked, suddenly burrowing into the covers while her hands began to tease the handsome face of Nangong Lini. Ordinarily, he would never don such childish attire, yet under Ouyang Yingqi's expectant gaze, he found it impossible to refuse. Very well, he sighed, as if exhaling a breath of resignation. When did Do Ding become so formidable? I furrowed my brow, recalling that I had gifted him 2 discarded daggers. With those blades, his output could indeed elevate him several levels. The venom of the 5-colored giant python was exceedingly toxic. Upon contact, it burned their garments into black holes, and when it touched their skin, it caused it to ooze black fluid. After dealing with the lizardman's corpse, Luchan sprinted alongside Wu Bufan, although their direction did not lead towards the borders of Kunlun. A state official, armed with a mere official seal, sought to tarnish the reputation of the emperor's personal military commander by framing him and bribing his confidant. Feng Bai chuckled awkwardly, recalling that he had sought revenge against that individual, having previously dealt with him as well. The parchment was in tatters, its routes obscured, yet it still offered a glimpse of its original outline. As a prince of the great Zhou dynasty, he expressed concern that the Yidao guards might turn hostile, positioning a few archers to avoid suspicion from Goguryeo, who would never dream that they were the intended targets. The neighbor regarded Xiao Ran with trepidation, as a large man engaging him in conversation was somewhat intimidating. Yet, the coexistence of humans and cattle painted a peculiar scene. Zhou Yong understood that this girl was astute, requiring no further explanation from him. Regardless of his true nature, as a master of the Celestial Masteress Bureau, it was his duty to safeguard the populace. Yet now, our village was in turmoil, and the countless mercenaries buried in the ancient tombs of the back mountains were on the verge of emerging. While Longhu Mountain and Maoshan showed no signs of response, Jiang Qin's light golden gaze narrowed, unwilling to yield as he clashed with an opponent. His arms adorned with azure dragon scales colliding with theirs. Faced with such overwhelming dual blows, Ma Kuei could scarcely emit a cry before succumbing to unconsciousness from the pain. Before my advance team lay a dilemma of considerable magnitude. Should we lead the existing military forces into a comprehensive war against Earth once more? Or should we remain in place, awaiting reinforcements to strike with overwhelming force against this persistent foe? In the following 2 days, Cui Feng refrained from venturing outside, dedicating most of his time to comprehending the spiritual arts imparted by Yin Qi, while the remainder was spent practicing the 10 halls of Yin Luo technique and the Tongming skill. diligently cultivating his dantian and nurturing his divine consciousness. Upon hearing Luo Yan's words, Long Tian was taken aback. Was she truly the one controlling the rules within this formation? Hesitating, the master Wu Yue inquired, "Do you believe Dong Zhanyun's skill level is sufficient to qualify for the spirit refining list?" The spirit refining hall candidly responded, "It is indeed a possibility. By the way, does Dong Zhanyun have a spouse?" Master Wu Yue found himself momentarily at a loss for how to respond to this inquiry. "You suggest it is possible. Yet why do they choose to act in this particular courtyard when there are so many concealed locations available? Could it be that they have ties to this courtyard?" Shi Daoren pondered, perplexed. This tale revolves around the fixed lineage level of others, while the protagonist's bloodline can elevate, and their talents continue to grow stronger. Listening to the repeated announcements, Long Tian could only smile wryly, astonished that Tan Shi Yin resorted to such tactics. Likely because she noticed he had not visited the school for over 2 months, prompting her to issue an announcement in the game. As they gazed at Lan Bing, their eyes burned with fervor and desire, while their looks towards Shi Yin were filled with jealousy and resentment. Unfazed by their disdainful glances, Shi Yin leisurely sipped his drink. At that moment, Shuang, Yifei Hong, and Xiao Lin were clearly not the type to be easily manipulated, both emanating a sandy yellow aura that deflected the sharp blades, the sounds of clashing steel resonating around them. However, once she bore a child and truly entered her confinement, Sheng Xiaowan discovered that everything was far from what she had envisioned. Despite the assistance of a confinement nanny, she still found each day to be quite busy and fulfilling. In Chapter 89, after merely casting a brief glance, he arrived on the second floor, where tasks were assigned. He approached me silently, stopping directly in front, his gaze fixed upon me. His clear eyes held a myriad of emotions: surprise, helplessness, sorrow, and even tenderness. Just before leaving, Chen Xiaoran declared his intention to confront the tribunal. The principal figures within the tribunal were merely 3 elders. And since Chen Xiaoran mentioned that there were residents within the bamboo house, it was likely that one of them was among the elders. But who could it be? Yet, these details were of little consequence. Su Hao had already devised a plan to redeem 30 cubic units of subspace storage, which required 30,000 points. In just one night, Su Hao spent a significant portion of his accumulated points. At that moment, I noticed a middle-aged man in a suit approaching, accompanied by several teachers behind him. He Shi Lin drove down directly, leaving Qin Ruo somewhat speechless, as he remained curious about everything pertaining to M country. The public sale of military weapons piqued his curiosity. Chen Xiaoran remained silent and did not respond. Instead, he proceeded to Su Yiting's bedroom, gently placing her upon the bed. The rewards for clearing the 165 level 3 colored hell were only attainable through completion, yet not a single team had managed to conquer this hellish challenge. Tai Xiao, why put yourself through this? The voice of Yun Xiao trembled with emotion, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. I am not foolish. I comprehend the gravity of our situation. This individual typically does not neglect my calls or switch off his phone. His current state suggests only 2 possibilities. Observing the 2 beasts in a playful scuffle, it appeared that Fatty had taken a liking to the icy lair, leading them to compete for a sleeping spot. A wave of deep sorrow washed over the disciples. Their hearts pierced like needles, as tears blurred their vision. Sun Wukong seemed unfamiliar with Pejun and Tan Lang. Having wandered off to greet a dozen or so of the 4 Direction star hosts, their laughter ringing through the air. Xiang Hao inhaled sharply. Recognizing the otherworldly nature of the technique, once mastered, it rendered one nearly invincible, even in cross-boundary battles. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent radiated from Fang Yi. Not concealed, but rather intentionally projected, mirroring the demeanor of his opponent. The first encounter in the clothing store had seen both men temper their energies, but this time, neither would hold back, particularly for Su Lanyin, who, while tending to Granny Dantai's injuries, nearly lost herself to madness upon hearing those words. Relying on his exceptional speed and extraordinary perception, Xiang Hao led Xinyuan Qinxian in evading deadly assaults, racing through the void. Before Guoyuan could react at Pang Di's command, 3,000 men launched 3,000 javelins, hurtling forward into the fray. Patience, patience, let us enjoy this drink first. There is no rush. I have dispatched scouts. For the moment, there is nothing to concern ourselves with. Should there be a matter, for the sake of this bamboo leaf green, I would ensure your estate is rescued. Zhang Fei's expression shifted from furious to jovial, persuading Lu Yong and deepening his understanding of this drunken rogue. Meanwhile, Gu Yi and Xiao Lulu devoted themselves entirely to refining weapons, intent on the upcoming weapons competition. When did this ghostly entity emerge? It was simply elusive. While battling the stag, he was distracted by the sounds from within the cave. Even a tiger must rest, and in that fleeting moment of distraction, the demon stag with its massive antlers materialized, a stroke of bad luck indeed. Zheng Sihai, from his elevated position, could not miss the unfolding events below. He chuckled foolishly, observing Zhang Han with one hand resting on Han Qingqing's thigh and the other on her shoulder. Had this been before the apocalypse, a slap would have been unavoidable. How shameless to strike first. Wang's son was hurled away by a single blow, landing motionless on the ground, resembling a lifeless corpse. The surrounding overgrown grass seemed ablaze. Even the black wolf retreated into the shade, no longer fixating on the two cats, as the oppressive heat in the air became suffocating. Suddenly, the elder's eyes widened, exuding an icy aura, his expression shifting to one of chilling severity. Though Lu Xing was indeed a commendable young man, he paled in comparison to Lu Yuan, whom she deemed unworthy of her attention. Time afforded them little opportunity for contemplation. Dealing with the immediate threats was paramount. However, following that incident, no one dared to enter again, as rumors spread that the factory harbored unclean entities, and those who ventured inside would invariably become tainted. Thus, the years passed relatively peacefully. Boyo observed the somber mood, secretly lamenting that it was the first time in a decade she expressed her true feelings. As a minister, he could not refuse her. Moreover, given her sacrifices for the Snow Clan, he was unwilling to deny her. After returning to his room, Lu Yuan waited for a while for Shenchu to arrive, assuming she had been delayed by some matter, so he opened the door to search for her. At that moment, the Bao brothers prayed that the claims made by that individual were genuine. If not, their identities as bandits would render them susceptible to arrest and sentencing. Housed within the leg armor were 2 nuclear cannons, each equipped with 4 shells, each carrying a nuclear warhead of 40,000 tons, not merely a means of annihilating foes, but also a self-destruct mechanism. You fully grasp your mission, do you not, Mr. Hohenzollern? Another face inquired. Witnessing this scene, even Phils, a summoner, was momentarily taken aback, soon followed by surprise. How peculiar. You do not appear to be this lady's servant. Why sacrifice your life for someone so unrelated? Xia Yi asked Wang Gang, perplexed. Do not concern yourself with me. Swiftly recover. Formidable adversaries await us. Just as he was secured to the bed by the doctor, Guazhou forcefully pushed aside K-59. Indeed. He looked quite disheveled. His waist-length hair tousled like leaves in the wind, obscuring his face. This appearance in the night would frighten many. His clothes were not only filthy but riddled with holes, his bare feet exposed without shoes. However, if there truly were ferocious beasts, would not the soldiers be attacked? They should have fled by now. Yu Fei shook his head, utterly unconvinced. Chapter 90. Zhang Qian felt it necessary to discuss this matter with the standing committee. For what was once settled had now changed. The villa, though modest, exuded tranquility, its exterior cloaked in climbing ivy, hinting at its age and bearing an antiquated charm, starkly contrasting with Jiang Chuchu's lively, youthful demeanor. Sensing Ji Yu's presence, Su Jiuxia suddenly sprang into action, positioning herself protectively in front of Kishara. A powerful dragon pressure emanating from her, creating gusts of wind that rustled the leaves in the artificial forest. Lian furrowed his brow, recognizing the question as a subtle probe, yet remained composed, avoiding Yaya's gaze. Soon, Dr. Chun and a nurse arrived, promptly urging Wang Guoyang to assist his father into the emergency room. Weibo took the lead, with some official accounts refraining from lengthy expositions, merely sharing an image via a police account. Consequently, he and Wu Lianquan forged a brotherly bond. Originally intending to betroth his sister to him, he was caught off guard by the sudden emergence of Yu Xinyuan. Although his sister remained silent, he perceived her lack of feelings for Lian Quan, and instead, she harbored a peculiar interest in Yu Xinyuan. This development would undoubtedly please the domestic audience regarding his work. Countries divided like the Soviet Union, South Korea, and Myanmar, along with the Philippines, and including Australia and New Zealand, whom he valued, would all appreciate his actions, freeing him from daily disputes with various compensation delegations. Meanwhile, Su Miao observed the pair with a resigned sag of her shoulders, realizing that Su Bing was truly unaware of the gravity of his actions, daring to provoke anyone without discretion. The death of Ma Buting at the jaws of the Fourth Order Flood Dragon and the capture of Wan Gushao by Lu Sheng were both significant feats accomplished only after considerable effort. I am Lu Jiuquan, son of the Vice Lord of Tsangshan Island. From which faction do you hail? Why do you seem so unfamiliar? In the next moment, amidst the stillness, one of the 50 or so youths spoke up. The following instant, A blue technological glow illuminated the exterior of the gaming helmet, accompanied by the sound of a system notification. Meals were hastily consumed during the day with bento boxes on the battlefield, while the evening repast was taken in the soldiers' mess hall. Resting inside the command room of the land cruiser, where ample space allowed for the setting up of several hammocks, Gao Jianjun wore an expression of misfortune, fully aware that his days of fortune at the podium had come to an end. His earlier remarks had been clearly heard by all present, and he knew that once the banquet concluded, his words would swiftly reach the director's ears. He feared that his esteemed position was in jeopardy. Today, Mu Qing finished work early, as it was her birthday, which granted her a slight privilege. Initially, she had forgotten the occasion, but both Luo Tong and her mother had called her early in the morning. Lei Yuan stood ready, yet calmly extended his right hand, firmly catching the wave of internal energy, then lifted it, directing it skyward. Haha, this time, I grant them the opportunity to fight. Surely they will no longer hold grievances against you. Lu Hong remarked with a cheerful demeanor. Yang Yu was inherently amiable when others treated him with courtesy. He did not retreat like a hedgehog. Deep down, he yearned for true friendship. Indeed, the feeling of waiting for death, steeped in despair, was often more tormenting than death itself. The three concubines unanimously accused her of being the mastermind, leaving her unable to maintain the faade of her close relationship with Su Ruoshui. She had no choice but to gamble everything, determined to obliterate Su Ruoshui's standing in Yi Gaiyuanhong's heart. I have studied this Taoist temple thoroughly. Do you truly believe this is the lair of the earth demon? Lu Yuanbi leaped into the ancient well, searching for something on the well cover. Upon hearing the whistle, Yong felt as if he had been electrocuted. He abruptly descended from the technical platform and sprinted into the arena. Not far beyond the palace gates, several princes obstructed the prince's royal procession. Yi Gaiyuanhong and Su Ruoshui sat side by side, yet they exchanged not a single word during the journey. Why do I feel so much better? The aunt seemed to awaken from a dream, her expression suddenly more animated. Bai Ling waved her hand, declaring, "No, we shall challenge this place. Are you truly not going?" In truth, if Wang Zhuahao genuinely wished to refrain, she would not insist. "Young master, prepare your weapons. What can we possibly have?" Lao Jiu sighed, lowering his gaze to his own lap. In the meantime, an organization named the Superpower Liberation Front emerged, inheriting the professor's legacy, aspiring to establish the paradise he advocated. The figure walking ahead was a young man, his lips habitually curled into a smile, though it could not conceal his fatigue. Behind him trailed an elderly man, appearing equally weary from travel. Bang! Jiang Dong unleashed the wrath of the underworld, striking the massive hand with a powerful punch. Despite the suppression of his cultivation and realm, Jiang Dong's holy-level physique rendered his fist formidable. In a single clash, the middle-aged hand was pierced, and Jiang Dong passed through it. The Bull Demon King understood the resentment within Princess Iron Fan's heart, and although he felt it was inappropriate, he refrained from voicing his concerns. From that moment on, Ji realized just how precious the talisman left to him by the mad and Xiao truly was. Liam O assigned him a task to closely monitor the developments within the Great Liang and report back every 3 days. Lightning leaped, plasma surged, and the area within dozens of miles was instantaneously reduced to ruins. Following the descent of thunder, it expanded outward, annihilating all living beings in its path, reducing the land to a charred expanse, exuding a burnt odor. Ultimately, in the competition for the top 3 positions, the 5 strongest challengers would display their extraordinary skills, leaving spectators in awe. Yes, Ling Hong has received the command. Soon after, a graceful figure approached. Yang Yuyan donned a rose-red strapless gown, exuding springtime allure even amidst the falling snow of winter. "Let me go. You're hurting me." He Wei Qi struggled desperately, his eyes brimming with fear and tears of grievance. Yet his tears could no longer evoke Gusong's sympathy. Zhang Xiaofeng remained unfazed by Chun Ziheo's sudden outburst, his demeanor calm as if he had anticipated it. Lin Han closed his eyes at that moment, the rusted sword hovering before him, emitting a dragon-like cry as it vibrated. Suddenly, a beam of golden sword light erupted from Lin Han's body, tearing through everything in its path. "Hey, Zi Qianyi, what are you doing here? Don't you know the injured need rest?" Ji Zili spoke lightly. "You're being improper," Ji Zili playfully chided, ceasing her movements. After 2 days of travel, she was utterly exhausted and did not wish to be further exploited. Gradually, he discerned that Ruo Li's cultivation had not progressed at all. Yet, she continued to disrupt his plans, disturbing the tranquility of the divine realm. Pei Feng glanced at Zui Ji, who promptly touched her abdomen, blushing and smiling, revealing a completely different side from before. Gao Yuan was not surprised the other party discerned his amusement, for the individual in the adjacent vehicle was brandishing a pistol at him, with an earpiece likely for radio communication. However, the Crown Prince specifically ordered leniency for the unmatched young master, allowing him to proceed to the underworld without concern. Xiao Yi smiled arrogantly, without a sound. At the moment of collision, Cheng Yang forcefully pushed Hua Ling away, and radiant light surged to its maximum intensity. A full minute later, the silhouettes within the two light rings finally began to intertwine, maintaining a distance of several zhang with their backs turned to one another. "I am aware," the servant said. As the palace gates opened, the carriage entered the royal palace, Mu Xiaogong leading Ji Zili directly toward Mu Daishan's chambers. Of course, Fei Yuluyan lacked the ability, possessing only 40% of her spiritual power, while Qing Qiu held over 10,000 years of cultivation and 60% of her spiritual power, making her no match for Qing Qiu. The immediate plan was to reclaim those 6 souls. Her sudden request for tea was undoubtedly not for refreshment, but rather to discuss an important matter. This would be addressed after their victory, clearly to negotiate terms. Would it signify some form of collaboration? Thus, the situation in the illusory realm finally stabilized, while at that moment, Zhang Zhiping, sensing the condition of the external entity, made a resolute decision. Instead of assisting in solidifying the spiritual body, he disrupted the foundational spiritual energy, causing it to collapse entirely in an instant. The agents were not entirely exalted. As representatives of the divine, they traversed the mortal realm, managing various issues that arose. They possessed some authority to establish rules, but were also required to ensure the populace viewed these rules as fair, just, and necessary. "Thank you," Yu Xian smiled. "I have no desire to know. Lu Shui, are you free now? Please help me cut some fruit from the refrigerator. I suddenly feel parched. You are the only one I can rely on. Wait, I will cut it for you right away." Originally indifferent, Ayun knelt on the ground to examine something closely, and the two spirits, in perfect harmony, fell silent, waving their spacious sleeves to reveal a row of paper figures. In her expectations, she should have approached with a better state rather than entering in such an unstable condition. I glanced back at him. The sensation was reminiscent of a dream, as if I had traversed this very predicament before. Thus, amidst Su Ji's hopeful gaze, a new sprout suddenly emerged from the previously dormant soil of the flower pot. Guanyang, visibly upset and silent, had yet to grasp this principle. Although she understood Guan Xiaojun was correct, she still found it difficult to accept. Indeed, the auction had only just begun. The earlier 10 million was merely an appetizer, while now several developers were bidding upwards of 20 or 30 million. Now, facing Fu Hongxue, he suddenly felt the familiar sensation of being lashed. Qi Ranqi was so enraged that her words faltered. "You, Luo Chanqian, do not overstep your bounds. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to act against you?" Chanqian gazed back at her with calmness, her bright eyes reflecting a hint of melancholy. The throbbing pain in her head was unbearable. She pressed her fingers against her temples, hoping to alleviate the agony, but to no avail. The sorrow from the previous night had driven her to drink excessively, losing count of how much she consumed, simply seeking to intoxicate herself and find some relief. Xiao Ran observed the stark contrast in their fighting styles, a thrill coursing through her as she fell completely in love with this exhilarating game. The heir had a clandestine meeting with Lu Wanxian, visiting her in the dead of night, and his intimate demeanor towards Lu was a deviation from his usual conduct. Did this not suggest a certain trust? Was he truly comfortable leaving his son in her care? What if she chose not to assist him with his child? What would happen when he returned and could not find his son? At this moment, their thoughts aligned so closely. Only those who had experienced it could comprehend the emotions stirred by facing Yianan. "Yiyang, Chi, what brings you here?" Yin Tianchao lowered the car window, gazing at the two with a mixture of confusion and surprise. A shiver ran through his body as the wolf cub nestled closer to Xiling Jing, as if wishing to cling to him. Just a collection of rather cold jokes. After sending out his message, Zhou Xian chuckled foolishly at his phone screen and hopped back onto the bed. Xiao Ran endured the pain, disregarding the possibility of appearing undignified before Ruan Mingyue as she struggled to curl up in a corner, bearing the heart-wrenching torment. Her personal request to establish an industrial zone in Xi'an was aimed at countering the Japanese. By engaging in trade that excluded them, they could entirely deprive Japan of the vast Chinese market, a strategy far more advantageous than armed conflict. As the wealth of our citizens increased, so too would their purchasing power, naturally bolstering the nation's tax revenue. Chu Si bit her lip, her hands tightly clenched, feeling utterly powerless. She longed to lash out, but upon seeing Lin Xiaoxi's expression, an overwhelming wave of pain surged within her. Recapturing Cangzhou, equating to the acquisition of Haixing County and Yinzhou, would ensure the safety of the Bohai Bay. Yet, the Japanese forces in Shandong faced a dire threat. Binzhou and Dezhou might not withstand the onslaught, with the eastern coastline potentially being pushed back to the banks of the Yellow River by the Chinese army. It is not the fault of my disciple. I treated them with respect, yet they chose to bully me due to their seniority, Yang Zhongyang protested. The familiar scent of exquisite soap wafted through his nostrils, mingled with the warm breath from his chest. Ning Qian slept soundly, dreaming of running hand in hand with Shen Chengren through an endless sea of purple lavender. The most crucial aspect was that Orochimaru was sufficiently ruthless. His words to the merchants were not to be taken lightly. Carl dove from the cave's summit, witnessing Dog toss the ocean's tear into the Bodhi tree. With a swift motion, Carl's hand shot out, pinning Dog to the ground. Struggling to remove his gloves, he felt his left fingers refusing to obey. Several were likely dislocated, uncertain if any fractures had occurred. She had heard her father mention that this passive defensive talisman could withstand even a master's full-force strike. Seeing Ling Qi depart decisively, a Z and a few mischievous troublemakers wore dejected expressions. How infuriating, such a golden opportunity lost. Listening to the conversations around him, Uchiha Lai's lips curled into a faint smile as he cast a glance at Hinata Wu, almost as if boasting. This time, the sound resonated from his heart and ears. But it was not the familiar tingling that tightened the chest. Rather, it sent chills down the spine, raising the hairs in alarm. The ancient pangolin ancestor transformed into a beam of light, poised to escape through the passage. Not good. That scoundrel intends to summon heavenly thunder upon us. Wu Chuanwu exclaimed, wide-eyed. In the past, even Sarutobi Hiruzen had contemplated mastering this ninjutsu, and naturally, Senju Tobarama acquiesced to his disciples' requests. Yet, none among his numerous students succeeded in mastering it. Did he truly not perceive that Mo Yunxiao was deliberately mocking him? No, it was merely a momentary distraction caused by beauty, leading him astray. Subsequently, the disciples of Jinwu sect spent countless years refining these two martial arts, resulting in the development of true elixirs and the innate and acquired aspects. Observing his junior sister Tang Yi attentively listening and seriously contemplating the issues at hand, Guo Huan felt a sense of reassurance. In the enclosed space, the temperature soared rapidly, teetering on the brink of chaos. Lan Shuang raised her hand against Gu Zhao's shoulder, causing him to pause momentarily, his body tense as he withdrew. Jiang Han descended the ladder first, followed closely by Lan Shuang, while the bodyguards remained vigilant, not relaxing their guard even when no threats were present. Upon hearing the commotion, the guards knelt to one side, and Chao Dashing hurried to bow to the trio. The captains of the 3rd and 5th battleships arrived only to be met with closed doors, their frustration boiling over to the point they nearly wished to obliterate that realm entirely. Moments later, he realized he was no longer outside. He found himself in a place resembling a cage. Qin Jiu fell silent for a few seconds. He had never stated he intended to go, nor did he believe that San Shui Ji Yumin would easily part with the diamond. Thus, this journey was likely for relaxation. Regardless, at this moment, Zhou's strength had reached the upper limits permitted by the realm. Gu Junyan was momentarily taken aback. Before her stood Su Huai, youthful in appearance, yet speaking with an air of age. To her astonishment, such a scene unfolded right outside the main entrance of the Han family group, truly unexpected. So, who have you been associating with lately? Are there any individuals frequently entering your vehicle or coming into contact with you? Jiang Mushi continued her inquiry. The 16 years spent in Tonglu County could be described as unremarkable, often met with disdain and mockery, labeled as handsome yet utterly lacking. Beside her lay Ahua, who at that time bore a pristine coat devoid of any spots. Moreover, according to her plans, once married into the regent's household. What significance did a mere 500 taels of silver hold? After quite some time, when Wei Qilong had tidied everything and retreated to the inner room, Dongru had already fallen asleep. Previously, their family did not require such a vast expanse of land. Gu Jianpain and Lin Shuhua had converted the surplus land into a personal garden, planting vegetables and grains. In the summer, the Gu family enjoyed watermelons cultivated from that very plot. Wei Qilong smiled gently, embracing her, resting his head on her shoulder, inhaling her fragrant hair while listening to the soothing sounds of their child gradually falling asleep. He felt a profound gratitude. Had it not been for their meeting 4 years ago, he would not have the life he enjoyed today. He had never been so thankful for Dongyu. The elder never anticipated that the future of the Flower Rabbit Kingdom could flourish to such an extent, while the current state of the kingdom was utterly dismal. No. He wished to prove that it was not his inadequacy, but rather Gowing Tai's poor judgment that failed to recognize his worth. After so many days, his patience was wearing thin. Had it not been for the potential threat of the Five Elements Palace Inspector lurking within the depths of the Great Yuan dynasty, he would have already sacrificed countless lives within the empire. He then summoned dozens of soldiers familiar with the castle's layout to begin preparations. Today, the soldiers of Chu had just launched an attack, and it was uncertain when the next would occur. Completing their preparations sooner rather than later would be prudent. At Huangfeng, the two utilized a Springfield sniper rifle, moving up and down, left and right within the clock tower, yet they could not locate that old Japanese scoundrel, Dan Tung. Upon hearing Xiaoyin's words, Jiren finally felt reassured. As long as that troublemaker Wei Junzi could be sent back to the mainland, she could rest easy. Otherwise, there would undoubtedly be more complications in the future. A shadow of sorrow crossed Cao Cao's eyes as he gazed at Sun Yu and Shi Zhichai, his expression silent for a moment. Meanwhile, the red-haired maiden on the balcony of the second floor appeared even more exhilarated upon hearing her name. Village chief. There shouldn't be anyone at his home, right? The front door has been shut for several days, old Nian remarked. Caesar bellowed, a flicker of terror crossing his face as he witnessed his towering battle while shattered by a single punch from Yi Yu, causing him to retreat in haste. Over 2,000, Gung Haosher stated nonchalantly. In truth, this garment was the most expensive item the family had purchased thus far. Observing his increasingly darkening expression, Jiu'er felt perplexed, wondering what had transpired with Jing Liken. 11 rooms, 11 team members, each charging into the battleground simultaneously, commencing a new round of combat. Numerous prisoners around cast envious glances at Gu Beiqing, longing to strip him of his military coat and don it themselves, especially his long rain boots, which incited a frenzy of jealousy, yet none dared to act. For instance, she had never imagined that one day she would suffer from insomnia due to a single remark from Fu Jingqiu. She approached, sniffing, and with a swing of her stick, pressed it against the wall, sliding down inch by inch until it rested on her opponent's shoulder. Chapter 93. Liao Xiuzhang gained notoriety for capturing Shang Zhongshu, with many praising him as the son of a tiger, lauding his accomplishments. However, due to his unauthorized actions, Liao Shirshan penalized him with 50 military strokes, though the punishment was postponed until after the war given the circumstances. Yet, in the face of Yuqi Lei, Li Nana could not muster any anger, primarily because Yuqi Lei was simply too formidable. How vulgar. Lai Fu, such a name carries deep meaning, said Zhou Laifu's mother, appreciating the significance. It was Zhou Dan's first time facing such a brazen challenge in Wulan City. All sects and academies became mere backdrops to the National Education Academy, where the most talented individuals from their sects might pale in comparison to an ordinary disciple of the National Education Academy. Such revelations were truly humiliating. Gu Jingxin had never feared the might of thousands, and at this moment, he remained undaunted. As the Prince of War, even if confronted by spirits or demons, he would not falter in battle should he summon all his strength. Shan Yu found amusement in observing Long Han's changing demeanor, but had no intention of inflicting further harm. Li Xian was well aware of Bai Miao's feelings for Qian Yu. If she were to join the Yaoshi recording company, she and Qian Yu would be signed under the same label, increasing their chances of encounters and collaborations. Xia Ming Su, skilled in acupuncture, understood pressure points, knowing precisely where to apply pressure for relaxation and comfort. One Rin Yu nodded solemnly, yet an inexplicable pang of melancholy stirred within him as he spoke. General Shi, why do you assist me? It turned out that the soldier racing alongside the chubby one was the true princess, a revelation that none anticipated. At the moment their palms met, Dongfang Yu's inner strength was instantly drawn towards her, merging seamlessly into her being. This was no mere coincidence, as the chubby one suggested. Everything is fated. Perhaps the ancestors of the Feng clan had foreseen that one day their descendants would seek that very item, thus leaving such conspicuous markers. The following morning, after the regular meeting, Shen Feiyu concocted an excuse to summon Hu Wei to his office. Hu Wei, still trembling with apprehension, exclaimed, "Oh, I nearly forgot you practiced taekwondo and judo." He then cast a derisive glance at Lu Fei, sprawled on the ground, and strode off with Song Yun and I. Linny retrieved an object from his storage bag, revealing a dull, jade-green rui, the Xiantian spirit treasure of the Wendelei Azul. albeit rendered devoid of its essence by the sword of causality. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianlong felt invigorated, as he had been yearning for the opportunity to exact vengeance upon the Zhongzhou Lin family, and now they had delivered themselves right to him. Do we need to express gratitude? Yang Jin's words were cut short as he turned to find Yang Qingqing had already slipped into the carriage. Isn't opening a shop for profit? The rent in this vicinity is quite steep. If money is no object, why engage in the exhausting restaurant business? Li Xiao felt a surge of curiosity. Having fallen 2 months behind, she sought to catch up, leaving no energy for hunting to earn money. And she had no intention of working during the upcoming holidays either. However, if money does not generate more money, and they fail to manage their resources, it implies a gradual depletion of their wealth. If his head is destroyed, he will recover instantly. If his heart is shattered, he will not perish. How then can one hope to vanquish him? Must he be obliterated to the last fragment? Now, Mo Chun was compelled to appease this enigmatic being, which left Zhang Yu feeling quite reluctant. Chun Zhang, resigned, gestured, and the 6 degrees of Pure Land King Kong soared forth from the Transformation Immortal Pool, subsequently being stored by Qian Taiyan in his storage ring. With a thought, Meng Tian retrieved the measuring instrument and the folded papers, placing them upon the table. There are likely few in this world capable of achieving such feats. Chun Zhang was one such individual. This commonality led him to ponder whether the 6 Paths world could be classified as a domain world, a realm that had perhaps evolved into a substantive domain, more aptly termed a kingdom. Upon acquiring this sword seed, he joyfully realized it was the opportunity he needed to break through to the pinnacle of martial sovereignty. Everything hinged upon this very seed. This was not merely a matter of fate, it was a test of strength. Without power, even destiny would not grant access to that battle armor. Someone responded. Within the city, Li Yao stood quietly holding a massive sign, while Ma Xiaoqian looked up to read the 4 characters inscribed, Bane of Mothers. Zhou Zun and Ji Guiyuan shared no past grievances, yet he persistently troubled Zhou Zun, leading Zhou Zun to suspect someone was orchestrating these actions behind the scenes. Finally, the day of the initial selection for the grand competition arrived, and the 2 teams from Meng Yuan prepared to depart for the venue. With a faint explosion, numerous golden artifacts flew from the cave walls, exposing the original fissure through which they had entered. Regardless of the opponent's schemes, there remained but one path to pursue, to continue the chase until they vanquished their adversary. You lament its absence, yet if it were to arrive now, it would wipe us all out, Yin Qing retorted sharply. Although Zhang was quick to request assistance, Wu Qian also had matters requiring Aline's help. The oil situation with Satamuki had yet to yield a response, and he might need to consider alternatives within the Sergei family. Yet, Yao Xinlu had never agreed to such, and upon returning to her homeland, she had demonstrated through her actions that she wished to forge her own path instead of managing the family business. After expressing her intent, she did not wait for the approaching beasts. She immediately unleashed her dragon-controlling hand, tossing the spirit beasts into the air, and for those of higher cultivation, she would employ her dragon-slaying fist to gauge the extent of their dark energy mastery. Following this, they effortlessly demolished other targets within Yulia City, teleporting out and not forgetting to sweep away all useful items, marking another fresh page in their merit book, a source of pride indeed. Chapter 94. He touched the silver needles made by Luo Fuling, pinching them between his fingers, and at the opportune moment, he aimed for Xiaoling Yun's tanded point with a swift thrust. As the flames extinguished, dawn broke, revealing the peculiar and fierce nature of the fire that had ravaged the Qinghuan Palace. In such weather, it was impossible for the palace to have been consumed by flames without some combustible material. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, utterly unrecognizable. The unfortunate servants who could not escape the palace were now being carried out one by one. Jishan sat beside Hua Weilu, observing the harmonious interaction between Xi Mei and her, feeling an inexplicable emotion stir within her heart. Yuli could no longer bear the betrayal of her own body. Akin to a fallen nation as subjects waving a white flag in cheer for their invaders, it was a profound shame, a deep disgrace. Fortunately, she had been vigilant, keeping a close watch on Xia Yilu's every move. Upon receiving news today, she set a trap, waiting for Xia Yilu to breach it. Qin Shijin, I am not a mere plaything for your whims, Lu Zhanyan exclaimed, startled, pushing away his hands while clutching her shirt tightly, her voice choked with emotion. In that instant, Lu Zhanyan comprehended the reason behind her teacher's drastic change of attitude. Han Shanyang felt the weight of Jiang Liyun leaning against him. Upon glancing at her, he realized she had fainted. Xiao Linghan, Murong Yin, and Murong Jun were already waiting in the pavilion, greeting Xia Mo and Murong Hung with warm smiles. Initially, Hua Weilu felt a twinge of anxiety, but the fatigue from descending the mountain and the shock from her first encounter with the demon soon lulled her into a drowsy slumber. The burly man in the beast robe scanned the crowd with his piercing gaze, causing those he looked upon to fall silent, not daring to meet his eyes. The red notice at the entrance had been removed, as appointing officials was not made public, leaving one to inquire directly. "I am Shi Xing from Team 2 of the 6th Division. Greetings to both fellow Taoists." The speaker was Shi Xing, who had escaped from the soul-destroying valley. He was intimately familiar with this route and had evaded many demon beast scrutiny. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred amidst the flashes of lightning. Many from the Tianjin sect were caught off guard by the abrupt demise of Gui Jianshou. Both his form and spirit were obliterated, leaving no trace behind. In the realm of the peculiar martial world, there exists a rule that those who practice malevolent arts must be eradicated. Indeed, this rule seems absurd, as throughout history, it has often served as a mere facade to conceal the ugly truths of society, with few genuinely adhering to it. "I understand now," Wang fully nodded, producing an item from his sleeve and nonchalantly pushing it toward Zheng Yugui. Observing that his companion had been effortlessly thrown to the ground by the one-handed Ma Liang, another guard immediately recognized the severity of their encounter today. The national teacher speaks wisely. When Zheng anxiously calculated omens beside him, yet found no answers on how to withstand this fierce army of tigers and wolves with his mere 400,000 troops. The doomed red fox raised its hand and executed a spell, causing the demon race's unique golden core to explode, leaving behind only a trace of its soul, which drifted away, returning to the cycle of reincarnation. The masked figure's expression turned remarkably vivid. He opened his mouth to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. Perhaps experiencing defeat for the first time in his endless years, Li Ji brushed her teeth while occasionally glancing at her phone screen, hoping for a call to connect. Bai Yao Mei, distracted, replied, "Thank you for your concern for Wanner. However, it is too soon to determine the effects. Suppressing the demonic soul is no easy task." Yongju did not shy away from her gaze, their eyes locking, his expression gradually turning melancholic. Shin Momo looked up at him and saw her own reflection in his eyes, her heart softening as she nodded in understanding. Since Lu Qi was so verbose, it naturally indicated his profound sense of crisis regarding Apollo. Although Louis remained silent, he commanded an undeniable presence. This was the first time Zhang Lai utilized the capabilities of this sacrificial item, as the system's notes indicated. He had never dared to use it in front of others during any simulation. He sighed and booked a flight to Fuhua City for that afternoon, rubbing his temples. In her youth, Xiaoxi had often offended the upper echelons of Haiqing society due to her arrogance, and the men she interacted with were frequently from high society. Shinmomo shook her head helplessly at the scene before her, yet continued to pack her belongings, knowing that Chu Gu would undoubtedly be subdued by Lu Yiming. With a commanding voice, Han Shin declared, an immense spiritual power seized the sea of consciousness, freezing the scene, including Gu Pia Piao, who struggled in his arms. However, they underestimated the pull of the quicksand. The immense force dragged his two companions toward it as well. This was the time Divine Tree's first departure from the Lotus Seat, appearing amidst the starry sea before everyone. Blood Spirit, how did these legacies come to be? Xiao Kuang inquired, perplexed. After a while, the poisonous arrows ceased, but the ground began to tremble. Unfortunately, Bien Dun presented a deadlock, leaving no evidence to clarify who had commissioned these thugs. The blame firmly rested upon Shinjizi. And then, the night had grown deep. Upon arriving at Wang Yu's place, Yi Weiwei found that he had not left the door all day, indulging in playful games. Exhausted from the experience, she had fainted several times and soon fell into a deep sleep. Yun Yu gazed at Lin Yi for a moment, suddenly awakening from her reverie and shifting her gaze to Shui Air. Zhang Wei furrowed his brow, a flicker of light igniting in his eyes as he sighed deeply and nodded, directing his gaze toward the colossal warship not far ahead. Deep within the forest, a thick mist obscured the surroundings, yet the resounding roars were distinctly clear. The people of the Qingqing sect had finally arrived, led by the chief elder of their sect. Upon hearing this, the majority present erupted into laughter, the sound dripping with unabashed revelry. Grasping the fallen spider silk, Yi Fei tugged at it vigorously. Yet the strand remained utterly unyielding, igniting a sense of urgency within him. It was unclear how this spider silk was formed, seemingly connected to the entire iron tower, rendering it immovable. Yet, such a formidable presence, leading an army of 180,000 eastward, was defeated by Lu Meng on the battlefield. resulting in the slaughter of troops, with few escaping, leaving the soldier Lu Ermin in utter shock. Zhu Ming had to clarify that some larger apparatus required multiple individuals to operate, but the efficiency of these machines was multiplied 100-fold by a single person, so 10 could yield the strength of 100. As lightning surged around Jinsei, it seemed to create an ancient world where the energies of yin and yang rose, forming chains of order that traversed the void, manifesting as blazing sword lights, akin to a realm of blades. The Manhattan Hotel, one of Jiangnan City's most prestigious establishments, renowned alongside the Peninsula Hotel, saw its dining patrons gradually depart, all visibly displeased. Take this. This pill is called the Tranquil Heart Pill. It can cure ailments far better than this spirit herb, which is too potent for ordinary people. If you give it to your mother, she will perish instantly, Yi Fei said with a resigned smile. Some spirit herbs were so potent that even he dared not consume them recklessly, let alone ordinary folks. More and more guards ascended to the western city wall as the siege towers approached, and the archers atop them began to exchange fire with those on the city walls. In the land of Nanyue, it had taken the Qin dynasty nearly a decade and hundreds of thousands of troops to conquer. Any misstep was unacceptable. Luo Xian was suddenly reminded of over a decade ago when he, accompanied by Jiang Shui, ventured onto the divine Huang Great Wall to destroy the enigmatic Xuanji Stone, a celestial artifact capable of comprehending the past, present, and future, but demanding a sacrifice of mountains and rivers. At this moment, Qin Tong's concerns regarding Hua Xuqin were strikingly reminiscent of his own apprehensions back then. Abruptly, all gazes shifted from the ferocious Lu Zhaodi to Yan Poyu, and instinctively, everyone took a few steps back, their faces betraying sheer terror. The tears that had traversed their cheeks seemed to crystallize into ice, for why else would they not fall? Before them lay the scene of the drenched Su Qianro desperately performing mouth-to-mouth resuscitation on Bei Minji, her face etched with urgency. Inside, Zhang Xiaolu was still engaged in conversation with Ling Dongwu, but Luo Xian could no longer bear to listen and quietly turned away. Tell me, will you love him? Love him for a lifetime, unchanging and eternal? I'm sorry, Yang Shimin asked once more. If time could be rewound, I would choose to meet you again and continue to love you, for loving you is the greatest happiness in the world. A joy so profound that it makes me feel my life is complete, she whispered. Beside her, the golden-haired empress looked on in astonishment, pondering the fact that Yang Wei's talent was commendable even within the Imperial Academy. Regarding the newly emerged high-level players, Wang Jia understood their significance better than anyone. These individuals had risen to prominence amidst billions of players not merely by chance but through their own prowess. However, at that time, Xie Jiming was singularly focused on avenging his son and seemingly had no thoughts of retreat. Within the dimly lit prison, the three sat on the ground, gazing up at the tall and graceful figure before them. The enemy's advance was swift. Yang Dingfan, leading his 300 cavalry, had barely begun to gain speed when the adversaries had already closed in. Su Jin subtly furrowed her brow, her mind racing with a sense of serendipity, recalling how her ancestor had suddenly appeared in her dream with significant words. As someone who had lived 2 lives, she found herself somewhat inclined to believe this. With even a modicum of luck, success could be within reach. Yet, ironically, she possessed not a shred of fortune, and years of effort seemed inconsequential. For all they could see was the triumph before them. The following day, Bu Su met with Yang Fangzheng for breakfast before heading to the designated venue. Yang Fangzheng continued to linger around the material numbered 6427, while Bu Su scurried about the area, observing and learning. Those who had not been called upon occasionally muttered complaints. Yet few dared to cause a scene, as it was hardly a grave medical issue. After all, which doctor was not the same? Doctor. Zhao simply instilled a greater sense of reassurance. From the eunuch's words, it was clear that the emperor did not intend to take her life. Yet concubinely expressed a desire to bid her farewell. Was she to be deposed and exiled? What attitude could she possibly convey? How absurd. The mother-in-law had laid claim to all reason, displaying all manner of grievances. What could a mere daughter-in-law offer in response? Rong Yun gently placed her onto the bed. His cold visage softened with warmth, showing no signs of anger. He retrieved the ointment from the table and turned away. Su Jin, seeing this, dared not object. Relinquishing her resistance, she complied and turned her back. Xia Jiao had thoroughly inquired about the Black Bear King's situation, confirming her capability to handle it before daring to agree. His words came from the heart, expressing the profound sense of achievement that comes from sacrificing everything in the unique feeling of striving alongside others. Our 6 teams remained vigilant as we gradually entered the mountains, soon parting ways. The trees grew increasingly dense, and our field of vision shortened significantly. Upon hearing the news, many cultivators from the immortal sect could not suppress their astonishment, some doubting their own ears. Ji Yuan was indeed taken aback, gazing at us with uncertainty, his eyes flickering with an unusual light, perhaps because he once thought highly of the poison lineage, which was now entirely overturned, creating a significant psychological gap. We disembarked, lifting the warning tape to move forward, and the officers willingly stepped aside. The giant rock demon also realized this, letting out a beastly roar imbued with fear, desperately trying to distance itself from Feng Ming, but the divine weapon in Feng Ming's hand clung to it like a relentless curse, leaving it no escape.